I discovered the secret of the girl next door, and it terrified me. I have an older sister named Lynn Ran, who has grown up alongside me. Lynn Ran is exceptionally beautiful and comes from a wealthy family. Due to her affluence, she has always carried an air of superiority over other children. My family, on the other hand, struggles financially, and Lynn Ran looks down upon me. I still recall a time at her home when her mother bought her snacks and said, Ran, don't just eat everything yourself, share some with your little brother. Absolutely not. Lynn Ran retorted fiercely, clutching her treats. Why not? Her mother inquired, furrowing her brow. Because his family is poor, and they've never bought me anything to eat, so I want to share with him, Lynn Ran declared loudly to her mother. After she spoke, her mother fell silent, while tears welled in my eyes, my heart heavy with sorrow. As time passed, Lynn Ran and I continued to attend the same school. She had many friends and would feign ignorance of my existence. When a classmate asked her, Ran, do you know by how? How could I possibly know someone so poor? Lynn Ran scoffed. Her family was involved in business, while mine consisted of ordinary workers. Being belittled by Lynn Ran at school left me feeling miserable. Years flew by, and we found ourselves in high school, both 18 years old, still in the same school. We were in the same class, yet we acted like strangers. Lynn Ran pretended not to know me and even encouraged our classmates to ostracize me. On occasions when I accidentally brushed against her while walking, she would disdainfully wipe her clothes, as if I were filthy. I once tried to ask her why she despised me so much. Lynn Ran coldly replied, look at your status before speaking to me. People of your lowly standing should not address me. By the way, I heard you were picked up by your parents. You're just a country bumpkin. Upon hearing her words, my eyes filled with tears. My parents have always treated me, well, how could I possibly be a foundling? I yelled back at Lynn Ran, you're lying. Huh. Go home and ask your parents, you wild child, Lynn Ran retorted coldly. I ran home, nearly in tears, and recounted Lynn Ran's cruel words to my parents. Their faces turned pale as they forced smiles and said, by how? How could you possibly be adopted? Don't listen to Lynn Ran's nonsense. After that, their expressions darkened, and they gazed at me quietly, as if they were cherishing their own child. I believed wholeheartedly that I was not adopted, nor was I some lowly person. I harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lynn Ran, a hatred that was visceral. I had once admired her greatly, yet she loathed me so intensely and even claimed I was adopted. I vowed that once I became wealthy, I would no longer acknowledge her. In my desire for revenge, I engaged in many reckless acts. During my adolescence, I found myself longing for the opposite sex. In Lynn Ran's house, I committed numerous misdeeds. Particularly when I recalled her calling me a country person, my mind became twisted. Whenever I picked up her personal items, I coldly thought, you say I'm from the countryside? Well, let me show you what it feels like to be harassed by someone from the countryside. Gradually, Lynn Ran noticed my inappropriate behavior. Whenever I visited her home, she would regard me with disdain. Lynn Ran's mother would insist she entertain me, but Lynn Ran would ignore me. Where her mother grew frustrated, Lynn Ran would shout, by how as a pervert I refused to play with him. Her words left me feeling utterly humiliated, and what little self-esteem I had was deeply wounded. One evening, my parents asked me to deliver something to Lynn Ran's house. The thought of encountering her made me uneasy. Since that incident where she insulted me, I had seldom visited her home. After knocking on the door for a while, Lynn Ran's mother finally opened it, her hands covered in soap suds, as if she had been washing clothes. Ran, why aren't you letting your little brother in? Her mother called out angrily from the other room. The room was silent, and there was no response from Lynn Ran. I forced a smile, having grown accustomed to such treatment. I told her mother, it's fine, I'll head back. Don't go, just yet, I have something for you to take home to your mother. Wait here while I finish washing, Lynn Ran's mother said hurriedly before disappearing into the bathroom. Sitting idly on the sofa, I waited for Lynn Ran's mother. I faintly heard strange noises coming from Lynn Ran's room. I knew Lynn Ran despised me, and she would scold me if I entered her room. Yet, the odd sounds piqued my curiosity, and I was concerned for her well-being. I pushed the door open, only to find Lynn Ran frantically clicking on her computer. She seemed to be viewing a certain web page, and upon noticing my presence, she quickly closed it. Her swift action prevented me from discerning what she had been looking at. What are you doing here? Get out. Lynn Ran's face flushed, her gaze slightly dazed. I felt a pang of hurt from her harsh words. Despite our strained relationship, was it necessary for her to speak to me in such a manner? Standing at her door, I felt a wave of grievance wash over me, my eyes brimming with unshed tears. She treated me so poorly, yet I still regarded her as my sister. How utterly pathetic I felt. Clenching my fists, I contemplated leaving when Lin Ran's mother emerged. Upon witnessing Lin Ran scolding me, she grew upset, saying, Ran, how can you speak to your little brother like that? Mom, I'm done, just go wash your clothes, Lin Ran replied, her demeanor shifting to one of anxiety as her mother entered the room. All right then, you'll go wash. You can spend some time with your little brother, her mother said, casting a glance at Lin Ran before heading back to the bathroom. Once her mother left, silence enveloped the room. Lin Ran remained silent, her back turned to me, refusing to utter a word. Suddenly, a peculiar object fell from her. Curiosity piqued, I noticed the item on the floor. Lin Ran's family was wealthy, and she often possessed advanced electronic gadgets. I couldn't resist the urge to see what it was, so I approached to pick it up. As I bent down, Lin Ran also leaned to retrieve it. Dressed in a short nightgown that revealed her fair legs, I inadvertently caught a glimpse beneath her skirt. My heart raced, and I felt a surge of excitement. Lin Ran, realizing I was staring, straightened up and quickly covered her skirt with her hands. Her cheeks flushed as she shouted, Do you have no shame? Why are you staring at me? The object I had picked up resembled a remote control, yet it was distinctly different. It was pink and exquisitely crafted. As Lin Ran yelled at me, I felt a wave of panic wash over me. Pervert, hand that back to me, Lin Ran cried, her expression one of disdain. I had merely intended to assist her, yet she treated me with such contempt. Anger surged within me, and my face flushed crimson. As I clenched my fists, I inadvertently pressed a button on the remote. In an instant, Lin Ran's expression shifted. Her eyes grew misty, and her demeanor softened. Almost immediately, she seemed unable to contain herself. Her face flushed as she glared at me, exclaiming, You pervert! Hand that back. Her words, laced with an unusual expression, left me bewildered. I was no longer a child, I understood certain things. Observing Lin Ran's reaction, it dawned on me what she had been doing at home. Holding the remote, I felt a rush of excitement. I knew what it was, and my face turned beet red. Lin Ran was utterly shameless, especially since my remote controlled her every action, which thrilled me immensely. By how I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Lin Ran extended her hand, attempting to snatch the remote from me. Seeing her reach for it, I instinctively stepped back. Lin Ran, engaging in such behavior at home, had the audacity to confront me. I felt a deep disdain for her actions and regarded her with disgust. Call me a pervert, but aren't you the same? I coldly inquired of Lin Ran. What are you doing at home? I can do as I please. What concern is it of yours, you wretch? Lin Ran retorted angrily. Oh, I'm the wretch? I wonder who is truly despicable here. You'll just go tell your mother. Growing up under Lin Ran's humiliation and ridicule has twisted my psyche with resentment towards her. Perhaps fearing I would inform her mother, Lin Ran exhibited a hint of trepidation. Her gaze turned panicked, and her previously brash demeanor dissipated. As I gazed at her, a new thought suddenly struck me. With the remote in hand, I observed her trembling form and said, upon hearing my intention to inform her mother, Lin Ran's face drained of color, clearly frightened. By how I was wrong. Please don't tell my mother. Weren't you quite the actress? Why are you faltering now? I asked her menacingly. Lin Ran responded, By how I won't put on an act anymore. Just please don't say anything. Seeing her like this, I gritted my teeth and said that if she wished for me to remain silent, she must agree to one condition. I then articulated the desire that had long consumed my thoughts. After uttering those words, a wave of regret washed over me, mingled with a tinge of anticipation. I felt a bit twisted. I shouldn't treat her this way, yet I simply couldn't help myself. I craved that kind of interaction. Get lost, you shameless fool. Lin Ran decisively rejected my outrageous demand. As she spoke, she attempted to shake off my grip on her arm. Consumed by my madness over the thought, I regained some clarity after her insults. You perverted scoundrel, that's illegal. Be careful, or I will report you and have you imprisoned. Seeing my fear, Lin Ran smirked disdainfully. The notion of her reporting me terrified me. My impulsive suggestion had been reckless. If she revealed my intentions to her parents, they would surely look down upon me. I wanted to plead with her not to say anything, yet I couldn't bring myself to beg. Noticing my silence, Lin Ran shot me a hate-filled glare and snatched the remote from my hand, turning it off. By how, you are truly vile, just like your parents. You are destined to remain a poor person forever. Lin Ran has always looked down upon the impoverished, believing that all who are poor are contemptible. Not only did she deem me wretched, but she also insulted my parents. Lin Ran's mother frequently took things from my family, while we had never offered her family anything of worth. I accepted her derogation towards me, for I was indeed despicable. However, insulting my parents was crossing a line. My parents are good people. They have always cared for Lin Ran. Though my family is not wealthy, we have always thought of Lin Ran when we possess something nice. And yet, she dared to insult my parents. Fueled by anger and impulse, my eyes turned bloodshot. I glared fiercely at her, causing Lin Ran to show signs of fear. Her face shifted from red to pale, and she timidly asked, "By how, what do you intend to do?" "Just so you know, this is my home. If you dare touch me, I will immediately call my mother." "Who is it that called someone despicable just now?" I replied coldly. Although Lin Ran appeared somewhat intimidated, she met my gaze defiantly, saying, "I'm talking about you." "What of it?" "Your entire family is despicable." "Repeat that?" I demanded, my gaze icy. Lin Ran sensed my rising hostility. After a moment, she bit her thin lips and declared, "Your entire family is despicable." Upon hearing her words, I nearly slapped her across the face. I raised my hand, and Lin Ran, frightened, screamed and shut her eyes. The slap hovered in midair. I restrained myself. I genuinely wanted to strike her, but her parents had always treated me with kindness, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. If I hit her, her mother would undoubtedly be heartbroken. We both know who is despicable here. Just wait. If you speak out of turn, I will reveal the sordid activities you engage in at home to our classmates. After much hesitation, I lower my hand. Fearing she might tell her father, I threatened her in return. With that, I opened her door and fled her room. Once outside her small room, I opened the front door of Lin Ran's house. Her mother called out to me from behind, but I did not look back and rushed down the stairs. After exiting the building, I felt a pang of discomfort. So what if my family lacked wealth? My parents have always treated me well, and though I receive little pocket money, I have always been content because of their kindness. Although my academic performance is not exemplary, they have never berated me. I was taken aback. I never expected Lin Ran to be that kind of person. In school, she appears so composed, yet I was stunned to discover her engaging in such behavior at home. After threatening her, I felt a wave of fear. If she revealed my intentions to her father, I would retaliate by telling my classmates about her activities at home. If I were imprisoned, I would ensure she suffered as well. Upon returning home and after a shower, I found it difficult to sleep. The mere thought of Lin Ran's long legs sent shivers of excitement through me. I possess a mobile phone, a reward from my mother for my acceptance into high school. As I ponder my situation with Lin Ran, she sent me a message. "By how, please don't tell our classmates about this afternoon. As long as you keep quiet, I won't inform my father, and we will be even." Lin Ran's message was rather cold. Seeing her message, I felt a flicker of happiness because she had never texted me before. She despises me, but I have never harbored hatred towards her. I have a fondness for her. I merely hoped she would speak to me and show concern for my well-being in her free time. "Okay," I replied after a moment's reflection. The screen illuminated briefly before dimming. Lin Ran did not respond. Her coldness towards me ignited a sense of anger within me. As I lay in bed contemplating, I suddenly chuckled. Lin Ran was afraid of me. She feared I would reveal her secrets to our classmates. The thought of her fear filled me with a sense of triumph. Just wait, I will make her regret disparaging my parents. I will thoroughly threaten her and take advantage of the situation. Tossing and turning throughout the night, I gradually drifted into slumber in the early hours. Monday arrived, and I attended school as usual. Knowing she feared me gave me a sense of confidence. Lin Ran and I were in the same class. She excelled academically and sat at the front, while I, of average performance and taller stature, occupied a seat at the back. The classroom buzzed with commotion as many students consumed steamed buns or rolled pancakes for breakfast. Seated at my desk, I awaited Lin Ran's arrival. After a brief wait, she finally entered. Although dressed in a school uniform, Lin Ran exuded an air of elegance. She possesses a delicate beauty and walks with a confident smile. I enjoyed watching her, particularly in her school uniform. However, upon noticing my gaze, Lin Ran's confidence faltered. Lowering her head, she proceeded to her seat. Seeing Lin Ran avoid eye contact confirmed my suspicion she was indeed afraid of me. I felt foolish for being intimidated by her mere words the previous day. Had I stood my ground, I would have surely gained the upper hand. After class, Lin Ran buried her head in her book at the front of the room. I approached her and said, "Lin Ran, step outside for a moment. I need to talk to you." "What do you want?" After a night of reflection, Lin Ran had reverted to her usual proud self. Looking up at me, there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but it quickly transformed into disdain as she continued to look down on me. "You know what you did yesterday. If you want me to keep quiet, step outside. I said with a wicked grin, my eyes cold and unyielding. Upon hearing my words, Lynn Rand's face paled. Her grip tightened around her pen, glaring fiercely at me. Her anger filled me with satisfaction. How dare she insult me and my parents? Let's see how I deal with her. Lynn Rand pondered for several seconds before finally standing up. Angrily, she glared at me as we exited the classroom to find a secluded spot. As soon as we reached a private area, Lynn Rand shouted, "By how? What do you want from me? I haven't told my father about yesterday, and you still dare to threaten me. Have you no shame? You go ahead and tell your dad. You tell him, and he'll tell our classmates. Let's see who is more afraid." In truth, I was quite fearful of Lynn Rand informing my uncle. But in order to teach her a lesson, I mustered the courage to speak up. Upon hearing my words, Lynn Rand fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "What exactly do you want?" "I wish to explore the matters that exist between spouses," I declared, gritting my teeth as I revealed my innermost thoughts once more. As soon as I finished speaking, Lynn Rand's face turned an ashen white. She looked at me, pale and distressed, and said, "By how? We have known each other since childhood. By age, I'm still your elder sister. How could you think this way?" Observing Lynn Rand, I couldn't help but smirk internally. "You acknowledge our childhood bond, yet when you mocked me in class and conspired with classmates to isolate me, you never mentioned being my childhood friend." I no longer regarded Lynn Rand as an elder shaking my head. I replied, "Being childhood friends means nothing. After all, you are also interested in such matters. Why not indulge me? If you refuse, I will share your secrets with our classmates." "No way. I do wish to engage in such activities, but I would never do it with you," Lynn Rand retorted, biting her lip and glaring at me. "Whether you like it or not, if you refuse, I will inform the others. Let's see if you can bear the shame," I threatened, feigning intimidation as I turned to leave. As I walked away, my heart raced with anxiety. If she denied me, I truly could not share this with my classmates. Though I no longer viewed her as Lynn Rand, I still harbored feelings for her and did not wish for others to mock her. "Wait a moment," Lynn Rand called, jogging a few steps to catch up with me. Biting her lip hesitantly, she proposed, "We are at school now, and there are too many people around. I cannot act like that with you here. How about this? I will let you touch me for now, and after school, you can come to my house, and we can proceed then." After Lynn Rand spoke, I stood there in a daze. I found it hard to believe this was not a dream. I had never imagined I would reach a day where I could truly touch Lynn Rand. Disbelief clouded my ears. Yet as I gazed into Lynn Rand's earnest expression, I realized that what I had heard was indeed real. The notion of Lynn Rand permitting me to touch her sent waves of excitement coursing through me. Although I was aware that my intentions towards her were not entirely honorable, my longing for Lynn Rand had persisted for quite some time. I glanced at Lynn Rand, her lips still trembling as I nervously extended my hand toward her. Chapter 3. Did you bring anything? Having grown up without ever having touched a girl, I was wrought with anxiety as I reached out to Lynn Rand. After teasing her for a while, she suddenly pushed me away in disgust, suggesting we could continue later in the evening. My hand inadvertently brushed against the softness of her garment, and I hesitated to let go. Casting a reluctant glance at Lynn Rand, I nodded slightly. Her expression conveyed a mix of disdain and resentment towards me. I was acutely aware of her contempt. Yet, I remained indifferent, as she had always looked down on me. Lynn Rand chose not to walk with me, hastening her pace to leave me behind. Observing her slender silhouette fade away brought me a sense of delight. Tonight, I would finally fulfill my wish. Throughout the morning, I struggled to focus in class, the lingering scent of Lynn Rand still clinging to my hands. At noon, as school let out, I watched Lynn Rand get picked up by her father in a sleek car, a twinge of disappointment settling in my heart. We had attended the same school from elementary to high school, and I recalled a time in middle school when Lynn Rand's family had purchased a vehicle. Her father had offered me a ride, but Lynn Rand vehemently opposed it, exclaiming that my family was poor and that I would dirty their car. Her words had stung, and I had wept in response. Despite my family's financial struggles, I was not unclean. Seeing my tears, Lynn Rand's father had smiled and insisted I join them. But Lynn Rand had stubbornly exited the car, threatening to damage it. Her father's helplessness had been evident. That day, I refused to ride with him, no matter how much he urged me. As time passed, Lynn Rand's father grew accustomed to picking her up alone. Lynn Rand's family was relatively affluent compared to others at school, and many classmates envied her as she drove away. I felt no envy, for I deemed her unworthy. With little money from home, I opted to walk instead of taking a ride, arriving home close to midnight. My parents worked during the week, leaving me alone, with meals prepared for me to eat at lunchtime. I laid back on the sofa, lost in my thoughts. After a day and night, I had calmed somewhat about yesterday's events. Tonight, I would be with Lynn Rand, and my feelings were a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Although I did not view her as merely my childhood neighbor, she had been a part of my life for so long. If she were to lay before me, exposed, would I have the courage to proceed? However, I quickly reassured myself that her predicament was of her own making. After all, she often mocked me and insulted my family. This was merely her comeuppance. With that thought, my guilt diminished. When I returned to school in the afternoon, Lynn Rand was there. We exchanged glances, but said nothing. Her father only picked her up when he had the time, not daily. Once the final bell rang, I eagerly approached her. Lynn Rand, you must keep your word, I urged. Fine, come with me, she replied coolly. Lynn Rand often ridiculed me in class, highlighting my family's poverty. Our unexpected departure together surprised many classmates. Noticing their stares, Lynn Rand's face contorted in embarrassment, and she exited the classroom first. We walked in tandem towards her home. As relatives, it was unlikely her mother would object to us staying together overnight. Halfway there, Lynn Rand abruptly halted and said, by how after tonight, we will no longer have any ties. Do you understand? Fine, I replied nonchalantly, as I had no desire to maintain any relationship with her. Entering her home, a wave of exhilaration surged through me. Her parents were often away, her father busy with work, and her mother frequently working late. The absence of adults meant we could indulge in our secret mischief. Eager to act, I embraced Lynn Rand, my hand resting on her waist as I inhaled her fragrance, yearning to kiss her. However, she recoiled, her face stern. Can we at least wash up first? While bathing was inconsequential to me, I decided to acquiesce to her request. Uncharacteristically, I felt rather humble and somewhat sordid in her presence. Nevertheless, I was determined to experience Lynn Rand's allure. She took her time in the shower, the sound of water fueling my impatience. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged, changed into fresh clothes. Can I shower now? I inquired. Go ahead, she replied casually. With the shower in her home, I took my time, ensuring I was thorough. Upon exiting, I noticed Lynn Rand's room was closed, indicating she was inside. I stepped into her room to find her anxiously seated on the bed, her delicate brows furrowed in a manner that I found captivating. As her lips parted slightly, I could no longer resist and lunged forward, pinning her to the bed in an attempt to kiss her. Lynn Rand did not resist, merely gazing at the ceiling in a daze. Eventually, she closed her eyes, and I took advantage of the moment, teasing her gently. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She often derided others for their behavior, yet here she was playing the same role. Suddenly, she blinked and asked, by how does it feel after showering? What do you mean? I responded, sensing her attempt to shift the conversation. Stop, Lynn Rand exclaimed, pushing me away. Are you comfortable after your shower? Can you try to be cleaner? It would make it less embarrassing for me to be seen with you. Otherwise, I might not be able to be with you. It's just too dirty. Keeping clean is beneficial for you as well. Clean boys are more appealing to girls. Her words stirred an unexpected feeling within me. It seemed as if she was genuinely concerned, yet her concern felt stifling. Why had she not shown this kindness before? Frustrated, I grasped at her pants again. Be gentle, don't ruin my clothes. She protested, sensing my urgency. Don't worry, I won tea, I assured her. But, just as I intended to proceed, Lynn Rand interrupted. Did you bring that? What? I was momentarily taken aback. It hadn't crossed my mind. Seeing her serious demeanor, I shook my head. I didn't bring it. That's not acceptable. Without it, you can't touch me, Lynn Rand stated, sitting up abruptly. This time, after tonight, we will have no further ties, she added. I felt a pang of urgency as I saw her adjusting her pants. Once is enough. Without it, I won't proceed. She insisted, her brows knitted in disapproval. With a sense of resignation, I offered, wait for me. I'll go downstairs to buy it. There's no need. By the time you return, my mother will be back. Let's just postpone this until tomorrow, she replied with a mocking smile. Seeing that expression, I acted without consideration and kissed her fiercely, biting her lip. Lynn Rand seemed overwhelmed and began to embrace me tightly, perhaps desiring the same intimacy. After a moment, she looked flushed, her face warm to the touch. My mother is almost home. We should stop for now. Let's save it for tomorrow. I, too, felt the frustration of being unable to go beyond mere kisses. I took a deep breath and said, all right, I will go buy that tomorrow. Remember, it must be a brand name. Otherwise, I fear I will feel uncomfortable. While I was speaking, Lynn Rand's mother was about to return. Lynn Rand did not like me, so I did not linger at her house. Chapter 4. Feelings of inferiority upon returning home. My parents were already there. Before going to bed that night, Lynn Rand sent me a message. Bye how? Please change your shoes when you go to school tomorrow. The ones you wore today are too dirty, and my classmates might laugh at me for being seen with you. Reading Lynn Rand's message, I felt rather displeased. My family only buys me 2 pairs of new shoes each year. I too desire to wear clean, branded shoes, but my family simply cannot afford them. I only have that 1 pair of shoes. How could I possibly change them? I replied to Lynn Rand, and after a while, she sent another message. No, just clean your shoes properly. The tone of Lynn Rand's message seemed a bit impatient. All right, I will clean them well, I responded. After replying, Lynn Rand did not respond further. The lights in the room had already been turned off, and I stared blankly at the 2 messages Lynn Rand had sent me, my eyes slightly moist. In all my years, this was only the 2nd time Lynn Rand had actively reached out to me. My message inbox felt empty, containing only 3 messages, all from Lynn Rand over the past couple of days. Wiping my eyes, I felt a sense of happiness. If only Lynn Rand had cared for me sooner, it would have been wonderful. Even a simple word from her, or not mocking me in front of other classmates at school, would have made a world of difference. Putting down my phone, I went to the bathroom and diligently cleaned my shoes. Afterward, I washed my school uniform. I thought to myself, when I walk home with Lynn Rand tomorrow, I must not let her feel embarrassed to be seen with me. Lying in bed, I repeatedly looked at the messages Lynn Rand had sent, and I only fell asleep when my eyelids grew heavy. The sleep I had was deep and refreshing. The next morning, after breakfast, I was worried about getting my shoes dirty, so I took a bus to school. I woke up a bit late, and by the time I arrived in class, Lynn Rand was already there. As I entered the classroom, Lynn Rand deliberately glanced at my shoes. They were not branded, and no amount of cleaning could make them shine like a good pair. Lynn Rand frowned slightly, her expression neutral, neither pleased nor displeased. As I returned to my seat, my deskmate asked, "By how did you manage to walk home with Lynn Rand yesterday? You're quite impressive." Lynn Rand excelled in her studies, was beautiful, and came from a wealthy family. Many admired her at school. Seeing me walk home with Lynn Rand naturally made my deskmate envious. I thought to myself, she is my Lynn Rand. What is wrong with us walking home together? However, my classmates were unaware of our relationship. Lynn Rand did not want others to know we were relatives. I smiled and shrugged, thinking, so what if we walk together? Hey, are you trying to pursue Lynn Rand? How'd it go? Did you manage to take advantage of her yesterday? My deskmate looked at me with a smirk, his tone tinged with jealousy. His words displeased me, and I chose not to respond. During class, I felt somewhat disinterested. Having grown accustomed to being close to Lynn Rand these past few days, my hands felt restless. I wanted to test the waters with Lynn Rand and see if she would accompany me to a quiet place after class. I eagerly awaited the evening. I sent Lynn Rand a message. "Lynn Rand, do you think my shoes are clean enough?" Watching her from a distance, I saw her bow her head, indicating she was reading my message. "Not bad," she replied succinctly. Lynn Rand's attitude remained cool, but I was elated by her brief response, for she had never replied to my messages before. Gazing sweetly at Lynn Rand's reply, I felt my deskmate's eyes on me. I shot him a glare and tucked my phone away. "Haha, are you still messaging Lynn Rand?" My deskmate queried nonchalantly. I ignored him, unwilling to engage in conversation. Noticing my silence, he continued, "Be careful. Wu Di from class 6 has liked Lynn Rand for quite some time. Don't let him catch you off guard." I was familiar with Wu Di. He was quite influential among our peers, surrounded by several friends. There were few troublemakers in our school, and while Wu Di was not one of them, he was certainly not an ordinary student. The thought of Wu Di eyeing Lynn Rand made me feel uncomfortable. Lynn Rand was well-liked, yet she had no boyfriend. Many boys admired her. Perhaps my deskmate was trying to intimidate me because he liked Lynn Rand himself and did not want us to grow closer. After 2 classes in the morning, we had physical exercise during the 2nd period. While exercising, I kept my gaze on Lynn Rand's back. I yearned to speak with her, to share a few words. Yet, we had grown accustomed to treating each other like strangers, making conversation difficult. My deskmate noticed my fixation on Lynn Rand and called out, "Hey, what are you staring at?" His loud voice drew the attention of several classmates, and Lynn Rand turned to look at us, making me feel quite embarrassed. Anger bubbled within me. I found my deskmate rather annoying and wanted to confront him. After class, my deskmate continued to scrutinize me. During the break, I could no longer contain my frustration and snapped, Are you out of your mind? What? Who are you calling crazy? Is it you who likes Lynn Rand? Afraid she might find out? He looked at me disdainfully. His voice was loud, and all the surrounding students turned to look at us. I considered retaliating, but he was taller and stronger than I, and I feared the humiliation of losing a fight, so I refrained. I tried to intimidate him instead, saying, "Just you wait until after school. Bring it on. I'll wait." My deskmate laughed dismissively, and a few classmates joined his laughter. They knew I was just an average student, lacking any significant means or abilities. My bravado was purely an act. As I quarreled with my deskmate, I cast a glance at Lynn Rand, relieved that she had not heard our conversation. Otherwise, I would have felt utterly embarrassed. The morning passed in this manner, and during lunchtime, I noticed Lynn Rand's father had not come pick her up. Seeing that there were not many people around, I decided to follow her. Lynn Rand noticed my presence, and her expression soured slightly. Perhaps she felt embarrassed and was reluctant to walk with me. Realizing she still disliked me, I deliberately slowed my pace, walking behind her. When we reached a spot where no classmates were around, I caught up to her and asked, "Should I buy a pack now? Just buy it if you want." "Why are you asking me?" Lynn Rand replied, looking straight ahead. As we walked, we passed a pharmacy. I said, "Wait for me a moment. I need to buy something." After saying this, I regretted it. It was already a privilege for Lynn Rand to walk home with me, so how could I expect her to wait outside for me? Not wanting to provoke her further, I quickly entered the pharmacy. Inside, I felt quite embarrassed as the pharmacist repeatedly inquired what I needed. I stammered, struggling to find the words. After hesitating for a long time, I finally whispered, "I would like to buy a condom." "What?" The pharmacist did not quite catch what I said. "I want to buy a condom," I repeated, my face burning with shame. "All right, let me get that for you," the pharmacist said, finally understanding. She was a woman and seemed to sense my embarrassment. She did not scrutinize me too closely. She retrieved a few boxes of condoms and asked which one I wanted. Glancing at the prices, I realized the cheapest one cost 7 yuan, but I only had 4 yuan on me. Sighing, I replied, "Never mind, I want tea by it," and stepped out of the pharmacy. To my surprise, I found Lynn Rand waiting for me in the shade. It was hot outside, and she was fanning herself, her expression slightly impatient. As I emerged, Lynn Rand asked, "What took you so long?" I felt a bit embarrassed buying it. So, I hesitated. I replied softly. "Let us go," she said, shooting me a glare. Lynn Rand lived close to the school, and soon we parted ways to return home. After arriving home, I began searching for money. The pocket money my family provided was insufficient for my expenses. Sometimes, saving a little money only leads to spending it all on food in the end. I often find myself regretting not saving more. My family gives me 5 yuan a day, and now I hardly have enough to buy a set. If I want to purchase one, I will have to wait until tomorrow. This afternoon, I felt quite dejected over my inability to afford a set. After school, I walked to Lynn Rand's house as promised. After our kiss yesterday, I found myself somewhat addicted. As soon as I entered, I embraced Lynn Rand and kissed her. After a while, she told me to wait, as she needed to take a shower first. We could continue tomorrow, since she had some matters to attend to today. I felt utterly lacking in confidence while speaking, knowing I couldn't afford a set. Looking at Lynn Rand, who was breathing heavily, I lowered my gaze, feeling particularly inferior. Chapter 5. I was startled. "What's wrong?" Lynn Rand furrowed her brows upon hearing I couldn't continue. My previous enthusiasm was dampened upon her sudden disappointment. However, her eyes brightened almost instantly, as if she had narrowly escaped a predicament. "I forgot to bring a set." I glanced at her eyes before quickly averting my gaze again, feeling ashamed for not having money. My heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Lynn Rand would look down on me if she discovered my lack of funds. "How could you forget?" Lynn Rand's tone was rather harsh. "I thought I had it," I lied, "but I just checked my pocket and realized I didn't bring it." "Well then, let's talk about it tomorrow," she replied, as the flush on her face gradually faded. It was hot during summer. Having just embraced, we were both sweaty and uncomfortable. I could still sense her fragrance lingering on my hands. Lynn Rand wasn't very talkative with me. After realizing I couldn't continue, she didn't say much more. She placed her bag down and headed for the shower. Aside from our intimate encounters, we had little conversation. As I opened the door to leave, I thought about how tomorrow my mother would give me another 5 yuan. With the money from today and tomorrow, I would finally have enough for a set. I felt a twinge of regret, yet I was also looking forward to tomorrow. "Hey, by how? Are you out of money for a set?" Just as I was about to leave, Lynn Rand suddenly asked, her tone tinged with mockery. My face flushed immediately, fearing her disdain. I lifted my head and replied, "I have money. I just forgot to bring it. Oh. Lynn Rand looked coldly at my pocket, but said nothing more. She entered the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. I assumed she was showering, and listening to the sound made my heart race. If only I had money, I might have been with Lynn Rand right now. For the first time, I felt embarrassed about my financial situation. Exiting Lynn Rand's house, I felt a wave of disappointment. When I got home, my parents had already prepared dinner. I had little appetite and only managed to eat half a bowl before losing interest. After sitting in my room for a while, my mother came in and asked, "Bai-Hao, why are you eating so little? Are you sick?" "I'm not sick. I'm just not hungry," I replied with a bitter smile and shook my head. "All right then. I'll cover the food. If you're hungry later, just eat." With that, my mother closed the door behind her. Looking at the closed door of my small room, I felt a pang of sadness. My family's financial struggles left me feeling helpless. My parents worked hard to raise me. What right did I have to complain? That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the embarrassment I felt from my visit to Lynn Rand's house. I realized I had become somewhat infatuated with her body, unable to extricate myself from my desire. The more she looked down on me, the more I yearned to be with her. Conquering her body gave me an intense thrill. The next morning, armed with the 5 yuan my mother had given me, I hurried to the pharmacy and purchased a box of sets for 7 yuan, carefully placing it in my backpack. Fearing my classmates would rummage through my bag, I wrapped it tightly in a black plastic bag. With the set in hand, my spirits lifted. Tonight, I would bid farewell to my virginity. During class, thoughts of the set in my bag made me anxious. It was my first time buying something like this. If my classmates found out, I would be utterly humiliated. When class ended, I waited until Lynn Rand was alone and whispered, "I have the stuff. How about we go to your house at noon?" "What are you doing here?" "Stay away from me," Lynn Rand replied, clearly startled and raising her voice. I was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. Just yesterday, she had been warm towards me. Did she find out about my financial situation and now look down on me? If she thought poorly of me, I felt the same way about her. Upon returning to my seat, my deskmate watched me with a look of amusement. He had been observing our interaction. I ignored him, feeling it unnecessary to engage with someone like that. During the next class, Lynn Rand sent me a message saying, "My mom will be home at noon." "It's not convenient." I felt frustrated by Lynn Rand's response and didn't reply. I had hoped for some progress in our relationship, but she remained consistently dismissive. Staring at her message, I was taken aback when she sent another one. "In the future, unless it's something important, don't talk to me at school." Other classmates have been asking. Upon reading Lynn Rand's message, I understood her earlier reaction. Anger bubbled within me. How dare she treat me this way? I resolved that if I didn't confront her tonight, I wouldn't bear the by surname. After a long day of pent-up frustration, I finally made it to the evening. As soon as school ended, I followed Lynn Rand out of the school gates. When we reached a less crowded area, Lynn Rand stopped and said, "Bai-Hao, my mom isn't working today. It's not convenient. Let us talk tomorrow." Her words left me feeling disappointed. After holding in my feelings all day, I refused to let her off the hook. "No, we're doing this tonight," I insisted. Lynn Rand, initially calm, became irritated upon seeing my refusal. She bit her lip and glared at me. "Bai-Hao, why are you like this? I didn't say anything yesterday when you forgot the set. Can't you wait a bit today?" Her reasoning was valid, and I found myself at a loss for words. Yet, I had been waiting all day and could not wait any longer. "If your house isn't an option, let us go somewhere else," I proposed. "Where?" "A hotel," Lynn Rand asked, bewildered. The thought of finding a hotel made me take a deep breath. Even the cheapest ones would cost dozens of yuan, far beyond my means. Seeing my silence, Lynn Rand laughed coldly. "Bai-Hao, are you short on cash for a hotel?" My pride was wounded by her taunt. "I have money for a hotel," I retorted, though I knew the truth. "Come on, you have only a few yuan for pocket money. If you can't afford it, I'll cover it. The sooner we finish, the better. I don't want my classmates to see us and laugh." Lynn Rand's tone was icy, her beautiful face twisted with disdain. Her condescending attitude ignited a fire within me. As we reached the corridor, I suddenly grabbed Lynn Rand's hand and pulled her into an alcove. There were hardly any people around, and no one would know what we were doing there. Lynn Rand was startled by my abrupt action. She opened her mouth to scream, but I quickly covered it. Her beautiful, clear eyes widened in alarm as she looked at me, but I ignored her. I began to tease her like I had the day before. She tried to resist, but my strength overpowered her. In this secluded spot, I thought we could proceed without interruption. I glanced at Lynn Rand, whose large eyes were tightly shut. Seeing her like this made me smile. She wanted this as much as I did. I asked if we could begin, and she nodded in agreement. Elated by her consent, I hastily set my bag down and began searching for the set. In my nervousness, I tugged at the black plastic bag several times before finally retrieving the set. Lynn Rand had already regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, gazing at me in trepidation, and said, "By how? Are you really going to do that here? Wouldn't it have been better if you had just kept quiet?" Sweating profusely, I trembled as I fumbled with the box of the item. No, what if someone comes? I refuse to engage in this with you here." As she spoke, Lynn Rand adjusted her disheveled clothing that I had carelessly touched. "But you just said it was fine. Why this sudden change of heart?" I noticed her reluctance and began to feel anxious. "What I meant was, I didn't hear you clearly," she replied, her cheeks flushed, as she continued to fix her attire. Looking at Lynn Rand, I felt a surge of frustration. My desire was mounting, and if she continued to deny me, how was I to endure the long, restless night ahead? The more I pondered, the more agitated I became. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to disregard Lynn Rand's objections. I set the box aside and embraced her once more, this time not caring about her resistance. The moment I touched her, Lynn Rand quickly shut her eyes in fright. Chapter 6. Is your name by how? After a brief moment, as I unfastened Lynn Rand's trousers, a sudden sound of a door creaking open echoed in the corridor. Upon hearing that, both Lynn Rand and I hastily opened our eyes, our hearts nearly leaping from our chests. Lynn Rand, her face red as a beet, pushed me away and hurriedly began to straighten her clothes as she made her way outside. I too felt a wave of urgency as I stuffed the item I had purchased back into my backpack and rushed out after her. By the time I exited the corridor, Lynn Rand had already covered a considerable distance. I hurried to catch up with her, both of us panting heavily and blushing profusely. "You said we wouldn't do this in the corridor. Yet here we are," Lynn Rand pouted, clearly displeased. "If someone had seen us halfway through, how embarrassing that would be." "Hey, I didn't expect anyone to show up," I offered, feeling a rare moment of contrition. As our hearts gradually settled, we momentarily forgot the nature of our usual relationship. "Let us not do this anymore. You nearly scared me to death just now," Lynn Rand said, her tone still heated as she walked ahead. "Everything else is nearly done. Just a moment ago, didn't you seem quite eager?" I followed her, flustered. The moment my words left my mouth, Lynn Rand's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "How dare you say that?" She bit her lip in indignation, shooting me a furious glance. "Have you no shame?" Being scolded by Lynn Rand, I thought to myself, what a pretentious act. While I held this thought, I dared not voice it aloud. Instead, I hastily apologized. "Lynn Rand, I didn't mean it. I just misspoke. Just leave me be. You're insufferable," she snapped, quickening her pace. As she walked away, her legs moved awkwardly. From childhood, Lynn Rand had always called me shameless, even going so far as to insult my family. I despised her for it. Seeing her scornful expression ignited a fire within me. "Lynn Rand, what do you mean by that? Are you not standing by your words? If you're going back on them, I'll tell our classmates tomorrow." The moment I finished speaking, Lynn Rand halted. She pondered for a moment before looking at me with irritation. "By how, are you finished? It's just a trivial matter. Why must you fuss about it? Do you find it amusing to threaten me with this? Can't you show a bit of ambition? Can't you act like a man?" Her impatience and disdain pierced through me, leaving me in anguish. I loved Lynn Rand deeply. My affection for her transcended mere infatuation. She was beautiful, and I took pride in having such a stunning sister. Oh, how I longed to shout at her, "Sister, why can't you treat me better? Why can't you ever speak to me kindly?" The pain within me was overwhelming, truly overwhelming. I wanted to cry, but I held back the tears. My love for her had spiraled into an obsession. I desired nothing more than to possess her, to have her remember me, to make her eternally mine. With eyes blazing, I shouted at Lynn Rand, "So what if I'm not ambitious? So what if I'm not a man?" My voice rang out loudly. Yet Lynn Rand wasn't frightened. Instead, she stared at me with wide eyes. After a prolonged silence, she asked, "So, you're admitting you're not a man, then?" The bitter taste in my mouth grew stronger as I gritted my teeth and replied, "Yes, I'm not a man." "What of it?" "Huh. Well, isn't that convenient?" Lynn Rand sneered. As she laughed, she coldly retrieved a 100 yuan bill from her bag. Holding it up, she disdainfully remarked, "You can't even afford a room, yet you still dare to seek me out. You're broke, right? Well, Lynn Rand, have plenty of money. I don't care about spending it on a little gigolo like you. You're broke? I'll pay for you." As I gazed at the 100 yuan note in her hand and her contemptuous demeanor, My heart sank further. My eyes grew hot, and I felt tears welling up. You keep the money. Just don't expect me to pay for a room when the time comes. It's too humiliating for me. Save the rest for your escapades at the train station. I refuse to be associated with someone like you. As she spoke, Lin Ran forcefully tossed the 100 yuan bill at my face. The bill barely grazed my skin before fluttering to the ground. Although it didn't hurt physically, it struck a blow to my pride. You wanted to book a room, didn't you? You wanted to be with me, right? Go pick up the money. Lin Ran lifted her chin, looking down at me with disdain. I didn't bend down to retrieve the money. My vision was blurring. I was accustomed to this humiliation. Lin Ran had always taken pleasure in belittling me with money. In her eyes, only the wealthy deserved respect, while the poor were nothing but scum. If I had any shred of dignity left, I wouldn't have picked up that money. If I had any semblance of self-respect, I wouldn't have even brought up the idea of being with her. Bending down, I reached for the bill. I was pathetic. I had no self-respect. She used money to humiliate me, and I didn't care. After all, this was how it had always been between us. I knew she was trying to provoke me, attempting to make me give up on her. If she didn't want to be with me, I would insist on it. The moment my fingers brushed against the bill, tears streamed down my face, landing on the dry ground, creating little pools. I fought to hold back my tears as I bent down to pick up the money. A beautiful red canvas shoe stepped on the bill, and Lin Ran mockingly said, "By how? Let us make this clear. Since you took my money, you've admitted you're not a man. If you use my money to book a room, you're not allowed to come to my house again. We have nothing to do with each other from now on. If you see me, you must steer clear of me. Do you understand?" Lin Ran's feet were small, and her shoes were delicate, just like the polished tiles in her living room. Her shoes were always pristine, untouched by dirt. "Fine, I heard you," I replied. My throat constricted as if filled with cotton. Blinking back tears, I smiled and pushed her foot aside to retrieve the bill. "Truly shameless. The poor are indeed despicable," she concluded, satisfied with her mockery. Her vanity appeared to be fulfilled as she laughed and led the way ahead of me. With a seething gaze at Lin Ran's retreating figure, I followed her. Watching her sway with self-satisfaction, I felt an overwhelming urge to pin her down. Together, we walked toward the commercial district. Both our families lived in the city, surrounded by numerous shopping malls and stores. As we ventured closer to the bustling commercial area, the air was filled with the enticing aromas of barbecue, skewers, and grilled squid. Neither of us had eaten, and the sight of those dishes made us both feel a pang of hunger. Observing Lin Ran's expression, I could tell she was tempted, yet her pride prevented her from indulging. She merely glanced at the food before turning away. The commercial district was alive with adults bustling about. Lin Ran shot me a glare as I turned around, leaving me puzzled and furrowing my brows in confusion. We exchanged glances for several seconds, and with a hint of displeasure, Lin Ran muttered softly, "Are you foolish? If you wish to engage in such activities with me, why not seek out a hotel? I must tell you, it ought to be clean and decent. I refuse to stay in a filthy place." I responded coldly, assuring her that I would find a modest lodging. The area surrounding the small inns was replete with affordable options, some as low as 20 yuan. Lin Ran handed me 100 yuan, and unwilling to take advantage of her, I opted for the finest accommodation, precisely 100 yuan. Lin Ran stood by a stall, waiting for me with an air of disdain. Once I secured the room, she followed me towards the inn. "Lin Ran, what brings you here?" A voice called out just as we neared the small hotel. It was a boy named Wu Di, who looked quite presentable in his designer attire, easily identifiable by the prominent logo emblazoned on his clothing. He stood alongside two classmates from our school. Upon seeing him, Lin Ran's face flushed instantly. Surprised, she managed a shy smile. "Wu Di, what are you doing here?" "Oh, just hanging out with my friends," Wu Di replied with a grin. My heart raced at the sight of him. Earlier, my deskmate had mentioned that Wu Di had been looking for me, but I had dismissed it. Now, facing him made me uneasy. Wu Di had always shown interest in Lin Ran, and having spent the last few days with her, I felt a twinge of anxiety. As Wu Di spoke to me, I felt a tightening in my chest. I pondered briefly and nodded. There was no animosity between us. He likely wouldn't resort to violence. Yet, should he strike me, I would retaliate fiercely. I could not allow myself to be humiliated in front of Lin Ran, for such an act would surely diminish her regard for me. Fortunately, Wu Di did not strike. He merely inquired about my name before casting a penetrating glance my way, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Observing his contemptuous expression, I thought to myself, "What are you looking at? Apologies for intruding upon your conversation, Wu Di remarked, glancing back at Lin Ran with a mischievous smirk. Don't say such things. I hardly know him, Lin Ran interjected, flustered by Wu Di's implication. Ha! I said nothing. Why are you explaining yourself? Wu Di teased, his gaze roving over Lin Ran. You're such a creep, Lin Ran retorted playfully, giving him a light shove. Her demeanor was markedly warm when conversing with Wu Di, a stark contrast to her frigid attitude towards me. When Lin Ran playfully hit Wu Di, he didn't flinch, accepting the gentle blow with a smile. Watching them interact stirred a sense of discomfort within me. Wu Di had spoiled my chances, and I felt a surge of frustration. Yet, there was little I could do. He came from a well-off family. As I watched Lin Ran enjoying herself with Wu Di, my disdain for her grew. I perceived her as rather superficial and vulgar. Feeling invisible amidst their banter, I quietly distanced myself, casting a glance back at them, cursing under my breath. The commercial center was a fair distance from my home, and by the time I began my journey back, the sky was nearly dark. Upon arriving home, my mother inquired about my late return. I contemplated my response and mentioned that I had been out with Lin Ran, which elicited a look of surprise from her. After a brief moment, my mother smiled contentedly. She and my father had always favored Lin Ran, despite her occasional disdain for them. Even when Lin Ran expressed her aversion, my parents remained unfazed. I recalled instances where my mother would affectionately pat Lin Ran, and despite Lin Ran's visible discomfort, my mother would dismiss it, assuring Lin Ran's mother that children often lacked understanding. White How, I just baked a cake. Why don't you take some of Lin Ran? My mother suggested. Her culinary skills were impressive, and she frequently asked me to deliver treats to Lin Ran. On occasion, when Lin Ran lacked supervision at home, my mother would invite her over for meals or even overnight stays. Although Lin Ran had dined at my home numerous times, she had never stayed the night. During meal times, Lin Ran insisted on washing the dishes again, even after my mother had cleaned them thoroughly. My mother's insistence on having me take the cake was likely an attempt to foster a closer bond between Lin Ran and me. The freshly baked cake exuded a delightful aroma as my mother carefully packed it into a box and secured it in a plastic bag. Recalling Lin Ran's disdainful expression upon seeing Wu Di earlier, I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, and I hesitated to see her again. Clutching the cake, I deliberated for some time before finally descending the stairs. I still had Lin Ran's 100 yuan in my possession, and I intended to return it to her, ensuring she didn't think I was taking advantage of her. While walking towards Lin Ran's house, I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to bring protection. This presented a prime opportunity. Perhaps I could engage with Lin Ran in other ways. Feeling a pang of regret for having ventured so far without retrieving it, I pressed on. Upon knocking on Lin Ran's door, I found only her mother at home. Delighted by my gesture of bringing cake for Lin Ran, she welcomed me inside. The television was on in the living room, and Lin Ran's mother offered me an apple. Noticing Lin Ran's absence, I felt a twinge of curiosity. Excuse me, Annie, where is Lin Ran? I'm not sure. She hasn't returned since school. I called her, and she mentioned she was out dining with friends. Lin Ran's mother replied, smiling gently. The mention of her dining with friends unsettled me, for I was certain it was with Wu Di. I cursed Lin Ran inwardly for moving on so swiftly. White How, Lin Ran has a computer in her room. Why don't you go play for a bit? Since she's not home, you can enjoy yourself without her interruption, Lin Ran's mother suggested kindly, noticing my boredom. I held a deep respect for Lin Ran's mother, who had always been kind to me. The invitation to play on Lin Ran's computer piqued my interest. Perhaps I could discover some of her hidden secrets. Entering Lin Ran's room, I noted how tidy it was. Spacious and well-lit, her room was inviting. Instead of playing on her computer, I sought to uncover any remnants of her private moments. I opened the bedside drawer, only to find it devoid of what I sought. Instead, it contained her nightwear, clothes, and socks. The sight of her delicate undergarments intrigued me, igniting a flush to my cheeks. Just as I contemplated indulging myself, I heard voices in the living room. Lin Ran had returned. Hastily, I tucked her belongings away. Hastily dressing, I felt discomfort as I heard Lin Ran approaching her room. Upon entering, she appeared displeased to find me there. Concerned about her mother overhearing, she shut the door and frowned. What are you doing here? Didn't we agree that after you took my money, you wouldn't come to my house again? Oh, did I take your money? I replied coldly, pulling out the cash and slapping it onto her desk. Lin Ran's surprise was evident as she saw me return the money. Yet, she quickly regained her icy demeanor, stating, "Even if you didn't take my money, you should come here less often. Leave now, and we can engage in that activity tomorrow. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other." Seeing her frigid expression, I thought to myself, how utterly shameless she is, so quickly enthralled by Wu Di. I feigned nonchalance, taunting her, "So, how was it hanging out with Wu Di? Enjoying yourself, I presume? Whether I enjoyed it or not is none of your concern." Lin Ran replied, chin held high. I had initially intended to take advantage of her, but her attitude dampened my spirits. I glared at her and retorted, "Don't pretend. Just wait until tomorrow, and you'll be crying out." "Ha, you'll be quick to shoot, I suppose," Lin Ran scoffed, looking down at me. With a huff, I chose not to engage further. I still held some confidence in my abilities. I was certain I could endure for at least a few minutes. After bidding farewell to Lin Ran's mother, she inquired why I was not staying longer and whether I was once again upset with Ran. I replied that it was not the case, as I needed to return home. Once home, I took a shower and lay on my bed, contemplating the events of the next day. By chance, I noticed a missed call notification on my phone from an unfamiliar number. I had left my phone behind when I visited Lin Ran's house, so I opened it to check the message. It read, "Stay away from Lin Ran. Don't be a nuisance." Reading that message made me tremble with anger. It was evident that Wu Di was behind it. How dare he meddle in my affairs with Lin Ran, when he was not even her boyfriend? I contemplated responding with an insult, but decided against it. Engaging with such a despicable person was beneath me. The night passed in silence, and the next day at school, Lin Ran sent me a message stating that I should not walk home with her after school, but instead go directly to her house. Reading her message filled me with indignation. Was she embarrassed to be seen with me? I resolved to show her just how wrong she was. When school ended, Lin Ran indeed did not wait for me. After packing her belongings, she hurriedly left the classroom. Watching her rush out, I found it rather amusing, as if anyone wanted to accompany her. Regardless, we were not walking together, and I took my time gathering my things. As I exited the classroom, I spotted 3 people, Wu Di and the 2 classmates I had seen the previous night. "Bai Hao, come over. I need to speak with you," Wu Di beckoned. I initially intended to walk past, but his gesture compelled me to approach. "Oh, you're quite the show-off, aren't you?" Wu Di smirked as he suddenly kicked me. To avoid embarrassing Lin Ran, I ensured my school uniform was always clean, but his kick left a mark on my pants. I wanted to retaliate, yet I hesitated, knowing I was outnumbered. "Did you see the message I sent you yesterday?" Wu Di nonchalantly chewed his gum. "Yes," I replied, clenching my fists and glaring at him. "Just remember this. Keep your distance from Lin Ran," he sneered, casting one last disdainful glance before leaving with his companions. One of them laughed, remarking about my inability to fight back. Hearing that made my blood boil, I wished to confront him. Wu Di's kick had drawn the attention of several classmates, and I felt humiliated, fearing they would tell Lin Ran. Walking out of school, I felt a heaviness in my heart. If it came to a fight, I would not fear Wu Di, but with his friend around, I knew I stood no chance. From primary school through high school, Lin Ran had always led her classmates in ostracizing me, deeming my family too poor to be associated with hers. Whenever she encountered me, she would mock me cruelly. She excelled academically and was attractive, earning the admiration of her peers. By middle school, her classmates had learned to join in her ridicule, and the bullying persisted into high school. Not only did they torment me, but they also spread rumors about me, isolating me from any potential friends. I once asked Lin Ran if she found joy in my suffering. "Bai Hao, I find it disgusting to have a poor relative like you. Just drop out. If you do, I won't mention you anymore. Not that your grades are impressive," she coldly retorted. Her words still echoed in my mind, spoken shortly after the start of our first year in high school. Hearing her made my heart sink. Wu Di's kick left me feeling humiliated. I tried to brush off the mark on my pants, but the dirt clung stubbornly. Instead of visiting Lin Ran, I went straight home, ashamed to face her after being kicked. I dreaded the possibility of her uttering even more hurtful words. Upon returning home, I removed my pants to wash them. While washing, Lin Ran sent me another message. "Ha, Bai Hao, you're only brave when it comes to me. You didn't even dare to retaliate against Wu Di." Her message stirred a mix of shame and anger within me, and I felt like throwing my phone. Clenching it tightly, I replied, "Get lost. Stop sending me messages. Who are you calling shameless? Are you not coming to my house anymore? Just so you know, it was your choice to back out. If you dare to spread rumors about me, you'll regret it." Lin Ran quickly responded, her tone evidently furious. My anger flared. She was inciting my wrath. I wished to confront her, feeling an overwhelming resentment towards Lynn Ran. If it weren't for her, I would not be in this predicament. I messaged her back, who says I'm backing out. I'm coming to your house now, and if you refuse me, I'll make sure everyone knows your secrets. After sending that, I changed into clean clothes and headed towards her house, deliberately placing a condom in my pocket. As I approached Lynn Ran's home, a wave of anxiety washed over me. I was on the brink of finally possessing her. Despite her disdain for me, I was determined to conquer her. With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I climbed the stairs and knocked on her door, my hand trembling. Lynn Ran asked who it was, and upon hearing my voice, she opened the door without a word. Upon entering, I changed into slippers, and Lynn Ran was already seated in the living room with her arms crossed. Her expression was cold, and upon seeing me, she let out a dismissive huff. She was clad in a loose white t-shirt and shorts, her long legs appearing delicate. Initially planning to argue, I was instantly overcome with desire and lunged toward her, wrapping my arms around her and kissing her neck. Her usual fierce demeanor melted away, and she became as gentle as a lamb. I relished this tenderness and wished for it to last forever, even though I knew it was a mere fantasy. In an unexpected moment of passion, just as I was about to remove her clothing, Lynn Ran suddenly pushed me away. Her face flushed as she suggested we move to the bedroom. Although the house was empty, the thought of being caught by her mother filled me with apprehension. Taking a deep breath, I released her. Lynn Ran's face was flushed, her eyes glistening. She glanced at me before walking toward the small room. Watching her slender figure, a pang of sadness struck me. My relationship with Lynn Ran was predicated on coercion. Deep down, she craved affection, yet loathed me simultaneously. If I crossed that line, I would lose any leverage I had over her. The thought of becoming strangers in the future was disheartening. Was my desire for her purely physical? Hesitating, I followed her into the small room. After locking the door, I found Lynn Ran lying on the bed, perhaps shy, with her eyes closed. My mind was in turmoil. I longed to possess her, yet hesitated, knowing that if I did, I might never have the chance to touch her again. The air was thick with our shared tension, and when I withdrew my hand, it felt as if time had frozen. Lynn Ran, yearning for connection, slowly opened her eyes, shimmering with emotion. She gazed at me, and I at her, feeling the heat radiate from my reddened face. Lynn Ran's demeanor shifted back to its original state as she glared at me. By how? What are you planning? I forgot to bring it again, I stammered. Her expression transformed from red to white, then to a shade of green, visibly furious. By how? Are you ever going to stop? Is this intentional? You're always taking advantage of me without any follow-through. Is it amusing to you? Articulated the thoughts that lingered in my mind, leaving me feeling quite embarrassed. Although she could be rather cheeky, her intelligence was undeniable. My little scheme was no match for her perceptiveness. Overcome by awkwardness, I averted my gaze, wishing to take advantage of her on a few more occasions. No, I truly forgot to bring it, I stammered, casting a sheepish glance at her. Nonsense, you definitely brought it. I could sense it earlier, she retorted, flaring up in indignation. Her words left me feeling flustered, and I found myself at a loss for words as I gazed at her. Earlier, when we had been playful, I had felt something in my pocket. How foolish of me to concoct such an unskilled lie. See, I knew you brought it despite your claims to the contrary. Tell me, is it that you haven't taken enough advantage of me and wish to seize more? Lynn Ran regarded me with disdain, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Who wants to take advantage of you? I merely thought you were being pretentious and wanted to put you in your place. Do you really think I have any affection for you? You flatter yourself. Her words made me blush, and I felt compelled to retort. As I argued back, I fidgeted with my legs, attempting to conceal any telltale bulge in my jeans. Stop pretending. You are clearly fond of me, Lynn Ran remarked, a hint of pride in her voice as she observed my discomfort. Let me check your pocket. If there is something in there, you are shameless. There is nothing. Don't touch my pocket, I exclaimed, twisting away from her probing hand. Unbeknownst to us, our playful banter escalated into a delightful tussle. Engaging with Lynn Ran was quite enjoyable. Her stubbornness drove her to persist in her attempts to investigate my pocket. I dodged her advances repeatedly, yet she lunged at me with playful ferocity. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of happiness. Unfortunately, the moment was fleeting as Lynn Ran's phone rang. Interrupting our frolic, she hurried outside to answer the call, leaving the room thick with the remnants of our playful energy, the bed slightly damp from our antics. Lynn Ran carried a fragrant scent, reminiscent of her bath products. Even after she left, the room retained a delightful aroma, akin to a freshly cleaned bathroom. After a moment, she returned, her gaze fixed on me with an unusual intensity. "What are you staring at?" I stammered, feeling uneasy under her scrutiny. "My mother is working late tonight and has asked me to stay over at your place," Lynn Rand declared, locking her gaze onto mine. "Oh," I replied, feeling a wave of discontent wash over me at the thought of her mother sending her to my house. "Your place is too small. You should come to mine tonight and we can finish up quickly," Lynn Rand suggested. Her unexpected assertiveness caught me off guard. As I observed her bashful demeanor, a peculiar sensation stirred within me, an amalgamation of sweetness and a tinge of jealousy. "Do you truly desire this?" I inquired, intrigued by the shift in dynamics. My previous eagerness had morphed into her own desire, and I found the situation rather amusing. Perhaps my question was somewhat foolish, for Lynn Rand shot me an irritated glance. Her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Ah," she exclaimed, her impatience evident, yet the inflection in her voice hinted at something more enticing. With the house empty that evening, we were less hurried than before. Lynn Rand took a sip of water and tidied her disheveled hair in the bathroom. Upon emerging, she found me standing idly, prompting her to roll her eyes and say, "Let's go inside." Obediently, I followed her into the room, exchanging glances before she closed her eyes, indicating something unspoken. Her suggestive gesture prompted me to think that Lynn Rand was quite the tease. I had always initiated our playful encounters, yet now she seemed to desire it herself, which filled me with delight. Unable to resist, I embraced her and captured her lips with mine. Lynn Rand was slender, and holding her felt comforting. In turn, she clung to me tightly. As our playful antics escalated, Lynn Rand asked, "By how? Did you bring protection? If so, hurry up and retrieve it. I can't bear it any longer." "I have it," I replied, momentarily forgetting my earlier fib. As I reached for it, Lynn Rand suddenly opened her eyes and questioned, "Didn't you just say you didn't have it?" Her words caught me off guard, and I felt an embarrassed flush creep across my cheeks. I claimed I didn't have it because I didn't want to end things so abruptly. I stammered, realizing how brazenly she had pierced through my facade. Lynn Rand, ever astute, discerned my true intentions. "Are you fond of me, seeking to take advantage of me?" She probed, her gaze unwavering. I hesitated, unwilling to concede my feelings. "Stop pretending. You forgot how you refused to let me touch your pocket earlier?" As she loosened her grip on me, her eyes bore into mine, prompting a wave of embarrassment. I felt exposed, and, as I gradually released her, she asked, "By how, if you genuinely wish to be with me, that's fine. But after this, you can't cling to me anymore. This back and forth is simply too much." Her words struck a chord, and I felt a pang of sorrow. Unwittingly, I realized I had developed a fondness for Lynn Rand. Despite her teasing nature, I found myself drawn to her. The thought of severing ties after a single encounter felt unbearable. "Are you suggesting that after tonight, we'll have nothing to do with each other?" I queried, my heart sinking at her nod of affirmation. Lynn Rand's eagerness to end our connection distressed me further. My affection for her extended beyond mere physical attraction. I treasured her essence. The messages she had sent me were carefully preserved, each one a source of joy. I understood her disdain for our relationship, fearing the judgment of her peers, yet I longed for our companionship. Previously, I had returned home to solitude, watching television alone or wandering outside. Since discovering the neighbor's sister engaging in intimate acts, my days felt remarkably fulfilling. Not only did I enjoy Lynn Rand's company, I cherished our conversations. I realized I had genuinely fallen for her, deeply and fervently. Observing her serious demeanor, I felt a chill. It seemed I was not the one in control, but rather a pawn in her game. In her eyes, I was merely a tool, a sophisticated remote control she could discard at will. The thought ignited a fire within me. If we were to play, I desired to be the one in charge. Amidst these thoughts, I tightened my grip around her waist, my actions now less gentle and more assertive. Lynn Rand reacted with a proud yet delicate squint. However, as the moments passed, she began to sense a shift in my demeanor. Frowning, she implored, "By how? Could you ease up a bit? That hurts." "All right, I will," I replied with a cold smirk. Gradually, Lynn Rand seemed to relax, her body responding to my touch. With her eyes closed, she urged me to hasten, expressing her mounting desire. As I heard her words, I felt increasingly like her remote control, a sentiment that left me unsettled. "Lynn Rand, are you a virgin?" I finally asked, seeking clarity amidst the chaos. Yes, she answered, her eyes still closed as she surrendered to the moment. I'm pleased to hear that Lynn Rand is innocent, which has significantly alleviated my inner turmoil. I pondered for a moment before asking Lynn Rand, do you enjoy being bullied by me? Lynn Rand remained silent, perhaps out of embarrassment. I pressed further, do you really like it when I bully you? I applied a little more pressure with my hands. Lynn Rand bit her lip and let out a soft hum. Hurry up, she urged, displaying a hint of impatience as I merely caressed her without any decisive action. My hands are sore. Could you take a turn? After a moment's contemplation, I decided against continuing with Lynn Rand. If it were to be play, I preferred to be the one in control. I had no desire to be treated like a mere toy. Just hurry up, I insisted. Lynn Rand closed her eyes and ignored me. Her refusal ignited my frustration. Why is it okay for me to tease you, but not for you to return the favor? I questioned, removing my hands and scrutinizing her. What do you intend to do? Lynn Rand, sensing my withdrawal, appeared somewhat displeased. She opened her eyes and shot me a glare. I'm done. I'm tired. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I felt rather petty, knowing that Lynn Rand desired my attention. Yet I stubbornly withheld it from her. Observing my mischievous demeanor, Lynn Rand became quite irate. What do you want me to do with you? She demanded, pointing below. Whatever you want to do to me, just do it back, I replied. Pervert, I'm not doing that, she retorted, biting her lip in disdain. If you won't reciprocate, then neither will I. I glared at Lynn Rand in annoyance. She smirked at my anger, possibly contemplating helping me out, but after a long pause, she refrained from making a move. With an exasperated glare, Lynn Rand stood up and headed towards the door. Where are you going? I asked, puzzled. Ignoring me. She slammed the bathroom door shut. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air. Listening to the water, I couldn't help but chuckle, suspecting that Lynn Rand was irked by my antics. She had quite the temper, having glared at me as she left, and her displeasure was evident as she re-entered the room. Her large, beautiful eyes were captivating, and she smelled delightful after her shower. Although I felt a twinge of unease under her gaze, her anger brought me a peculiar sense of satisfaction. This was the reaction I sought. She had been dismissive of me for too long. Lynn Rand, noticing my somewhat amused expression, shouted, What are you looking at? Hurry and take a shower. When you come out, I'll help you. Chapter 10. Lynn Rand cares for me. The news of Lynn Rand wanting to assist me filled me with joy. I had always been the one to bully her, and now it was my turn to relish the moment. As the bathroom door closed, I excitedly whispered to myself, I'm so incredibly happy. After my shower, I hurriedly dried off and dashed back to Lynn Rand's room. She seemed impatient with my pace. Upon entering, I found her seated at her computer, chatting on QQ. Standing behind her, I noticed she was conversing with another girl who sent a shy emoji. I tried what you suggested. It was truly exhilarating. Who is that? I thought, understanding the context of their conversation. None of your business, Lynn Rand replied curtly. I have something to attend to, so I must go. After finishing her reply, she closed QQ and turned to me with an annoyed expression. By how? How do you want me to help you? With my hands? My cheeks flushed at her words. I did indeed desire her to use her hands, but only after I had taken full advantage of the situation. No, just a few touches will suffice. Once I feel satisfied, I'll make sure you're happy. My confidence wavered as I spoke. In the past, when I despised Lynn Rand, I would curse at her without hesitation. Now, as I found myself developing feelings for her, I hesitated to raise my voice. All right, as long as you don't mention anything vulgar, I can help you. Otherwise, I might get annoyed. I think guys who do that on their own are weird, Lynn Rand remarked, looking down on me. Seriously, you do that at home and still call others strange? I grumbled inwardly, feeling the sting of her words. Anyway, let's get on with it, I urged, sensing her impatience as I fell silent. Fine, she responded, and I found myself increasingly inclined to comply with her wishes. I obediently laid back on the bed, gazing at Lynn Rand, feeling embarrassed under my scrutiny. She turned off her computer and the lights. The room became cloaked in darkness, and with the window open, I could hear the distant honking of cars. In the dark, Lynn Rand nudged me, accidentally catching her hand on the zipper of my pants, which caused her discomfort. Pouting and frowning, she playfully hit me, saying, Could you please take off your pants? I can't stand seeing you in those. The pants were a bargain from a large department store, costing just over $30. I felt a bit uncomfortable after her sarcastic remark, but after a moment's thought, I decided to remove them. The summer heat made me feel much more at ease without them. The room was quiet, and I sensed Lynn Rand growing tired, perhaps from her exertions. I could no longer contain myself. I embraced Lynn Ran tightly, causing her to gasp in surprise. Her voice was enchanting and exhilarating, nearly overwhelming me. After a moment, I confessed that I wanted to start directly, unable to wait any longer. She nodded in agreement. The protection, Lynn Ran reminded me, with no one in her house. She had left the condoms on her computer desk. As I went to retrieve them, Lynn Ran called out for me to hurry, and I thought to myself, just wait. You'll see. Upon returning, she resumed her teasing, and, as I had never been with a girl before, this being my first experience, I was taken aback by her earlier actions. I feared that if something were to happen before we were ready, she would look down on me afterward. Wait, I said, feeling overwhelmed. My stomach hurts, I confessed. Why are you always so troublesome? Lynn Ran replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she playfully hit me. Her light-hearted swats did not hurt, and I found a strange joy in them. I pleaded with her, please, just wait until I return from the bathroom. Hurry up. I'm getting annoyed. She replied impatiently, giving me a firm push. Just as we were about to take the next step, my sudden interruption seemed to dampen her spirits. Climbing off Lynn Ran's bed, I rushed to the bathroom. As I ran, I thought it's best if you're a little anxious, if I end up embarrassed. That would be mortifying. After some time in the bathroom, I finally felt better. I couldn't quite understand why I had been feeling discomfort after relieving myself. My stomach felt much improved. Upon my return, Lynn Ran was tidying up her room. She shot me an irritated glance and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better," I replied. I had expected her to urge me to continue, but instead, she showed concern for my well-being. "If your stomach still hurts, just lie down for a while." "I really don't feel like doing anything right now," Lynn Ran said, her tone lacking warmth. I figured that my repeated interruptions must have been quite annoying for her. "All right, I'll take a moment to rest." Lynn Ran's concern warmed my heart, leaving me a bit touched. I lay on her bed while she sat at her computer. Observing her slender silhouette, I felt a rush of inexplicable emotions. As long as she cared for me and treated me kindly, I would be content without engaging in anything further. After lying there for a while, I felt much more comfortable and my unease had dissipated. Lynn Ran, having played games for a while, began to look sleepy. She yawned and turned to me, asking, "Is your stomach feeling any better? If not, I could find you some medicine," she offered. "Yes, it's much better." Lynn Ran's concern left me astonished. I felt unworthy of troubling her further. "If you're feeling fine, let us just sleep. I'm a bit tired," she suggested, glancing at me wearily. All right, I had never stayed over at her house, let alone slept beside her. The thought of sharing a bed with her was exhilarating. Now, Lynn Ran and I share a unique relationship. We sleep together, which is certainly exhilarating. The evenings can be dull, yet I can still take advantage of her presence. "I'm going to sleep," Lynn Ran said softly. "Yes, sleep," I nodded in response. "I'm going to sleep. Are you leaving soon? You don't want to sleep with me, do you?" Lynn Ran looked at me, her eyes wide. To my surprise, I realized she wasn't actually inviting me to share her bed. I had misinterpreted her intentions, feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. I reluctantly climbed off her bed. Having never slept with a girl before, I couldn't help but wish I could share a bed with Lynn Ran. As I stepped out of Lynn Ran's room, she called me back. I was taken aback and quickly turned to face her. "Bye, how? Tell me, do you like me?" Lynn Ran asked, her tone casual. "No," I replied without hesitation. While I did harbor a slight affection for her, I could never admit it. "Well, it's good that you don't. It's impossible for us," Lynn Ran said, her gaze becoming somewhat cold. I understood her sentiment without needing further clarification. Seeing her expression stirred discomfort within me. "Please, don't tell anyone about us. If you enjoy being with me, we can do so when we're alone. But if you spill the beans, I will never let you touch me again," Lynn Ran said, biting her lip. I understood her point. She was a girl who valued her reputation. If others discovered our secret, it would tarnish her name. We both recognized that we were playing with fire, yet we could not resist the allure of youth. We were captivated by the intoxicating thrill of our actions, even if we knew it was wrong. "Rest assured, I won't tell anyone," I assured her earnestly. "I may be foolish, but I would never stoop so low as to betray Lynn Ran. After all, she is like a sister to me, and I would sooner protect her than harm her." "That's more like it. Now go to sleep," Lynn Ran replied, clearly satisfied with my response. That night, I slept in Lynn Ran's living room. Lying on the couch, I felt a bit disheartened. Out of nowhere, a sudden urge arose within me. Perhaps it was because I frequently indulged in fantasies involving Lynn Ran's lingerie. Even the slightest stimulation was overwhelming. I decided I needed to exercise self-control, lest I find myself embarrassed. Struggling to fall asleep, I lay on the couch, reminiscing about the way Lynn Ran had shown concern for me, which filled my heart with sweetness. The next day, Lynn Ran and I went to school together. With no one to prepare breakfast for us, Lynn Ran treated me to a meal on the way. I hesitated to accept her generosity, but she dismissed my concerns, saying, "Forget it. What do you even have for pocket money? Don't pretend." I felt uneasy about relying on Lynn Ran's money, especially since my mother had not yet given me my allowance for the day. I resolved to buy her something in return later that afternoon. Although we were required to wear uniforms at school, I had spent the night at Lynn Ran's house and hadn't had the chance to change. Many students often disregarded the uniform policy, so I figured I would be fine. As we walked, Lynn Ran teased me about my jeans. Approaching the school entrance, she quietly urged me not to follow her, hastening her pace towards the gate. I sensed her apprehension about being seen with me, leaving me feeling a bit disheartened. She still looked down on me, but I hoped that once I had money, things would change. Lynn Ran quickened her pace to distance herself from me. As she reached the school gate, I noticed a group of girls blocking her path. Chapter 11. I want to study hard upon arriving at the school entrance. I saw several girls surrounding Lynn Ran. They were all dressed casually, clearly not the model students. I approached them as I overheard one girl with dyed blonde hair confront Lynn Ran, saying, "Wu Di is my boyfriend. Stay away from him. Got it? Are you out of your mind?" "I have nothing to do with Wu Di," Lynn Ran retorted dismissively, her privileged background giving her a sense of superiority. "It's best if I never hear about you two together. Otherwise, you'll regret it," the blonde girl warned before storming off with her friends. I couldn't help but glance at the blonde girl. She was somewhat attractive, dressed in stockings that made her appealing. I thought to myself, how low Wu Di must be to pursue Lynn Ran when he already has a girlfriend. Noticing my gaze, the blonde shot me a fierce look. And as her group walked away, they all glanced at Lynn Ran and me. Lynn Ran indeed had no ties to Wu Di. They had merely shared a meal once. She was understandably upset about being threatened without reason. She caught me watching and directed her frustration at me, snapping, "Didn't I tell you to stay away? Are you out of your mind?" Feeling unjustly scolded, I was equally irritated. Why'd she take out on me? Lynn Ran seemed to want to say something more, but upon seeing her classmates watching us, she turned and walked away, fearing any assumptions about our relationship. Her retreating figure infuriated me. As I entered the classroom, Lynn Ran was busy organizing her things. I shot her a glare, and she met my gaze with one of her own. When I returned to my seat, my desk mate coldly asked, "What is up? Haven't you had enough of a beating yesterday? Why do you care?" I snapped, frustration boiling within me. "Well, it doesn't concern me, but it does concern Wu Di," my desk mate replied sarcastically. Hearing Wu Di's name uttered so casually made my blood boil. The name felt like a curse on my tongue. "Be careful. If you keep hanging around Lynn Ran, Wu Di might pay you a visit," he added, sounding almost gleeful. I was seething with anger, wanting to retaliate, but I refrained. My desk mate was taller and stronger than I, and if I were to lose a fight, Lynn Ran would undoubtedly mock me. I contemplated that if he chose to inform Wu Di about my insult, so be it. I could handle a beating. Wu Di was despicable, and I had no doubt his fate would be grim. After the first class ended, we moved on to the homeroom teacher's lecture. To my dismay, the teacher noticed my lack of uniform. Upon entering the classroom, he called me out, questioning why aren't you wearing your uniform? I washed it yesterday, and it wasn't dry, I stammered. The teacher scoffed at my excuse, his disdain evident. I had a poor academic record and was generally quiet, which didn't earn me any favor. Instead of dismissing me like he did with other students, he ordered me out of the classroom to stand in the hallway. As I stepped outside, my classmates stared at me, and I felt humiliated. Lynn Ran didn't even glance my way. As I passed her, she quickly looked down, pretending not to know me. Standing alone in the corridor, I felt wronged. My cousin Lynn Ran looked down on me, my classmates ostracized me, and now even the homeroom teacher bullied me. I couldn't help but think that perhaps it would be better to drop out of such a school. A bitter resentment brewed within me. I had done nothing wrong, so why did they treat me so poorly? Unbeknownst to me, I stood there for an entire class. Near the end, I received a text message. "Have some ambition and study harder. Don't let the teacher look down on you." I glanced at the message. It was from Lynn Ran. Seeing her concern for me brought a warmth to my heart. If only she had shown such care sooner. A single thoughtful message erased the morning's harshness, lifting my spirits considerably. Finally, the class ended and my legs ached from standing. Just as I began to move, The teacher emerged with the lesson materials. The class teacher is a middle-aged man who wears glasses and often boasts about his achievements in Sanda, urging us to behave ourselves. When he approached, he coldly admonished me to remember to wear my school uniform next time. I acknowledged him, even though I felt annoyed inside. I kept my composure outwardly. Despite the triviality of it all, his words struck a nerve. After delivering his remark, he turned and walked away, leaving me fuming at his retreating figure, filled with frustration and a fleeting desire to retaliate. As the teacher departed, my classmates began to trickle out of the classroom. The first to emerge was Lin Ran, accompanied by a rather attractive girl from our class, who happened to be Lin Ran's spirited friend. To my surprise, the girl seemed to take an interest in me, holding Lin Ran's hand while casting lingering glances in my direction. "What are you staring at? Let us go," Lin Ran urged her, noticing her fixation on me. And with a mischievous smile, she exchanged a knowing look with me before leaving. Feeling a pang of insecurity at her laughter, my first instinct was to assume mockery, but upon reflection, it felt more amiable than derisive. The girl seemed to be a close confidant of Lin Ran, perhaps aware of the dynamics between us. After Lin Ran and her friend exited, my deskmate followed suit. He had a knack for being obnoxious, whispering to me that he had informed Wu Di about my insults towards him, warning me to brace for a confrontation after school. The mere thought of Wu Di knowing my words sent a chill down my spine. As I contemplated the impending confrontation, I hoped that if I were to face Wu Di's wrath, it would be discreet, avoiding the gaze of Lin Ran. After the recess exercises, I returned to the classroom to read, but my mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. My deskmate sat beside me, crunching on snacks, the incessant sound grating on my nerves. During class, feeling utterly uninterested, I texted Lin Ran, expressing my struggles with studying and requesting her help. After sending the message, anxiety gripped me, fearing her response might be a reprimand. It was already a feat for her to show concern, and I felt guilty for asking for more. As expected, my apprehensions were confirmed. Lin Ran did not reply, seemingly indifferent to my plea. When class ended, a boy approached me, pointing and announcing that Wu Di wanted to see me. The eyes of my classmates turned towards me, and I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment. I wanted to lash out, questioning their stares, but I held my tongue, aware that Wu Di's intentions were likely hostile. I was not foolish enough to walk out and face him. Sitting still, I noticed my deskmate reveling in my predicament, smirking as he nudged me, urging me to confront Wu Di. Angered, I retorted, "Shut up." Though I knew I couldn't physically overpower him, I wasn't intimidated. We were both just ordinary individuals, devoid of allies in a fight. My insult only prompted him to retaliate, taunting me further. "You're not coming out, huh? Just wait till school's out," he jeered. As the classroom emptied, I remained seated, trying to summon the courage to leave. The corridor was deserted when I finally stepped outside, my heart racing with the hope that Wu Di had already departed. Just as I relished the thought of evading confrontation, I was unexpectedly kicked in the rear, startling me as Wu Di and his two friends appeared from nowhere. I despised such demeaning gestures and felt a surge of anger as they confronted me. "What's the matter? Think you're better than me?" Wu Di taunted, his voice dripping with malice. I felt trapped, explaining that I hadn't sought him out earlier due to a stomachache. He laughed mockingly, delivering a punch to my gut that left me gasping. "You feel pain, huh?" He jeered, tightening his grip on my neck. I was furious but powerless, stifling my rage as I attempted to push his arm away. Seeing my resistance only fueled his aggression, and as he tightened his grip, I forced a smile, trying to placate him. "I didn't mean to insult you. It was my deskmate's fault," I pleaded, hoping to defuse the situation. Wu Di's laughter echoed ominously as he continued to choke me, his friends joining in on the torment. "You think you can insult me without consequences?" He sneered. "I truly didn't mean it," I reiterated, but my words fell on deaf ears. "Next time you dare to speak out, you better watch yourself," he warned, shoving me away. I stumbled, but was relieved when he didn't follow up with further blows. Eager to avoid further conflict, I quickly assured him, "I won't insult you again, I promise." With a chilling grin, he replied, "You better not." Or else I lowered my gaze, unable to meet his eyes, feeling a mix of dread and humiliation. To speak of confrontations, I believe I could overpower him. However, I dread the presence of the two individuals beside him. With my head bowed, I thought to myself that when the day comes that he is devoid of companions, I shall ensure his demise. "What is your relationship with Lin Ran? I've heard she finds you quite bothersome." Seeing me silent and averted, Wu Di pondered for a moment before inquiring. We share no relationship, merely classmates, I replied to Wu Di, after having bickered with Wu Di for quite some time. The school was nearly deserted. Wu Di glanced at his phone, appearing anxious to return home. While conversing with me, he tugged at my arm, implying that he wished for my company on his way home. I thought to myself, accompanying him would be acceptable, provided I could avoid a beating. As we walked together, Wu Di continued to question me. You two have no connection? I saw you both entering a hotel last time. You must have seen it incorrectly. I was not with Lin Ran that day. We merely encountered one another there, I explained to Wu Di. Although Lin Ran treated me poorly, I maintained her reputation in front of others. Let be, I said. Tell me, is Lin Ran truly as wicked as they say? Wu Di, skeptical, smirked as he questioned me. Not wicked, I quickly assured him. Not wicked? She treats you so well. Quit pretending. Wu Di kicked me lightly. I assure you, Lin Ran is not that kind of person. She is genuinely good to me. Despite Wu Di's kick, I felt no fear. He could bully me. But not Lin Ran. Oh, still pretending? Wu Di scoffed at me. After that, he ceased our conversation, turning to speak with the two classmates beside him. The three engaged in a discussion about Lin Ran, speculating on her purity and discussing sordid rumors regarding her interactions with multiple boys. One of Wu Di's classmates, rather unsightly, chuckled and suggested, Diga, let us trick her into dining with us in a few days, ply her with some drinks, and we can all have our way with her. Wu Di laughed and responded, Why not? Lin Ran is not my girlfriend. Following this, the trio erupted into malicious laughter. The midday sun blazed down, rendering me breathless. Hearing them speak ill of Lin Ran filled me with deep discomfort. Eager to escape their cruel words, I concocted an excuse. Diga, I'm nearing home. I must take my leave. Fine, you may head back. I'll reach out if I need anything. Wu Di commanded, adopting a domineering tone. I nodded in silence, my fists clenched as I turned away. With their pitiful appearances, they think they can have their way with Lin Ran. I certainly can as well. Just as I turned, the unsightly classmate gleefully remarked to Wu Di and another. I think Lin Ran is eager for such encounters, but has yet to find someone. The other classmate, equally obnoxious, chimed in. I can no longer bear their conversation and strode away briskly. As I walked, I resolved that should they dare to lay a hand on Lin Ran, I would eliminate them all. Even if I could not defeat them, I would fight them fiercely. I had deceived Wu Di by claiming I was close to home, when in truth, the journey was still quite lengthy. Beneath the scorching sun, my mood soured. Lin Ran had always looked down upon me, consistently ostracizing me. Now that my relationship with her had finally shown signs of improvement, these despicable individuals emerged. Without them, I could have relished in minor advantages with Lin Ran daily, living a considerably better life. Although Lin Ran was like a sister to me, we had already crossed numerous boundaries. Even if we had engaged in intimate acts, it would matter little. At worst, I would remain unmarried and continue to accompany my cousin. After standing through a class, my legs grew weary. After walking for a while, I was utterly exhausted and paused beneath a tree for rest. While resting, I heard a girl call my name. Turning around, I was pleasantly surprised to see Su Ting. What brings you here? I had been upset with Su Ting that morning, yet encountering her on the street brought us both joy. Oh, I'm heading home. I'm a bit tired and just resting here. The heat is unbearable, I responded. Why not take a bus? It's quite a distance from school. Walking must be exhausting, Su Ting asked. Not at all. I usually walk home alone after school. I'm quite close to home now, just a few more minutes. I replied. Finding it peculiar to run into Su Ting here, I inquired, do you live around here too? Yes, just a few minutes further ahead. She pointed in the direction of my house. After she pointed, she asked, what about you? Do you live nearby as well? Indeed, I exclaimed in delight. What a coincidence. I had no idea our homes were so close. Haha, indeed, perhaps in the future, we can walk home together after school, Su Ting said, displaying her amiable nature. Despite our earlier quarrel, she seemed to have forgotten it. Yes, we must definitely walk home together sometime, I affirmed enthusiastically. After our conversation, Su Ting seemed to recall something. Why are you just getting home? Did Wu Di and his friends bully you? They didn't lay a hand on me. Should they dare, I would make them regret it, I boasted, not wishing to appear cowardly. Haha, keep dreaming. I don't believe you would dare confront them. Su Ting teased with a smirk. She continued, you're quite cowardly. If they hit you, you wouldn't dare retaliate. Next time, if they trouble you, call for me, and I'll have a word with them. They have no right to hit you without cause. It's all right, they wouldn't dare touch me. I replied with a wry smile, still cherishing my meager sense of pride. By the way, what did they do to you? Sutingin Kuwayev. Chapter 13. Our relationship grows stronger. They're just despicable, I said, feeling a surge of anger at the thought of Wu Di and his friends. Yes, they're quite contemptible. Wu Di already has a girlfriend, yet he still tries to pursue Lin Ran. Su Ting expressed her frustration as well. Seeing her reaction endeared her to me. I can't chat any longer. I'm off to eat. Have you had your meal? Shall we dine together? Su Ting, perhaps feeling a bit hungry, ceased her complaints about Wu Di. I'll eat at home. My mother has prepared a meal for me, I replied with a smile. All right, let us talk later. If Wu Di bothers you again, don't be afraid of him. He only knows those two. Just stand your ground. Su Ting said as she departed. After Su Ting left, I trudged home under the relentless sun. Once home, I was drenched in sweat. My mother had prepared lunch before heading to work, and there was also 5 yuan on the table, my daily allowance. Placing the money in my pocket warmed my heart. If my family were wealthy, my mother would surely treat me better than anyone else. Summer often brings drowsiness. Glancing at the clock, I noted I had half an hour until school resumed. Damn it, it's all Wu Di's fault. Had he not delayed me so, I would have been home much sooner. My irritation with Wu Di intensified. One day, I would make him pay. After reclining on the sofa for a while, Lin Ran sent me a message. By how, Wu Di didn't bully you after school, did he? Lin Ran asked. Her concern for me brought me joy. I boasted to Lin Ran, no, they merely chatted with me. Well, that's good. If you wish to study, come to my house tonight, and I'll assist you, Lin Ran replied. Reading her message filled me with delight. What began as a casual inquiry had turned into an invitation for her to tutor me. I anticipated reaping the benefits of this arrangement. Lin Ran's invitation made my afternoon exceedingly pleasant. Clad in a clean school uniform, I felt noticeably refreshed. The afternoon passed relatively well. The stifling atmosphere in the classroom was palpable. No one troubled me, and during the last 2 periods, I succumbed to sleep. As I dozed, the school bell rang, prompting me to hastily gather my belongings. I finished packing and hurried to Lin Ran's side, eager to leave together. However, Lin Ran shot me a glare. I had forgotten that she didn't want our classmates to know of our connection. Fearing her displeasure, I quickly stepped back. Su Ting, noticing our little secret, stood by with a mischievous grin. Lin Ran, I'll head home first and won't disturb you any longer. Su Ting mischievously glanced at us and smiled. What are you talking about? I don't know him. Lin Ran frowned as she explained. As if I don't know you. Su Ting teased Lin Ran with a grin before leaving. Noticing that Su Ting had realized our unusual relationship, Lin Ran appeared a bit displeased, casting a glare my way. She stood up and walked out of the classroom. I dared not follow Lin Ran too closely, and soon lost sight of her, maintaining a few steps distance as we walked. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, I felt someone bump into me. The person was slender, and the collision stung slightly. I looked up, and to my surprise, it was the lecherous guy who hung around Wu Di. Fearing trouble, I said nothing and hurried after Lin Ran. Once outside the school, a taxi happened to arrive. Lin Ran rarely walked home. She usually took a cab. She hailed a taxi and got in directly. Watching her enter the vehicle left me momentarily stunned. What am I standing around for? Hurry up and get in. Lin Ran glanced around to ensure no classmates were watching and called out to me. I had never shared a taxi with Lin Ran before, and her invitation left me even more bewildered. Taxis are too expensive. I wouldn't dare take one. Hurry up. We might be seen. Lin Ran urged me in a soft but impatient tone. All right. I nodded in confusion and quickly climbed into the taxi. Although I was short on money, I disliked taking advantage of others. The ride from school to Lin Ran's home wasn't far, yet it would still cost 5 yuan. My mother had given me 5 yuan for lunch, which I hesitated to spend, quickly handing the money to the driver. I have money, no need for you to pay. Lin Ran, aware of my financial situation, rummaged through her wallet for cash. No, you treated me to breakfast this morning. I assured her. Really? You remember that? Lin Ran laughed at my words. Coming from a wealthy family, she hardly kept track of the money she received. A few yuan didn't bother her at all. All right, I want take advantage of you. Seeing Lin Ran smile made me grin as well. As if I haven't been at a disadvantage with you. Lin Ran joked, her mood lightened. After making the jest, Lin Ran seemed to regret it, her face flushing as she glanced at the driver in front, quickly falling silent. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi for the first time with Lin Ran made me a bit nervous. We sat side by side, and inexplicably, I felt an urge to take her hand. We had engaged in many intimate acts, just shy of this one. Gathering my courage, I took hold of Lin Ran's delicate hand. My hand was considerably larger, enveloping her soft palm. She struggled slightly, but ultimately allowed me to hold her. Grasping her hand filled me with delight, as if we were officially a couple. Lin Ran lowered her head shyly at my touch, further boosting my confidence. This feeling was exquisite. I wished it could last a lifetime. Upon arriving at her home, Lin Ran's mother was there. Lin Ran's father was often busy with work and rarely home. Seeing us together brought a smile to her mother's face. She treated both me and my parents kindly, but Lin Ran often complained about my family, calling us poor and accusing us of taking advantage of hers. Now that Lin Ran and I had reconciled, her mother seemed pleased, secretly rejoicing. I felt a twinge of guilt at her mother's joyful expression, unaware of the true nature of my relationship with Lin Ran. If she knew, it would surely sadden her. Just like me, Lin Ran felt uneasy. After exchanging a few casual words with her mother, Lin Ran led me into her small room. Once inside, we sat on the bed, unsure what to say. Lin Ran was particular about cleanliness and had a bit of a germ phobia. She frowned at my pants, and I instantly understood her concern. I assured her that I washed my school uniform daily and wouldn't dirty her bed. In my mind, I thought, you didn't team mine when we were intimate. But now you're being picky? All right, that LL do. Just make sure to wash your clothes and bathe. I don't like dirty boys. Lin Ran said with a frown. Understood. I felt a bit impatient, thinking she was being overly pretentious. Aren't you supposed to be studying? Let me help you. What do you want to learn? After a few exchanges, Lin Ran got down to business. I had grown accustomed to taking advantage of her during these past few days. A day without it felt like something was missing. Drawn in by her allure, I swallowed hard and said, let me touch you a bit. Without waiting for Lin Ran to object, I embraced her. After being wrapped in my arms, she instinctively returned the gesture, closing her eyes and tilting her chin up, waiting for more. Her enjoyment gave me a sense of fulfillment. After teasing her a bit more, Lin Ran couldn't help but let out a soft moan. With her mother still at home, I dare not go too far, but I found the thrill of sitting together in her small room exhilarating. Her soft sounds drove me to the brink. She wore a short skirt, her long, slender legs quite appealing. We dared not engage in anything too bold at home. After kissing for a while, we reluctantly parted. Lin Ran, breathless, suggested by how we should just go out and get a room. This constant teasing is unbearable. Lin Ran had previously mentioned that once we were intimate, our relationship would end. The reason I hesitated to cross that line was that I didn't want to sever our bond. I had genuinely come to like her. When she proposed getting a room, I remained silent. If you don't tell anyone, I'll keep giving you what you want next time. Lin Ran seemed to sense my thoughts and said thoughtfully. Chapter 14. Lin Ran begins to treat me better, really? I asked in surprise at her words. Yes. Lin Ran shyly nodded after some contemplation. Hearing her affirming words filled my heart with happiness. While I was infatuated with Lin Ran's body, I yearned for a lasting connection with her. My expectations weren't high. I simply wanted her not to dislike me and to occasionally show concern. Through our physical interactions, we began to depend on each other. Although Lin Ran still found being with me embarrassing, she was much more accepting than before. At least now, she didn't reject me outright and would occasionally say kind words. Knowing Lin Ran wanted to be intimate and would likely continue to do so made me feel elated. Lin Ran, let's not go out anymore. After much thought, I restrained myself. I wanted to be with Lin Ran to share those intimate moments. Yet, compared to physical desire, I craved the warmth of affection. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. I could occasionally take advantage of her while being with her daily. I didn't want our relationship to sour after we became intimate. I liked her, but my feelings extended beyond mere physical attraction. I'll cover the cost. Lin Ran assumed my reluctance to get a room was due to financial constraints and blushed as she spoke. It was evident she genuinely wanted it. No, I hesitated but held back my true feelings. I didn't want to tell her I wasn't interested in being intimate. I feared it would upset her. What's wrong? Lin Ran noticed my stammering and appeared a bit displeased. Her temper wasn't the best, and she lacked patience with me. Didn't you say you would help me study? Why are you suddenly wanting to get a room? Are you really that eager? If you want, I can arrange it. I pondered for a moment, then abruptly changed the subject, grinning mischievously at Lin Ran. Being a girl, she immediately blushed at my question, her embarrassment evident. Who said I wanted that? I just feel sorry for you, constantly pestering me. If I had given it to you sooner, you would have to bother me all the time. Haha, is that so? Then why are you offering to pay for the room? I'm not going to treat you like a gigolo. I chuckled at Lynn Ran. Teasing her like this filled me with joy. Oomph, you a gigolo? You look more like a donkey. Lynn Ran replied, unable to suppress her laughter. Her smile was enchanting, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Seeing her smile so joyfully, my spirit soared. If I could witness her laughter forever, I would gladly forfeit 10 years of my life. After sharing a moment of mirth, we settled down. Lynn Ran asked me to read in the room while she took a shower. I planned to hold on to my confusion until she returned to clarify. After saying this, Lynn Ran opened the door and headed towards the bathroom. Unbeknownst to me, she had grown less irritated with my presence. At the very least, I felt the warmth of familial affection when I was near her. At school, I endured bullying and disdain, partly due to Lynn Ran, yet I held some responsibility too. My academic performance was poor, and my family was not affluent. Watching my classmates spend extravagantly made me feel inferior. Over time, I developed a withdrawn personality, suspecting I might have mild social anxiety. However, spending time with Lynn Ran these past few days has brightened my demeanor significantly. Although I still lacked money, I no longer felt as inferior because of it. Lynn Ran was right. If I improved my studies and maintained cleanliness, teachers and classmates would gradually treat me better. If others looked down on me, I resolved to find ways to earn their respect. With financial limitations at home, I vowed to cultivate ambition and focus on my studies. While I attempted to read earnestly, I often struggled to absorb the material. Despite my intentions to study diligently, the knowledge within the pages often tangled in my mind like a chaotic mess. After a considerable period, I found I had forgotten what I had previously read. When Lynn Ran returned, she brought with her a delightful fragrance of shower gel. The unique scent of a girl enveloped me, and I found myself momentarily entranced. She entered with a platter of sliced oranges, presumably prepared by her mother for the two of us. By how? Be careful while eating, don't spill juice everywhere. If you make my room dirty, you'll have to leave, Lynn Ran warned, carefully offering me a slice of orange. Lynn Ran. I'm not eating anymore, I declined, not accepting her offering. What is wrong? Are you upset? Lynn Ran asked, misinterpreting my refusal as sulking. No, I simply don't enjoy fruit, I replied, furrowing my brow. You're so picky. Eating fruit is good for your health. If you want to eat, I will, Lynn Ran asserted, delicately nibbling on the orange slice herself. Watching her savor the fruit made me crave it as well. I picked up a piece, and Lynn Ran playfully nudged me, saying, "Aren't you the one who was going to eat? Seeing you eat makes me want to join in," I grinned back. Then go ahead and try some. If you like it, eat more. These oranges are expensive, over 10 yuan a pound. Your family can't afford that, Lynn Ran boasted. Her words struck a nerve, leaving me feeling somewhat vexed, yet I stifled my irritation with a deep breath. What did she mean by saying my family couldn't afford it? I pondered, choosing not to argue. She was simply accustomed to being arrogant, and I had no reason to stoop to her level. In the past, such a comment would have ignited a quarrel between us. But I noticed I was learning to accommodate her. In my heart, Lynn Ran was not just my childhood friend, but also akin to a little girlfriend. I typically avoided fruit due to the hassle, but after cautiously consuming 2 slices, I wiped my hands and declared I was done. Lynn Ran shot me a reproachful glance, insisting, "You're just going to wipe your hands like that? Go wash them." Startled by her sudden command, my heart raced, and I shot her a glare before hastily making my way to wash my hands. As I exited, Lynn Ran's mother greeted me with a warm smile from the living room, making me feel slightly embarrassed. Halfway through washing my hands, Lynn Ran emerged to do the same. Lynn Ran, always striving to be first, pushed me aside to wash her hands. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt, her hands made my arms sticky. "Are you being gross?" I complained, frowning. "I enjoy it," she replied nonchalantly, not bothering to turn around. Resigned, I waited for her to finish before I resumed. She lingered after washing her hands, observing me intently. Once I was done, she quickly warned, "That blue towel is my dad's. Use this to dry your hands, not mine." Her statement irked me again, prompting me to playfully pinch her backside. She seemed sensitive in that area, jumping slightly at my touch. Blushing, she glared at me for a few seconds before lightly hitting me and saying, "You're insane." Her sweet voice brought me joy. This kind of attention was something I never experienced at school. With a mischievous smile, I attempted to pinch her again, but she swiftly retreated to her little room. The playful interaction had stirred something within me, and upon returning to Lynn Ran's room, I embraced her tightly. She squirmed slightly, but ultimately succumbed to my hug, allowing me to hold her for a moment. "All right, let us stop playing. I'll help you with your studies," I suggested. Lynn ran, breathless from her struggle, gently pushed me away. With her mother at home, I refrained from being too forward. Nodding, I agreed to let her teach me. Having gotten a bit carried away, Lynn ran switched on the air conditioning to cool down, and gradually we both calmed. As day students, I carry my books in a backpack every day. Lynn ran scrunched her nose at my books and, after a moment, asked, "What subjects do you struggle with?" "What do I struggle with?" "I'm not sure," I admitted. My academic performance was mediocre. I barely managed to get into high school. Once enrolled, my grades plummeted to the bottom tier. Among the 40 students in my class, I often ranked 39th, lacking proficiency in nearly every subject. Seeing my silence, Lynn ran, tilted her head, contemplating. We were in the same class, and she was well aware of my academic standing. After a moment, she said, "You're just not bright enough. You struggle with everything. If you can't manage, focus solely on the humanities. Memorize everything you can. For the sciences, just skim through the material when you can, grasp what you can, and if you study diligently, your grades will surely improve." Her advice fell off to me. Lynn ran, who rarely studied, managed to excel academically. I pondered this and asked, "How do you achieve such good grades with minimal studying?" "I'm just smart," she replied proudly. Indeed, Lynn ran was intelligent. She had excelled throughout her educational journey, even serving as our class monitor in junior high. In her presence, I felt both admiration and inferiority. Witnessing her pride, I resolved to study diligently upon returning home, determined to surpass her. At that point, I would see how she would regard me. As the evening grew late, I began to gather my belongings to leave. Exiting Lynn Rand's room, her mother invited me to stay the night. I longed to accept, but knew I had to maintain some decorum. I couldn't simply drop everything at her invitation. I replied to her, "Next time, perhaps I'll stay over while studying with Lynn Rand." "Sure, you're always welcome." "Don't hesitate," her mother encouraged. All right, I nodded in acknowledgement. If I could stay at Lynn Rand's home, I would certainly enjoy some advantages. Just imagine if we shared a bed at night. It would be quite thrilling. Once home, I took a shower, mindful of Lynn Rand's request to stay clean. Afterward, I washed my clothes as well, and my mother praised my diligence. The next morning, she handed me 20 yuan, which surprised me. I intended to buy something for Lynn Rand at school. My mother had noticed the improvement in our relationship and hoped it would continue. She had never given me that much money before, and with 20 yuan in my pocket, I felt a surge of confidence. I deliberately arrived at Lynn Rand's house early, eager to see her after a night apart. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she descended the stairs leisurely. Upon seeing me, Lynn Rand appeared surprised. "By how? What brings you here?" "Just passing by," I replied casually. "Oh, then let us go." Lynn Rand offered no further comments. After a moment's consideration, she added, "We can walk together, but once we near the school, you must keep your distance." Her words made me feel slightly uncomfortable, yet I acquiesced. As we strolled a short distance with few people around, I hesitated before gently taking her soft hand. Chapter 15. You call Lynn Rand over here. When I grasped Lynn Rand's hand, she blushed. She said nothing, allowing me to hold her hand delicately. Holding her hand, I felt an indescribable joy within me. This sensation was akin to being in a romantic relationship. Her hand was slightly cool, and it felt quite pleasant to hold. We walked along in silence, and when I noticed someone approaching, I let go of her hand. Stealing a glance at Lynn Rand, I saw her biting her lip, too shy to meet my gaze. I thought to myself how wonderful it would be if Lynn Rand were truly my girlfriend. I would certainly treat her with unwavering kindness. During class, I found myself lost in daydreams, imagining a life where Lynn Rand and I were genuinely together, picturing our future wedding. I understood she was my sister, and our relationship could never be that way, yet I continued to fantasize. School was far less enjoyable than home. While I could converse with Lynn Rand at home and enjoy her company, school felt different. Lynn Rand seemed embarrassed to be seen with me, only speaking to me when no one else was around. At school, she consistently pretended not to know me. Bored and alone, I occupied myself with books. I knew that excelling in my studies would earn me respect from teachers and classmates alike. And perhaps then Lynn Rand would no longer act as if she didn't know me. The morning passed without a word, and at noon, Lynn Rand's father came to pick her up. I wished I could accompany her, as it would mean I could ride in her family's car. But not wanting to trouble her, I discreetly walked away when I saw her father arrive. After walking for a while, I heard someone calling my name. It was a girl, her voice as melodious as a wind chime. Surprised, I turned to see Su Ting, who, like me, was alone. She smiled as I looked her way and quickly approached me. "Why didn't you take a ride? It's boiling hot," I asked her. "The car was too crowded." "I preferred walking," Su Ting replied with a cheerful smile. We both laughed, and I found myself unexpectedly lighthearted. As I smiled, Su Ting looked at me with curiosity. Embarrassed, I asked, "What are you staring at?" "I just think you seem different these days, not quite like your old self," she remarked, her gaze inquisitive. "In what way?" I inquired. "I can't quite put into words, but you're not the same as before. You used to be a bit like..." She hesitated. "Like what?" My curiosity piqued. I pressed for an answer. "Like a punching bag," she exclaimed, bursting into laughter, which made me feel a mix of irritation and amusement. Su Ting was a good person, never mocking me, just teasing playfully. We walked home together, and as we neared our destination, I realized our houses were very close, separated by just 2 buildings. Pointing to her home, Su Ting said, "This is my place. You should come over sometime with Lin Ran." I gasped in surprise. Her residence was in a prestigious building, clearly indicating her father held an esteemed position. I envied her, knowing that residents of such buildings did not have to pay for utilities. "Sure, I'll visit," I agreed to her invitation. "Just so you know, Lin Ran is my good friend. You better not bully her. If I find out you do, I won't let you off easily," she warned me playfully before we parted. "What? We're not even dating," I quickly clarified, realizing Su Ting thought I was in a relationship with Lin Ran. "Forget it. I can see through your little antics," she teased. "I assure you, we are not together. She finds me bothersome," I insisted, but Su Ting remained skeptical. "Hitting is affection, right? It's all in good fun," she laughed, turning to ascend the stairs. Watching her slender figure disappear, I shook my head and chuckled. If Lin Ran truly liked me, I would accept even a daily kick from her. Su Ting was beautiful and cheerful, and I enjoyed our time together after school. My classmates looked down on me, but Su Ting showed no signs of disdain, perhaps due to her belief that I was dating Lin Ran, which made her treat me a bit better. I returned home early, tidied up, and took a nap. As the afternoon approached and school was about to commence, I remembered the underwear I had taken from Lin Ran, still hidden away. I wanted to wash it and return it to her, but I was reluctant to hang it out at home. Feeling guilty, I secretly disposed of it. Once I had enough money, I would buy her a new pair. I had heard that girls' underwear could be quite expensive. I had 20 yuan now and planned to save up to 50 to visit them all. Good times are fleeting, and during the final period of the afternoon, Woody approached me. He came alone and, in front of Lin Ran and the rest of the class, called me outside. His summons drew curious glances from my classmates. My deskmate smirked, relishing the drama. "Oh no, someone else about to get beaten up." "Shut it," I retorted, refusing to indulge his antics. "What, how? Are you coming out or not?" Wu Di asked impatiently as I hesitated. Fearing he might embarrass me in front of Lin Ran and the others, I reluctantly stepped outside. The moment I did, I felt Lin Ran's gaze upon me, and the shame washed over me. "Wu Di, what is your intention? Are you here to bully someone in my class?" Su Ting interjected, unable to stand by idly. Wu Di, seemingly respectful of Su Ting, responded with a grin. "Ting Jie. I don't intend to harm by Hao. I just need to discuss something with him." "What is so urgent that it can't be said in class? Do you need to go to the restroom for it?" Su Ting challenged him. "Wu Di, don't push it, or I'll let your father know," she warned, glaring at him. Of course, a 1T overstep. "I just have a small matter to discuss with Bai Hao," he assured her, casting a pointed look in my direction. Being bullied in front of Su Ting was mortifying, and I wished to retort against Wu Di. Yet, I felt powerless and could only nod in agreement. "See, Bai Hao agrees I didn't bully him," Wu Di said cheerfully to Su Ting. She looked at me, disappointment flickering in her eyes. "Just make sure you're not bullying him. If you are, I'll definitely tell your father," she warned Wu Di firmly. "Of course not. I never bully him," he replied with a chuckle. Our conversation, though not loud, was audible to those seated at the front of the classroom, including Lin Ran. While Su Ting meant well by defending me, Wu Di's comments about bullying stripped me of my dignity. Determined to shield Lin Ran from witnessing my humiliation, I mustered the courage to say, "Let us change locations to talk." Perhaps my tone was a bit too assertive, as Wu Di's expression soured. He was in the middle of talking to Su Ting and snapped at me. "Wait." I understood his meaning. He wanted me to wait until he finished with her. Feeling further humiliated, I ignored him and walked towards the restroom. Seeing me leave, Wu Di hastily assured Su Ting a few more things before following me. Once he caught up, he questioned, "What is your problem?" Who were you talking to so loudly just now? I found it absurd. He could yell at me. But I couldn't raise my voice in return? It was infuriating. My earlier embarrassment in front of Lin Ran lingered, and I was growing increasingly agitated. Just say what you need to say, I replied impatiently. What else with the tone? Who are you talking to? Wu Di said, slapping the back of my head. The sting of his slap was sharp, especially with so many classmates around to witness the scene. As I beheld the mocking glances of my classmates, an unsettling sensation churned within me. I feared that Wu Di might strike me, so I quietly asked him, Digo, what do you want from me? Please be honest. Is Lin Ran your girlfriend? Rest assured, I won't harm you. Wu Di fixed his piercing gaze upon me. Unable to meet his stare, I pondered how best to respond. If I claimed that Lin Ran was not my girlfriend and that I had no connection to her, he would undoubtedly continue to pursue her. Conversely, if I declared that she was indeed my girlfriend, he would likely assume that she was unattainable, thus ceasing his advances. Yes, we are in a relationship. It has been quite some time, I confessed. Lin Ran had forbidden me from telling others I knew her, and if she discovered I had admitted our relationship, she would surely be angry with me. But for Lin Ran's sake, I gritted my teeth and spoke the truth. Only then could I ensure Wu Di would not bother her. With your looks, you think you can find a girlfriend? Wu Di scoffed, his face twisted in envy. It was likely jealousy that prompted his derision. I offered a hollow laugh, refraining from retorting. By the way, tomorrow I am inviting a few classmates to sing. You and Lin Ran should come. If she is your girlfriend, bring her along, he said, his eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. All right, acquiesced, fearing Wu Di serat. Very well, tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, at the no-show karaoke hall next to the business center. Don't forget to bring Lin Ran. Wu Di's face lit up with excitement upon hearing my agreement. His smug expression made me wish to slap him. I nodded, avoiding Wu Di's gaze, and he left, elated. As I watched his self-satisfied form retreat, I inwardly cursed him. I recalled his earlier words about want to play with Lin Ran, and I was taken aback by his duplicitous nature. There was no way I would call Lin Ran to that karaoke hall. I knew the consequences of standing Wu Di up, but I felt no fear. If he wished to strike me, so be it. Even if it cost me dearly, I would never compel Lin Ran to attend. That evening, as customary, I followed Lin Ran home. When we reached a secluded area, I caught up to her and grasped her hand. She blushed at my touch. After walking a short distance, she inquired, "Are you coming to my house tonight?" "Yes," I replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, but nodding nonetheless. I had become somewhat addicted to her presence. A day without visiting her home left me feeling desolate. "Let's go. My mother is at work," Lin Ran responded nonchalantly. Since our relationship had taken a more intimate turn, I had noticed Lin Ran treating me with increasing kindness. It filled me with joy, and I wished for her to continue being so affectionate. We both harbored dreams of becoming partners, and once inside her house, we eagerly embraced. With no one home, our courage grew. After a brief moment of caressing over her clothes, I ventured beneath her garment. Had she not been my childhood friend, we might have crossed certain lines long ago. Though desire simmered within me, we were still restrained by our moral compasses. Lin Ran opened her eyes and softly hummed. "By how? Did you bring protection this time?" "I left it hidden at home." "I didn't bring any," I replied, withdrawing my hand from beneath her skirt and shaking my head gently. "By how? Do you no longer wish to tease me?" she asked, her cheeks flushed. Her question stirred a whirlwind of emotions within me. I longed to be intimate with her, yet she was my neighbor's sister. I could not bring myself to exploit her. She had grown increasingly affectionate towards me, and even if we never crossed that line, I felt content with the small gestures of intimacy we shared. Lowering my gaze, I struggled to find the right words. I feared that if I admitted I did not wish to exploit her, she might lose interest in me. After all, she had desires of her own, and I was merely a means to fulfill them. "Speak. Tell me the truth. Do you no longer want to tease me?" Lin Ran pressed again. After much contemplation, I reluctantly nodded. My previous impulsive desires had faded, and I now regretted them. "Actually, I don't want to, but I can't help myself," I admitted. Lin Ran observed me intently, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her cheeks, reflecting her own turmoil. The room fell silent, with the sounds of children playing outside drifting in through the open window, while a gentle breeze offered a momentary reprieve from the stifling heat. Seeing Lin Ran in distress tugged at my heartstrings. I realized I still harbored feelings for her, feelings that transcended mere affection and delved into something deeper. Summoning my courage, I declared, "Lin Ran, I like you." At my words, her expression shifted dramatically, her face paling as she responded, "By how? What did you say?" "I like you, and I want to be with you," I reiterated, gritting my teeth as I laid bare my feelings. Lynn Rand was beautiful, and I took pride in having such an exquisite neighbor. Yet, her previous indifference had left me feeling dejected. The blend of love and resentment had ensnared me in her charm. I truly like Lynn Rand now. I'm hopelessly captivated by her. "Do you wish to be my boyfriend?" she asked, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. "Yes, I love you, and I want to be your boyfriend," I affirmed, resolutely meeting her gaze. Lynn Rand remained silent, her expression mirroring the tumult within my own heart. Deep down, we both understood the improbability of our union, yet my feelings for her persisted. Her laughter brought me inexplicable joy, while her frowns ignited an instinctive concern within me. Every facet of my existence became entwined with her every action. Lynn Rand now occupied my thoughts, my heart, and my entire world. Outside, the sounds of children continued to echo, and a gentle breeze ruffled Lynn Rand's silky hair. Her face appeared somewhat pale. Her lips parted as if she were about to speak. My heart raced at the anticipation of her words, uncertain if she would accept or reject me. My emotions were a chaotic blend, a tumult of feelings swirling within me. "By how? Stop joking around. It's fine to play, but we cannot be together." Lynn Rand finally spoke, her words striking me like thunder. I had anticipated her rejection, knowing fully well that my circumstances were far from favorable. I struggled academically and came from a humble background, while her family was affluent. Despite her father's kindness towards me, I was acutely aware that if he discovered we were truly together, the consequences would be dire. I was unworthy of her, and the reality of our situation weighed heavily upon me. With a bittersweet smile, I replied, "It's nothing. I was just teasing you." "Okay." Lynn Rand turned her head away, avoiding my gaze. "Should I head home now?" I inquired. "Yes," she replied, still not looking at me. I picked up my backpack and exited her home. As I closed the door behind me, my heart felt as though it were shattering. The truth remained. Lynn Rand and I were destined never to be together. Even if we shared intimate moments, our paths were irrevocably divergent. Upon returning home, I lay in my room, the urge to cry overwhelming me. My mother returned early from work and, noticing my somber demeanor, entered my room to comfort me. "What's wrong? Did you have a disagreement with Lynn Rand?" "No," I responded, avoiding her gaze. "Lynn Rand has a temper. As a boy, you should be more accommodating. Don't let her upset you," she advised. My mother, having seen me with Lynn Rand frequently, likely presumed my mood was tied to her. "I'll be more accommodating," I assured her. My mother sat with me for a while, but when she saw my silence, she sighed and left. As she exited, I overheard her speaking with my father, who inquired about my mood. My mother replied, "It's nothing. He might just be upset with his sister." My father remarked, "Ah, that Lynn Rand is quite peculiar. Her parents have such good temperaments. Yet she seems to have inherited none of it. It's all their indulgence." My mother chuckled in response. As I lay in the small room, listening to my parents discuss Lynn Rand, I drifted into a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening that evening, I noticed a text message from Lynn Rand on my phone, inquiring about what I was doing. Gazing at her words, I chose not to respond, reminding myself not to become ensnared in my feelings, for it was impossible for us to be together. After taking a shower, I aimlessly perused a novel, becoming envious of the romantic tales it depicted. How wonderful it would be if Lynn Rand and I were not relatives. Then perhaps I could dare to hope for a relationship with her. I spent the night lost in the story, and by morning, my vision was blurred, making it difficult to see clearly. On Saturday, with my parents off work, I had a light meal at home before turning on the television. I dared not dwell on Lynn Rand, fearing the pain it might bring. Yet, despite my efforts to banish her from my thoughts, her image lingered in my mind. As I watched television, I found myself contemplating Lynn Rand's every move. Alas, I cannot let her go. I picked up my phone, noticing her message from the previous night. It seemed she missed me and wished to chat. Unable to resist, I replied, "What are you doing?" After a few minutes, she responded, "Woo Dee invited me to sing, and I'm on my way." A wave of alarm washed over me. What if Woo Dee had ulterior motives? Perhaps he had called her after expressing doubt about me. Lynn Rand had a decent relationship with Woo Dee. He had sought her out before, but she was beginning to distance herself from him. Despite her reluctance, she had succumbed to his invitation. With no time to text, I called her directly. "Lynn Rand, you mustn't go." "What's wrong?" she replied, sounding perplexed. "I'm telling you not to go. Did you hear me?" My tone was sharper than intended due to my anxiety. If I don't go, what is the big deal? Why are you being so harsh? I want to sing. Will you accompany me? Lynn Rand sounded displeased by my tone. All right, I'll go with you. I hesitated, ultimately acquiescing. Chapter 17. Reconciliation with Lynn Rand. We arranged to meet at another karaoke venue. As I arrived, Lynn Rand appeared cold and unwelcoming, suggesting she was not in high spirits. It was my first visit to a karaoke bar, and I felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of the expense. Perhaps her mood affected her perception of me. Upon entering, she impatiently urged, "Hurry up. It's not like you're paying." I felt as though Lynn Rand could read my thoughts, perhaps because we shared the same blood. Even though she seemed to dislike me, she understood me well. On my way out, my mother handed me 10 yuan, and I took a taxi to expedite my arrival, leaving me with a mere 25 yuan in my pocket. Every coin was hard-earned, and I had to budget carefully. I was reluctant to spend money on her. As I walked into the private room with Lynn Rand, my mind was consumed with thoughts of how much singing would cost. Once inside, she continued to ignore me. After the server turned off the lights, Lynn Rand sat alone at the computer, selecting songs. I felt awkward after being rejected by her the day before, and I would have come if not for my concern about Wu Di's intentions. From a distance, I observed her closely. Bathed in the soft glow of the computer screen, Lynn Rand looked exceptionally lovely. I longed to embrace her and show her affection. She seemed accustomed to the karaoke bar, selecting several songs and singing alone. Her voice was captivating, and I found myself admiring her inadvertently. After a couple of songs, the server entered with a fruit platter, several snacks, and 24 beers. Without asking if we wanted any, they opened all the beers upon entering. Seeing the open bottles made my heart ache. I could only imagine the cost. Lynn Rand noticed my frown and smirked dismissively. She took a sip from one bottle and offered another to me. "What is the matter? Are you starting to control me now? What is wrong with me going to sing with Wu Di? I prefer not to speak ill of others, especially not Wu Di, despite my reservations about him. If I reveal my concerns about his intentions, Lynn Rand would likely dismiss me and look down upon me." After some contemplation, I replied, "It's nothing. I just don't want you singing with him." Lynn Rand's expression softened slightly as she took another sip of beer, then resumed singing. Seeing her in low spirits made my heart ache. It was my fault for wanting to be with her. Maintaining some distance would have been preferable. Now, in this dimly lit space, I could have taken advantage of the situation. I had grown accustomed to the dynamics of our relationship, which made me uncomfortable not to act. As I observed her sitting alone, I inched closer, contemplating taking her hand. After a few songs, we had unwittingly consumed 2 bottles of beer. The small bottles, named Sea Lion, were my first experience with beer. After 2, I felt a slight nausea and a lightheadedness. Perhaps due to the alcohol, the distance between Lynn Rand and me began to lessen. The awkwardness from my rejection the day prior faded gradually. As we both grew slightly flushed, I found myself increasingly attracted to her, my heart racing. Lynn Rand, breathing heavily, urged by how you should sing a song too. Singing? The suggestion startled me. I quickly shook my head. I was terrible at singing and would not dare to humiliate myself in front of her. "Stop dawdling. You're acting like a coward. Are you going to sing or not?" Lynn Rand appeared annoyed by my reluctance. Her brow furrowed and her lips formed a pout, half scolding, half teasing. Seeing her expression, I whimsically thought that perhaps I still held a place in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a mood. We had been getting along well until she left my house yesterday, and her current disposition seemed to stem from me. Our recent closeness had fostered a budding affection, making it hard for either of us to revert to our previous state. I liked Lynn Rand and had always heeded her wishes. Determined not to let her look down on me, I mustered my courage. I took the microphone and asked Lynn Rand to select a song by Andy Lau. I admired several singers, including Andy Lau, Zhang Weijian, and Jay Cho, often humming their tunes in my leisure. Lynn Rand's face flushed as she smiled at my decision to sing, selecting a song for me. As her slender fingers danced over the computer screen, I felt the urge to grasp her hand, but before I could gather the courage, she withdrew it with a smile. Soon, the lyrics appeared on the screen. Gathering my resolve, I began to sing softly, fearful of being ridiculed for my lack of talent. After a moment, Lynn Rand began to clap for me, encouraging me to sing louder, telling me not to be shy. With a few sips of beer and her support, my voice gradually grew stronger. Lynn Rand cheered me on, and with her encouragement, my confidence blossomed. As I sang, I became increasingly convinced that I sounded like Andy Lau himself. In truth, my voice was far from pleasant. Lynn Ran was merely in a good mood, indulging me. She picked song after song, urging me to sing boldly. After several enthusiastic performances, I felt a wave of joy wash over me. It was surprising how wonderful singing could be when one was feeling down. No wonder Lynn Ran readily agreed to sing with Wu Di. After singing for a while, when our spirits were high, Lynn Ran took the microphone and joined in. My imperfect notes were uplifted by her sweet voice, and soon our singing improved remarkably. "By how, let us sing a love song," she exclaimed excitedly, glancing at the 7 or 8 empty beer bottles on the table. "Sure," I replied confidently. Lynn Ran, pleased with my progress under her guidance, smiled and hurried to the computer, selecting a song titled Soulmate. We sang together, our voices harmonizing effortlessly. Captivated by her melodious tones, I fell deeper in love with Lynn Ran. The alcohol heightened our emotions, and I gradually began to feel a stirring desire within me. Tentatively, I took her hand, but she continued to sing, unperturbed. Unable to contain myself any longer, I drew her into my embrace and kissed her passionately. In that moment, my yearning intensified, and I was tempted to take things further. Over the past few days, we had fluctuated between impulsiveness and restraint, slowly realizing the precariousness of our actions. The longing of youth and physical dependency drew us closer, even as we understood the consequences of our desires. If we were to consider ourselves in a relationship, we would be each other's first love, a notion often romanticized yet fraught with pain. Lynn Ran and I were aware that our connection might not lead anywhere, yet we opted for fleeting moments of tenderness. "Let us stop here," she urged, breathless. "Just a little longer," I replied, equally breathless. "Let us go outside and find a room where we can take our time. It's too risky here," she suggested, concerned about potential interruptions. After pondering her words, I agreed, realizing the door to our private room was unlocked. We decided that a hotel stay would afford us more time together, albeit at a cost. We quickly gathered our belongings and exited the karaoke venue to settle the bill, which turned out to be reasonable. We hailed a cab and headed to a modest hotel. As soon as we entered, we embraced and kissed fervently. The exhilaration of being with Lynn Ran was palpable. We lay on the bed, our bodies slick with sweat and the scent of alcohol lingering heavily. The hotel offered a bathroom, and Lynn Ran, ever the clean one, expressed her discomfort with the heat. "By how, may I take a shower? I can't stand it," she pleaded. "Of course, go ahead. I'll wash up after you," I replied. As she began to undress, she shyly asked me to turn around. Once I complied, she dashed into the bathroom clad only in her lingerie. Watching her was a moment of pure bliss. I wished her body would forever belong to me. Lynn Ran left her clothes on the bed, and I couldn't resist the urge to smell them. After what felt like an eternity, she emerged from the shower, wearing only her undergarments. When she noticed my gaze, she hurried back inside, flustered. "By how, turn around, don't look." Her fair skin and exquisite figure captivated me. I quickly averted my eyes, feeling a flush of embarrassment. The rustling behind me indicated she had dressed, and after a gentle tap on my shoulder, I dared to turn back. Lynn Ran stood there, beaming at me. "Wait a moment, I'm going to shower too," I said. "All right, I'll wait," she responded cheerfully. Feeling shy, I hesitated to undress in front of her. I found a spot to hang my clothes, mindful of getting them wet. After showering, I dressed and stepped out to find Lynn Ran sweetly asleep. After a night of revelry, she must have been exhausted. Listening to her rhythmic breathing, I leaned down and softly kissed her forehead. "Lynn Ran, I'm utterly in love with you," I whispered, my heart racing with the gravity of my words. I lay beside her, savoring the moment, captivated by her beauty in every expression she wore. The air-conditioned room felt delightful, and I held her closely, feeling her warmth against me. Covering her with a blanket, I drifted off to sleep. When I awoke in the middle of the night, Lynn Ran was nudging me. Groggy, I opened my eyes to see her in a bit of a disarray, urgently saying, "Why didn't you wake me?" We slept until midnight. I realized that while my parents would be understanding of my late night, Lynn Ran's mother would likely be furious if she didn't return home. Lynn Ran, tousling her hair, insisted we leave quickly, suggesting we fabricate a story about attending a class reunion. I nodded in agreement. "Can you smell the alcohol on me?" she asked, blowing softly in my direction. I leaned in and kissed her lightly. "I can smell a hint." "Let us just say we had a small drink," she proposed. I nodded again, aware of her mother-esque strictness regarding her outings. It was already past 11, and Lynn Ran insisted I accompany her home as a witness to our fabricated tale. Upon arriving at her house, her mother was indeed upset, but seeing us together, she refrained from scolding. As it was late, Lin Ran's mother invited me to stay the night. Their home was a 3-bedroom apartment, and Lin Ran's mother prepared the study for me to sleep in. Sitting in the study, I felt a bit lost until Lin Ran came to fetch me, inviting me into her room. I never expected keeping you around would be beneficial, she remarked playfully. From now on, when I go out, I'll tell my mother I'm with you. Understood? Sure, I replied, contemplating her words. I had my reservations about lying, especially if it involved male friends. After spending some time together, Lin Ran suggested we play some games. Having slept several hours, I was tired, and we engaged in computer games, sitting close together as if we were a couple, enjoying each other as company. Time slipped away, and after a few hours, Lin Ran settled onto my lap, and I eventually retired to my own room. As I lay in bed, it was nearly dawn. I glanced at my phone and noticed missed calls from my mother, along with a text from Wu Di. By how you're asking for it. If you ruin my plans, just wait until Monday. I'll make you pay. Reading Wu Di's message filled me with irritation, shattering my earlier good mood. I resolved not to let him take advantage of Lin Ran. If he pushed me too far, I would confront him, knowing I could hold my own against him and his 2 friends. With a deep sigh, I wished for a more formidable ally to fend off such bullies. Frustrated, I struggled to fall asleep for over an hour. When I finally awoke, Lin Ran was already up, watching television in the quiet house. Where's your mother? I inquired, scanning the surroundings. I attended a meeting at work. Lin Ran told me that she had just woken up and was feeling quite aroused. Dressed in a delicate little nightgown at home, she sat beside me, allowing me to tease her for a while. Lin Ran's expression was somewhat displeased. She mentioned that her period was approaching, asking me to refrain from pinching her. I felt slightly embarrassed after realizing I had caused her discomfort. I grinned and offered to give her a gentle massage, to which she playfully replied, "Get lost." Lin Ran shot me a flirtatious glare, and her charming demeanor filled me with delight. Although my previous confession had not borne fruit, our relationship had grown remarkably close, akin to that of a couple. I decided to let things be. This was quite satisfactory. I spent the entire day at Lin Ran's home, and as I prepared to leave in the evening, she reminded me not to forget my studies. I nodded, assuring her that I would indeed focus on my studies. With a smile, Lin Ran playfully nudged me, calling me silly. Being scolded by her filled my heart with sweetness. Just as Su Ting had said, a beating is affection, and a scolding is love. After returning home, my mother seemed a bit displeased and inquired why I was frequently staying at Lin Ran's. She advised against it, stating that it was inappropriate for me to spend so much time at a girl's house. Though I felt reluctant to heed her words, I complied obediently. On Monday, as I headed to school, I feared Wu Di would strike my stomach, so I discreetly tucked a book inside my shirt for protection. Wu Di and his classmates planned to intoxicate Lin Ran for their amusement, and when they learned I had not allowed her to join them, they were infuriated. Upon reaching the school gate, I spotted Wu Di and 2 of his friends loitering, scanning the area. As soon as they saw me, they rushed over. A crowd of students gathered, amused by the impending confrontation. Wu Di approached and kicked me, prompting laughter from onlookers who had gathered to witness the altercation. You think you can just toy with Lin Ran and not face consequences? Wu Di berated me, delivering another kick that left imprints on my trousers. Unable to retaliate, I remained silent, brushing off the dust from my pants. Amidst the taunts from his friends, I felt a surge of anger, but refrained from responding. One of them, a particularly unsavory character, shoved me, igniting my fury to the point where I wished to retaliate. Another boy, even less appealing than the first, kicked me, adding insult to injury. Chapter 19. Wu Di is definitely here to bully you. Being jostled by Wu Di and his 2 companions left me feeling humiliated, especially with numerous classmates observing and laughing. I feared Lin Ran would witness my disgrace and feel embarrassed to be associated with me. Furrowing my brow, he pleaded, "Dijiye, please stop. Were you to dictate terms?" Wu Di snapped, delivering yet another kick to my already marked trousers, which now bore more dirt. I felt filthy and lightly brushed off the dust once again. The unsavory boy noticed my discomfort and deliberately kicked my pants, further smudging them. In retaliation, another ugly fellow joined in, laughing while delivering a kick of his own. As I brushed off the dust, I felt a mix of urgency and anger. The laughter of my classmates echoed in my ears. They viewed my plight as a spectacle. In that moment, I caught sight of Lin Ran, who had just alighted from a vehicle, standing at the roadside with a frown as she observed the scene. Knowing how much she valued her reputation, I felt certain she would not want to be seen with someone so humiliated. My heart ached at the thought of disappointing her. Unable to endure any longer, I shouted at Wu Di and his companions, "Are you all that shameless?" Perhaps it was the pent-up frustration that fueled my voice, which rang out louder than I anticipated, startling them. They stared at me in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, I felt a sense of release, having regained a semblance of dignity in front of Lin Ran. She might not consider being with me to be too embarrassing after all. Fearing retaliation from Wu Di and his friends, I quickly fled the scene. Upon returning to the classroom, my heart raced with a mixture of anxiety and pride. Many classmates had witnessed my outburst and would surely think highly of me. If only I could be genuinely formidable. Lin Ran would never feel embarrassed to be seen with me. My trousers, however, were now stained and unclean, and I didn't want my classmates to notice the imprints on them. I stood up and headed towards the restroom to wash them. As I exited, I unexpectedly encountered Lin Ran. Our eyes met briefly, but she quickly lowered her gaze. A wave of melancholy washed over me as I longed for the day when we could converse freely at school. While in the restroom, I spotted a classmate smoking. He was not in uniform and styled his hair with gel. Upon noticing me, he hastily concealed his cigarette, but once he realized I was not a teacher, he resumed smoking brazenly. His gaze was more intimidating than Wu Di's, and as I washed my trousers, he continued to watch me intently. I recognized him as Lu Xian, a notorious troublemaker in our grade. Fearful of his reputation, I finished washing my pants and attempted to leave. "Hey, you've got a footprint on your backside," Lu Xian called out. His sudden remark startled me, but seeing no malice in his expression, I offered him a shy smile before returning to the sink to rinse my trousers. Wishing to avoid his judgment, I muttered to myself, "Who was the fool that kicked me? I'll make him pay when I get the chance." Lu Xian, still observing, found my plight amusing and let out a laugh, followed by a loud cough. His manner was slightly pretentious, and he spoke in a booming voice as he chuckled. "Come on, can you quit boasting? I saw you getting bullied at the school gate just now." Feeling a pang of embarrassment, I realized that news of my humiliation had likely spread throughout the school. It was disheartening to think about. I shot Lu Xian a furtive glance, but remained silent. As I examined the imprint on my trousers, I gently patted them down with water. "Are you and Lin Ran an item?" Lu Xian inquired nonchalantly. Lin Ran was indeed a beauty, and many in our grade were familiar with her. Boys often speculated about her romantic pursuits, though Lin Ran and I pretended not to know each other at school. We spent time together after class, leading to rumors about our relationship. Lin Ran had insisted that I keep our connection a secret, so I hesitated before replying to Lu Xian, "We're not acquainted." "Oh," he replied, tossing away his cigarette, but without further comment. As he prepared to leave, he pointed to the other side of my trousers, indicating there was still some dirt. "Thank you," I said gratefully, looking at Lu Xian. "Not a problem," he replied, whistling as he sauntered away. Watching his retreating figure, I felt a complex mix of emotions. If only I could have a friend like him, my status at school would surely improve. Having tidied myself up, I made my way back to the classroom. "I heard Wu Di bullied you this morning," my deskmate remarked. A grin plastered on his face as he munched on a bun that seemed to be filled with chives, the scent particularly potent. In my mind, the most despicable were Wu Di and his friends, followed closely by my deskmate. Although I had never wronged him, he often ridiculed me. Perhaps our similar backgrounds led him to seek superiority at my expense. Frustrated, I chose not to respond, merely pulling my desk away to create distance between us. Throughout the morning, whispers circulated among classmates discussing my encounter. In our school, both fighting and dating were considered noteworthy events. I have heard whispers about various altercations and romantic entanglements among my peers, and the chatter seems relentless. In class, my classmates are unafraid to discuss my affairs openly, even speculating whether I am in a relationship with Lin Ran. When they mention this, they lower their voices slightly, as if fearing Lin Ran might overhear. How absurd. They scoff, questioning how someone like him could possibly be in a relationship. One boy, with disdain, looked directly at me, seemingly gauging my reaction. Their mockery stings. Deep down, I feel unworthy of Lin Ran's affection. At noon, as school ended, I noticed that Wu Di and his companions did not come to confront me. I walked home alone, my heart heavy with unease. The sun blazed down, yet an internal chill enveloped me. A sudden impulse surged within me. I contemplated quitting school altogether. In the past, when Lin Ran and my classmates ridiculed me, I remained steadfast, fueled by my animosity towards Lin Ran. But now, the tides have turned. I have developed feelings for her, and I tread carefully, fearful of bringing her embarrassment. Being beaten by Wu Di and mocked by classmates makes me feel like I am failing Lin Ran, like I do not deserve her. Lin Ran has been increasingly kind to me, yet with each act of kindness, my guilt burgeons. As I stroll down a street, I unexpectedly spotted Lin Ran standing under a tree's shade, her expression tinged with impatience. "Why are you walking so slowly?" she asked, her tone slightly irritable. I was taken aback and pleasantly surprised to find her waiting for me. "Is everything all right this morning?" she queried, her demeanor softening. "It's nothing, not painful at all," I replied, furrowing my brow, reluctant to meet her gaze, still haunted by the morning's humiliation. "As long as it doesn't hurt. My family is out for lunch. Come with me. I'll treat you," she invited. I pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps I should treat you instead." "Let us discuss it later," she said, leading me toward a nearby KFC. In the past few days, my mother had been more generous with my allowance, occasionally giving me 5 or 10 yuan, and I had managed to save over 30 yuan, enough for both of us. Upon entering KFC, a wave of cool air greeted me, a stark contrast to the heat outside. Lin Ran accompanied me as I approached the counter, but I insisted, "You wait there. I'll order for you." "You don't know what I want," she countered, stepping ahead of me. She ordered a variety of items, all at her expense. My funds were sufficient for my meal, but not for two. As I bit into the chicken burger she had purchased for me, I frowned and said, "Lin Ran, I'm sorry for the embarrassment this morning." "It's fine." You shouted back at them too, didn't you? "It's normal that you can't take on all 3 of them alone," she reassured me, sipping her cold cola. She then added vehemently, "Those 3 are truly despicable. You haven't provoked them. Why would they attack you? From now on, when I see Wu Di, I want to speak to him." Her words warmed my heart. After finishing our meal, we headed directly to Lin Ran's house. There, we indulged in a moment of mischief and intimacy. In the afternoon, we walked hand in hand to school, resembling a couple. Upon reaching crowded areas, we instinctively released each other's hands. The heat was stifling, and during class, I succumbed to sleep. Drowsily, I felt my desk mate nudging me. "Hey, Wu Di is looking for you." I awoke with irritation. "What does he want?" I asked, annoyance creeping into my voice. "Well, he is definitely here to beat you up. What else could it be?" My desk mate scoffed. In the face of his mockery, I clenched my teeth in silence. Though I may not be able to defeat Wu Di, it doesn't mean I fear confrontation. If he provokes me again, I might just retaliate. "Where's Wu Di?" I asked defensively. "In the corridor." My desk mate replied with a smirk. Ignoring him, I left the classroom, and upon reaching the corridor, I spotted Wu Di alone. He approached, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "Bai Hao, come here. I need to talk to you." "What is it?" I asked, uncomfortable with his grip. "I'm taking you to meet my girlfriend. When you see her, tell her you're Lin Ran's boyfriend, got it?" Wu Di instructed. I felt perplexed. The last time Wu Di's girlfriend saw Lin Ran had clarified their relationship, stating that they were merely classmates. Why, then, was she suddenly involved in this situation? With questions swirling in my mind, I followed Wu Di to his girlfriend's class. Her name was Wang Li, a well-known figure in our grade. She had a reputation for being brazen, and while she was attractive, she lacked the unique charm Lin Ran possessed. A glance at Wang Li revealed her rather dismissive demeanor as she stepped forward, eyeing me with disdain. "So, you're Lin Ran's boyfriend?" she queried. "Yes, why?" I responded, no longer feeling the need to hide our relationship. More classmates were noticing my connection with Lin Ran, and I had no reason to conceal it. "Keep your boyfriend in check. Don't let him message my Wu Di too often, understood?" Wang Li demanded, her tone dripping with arrogance. Her words left me bewildered. Lin Ran had promised not to speak with Wu Di at noon. Why was she now sending him messages? "All right, you can go now. Tell Lin Ran to mind her manners," Wang Li concluded. I nodded, my heart heavy as I made my way back. Behind me, Wu Di was fervently explaining, "Look, babe, I told you Lin Ran has a boyfriend. Lin Ran and I are just ordinary classmates." Though I felt humiliated, I was not naive. It was clear that Lin Ran had messaged Wu Di behind my back. Anger bubbled within me, feeling betrayed after our earlier conversation. Upon entering the classroom, I shot Lin Ran a piercing glare. She seemed to sense my anger and looked concerned as she caught my eye. Lin Ran furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to confront me, but the presence of our classmates held her back. Su Ting, seated nearby, observed our tension with curiosity. Upon returning to my seat, my desk mate mischievously asked, "So, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of Wu D's punches?" His teasing only aggravated my already fraught emotions. I glared at him, wishing I could silence him with a single blow. My desk mate, taller and sturdier than I, came from a similar financial background, and like me, he did not dare to fight. However, his incessant taunts were wearing me down. Why was it so difficult for a decent student to simply pursue a relationship? Why was it such a struggle to focus on studies? Did my meekness make me a target? Though Lin Ran never looked down on me, the persistent bullying was unbearable. I cherished my feelings for Lin Ran and desired to be with her without bringing her shame. My affection for her made me willing to endure anything to see her happy. How perplexing it was that someone like Lin Ran could be interested in someone like me. My desk mate, seeing me glaring at him without daring to retaliate, seemed to relax a little. The commotion from our quarrel was not particularly loud, yet it managed to capture the attention of many, including Zhou Wei. Our classmates nearby watched us with amused expressions, reveling in the spectacle. Some even egged us on, shouting for us to fight and see who was stronger. Their apathetic taunts chilled my heart. If I did not show my desk, made a taste of my resolve, I feared I would be perpetually bullied and disrespected. What if I could actually overpower him? With that thought, I could no longer contain myself and slapped him on the head with a resounding smack. The noise drew the attention of the entire class. My deskmate, taken aback by my sudden aggression, stood there in disbelief, unsure of how to react. "What's the matter? Aren't you always pestering me? You dare to challenge me?" I angrily jabbed my finger at his nose. A few attractive girls in our class, like Lin Ran and Su Ting, turned to observe us. Under their scrutiny, my desk mate's composure faltered. "Who do you think you're hitting?" he exclaimed, suddenly lunging towards me. Neither of us were adept at fighting. We ended up entangled in a messy struggle. The boys in class cheered us on while the girls kept their distance. My desk mate, stronger than I, twisted my body and slammed me against the scattered desks and chairs. I felt my strength waning as I neared defeat. With a mighty roar, he knocked me to the ground, but in my fall, I managed to pull him down with me. At that moment, we both felt the sting of loss. Yet I felt a sense of balance as he had also fallen. At the very least, I had managed to bring him down with me, making my defeat feel less humiliating. After throwing me down, he sat atop me, demanding, "So, you dare to hit me again?" I, pinned beneath him, refused to concede. Cursing him fiercely, "You think you can bully me?" He increased the pressure, making me feel nauseous. "Do you still want to fight? Do you?" His voice boomed, desperate for the attention of our classmates. "Fight? You think you can intimidate me?" I retorted, feeling utterly humiliated, especially in front of Lin Ran. This time, not only had I embarrassed myself in front of her, but in front of the entire class. "I think that's enough, you two. We're in the same class. What is the point of fighting?" Su Ting interjected, unable to watch any longer as she rushed over to separate us. Seeing her attempt to mediate, other classmates pretended to help too, saying things like, "All right, enough of this. You'll only hurt each other." As my desk mate was pulled away, he kicked me disdainfully. "Watch yourself next time." He shot a glance at Lin Ran before turning away. "By how you two? If you can't fight well, then why bother?" Su Ting helped me up, brushing off the dust from my clothes. Being protected by a girl made me feel even worse. "Thank you." My throat ached as I fought back tears. "You should wash your face. You're covered in dust," she said, her voice cheerful as she pushed me toward the classroom door. "Do you want me to accompany you?" she asked kindly as I walked out. "No need," I replied, turning toward the washroom. Upon reaching the water room, I finally broke down and cried. The embarrassment in front of Lin Ran was unbearable, and I felt utterly ashamed to face her again. As I pushed the door open, I was greeted by the acrid smell of smoke. "Damn it, not you again." Lucien glared at me in anger. Feeling overwhelmed, I brushed off his hostility. After all, everyone was bullying me. His scorn was no different. "What is wrong with me?" I sobbed in response. "Is this your territory? What is wrong? Look at my cigarette." He snapped, pointing at the half-burnt cigarette on the ground. I had never smoked and did not grasp his meaning. Chapter 21. Mind your own business, damn it. I finally managed to get a cigarette, and you walk in here, thinking you're the teacher. "What is your deal? Always hanging around the water room." Lucien explained, exasperated when he saw my confusion. My eyes were red from crying. Once he finished, I understood. To me, smoking was a luxury, and wasting one of his cigarettes would understandably anger him. With tears still in my eyes, I apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Lucien, still irritated, looked at me but softened when he saw my tears. I felt a bit intimidated by him, so I kept my words brief and washed my face at the sink. If any classmates saw me crying, they would surely mock me even more. What happened? Did someone hit you? He asked with a teasing smile. No one hit me, I replied, trying to wash away my shame. It's embarrassing to be hit. I don't want you to laugh at me. All right, you're covered in dirt. Let me help you, Lu Xian said, genuinely offering to help. His pats on my back were firm but not harsh, and I felt a warmth in my heart. I never expected a stranger to show such concern. Thank you. After washing my face, I splashed water on my clothes to remove the dust. Why do you always end up in fights? Lu Xian chuckled. I didn't get hit. I was just wrestling with my desk mate, and we both fell. Neither gained the upper hand. I hurried to explain, fearing he would look down on me. Who was your desk mate? He asked, not pressing the matter further. Wang Dong, I replied. Never heard of him, he said dismissively. Once Lu Xian helped me clean up, class had already started. My clothes felt damp from washing off the dust. Noticing my wet clothes, Lu Xian frowned and said, You're soaked. It's better if you don't attend class. Let us step outside for a bit to dry off. I felt elated that Lu Xian wanted to spend time with me. He was somewhat well known in our grade, and having a friend like him felt prestigious. If the teacher found out, I would be in trouble, but I didn't care. I had lost interest in school anyway. As we walked outside, Lu Xian chatted casually, and by the time we reached the school gate, we had become more familiar with each other. Bye, Hal. Can I borrow $5 for a pack of cigarettes? I've run out of money this week, he said awkwardly. Initially, I had a good impression of him, but the request made my heart sink. I had heard rumors about certain troublemakers in school who would borrow money from honest students and never return it, sometimes resorting to violence if they didn't get what they wanted. Looking at Lu Xian made me feel uneasy. My family wasn't well off, and my mother only gave me a limited allowance each day. $5 represented my entire daily spending money. Ever since I developed feelings for Lin Ran, I wanted to save up to buy her small gifts or treats. If I lent Lu Xian money, I would lose my allowance for the day. I had worked hard to save that money, even foregoing drinks and walking long distances to save a few coins. After some thought, I replied, All right, I'll lend it to you. Really? Lu Xian asked, surprised. Yes, I nodded with a smile and led him into the convenience store. I bought him a pack of Red River cigarettes. I knew he wouldn't pay me back, but I didn't regret it. After all, he had just helped me brush off the dirt. Holding the cigarettes, Lu Xian beamed with happiness. He opened the pack and offered me a cigarette, asking if I wanted to smoke. I shook my head, I don't know how. Then I'll smoke it, he said, taking one for himself. Lu Xian lit a cigarette, appearing quite content. He squinted at me and remarked, You're still damp. You should go outside and bask in the sun for a while. Lu Xian's advice was quite sensible, so I nodded and stepped out of the small shop to stand under the sunlight. After a while, Lu Xian joined me outside. As we stood beneath the sun, wiping away sweat, he complained, Damn, it's really scorching today. How about I treat you to some ice cream? I pondered for a moment before asking Lu Xian. No way. I feel embarrassed borrowing money from you just to buy cigarettes. How could I accept ice cream from you? Lu Xian replied with a grin. It's fine, just wait here. After saying this, I dashed back into the shop to purchase 2 ice creams. With the 10 yuan bill, I bought a pack of cigarettes and 2 ice creams, leaving me with just 2 coins. I'm used to myself that money truly doesn't stretch far these days. Once spent, it vanishes. I handed Lu Xian one of the ice creams, and he bashfully opened it and began to eat. The heat was oppressive and stifling. The two of us sat in the shade, enjoying our ice creams while discussing my affairs. When our conversation turned to my desk mate's constant provocations, Lu Xian grew agitated. Damn it, I'll help you teach him a lesson, Lu Xian said, biting into his ice cream stick, his eyes wide with determination. Hearing Lu Xian's willingness to confront Wang Dong thrilled me. Despite Wang Dong's brawn, I was confident that Lu Xian would intimidate him. After a moment's thought, I declined Lu Xian's offer, feeling it was inappropriate to ask for help in such a matter so soon after our acquaintance. All right, if Wang Dong tries to show off again, just call me. I'll deal with him, Lu Xian declared, tossing aside his ice cream stick and lighting another cigarette. Sounds good, I nodded in agreement. Before we realized it, a class period had passed, and it was time to return to the classroom. Our last class of the day was likely with our homeroom teacher, who would undoubtedly reprimand me for skipping class. Lu Xian's class was on the opposite side of the corridor. After parting ways with him, I made my way back to my classroom. Once inside, Su Ting approached me and asked, Bai Hao, where have you been? The teacher was looking for you during the last class. I told her you went to the restroom. If the teacher asks you, just say you were in the restroom. Don't let it slip. Thanks, Tingjie, I replied. After spending that class with Lu Xian, my mood had significantly improved. Feeling cheerful, I deliberately addressed her as Tingjie. Oh, how sweet. Su Ting grinned at me, aware that she was teasing me. I didn't take it to heart. Su Ting was a stunning beauty. If only I could be her younger brother. While joking around with Su Ting, I felt several eyes on us, including Lin Ran's furtive glances. Upon returning to my seat, I overheard my deskmate muttering, "Damn, just got involved with Lin Ran. Now messing with Su Ting, what a shameless guy." Although he didn't speak directly to me, I knew he was insulting me. I coldly asked, "What did you say? Care to repeat that?" He disdainfully lifted his chin to look at me. "Wang Dong, you better not provoke me. If you push me too far, I might just have Lu Xian deal with you. Do you believe me?" Anger bubbled within me as I used Lu Xian to intimidate him. Lu Xian was well known at our school, and my deskmate was aware of his reputation. Cut the bravado. Do you really know Lu Xian? If you think you can call him to beat me up, go ahead. My deskmate scoffed at me. Seeing him act so arrogantly infuriated me. Such a despicable person deserved 100 beatings. Yet I hesitated to involve Lu Xian out of concern for causing trouble. Go ahead. Do it. My deskmate taunted, reveling in my apparent impotence. As we continued to argue, he even shoved me. Having fought once before, we had established who was stronger. He took pride in having beaten me in front of the entire class, growing increasingly fearless. "Wang Dong, you'd better tread carefully. If you dare to provoke me again, you'll regret it," I said, suppressing my anger. "Idiot," my deskmate retorted disdainfully before rushing off, seemingly in a hurry to use the restroom. Just as Wang Dong left, my phone vibrated. I glanced at the screen. It was a message from Lin Ran. "Don't stoop to his level. It's embarrassing." "Yes, I understand," I replied to Lin Ran. After messaging Lin Ran, I felt unsettled. In the afternoon, I had heard that Wu Di's girlfriend Minchin Lin Ran had messaged Wu Di. Lin Ran had already told me she was ignoring him. Why had she sent him a message again? The thought of Lin Ran corresponding with Wu Di left a knot in my chest, and I resolved to confront her about it after school. As the end of the day approached, I texted Lin Ran to wait for me outside as I had something to discuss. She replied that she would be waiting on the road across from school. Once school was out, we walked in tandem to the road opposite the school. As I approached her, Lin Ran asked, "What did you want to discuss?" Lin Ran, "This afternoon Wu Di's girlfriend mentioned you sent a message to Wu Di?" I inquired. "Yes," Lin Ran replied, her brows furrowing in displeasure. "What did you send?" I pressed, feeling a sense of discomfort. Gazing into Lin Ran's eyes, I hoped for a reasonable explanation. "It's none of your business," she retorted, unwilling to divulge the content of her message. Chapter 22. Don't mess around, none of my business? Her words irked me. She had promised not to engage with Wu Di, so why was it irrelevant to me? Although we hadn't officially dated, we had shared many intimate moments, and in my heart, she was already my girlfriend. It pained me to think of her messaging someone like Wu Di, and her dismissive attitude only added to my frustration. I stared blankly at Lin Ran, unsure of what to say. Our disagreement over Wu Di had soured the mood, and Lin Ran turned her head away, refusing to meet my gaze. Looking at her lovely face, I sighed. Lin Ran was exceptional. If we weren't relatives, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to speak with her. It was already commendable that she treated me well. I shouldn't be so greedy. "I'm leaving," she said curtly. After saying this, she turned and began to walk home. Seeing Lin Ran ignore me, I initially thought to leave as well. However, reconsidering, I realized that if she truly wanted to go home, she would have taken a taxi. Her walking home presented an opportunity for me. Lacking experience in relationships, I wasn't sure how to console a girl. Lin Ran walked ahead while I followed her. When we reached a secluded area, I couldn't help but grasp her hand. Lin Ran frowned and tried to shake me off, but I looked at her with a pitiful expression, silent. After a few attempts, Lin Ran couldn't hold back her laughter. "I've never met someone so shameless. Weren't you mad at me?" "I was worried you'd find it dull walking alone, so I wanted to keep you company," I replied, smiling. Lin Ran chuckled, and I joined in her laughter. "Oomph, I don't need your company. I can find plenty of people to accompany me home." Lin Ran pouted, feigning annoyance. Seeing her playful demeanor stirred something in me. My confidence had grown, and I teasingly remarked, "While you can find many to walk you home, when it comes to the other matters, only I can accompany you. Get lost, you shameless brat." As soon as I finished speaking, Lin Ran's cheeks flushed crimson. She bit her lip and glared at me, shoving me away. "Ouch." I laughed as I pulled her into an embrace. We had entered the apartment complex, and there was no one around. After a moment's thought, I felt a surge of mischief and led her into the stairwell. Our last encounter there had been exhilarating, and I craved to relive that experience. "What are you doing?" Lynn Rand appeared reluctant, but still followed me into the stairwell. We embraced and teased each other for a while, sharing tender kisses. I found myself yearning for more. Although I couldn't go all the way with her, I thought perhaps she could lend a hand. Lynn Rand didn't refuse. Her small hand felt soft against me. She playfully teased me for a bit. I was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Just as luck would have it, we suddenly heard footsteps outside. Hearing the noise startled Lynn Rand, and she quickly attempted to pull her hand away. In her haste, I felt a sharp pain that made me gasp. "What's wrong?" Lynn Rand looked at me with concern as I winced in pain. The footsteps echoed in the corridor, but the person outside did not enter. I had gotten caught, and it hurt. I grimaced at Lynn Rand and asked, "Are you not disgusted?" Lynn Rand blushed and playfully slapped me. Both of us felt a sense of fear for our misdeeds in the corridor, so we tidied ourselves up and walked out. While escorting Lynn Rand home, I held her hand tightly. The sensation of holding Lynn Rand's hand filled me with happiness. I wished to hold it for a lifetime. After exchanging a few words, I returned home. Once there, I felt a hint of boredom and found myself missing Lynn Rand. She often played QQ, so I went to Internet CAF and paid for an hour, hoping to see if Lynn Rand was online. As soon as I logged onto QQ, I spotted Lynn Rand's name glowing. She seemed a bit curious to see me online and asked, "Why are you on QQ?" I wanted to confess my feelings of missing her, but such sentimental words felt too embarrassing to utter. Instead, I told Lynn Rand that I was bored at home and suggested we chat for a while. Having just added her QQ a couple of days ago, we had yet to converse online. This rare exchange was quite enjoyable, allowing us to express thoughts we might otherwise hesitate to share. Gradually, our conversation flourished. I listened to music while awaiting her replies, and although she sometimes took a few minutes to respond, I wondered if she was chatting with someone else, perhaps Wu Di. Lynn Rand and Wu Di shared a good rapport, and I suspected she had his QQ. "What are you up to? Chatting with classmates?" I inquired. "Yes, I'm talking to Su Ting," Lynn Rand replied, adding a smiley face. "Oh, are you only chatting with her?" I remarked, sensing she seemed busy. Su Ting shared a secret with me, and we're discussing it," Lynn Rand informed me. I found her mention of a secret intriguing, recalling that I had overheard her and Su Ting talking a few days prior, where Su Ting had mentioned something about an exhilarating experience. The thought made my cheeks flush. After a little more chatting, I realized it was time for me to go. I refrained from asking about her messages with Wu Di, fearing it might upset her. Later that evening, I couldn't help but think about our earlier escapade in the corridor and, unable to resist, indulged in a moment of pleasure before washing up to sleep. The next morning, I woke up early and found myself unconsciously wandering to Lynn Rand's building. Knowing that she loved crepes, I bought one for her on the way. Holding the crepe, I imagined how touched she would be to receive breakfast from me. After waiting a while, Lynn Rand came down with a small bag. Upon seeing the crepe in my hand, she smiled and said, "I was just thinking of bringing you some bread." Though Lynn Rand seemed unfazed, I felt a rush of emotion. We found a small pavilion to sit and enjoy our breakfast, and as I savored the bread she had brought for me, my heart swelled with sweetness. On our way to school, we continued to hold hands, and I felt that we were increasingly resembling a couple. While walking, Lynn Rand mentioned, "I started my period last night, so please don't tease me for the next few days, or I might feel uncomfortable." "All right, I promise not to," I responded playfully. Give her a light pinch. "Are you annoying or what?" Lynn Rand's cheeks turned crimson from my playful gesture. Fortune smiled upon me that day, as no one bothered me at school. After a confrontation with my desk mate, we had completely severed ties. We no longer spoke to each other, and he even distanced his desk from mine. Watching him, I thought, what a fool, as if anyone desires to sit beside you. After school, Lynn Rand didn't wait for me, saying she had a stomachache and wanted to take a taxi home. Feeling sympathetic, I texted her to ask if she needed any medicine. "No need," she replied. On my way home, I spotted a girl and was pleasantly surprised. "Su Ting," I called out. "What how? What a coincidence." Su Ting turned around, equally surprised upon seeing me. "Why didn't you take a taxi home today?" I asked curiously. "I need to lose some weight. I'm too chubby," she replied with a smile. Su Ting was not only beautiful, but also had a well-proportioned figure. She appeared delicate, with a certain fragility about her. As I looked at her, I thought, she is slim, yet still wants to lose weight. I wonder what her ideal is. It was delightful to walk home together, and we shared quite a bit of conversation. During our chat, Su Ting teased me. When are you going to treat me to the wedding candies for you and Lin Ran? Stop joking. We're still in high school. I laughed in response. Although I knew Lin Ran and I were unlikely to be together, Su Ting's playful teasing brought me unexpected joy. As we made our way through the bustling streets, I spotted a few familiar faces by the bus station. To my surprise, a group of girls stood nearby, one of whom was Wu Di's girlfriend. She had approached me a couple of times in recent days, and we were acquainted. Upon seeing me with Su Ting, Wu Di's girlfriend scoffed. Look at you, thinking you're something special. You're quite the flirt, aren't you? One at home and another outside. Her words stung, and I remained silent, feeling belittled in front of Su Ting. However, Su Ting was not one to back down. She pointed at Wu Di's girlfriend and retorted, "What did you say? Mind your words. Who are you talking to?" Wu Di's girlfriend, taken aback by Su Ting's boldness, shot back. "To you, of course. What is the matter? Don't overstep." Su Ting diblaiu defiantly. Perhaps Wu Di's girlfriend underestimated Su Ting, thinking she was just another ordinary girl. However, Su Ting came from a powerful family and had social connections. Everyone in our class recognized her strength, and no one dared to provoke her. I had once seen Su Ting chatting amiably with a local tough, which made me wary of her. I was uncertain of Wu Di's girlfriend's background, but I was confident she was no match for Su Ting. As Wu Di's girlfriend insulted me, I felt guilty for dragging Su Ting into this mess. I took her arm and said, "Su Ting, let us just ignore them. Let go. Are you even a man?" Su Ting siod me dice pruingle. "All right, let us go," I conceded, not wanting to upset her further. Wu Di's girlfriend, flanked by 4 other girls, blocked our path, adopting an arrogant posture. "Trying to leave? Not so fast, you little brat. Who were you just talking back to?" Wu Di's girlfriend sneered, while Su Ting raised her arm and pointed a slender finger at her. "With you, what is it to you? Don't push your luck. I haven't insulted you. Who cares if I insult you? You little brat." Wu Di's girlfriend laughed smugly, clearly underestimating Su Ting. Their bickering attracted the attention of passersby, and I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. If Su Ting hadn't been with me, she wouldn't have faced such disdain from Wu Di's girlfriend and her crew. As Su Ting faced their taunts, her once radiant face turned cold and frosty. Su Ting, with a cold expression, inquired of Wu Di's partner, "Are you insulting me?" Before Wu Di's partner could finish her sentence, Su Ting swiftly slapped her. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving Wu Di's partner momentarily stunned, as she had not anticipated Su Ting's audacity to strike. Witnessing Su Ting assault Wu Di's partner sent a wave of fear through me. There were 5 girls opposing her. If they retaliated, Su Ting could find herself at a disadvantage. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ting cursed, "How dare you insult me?" and hurled her bag at Wu Di's partner's face. Following this, Su Ting decisively grasped Wu Di's partner's hair with one hand while delivering slaps with the other. "How dare you insult me? Do you still wish to continue?" Su Ting's demeanor, while striking, was particularly terrifying. Her lips pursed in a fierce snarl. "Ah, you dare to hit me?" Wu Di's partner, unable to lift her head due to Su Ting's grip, struggled desperately, scratching at Su Ting's face. Su Ting, demonstrating agility, evaded the claws and kicked Wu Di's partner in the stomach, causing her to collapse to the ground. Observing Wu Di's partner in distress, her companions rushed to Su Ting's aid, attempting to retaliate. Despite Su Ting's fighting prowess, she found herself overwhelmed by the sheer number of girls. As they tugged at her hair and clothes, Su Ting quickly began to suffer losses. Wu Di's partner regained her footing and kicked Su Ting, leading the group in attacking her. Watching Su Ting being assaulted left me in a state of panic. My heart raced with fear, unsure of how to intervene. The scuffle attracted an increasing crowd, and I pleaded with the adults nearby. Yet none stepped forward to break up the fight. If it weren't for me, Su Ting would not be in this predicament. The sight of Su Ting being bullied by Wu Di's partner sent me into a frenzy. If I intervened, Wu Di's partner would surely turn her wrath on me. Forget it. If I must die, then so be it. Unable to contain myself, I shouted and pushed Wu Di's partner away. She was slender, and my strength easily sent her sprawling to the ground. Once Wu Di's partner was down, I embraced Su Ting, separating her from the girls attacking her. In the process of protecting Su Ting, I felt their nails scratch my face and neck. Su Ting's hair was disheveled, and her clothing was torn. Holding her tightly, I could see the girls still attempting to strike Su Ting from behind me. My heart ached at the sight of Su Ting's misfortune. I forcefully shoved one of the girls aside and shouted, "How dare you? Touch Su Ting again, and you'll regret it." My voice rang out loudly, leaving the girls momentarily stunned. Wu Di's partner, dressed in black stockings, rose and dusted off her shorts and stockings. Realizing they could not overpower me, she pointed at me with a menacing glare, threatening. "You wait. I'll have my brother come and deal with you." Wudi has a brother? This revelation sent shivers down my spine. Her brother must be an upperclassman. And the older students at our school were formidable. Few of us dared to provoke them. If he came after me, I would surely be in grave danger. Dreading the possibility of her brother seeking retribution, I kept my mouth shut. "You wretched person," Sutting pointed at Wu Di's partner in anger. "Huh, just wait until tomorrow," Wu Di's partner retorted, having endured quite a bit herself. She, along with her companions, quickly departed, leaving Sutting with 2 scratches on her face. Filled with guilt, I asked Sutting, "Are you okay? Why are you so timid? I took the hit for you, and you didn't even fight back. Are you even a man?" Sutting, feeling the sting of her wounds, gingerly touched her injury, frowning in pain. Out of frustration at her disfigurement, she struck me lightly and blamed me. "I'm sorry. It's not that I fear them. I just believe it's wrong for boys to hit girls," I replied, furrowing my brow. "You fool." Sutting shot me an exasperated glare and turned to leave. I stood there, watching her retreating figure, my heart sinking. Sutting was a close friend of Lin Ran, and she had always treated me kindly, often teasing me. Now, because of me, she had been hurt, and someone who had shown me kindness was walking away. I felt a deep sense of inadequacy, always finding excuses to comfort myself after being bullied. I contemplated becoming stronger, but the thought of the connections those bullies had terrified me. To me, knowing an upperclassman or a delinquent was already impressive. I knew no one. How could I possibly stand up to them? "What are you staring at? Are you coming or not?" Sutting called back after walking a considerable distance, glaring at me. "Huh, I'm coming." Her invitation filled me with joy, as I had feared she would ignore me from now on. Sutting hailed a taxi instead of heading home. As she entered the vehicle, she informed me that she intended to visit Lin Ran and seek vengeance. While in the car, she made a phone call, informing someone that she had been attacked and asking them to come to school the next day. From her tone, it was clear she was enlisting the help of some external troublemakers. The thought of her connections to such individuals filled me with dread, my heart racing anxiously. "What, how? Can you check if I'm bleeding?" Sutting asked, fuming. "No bleeding, just a little scraped," I replied. "Damn it, I might need a rabies vaccine tomorrow," she grumbled, glancing at her reflection in the rearview mirror, cursing again. "They didn't T-bite you. It was just scratching. That should be called cat scratch fever," I reminded her. "Pfft. As if they could be called cats," Sutting scoffed. Upon arriving at Lin Ran's house, Sutting greeted Lin Ran's mother, who was also at home. Sutting was a frequent visitor, and she entered the house with a warm greeting. Upon hearing me address Lin Ran's mother as Annie, Sutting looked at me in surprise. No one knew about my relationship with Lin Ran, and I felt equally bewildered by her reaction. Lin Ran had always been reluctant to let others know we were childhood friends, and although our relationship had improved significantly, she still preferred to keep it private. Lin Ran shot me a furious glance for revealing our connection and pulled Sutting into the room. "Why did Bahao call you Mother Annie?" Sutting asked Lin Ran, puzzled. "We're childhood friends. He just lacks manners," Lin Ran replied, shooting me another glare. "Isn't that right?" "Yes," I nodded, saying nothing further. "Oh, I thought you two were relatives." Sutting laughed with Lin Ran. "Huh, I wouldn't want to be related to him," Lin Ran scoffed. "True, if you were related, you couldn't date," Sutting jested. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not dating him. We're not close," Lin Ran clarified. "I was already at Lin Ran's house. How could I not be familiar? If we weren't close, she wouldn't have invited me over." Sutting assumed Lin Ran was too shy to admit I was her boyfriend and did not press further. Noticing the scratches on Sutting's face, Lin Ran angrily asked, "Did that wretched Wu Di's partner do this? I'll help you get revenge tomorrow. That wretched girl. I won't stoop to her level, yet she still dares to confront me. I just called my friend. He'll come to school tomorrow to assist," Sutting explained. "Also, I'll bring Yang Wei and Li Shuang along. We'll teach Wu Di a lesson. How dare she hit me? She needs to be put in her place." After speaking to Lin Ran, Sutting turned to me, saying, "You should come too." Me? I was taken aback by the suggestion that I help her fight. As a boy, how could I possibly engage in a fight with girls? "Sutting, don't invite Bahao. He won't fight and won't dare to act," Lin Ran chimed in, frowning at the idea. "So what if he can't fight? He'll learn after a few times. I'll introduce him to my friends tomorrow. He won't embarrass you anymore." Sutting laughed lightly. "You're crazy. Stop saying such nonsense. Look at your face. You should wash up," Lin Ran retorted. Her cheeks flushed from Sutting's teasing as she pulled her towards the bathroom. As Su Ting washed her face in the bathroom, Lin Ran whispered to me, "You mustn't tell anyone about our relationship. If you dare to say anything, I will no longer acknowledge you." Observing Lin Ran's serious demeanor, I sighed inwardly. Despite her willingness to engage with me, she still looked down on me. Her insistence on keeping our relationship a secret stemmed from her fear of being embarrassed by me. Once Su Ting finished in the restroom, she emerged, her clothing torn by Wu Di's girlfriend, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin at the neckline. Captivated by her allure, I found myself glancing at her, both intentionally and unintentionally. Su Ting was aware of my furtive glances. She wanted to admonish me, but felt too shy to do so. Her awkwardness stirred something within me. Su Ting's beauty was not inferior to Lin Ran's, and she possessed an indescribable charm. Being with Su Ting instilled a sense of security in me. If I could date her, it would not be a bad prospect. But her father held a position of authority, and she excelled academically. She would never consider someone like me. Her kindness towards me was merely to maintain face for Lin Ran. As the two girls conversed in the room, I, as the only male present, felt hesitant to interject. They both vented their frustrations about Wu Di's girlfriend, with Lin Ran recounting an incident from a few days prior where Wu Di's girlfriend had acted pretentiously. After Lin Ran finished, Su Ting was visibly upset and retorted, "Just wait until tomorrow. I will take her clothes off." Sitting on the floor, I watched the two girls swinging their small feet. Su Ting was slightly shorter than Lin Ran and had smaller feet. Lin Ran's bare feet were pristine, adorned with beautiful nail polish, while Su Ting wore white socks, playfully waving them in front of me, making me yearn to touch them. With Su Ting present, I dared not take advantage of Lin Ran. I remained seated on the floor, stealing glances at the girls as they spoke, finding it inconvenient to engage. After contemplating, I said, "You two discuss it. I shall head home." "All right, you may go. Just don't run away during the fight tomorrow," Su Ting teased with a smile. "I won't run." I shot her an annoyed look. As I left, I stole another glance at Su Ting's lovely feet, wishing I could touch them. Upon returning home, I took a shower. As I washed, I imagined the lingering fragrance I had brought back from Lin Ran's house. I fantasized about the possibility of both Lin Ran and Su Ting being my partners, debating whom I should spend my nights with first. Each girl had her own merits, and I couldn't decide who to pursue first. Perhaps Su Ting. I seemed to have a particular fondness for her delicate feet. I recognized that such thoughts were somewhat unsettling, even a tad perverse, yet I was undeniably drawn to Su Ting's feet, especially when she wore white socks. After my shower, I gazed into the mirror, noting the scratches on my face and neck, which stung when touched. A casual assessment of my appearance revealed that I was not unattractive, at least more appealing than many of my peers. The following morning at school, Su Ting tossed me a piece of chocolate, saying, "You helped me yesterday. This is a reward for me." Stunned by her gesture, I thanked her and pocketed the chocolate, unable to bring myself to eat it. At lunchtime, as school let out, Su Ting and Lin Ran gathered several girls, among them a particularly striking one named Li Shuang from the neighboring class. With her curly hair and bold demeanor, she added to the group's spirited energy. I felt embarrassed to be associated with a group of girls confronting others. As we exited the school, many classmates turned their gaze towards me, and their disdainful expressions made me wish for a hole to hide in. The girls disregarded me, continuing to berate Wu Di's girlfriend. Li Shuang remarked, "What with the pretense? Just because you have a senior brother doesn't mean you're special." After a moment, I stood there, daring her to approach me. Should she attempt to hit me, I would ensure she faced dire consequences, along with her brother. "Huh, you're just a poor kid, aren't you?" Lin Ran chimed in, her voice dripping with condescension. The girls laughed at her remark, but I remained somber. They were from a different social stratum than I, while my background was far less affluent. As we exited the school gates, I noticed 3 delinquents with dyed hair rise from the ground. One of them, striking a cool pose, flicked the ash from his cigarette and approached us. "Su Ting, who is trying to show off? Are you actually going to confront her?" The delinquent, Lu Yang, was known in our area. He had been expelled from our school for fighting and now roamed the neighborhood. I was intimidated by his reputation, keeping my head down to avoid his gaze. In the midst of all the girls, I was the only boy, and Lu Yang quickly spotted me. "Who is this? Your friend?" he asked Su Ting, his interest piqued. "My childhood friend," Su Ting replied with a smile. "Really, Lin Ran? You got a boyfriend now?" Lu Yang feigned surprise, exaggerating his reaction. "No, don't listen to Su Ting's nonsense. By how is Su Ting's boyfriend, not mine," Lin Ran insisted, disowning our friendship, ashamed of being linked to me. Stop pretending. I know about your relationship. Do you want to spill the beans? Su Ting teased, pushing me back towards Lin Ran. At this, Lin Ran's expression froze. She awkwardly chuckled, saying nothing further. Wu Di's girlfriend was aware that Su Ting was seeking revenge, and when she left school, she brought several accomplices along, 2 of Wu Di's friends and another boy I didn't recognize, who appeared intimidating. They felt confident with their numbers. But when they saw Su Ting with 3 outsiders, their bravado faltered. Liu Yang, are these girls your friends? The delinquent from the second year asked, his expression serious. Liu Yang smirked. What do you think? He looked down on the second-year delinquent with disdain. I thought someone was going to confront my sister, he added nonchalantly. The second-year delinquent contemplated before responding with a faint smile. Since we know each other, let's leave it at that. Leave it at that? Is that how it works? What about my sister who got scratched? Su Ting interjected, refusing to let the matter rest. Having suffered greatly the day before, she was unwilling to let them get away without repercussions. Hey, sister, you had your losses, but my sister also suffered. I heard you slapped her several times. Liu Yelmantionet. How about this? I can offer you some compensation for medical expenses. What do you think? The second-year delinquent inquired, but Lin Ran retorted coldly. Do you think we care about that little money? Both Lin Ran and Su Ting came from affluent families, and though they wore school uniforms, their shoes were designer brands. Su Ting, in particular, sported a delicate platinum necklace. The second-year delinquent sensed their wealth and asked Su Ting, what do you want? One-on-one. Su Ting declared, disdainfully glancing at Wu Di's girlfriend. Known for her fighting prowess, Su Ting had held her own against Wu Di's girlfriend previously. Upon hearing Su Ting's challenge for a duel, Wu Di's girlfriend turned pale with fear. A one-on-one is out of the question. Wang Han can't match you. The second-year delinquent quickly refused. Then what do you propose? Liu Yang asked the delinquent, taking a drag from his cigarette. I say we leave it as is. Fighting benefits no one. The second-year delinquent suggested, casting a glance at Su Ting. If we don't duel, just let me slap her a few times, and we can call it even. Su Ting contemplated for a moment, casting a vengeful look at Wu Di's girlfriend. Under Su Ting's gaze, Wu Di's partner appeared visibly distressed. Su Ting, don't go too far. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I simply don't want to stoop to your level, Wu Di's partner said, her face contorted with anger. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one instead of hiding behind men. Su Ting retorted mockingly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran, Li Shuang, and a few other girls erupted in laughter. I couldn't help but admire Su Ting. These women possess an exceptional talent for cutting remarks. What are you talking about? Wu Di's partner could barely contain her frustration, fully aware of Su Ting's insinuation regarding her promiscuity. You're just a cheap tramp, Su Ting spat, pointing an accusatory finger at her before lunging forward. As Su Ting struck the first blow, Lin Ran, Li Shuang, and several other girls joined in the fray against Wu Di's partner. The girls were quite ferocious, pulling hair and tearing at clothes, until Wu Di's partner's strap snapped, exposing her bra. A crowd of onlookers gasped at the sight. Get lost, all of you, Wu Di shouted angrily. He rushed to assist his partner, but instead of aiding her, he attempted to pull Lin Ran and Su Ting away, clearly siding against them. When Su Ting kicked Wang Han, Wu Di grabbed her, prompting Wang Han to retaliate with a kick of her own. Infuriated by the assault, Su Ting yelled at Wu Di, "Are you that low?" and called for my help. I was utterly bewildered. How could I, as a tall male, intervene in a fight among girls? Liu Yang and the other troublemakers merely observed, doing nothing. It felt inappropriate for me to assist Su Ting while Wu Di was naturally inclined to protect his partner. As I watched Su Ting endure another kick from Wang Han, my anxiety grew. Bai Hao, are you even a man? I'm starting to regret knowing you. Su Ting exclaimed in frustration. The boys present remained passive, and I feared that if I intervened, they would look down upon me. After all, I might end up as their next target. Liu Yang, known for his fighting prowess, was also watching the scene unfold, and I hesitated to help Su Ting. I concluded that the best course of action was to refrain from involvement, as doing so would likely lead to my own beating. I thought, if I stay out of it, neither Lin Ran nor Su Ting will blame me. Just as I was contemplating this, I charged forward, kicking Wu Di and pushing him back a couple of steps. Damn it, Su Ting took a beating for me. How can I stand by idly? Even if I face consequences for helping her, I was prepared to accept them. Wu Di was taken aback by my audacity, his pants bearing the mark of my kick, leaving him momentarily stunned. How dare you kick me? Wu Di shouted, finally regaining his composure. What are you going to do about it? I shot back defiantly. You're asking for trouble. Wu Di replied, summoning his two friends to join him in attacking me. As they lunged at me, I fought back, but soon found myself overwhelmed. I squinted against the flurry of blows, retreating several steps under their assault. Dai Ging, your underlings are attacking my friend. Tell them to stop. If they don't, I will. Li Yuyang interjected, noticing my strugle. Recognizing Liu Yang's reputation as a formidable fighter, the troublemakers hesitated, and Dai Gang yelled, Wu Di, stop the fight. Though I was relieved by Liu Yang's intervention, the relief was short-lived as Wu Di and his friends continued their assault. Suddenly, Wu Di was propelled backward, not literally flying, but moving swiftly, as if propelled by an unseen force. I glanced over in surprise to see Liu Yang had joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Wu Di unable to retaliate. With Liu Yang's arrival, Wu Di's companions lost their nerve and ceased their attack. Liu Yang seized Wu Di by the collar, glaring at him fiercely. Did you not hear me when I said to stop? Terrified, Wu Di stammered, Brater Yang. I was wrong. Our side emerged victorious, while Su Ting and her friends also triumphed. They had dealt considerable damage to Wang Han and her group. Wang Han, with her bra strap torn, hung her head in humiliation, her body marked with scratches and bruises from the scuffle. Watch yourself from now on. If you dare act tough again, I will make you regret it, Su Ting warned, her hair slightly disheveled, her breath heavy with exertion. I found Su Ting impressive. She had indeed stripped Wang Han of her dignity. Thanks to Liu Yang's presence, the troublemakers had not dared to retaliate. They exchanged wary glances with Liu Yang before retreating silently. Wu Di and his partner, along with their companions, also left, heads hung low in defeat. Liu Yang, you were so cool just now. Don't leave. Let me treat you to a meal, Lin Ran said, adjusting her clothing with a smile. Where are we eating? I can't. I have a game going at the internet CF, Liu Yang replied, smiling back at her. Liu Yang, you are still so formidable in a fight. You're really impressive. Li Shuang chimed in with praise. The most attractive among the girls were Su Ting, Lin Ran, and Li Shuang, who all surrounded Liu Yang, showering him with compliments. A pang of jealousy struck me as I watched Lin Ran show such enthusiasm for Liu Yang, fearing she might develop feelings for him. It seemed Liu Yang also held a bit of affection for Lin Ran, having inquired about our respective relationships earlier. While they emerged as heroes in the brawl, I felt like a coward, having refrained from fighting Wu Di and his companions. I noted that during Liu Yang's confrontation with Wu Di, he had not dared to fight back, nor had his friends attempted to assist him. I longed to possess Liu Yang's strength, wishing for the day when no one would dare challenge me. With Liu Yang basking in glory, I felt enveloped in darkness. A sense of injustice filled me, making me feel more pitiful than the little match girl. Seeing Lin Ran and Li Shuang eagerly invite Liu Yang for a meal, I quietly slipped away. Having done little to help during the fight, I felt embarrassed to remain. Upon returning home, my spirits were low. My pants bore the marks of the kicks I had received from Wu Di's group, now covered in dirt. My mother noticed the marks on my clothes and asked what had happened, suspecting I had been in a fight. I remained silent, changing my clothes and lowering my head as I washed them in the bathroom. What's wrong? Were you in a fight? If someone bullied you, let me know, and I'll go to school and sort it out. My mother expressed her concern. At my age, I couldn't let my mother intervene on my behalf. If she went to school, I would surely lose face. I understood her intentions were good, but feeling wronged, I replied, Mom, I wasn't fighting. We were just playfully kicking each other. It was nothing serious. I kicked him back. Though my mother seemed skeptical of my explanation, she chose not to press further. After discussing the matter with my father, who also asked me a few questions, he advised, if someone bullies you, just let me know. We recently had a young tough join our team. He could help. I felt it inappropriate to involve adults in our student affairs, shaking my head once more in refusal. After finishing my laundry, my phone rang. It was Su Ting calling. Glancing at the number, I decided not to answer. My legs ached, and my face felt numb from the earlier altercation with Wu Di and his friends. A solitary figure lay on the bed, gazing at the room as it gradually succumbed to darkness, a profound sense of emptiness enveloping the world. Faintly, sounds from the living room reached my ears. Bai Hao was in the house. Perhaps I should seek him out. My mother seemed to be conversing with someone. In Chapter 26, I became acquainted with Liu Yang. How remarkable. Bai Hao, why didn't you answer when Su Ting called you? Lin Ran pushed the door open, ushering in a gentle breeze. She furrowed her brow, casting an irritated glance my way. Having embarrassed myself in front of so many girls moments earlier, I lacked the courage to join them for a meal. Lin Ran's displeasure troubled me deeply. Pulling the quilt over my head, I chose silence. Lin Ran closed the door, leaving only the rhythmic sound of her breathing to fill the room. I felt a gentle hand caressing me, a sensation that made me uncomfortable. I quickly flipped over to suppress it. Well, so what if I haven't fought them? There's no shame in it. Weren't you the one who kicked Wudi just now? Lin Ran said with a smile, lifting the quilt and pressing herself against me from behind. Though her touch was discomfiting, I found myself unable to resist embracing her. I had grown accustomed to our playful antics, and Lin Ran showed no signs of resistance. All right, let us head downstairs. Su Ting and the others are still waiting for you. After dinner, we should head to school. Her gentle words soothed my spirit, lifting my mood considerably. As we descended the stairs, Lin Ran asked, "Am I blushing?" "Yes, as red as an apple," I replied, amused by her adorable expression. I leaned in and kissed her lips softly. "You lecher," she playfully hit me, maintaining a serious demeanor as we walked down together. Our unique relationship remained a secret. Although Lin Ran forbade me from revealing it to others, I found our clandestine connection exhilarating. Having just shared an intimate moment with Lin Ran, my heart raced at the sight of several girls downstairs. I instinctively hunched my back, fearful that they might notice my predicament. The only ones present were Su Ting, Li Shuang, and a few other girls. Lu Yong and 2 other ruffians had yet to arrive. I sighed in relief. Dining with them would have filled me with dread. The heat of the day had rendered the girls reluctant to move. Su Ting, familiar with our neighborhood, casually selected a small restaurant, where the girls eagerly began to order. I hesitated to order anything myself, knowing my fighting skills were lacking and my finances were scant. Sitting on the bench, regret washed over me. The cost of this meal would be considerable. With only girls present, I couldn't possibly ask them to foot the bill. Anxiety gnawed at me as I contemplated how to navigate this situation without taking advantage of the girls. After placing their orders, the girls engaged in light-hearted conversation. Each one was strikingly beautiful, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yet, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Lin Ran seemed to sense my unease and, after a moment's contemplation, announced to the group, "I'll cover today's meal. You all needn't compete with me for it." Lin Ran, they helped me out during the fight. "How could I let you pay?" "It's just a small amount. Let me take care of it," Li Shuang chimed in, her tone generous. Her demeanor suggested a spirited nature, and it was evident she was quite magnanimous. "Nonsense, I can't let you treat," Su Ting retorted, rolling her eyes at Li Shuang. Not only Lin Ran, but Su Ting and Li Shuang were insistent on paying, with the other girls also vying to contribute. As they bickered over who would settle the bill, I felt utterly voiceless. I dared not speak, aware that my pockets were empty. The disparity between my financial situation and theirs left me feeling inferior. How could I ever consider myself their friend? Their families provided them with substantial support, while I managed with a mere 5 yuan a day. Lost in my thoughts, my phone rang, snapping me back to reality. It was my mother, asking me to return home for a moment. Elated at the prospect of escaping this meal, I informed Su Ting I need to head back home. "My mother has called for me." "What for?" she asked, slightly annoyed as she and the others were engrossed in conversation. "I'm not sure. My mom just wants me home for something," I replied. "All right, go see what she needs, then come back," Su Ting suggested, believing my excuse. "Don't forget to return. We're waiting for you to drink with us," Li Shuang added with a smile. "Sure," I nodded, though my heart sank at the thought of leaving. Would I ever return? Perhaps this meal was my chance to deepen my connection with these girls and become friends. Yet, my financial constraints loomed large, and I felt unworthy of their company. Lin Ran understood my predicament and shot me a meaningful glance, saying, "Don't forget to come back." I nodded, feeling the weight of my emotions. The distance from the small restaurant to my home was short, and I soon found myself back, grappling with the heat. Upon my arrival, my mother inquired, "Are you going out to eat with your classmates?" "Yes," I mumbled, looking down. Our family lacked the funds for lavish meals, and I felt no resentment toward my mother. "I saw Lin Ran and some girls looking for you. Are there any boys?" she asked. "No, just me," I replied, sinking onto the sofa. Turning on the television, I intended to spend the afternoon in quiet solitude. "Are they your friends?" my mother asked. "Yes, just getting to know them," I responded. After a moment of contemplation, she retreated to her room. The silence in the living room was palpable as I watched the TV, my mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. Don't be stingy when dining with girls. When the time comes to pay, make sure to settle the bill yourself. Don't let them foot the expenses. My mother reappeared, handing me 300 yuan. Stunned by the generous amount, I felt a rush of disbelief. 3 crisp bills felt like a fortune to me. In my life so far, I had never possessed such a significant sum. You've grown up. It's time to have some friends. Though we may not have much, we should maintain our dignity. Lin ran, and those girls seem lovely. Buy them something they like, my mother insisted, pressing the money into my hands. Our family barely earned 2,000 yuan a month, and giving me 300 seemed a stretch. Holding the money tightly, I protested, Mom. I already told them I wouldn't join for dinner. I don't need the money. Take it. You have few friends, and those girls are good company. Building friendships will benefit you, she urged, pushing me out the door. As I stood before the closed door, clutching the money, a heaviness settled in my heart. My eyes stung, but I fought back tears. Upon my return to the small restaurant, the food had already been served. The cool air from the air conditioning enveloped me, lifting my spirits. The girls greeted my arrival with enthusiasm, and Li Shuang remarked, "We thought you wouldn't come back." Of course he would. I told you Bai Hao would return, Su Ting said, smiling as she gestured for me to sit beside Lin Ran. In front of everyone, Lin Ran feigned ignorance of our connection, playfully declaring, "Don't let him sit next to me. Bai Hao, you sit next to Su Ting. I'll take my own partner." Su Ting teased Lin Ran. "What are you saying?" "I don't know him," Lin Ran pouted. Rumors of our relationship had spread widely. Many classmates had witnessed us leaving school together, appearing quite close. The girls chose not to address our relationship overtly, and Su Ting cheerfully pulled me beside her. Her delicate hands, adorned with beautifully painted nails, grasped mine, leaving me feeling oddly flustered. The girls had refrained from eating, clearly waiting for my return. Had I not come back, I would have surely disappointed them. Seated beside Su Ting, a wave of gratitude washed over me. Despite my lack of skills and finances, their kindness toward me filled my heart. I recognized that their goodwill stemmed from their regard for Lin Ran, yet I felt immensely content that they treated me with such warmth. Li Shuang, ever the spirited one, requested beer, and I happily joined the girls in raising a few glasses. I did not drink much, just a bottle for myself. Halfway through, I noticed several girls with flushed faces. I excused myself to use the restroom and discreetly settled the bill. It wasn't too bad, not exceeding 100 yuan, and the owner even rounded it down for me. Dining with the girls, I observed their animated conversation. When Su Ting returned from settling the bill, she was furious, pointing at me and saying, "Bai Hao, who told you to pay? Didn't I say I would treat you all?" Upon learning that I had footed the bill, the girls were all astonished, especially Lin Ran, who appeared both surprised and delighted, perhaps feeling I had elevated her status. "Well, how gentlemanly of you," remarked Li Shuang, praising me. Flattered by Li Shuang's compliment, Lin Ran merely smiled in silence. This time, she did not deny that I was her partner. After leaving the small restaurant, we hailed 2 taxis back to school. With some time before class, the girls settled into a small pavilion to enjoy the summer breeze. The air was warm, and Li Shuang fanned the sweat from her forehead, expressing her thirst. Feeling financially secure, I promptly offered to buy her a drink and inquired about the others' preferences in front of Lin Ran. Li Shuang again praised me, and I noticed Lin Ran seemed quite pleased to see me admired by the girls. I cheerfully walked into a small shop outside the school to buy drinks for the girls. However, just as I reached the school entrance, I was abruptly struck on the back of my head. "Don't think you're something special just because you know Lu Yang," a voice coldly taunted. Chapter 27. Bai Hao, is my friend feeling pain from the blow? I turned around in anger, only to see Wu Di and his 2 companions. My fury ignited further. I wanted to shout at them, demanding if they were ever going to stop, but fear held me back. Wu Di's lackeys grinned maliciously while he glared at me. Furious after being humiliated by Lu Yang at noon. "Don't think you're impressive just because you know a few girls. You better behave at school, or I'll make it a point to hit you every time I see you," Wu Di threatened. I found his words amusing. Behave at school? When have I ever misbehaved? I don't dare to speak back when scolded, nor do I retaliate when struck. I have no friends here and barely speak to anyone, except for my unique relationship with Lin Ran. Who have I provoked? And now he tells me to behave. I'm truly speechless. "All right, I understand," I replied, nodding. "But you kicked me at noon, didn't you? I owe you one." After saying this, Wu Di kicked my thigh. I had washed my school uniform at noon, and now I was wearing my best pair of jeans, which I cherished despite them not being branded. As I dusted off the imprint from Wu Di's kick, I felt a dark force rising within me. Considering they were 3 against 1, I still refrained from retaliating. "Fool!" Wu Di scoffed when he saw my silence, before walking away. Watching his retreating figure, I knew I was in for more trouble. I had kicked him earlier, making him lose face in front of his girlfriend, and he would surely not let this slide. As I meticulously brushed off the dust from my jeans, one girl asked, "Bai Hao, where have you been so long?" Li Shuang is nearly dying of thirst. Apologies, I smiled at them as I distributed the drinks. Still feeling frustrated from Wu Di's earlier kick, I contemplated telling Su Ting, who was close with Liu Yang, about the incident, knowing she would undoubtedly stand up for me. However, I chose to remain silent, unwilling to involve a girl in my troubles. After buying drinks for the girls, I realized I had forgotten to buy one for myself. Lin Ran, wanting a crystal grape drink, noticed I had no water and offered me a sip of hers, saying, "You can have my drink." "Hey, what are you doing? Mind your surroundings," Su Ting teased us. Her comment prompted a wave of laughter from the other girls. Lin Ran blushed, caught between embarrassment and frustration, unable to respond. Watching her delicate features, my heart warmed. The afternoon classes proceeded smoothly, and in light of my good mood, I found myself studying with great diligence. While the teacher lectured to the front, I focused intently on taking notes. Sitting at the back of the classroom, where most students struggled academically, my earnestness drew envy from my deskmate, who remarked sarcastically, "Oh, look at you playing the good student." His words elicited a wave of revulsion from me, akin to discovering a fly in my soup. My deskmate, who performed just as poorly as I did, often ranked closely to me in exams. His comments soured my mood, prompting me to coldly ask, "Are you that shameless? Did I even speak to you?" His eyes widened in surprise. Clenching my fists beneath the desk, I thought about confronting him, but since it was class time, I held back. "You're just a coward," he taunted, sensing my hesitation and adding insult to injury. I could no longer contain my fury. Resolving to confront him after class, I swore to myself I would not let this slide. "You two at the back, if you're not going to study, leave the classroom," the teacher finally interjected, having noticed our disruption. As I received a text from Su Ting asking if I was all right, I replied that everything was fine. Even while texting, I felt the mocking gazes of my classmates. The embarrassment from earlier lingered, and my anger reached a boiling point. With just 10 minutes remaining in class, I counted down, determined to confront him afterward. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Finally, the moment arrived. As soon as the teacher dismissed us, I shot up, pointing at my deskmate. "Get out here. What's wrong? You think you could take me on?" "I'm so scared," he sneered, completely dismissing me. Having fought him once before, he knew I was no match for him, and his bravado only fueled my resentment. Initially, I had intended to focus on my studies, but his presence extinguished any motivation. I had to confront him, otherwise I would never quell this frustration. "Seriously, you want to fight me? I'm right here. Come at me," he taunted, lounging casually in his seat, a smirk plastered on his face. I had intended to drag him out for a fight, but seeing him so relaxed made me hesitate. If he were to provoke me, I could retaliate, but his nonchalant demeanor left me feeling reluctant to strike. As the tension grew, Su Ting intervened, pulling me back and saying, "Bai Hao, it's not worth it to stoop to his level. My deskmate exhibits rather inappropriate behavior. During class, he often picks up torn pages from risque novels to read." At that time, a book titled XX by Jia was quite popular among us, and everyone enjoyed it, tearing the book into individual pages to share. My deskmate, who boards at the school, frequently brings a few pages of such lewd literature from his dormitory. On occasion, he even covertly touches himself while gazing at the attractive girls seated in front of him. He has done this to Lin Ran and Su Ting. Previously, I had a poor relationship with Lin Ran and Su Ting, so I remained silent while he indulged in this behavior, secretly laughing and thinking Lin Ran deserved it. Now that I have improved my rapport with Lin Ran and Su Ting, my irritation with my deskmate has only intensified. Su Ting is the object of his affection, and he becomes flustered at the mere sight of her. In an attempt to prove himself in her presence, he takes out his frustrations on me, berating me loudly, challenging me to confront him. Startled by his outburst, both Su Ting and I were taken aback. Su Ting, visibly upset, questioned him harshly, "Wang Dong, are you out of your mind? Bai Hao has already chosen not to retaliate against you, and yet you provoke him?" Her words, highlighting that I had refrained from retaliating, only fueled Wang Dong's anger, causing his face to turn a shade of green with embarrassment. Seeking to salvage his dignity, he abruptly stood, towering over me like a mountain. "Su Ting, you misunderstand. I have no intention of hitting him. It is he who wishes to strike me," Wang Dong sneered, licking his lips derisively. I don't care who hits whom. Just make sure you two don't fight, all right? Suting implored. Of course, for the sake of the beautiful Su Ting. I will behave, Wang Dong replied, attempting to appear chivalrous while smiling at her, hoping to find a way out of the situation. Just then, a boy outside our classroom called out, "Hey Wang Dong, get out here." The students around us turned to the door, expressions of surprise on their faces. Wang Dong was momentarily stunned upon seeing the boy, who was quite notorious in our grade. "Come out. I need to talk to you," the boy said with a mischievous grin. Wang Dong, sensing trouble, hesitated but ultimately stepped outside, intimidated by the boy's reputation for being a formidable fighter. "Xuan Yi, you called for me?" Wang Dong managed a forced smile. The boy, still grinning, suddenly slapped Wang Dong across the face, barking by "How is my friend? So stop trying to show off around him, understood?" Chapter 28. Here, drink this quickly. After receiving the slap from Lu Xian, Wang Dong felt utterly humiliated, staring blankly at Lu Xian, unable to voice his anger. "Did you hear what I said?" Lu Xian asked with a smile. "I heard," Wang Dong replied, bewildered, uncertain of how I knew Lu Xian. Having suffered this indignity, he could only endure it in silence. After slapping Wang Dong, Lu Xian cheerfully entered the classroom to find me. The other students, witnessing our friendship, began to regard me with newfound friendliness. In front of everyone, Lu Xian handed me 5 yuan, saying, "I've got money now. Here's your share back." I declined the 5 yuan, having never expected him to repay me. I had only bought him cigarettes because I thought he was a decent person, and I certainly wouldn't fund his bullying if that were the case. I pushed the money back into Lu Xian's hands, saying, "What are you doing? I didn't intend for you to pay me back. Just treat me to an ice cream after school, and we're square," Lu Xian replied with a grin, stuffing the money into my pocket before running off. As Lu Xian left, my classmates began whispering about our relationship. Some speculated that we were relatives, while others suggested we were friends. Suting, surprised that I knew Lu Xian, smiled and remarked by how, "You're quite low-key. Who would have thought you knew Lu Xian? If you had mentioned it, wouldn't dare to act tough around you." I smiled wryly, explaining that Lu Xian and I were merely newly acquainted friends, and I certainly wouldn't flaunt his name as a badge of honor. Moreover, my friendship with Lu Xian was based on his character rather than his reputation. As Su Ting returned to her seat, I felt a sense of pride in knowing Lu Xian. Wang Dong, still silent after being slapped, wore an expression of frustration, unsure of what to think. Feeling the sting of embarrassment from the encounter with Lu Xian, he stood there lost in thought before exiting the classroom. As class approached, Wang Dong returned, sitting beside me in silence. Uncomfortable with him as my deskmate, I sought out the teacher to request a seat change. "Why change seats? If you can sit, just sit," the teacher responded impatiently, clearly annoyed at my request. After being dismissed from the teacher's office, I felt a surge of anger and silently cursed the teacher. Clenching my fists, I vowed, "Just wait. One day I will rank among the top students, and then you will regret your words." The afternoon passed swiftly, and after school, Lu Xian sought me out of the classroom door, where many classmates were trying to get close to him. With his formidable fighting skills, maintaining a good relationship with him could be advantageous. Some classmates intentionally struck up conversations with Lu Xian, asking if he was looking for me. "Of course," Lu Xian replied, casually chewing on a toothpick. Being referred to as how go by my classmates left me feeling quite flattered. Throughout my life, I had amassed various nicknames, particularly from Lin Ran, who often coined new ones for me. Now, being called Hao Go made me somewhat bashful. Lu Xian's arrival prompted me to hastily gather my belongings and head for the door, sensing a cold gaze upon me. Upon reaching the entrance, I caught Lin Ran glancing at me, her intent clear. She wished for me to walk home with her after school. I offered her an apologetic smile, indicating that I was unable to join her today. Being with Lu Xian felt distinctly different. As we walked out of the school, numerous people greeted us. While they acknowledged Lu Xian, they also extended their greetings to me, some of whom I did not recognize. "I withdrew some money yesterday. I spent 200 this week," Lu Xian casually mentioned. 200 in a week. He must come from a wealthy family, I mused to myself. As we entered a convenience store, Lu Xian bought me an ice cream for 3 yuan. While enjoying the treat, Lu Xian suggested we go to an internet CAF. I countered, "No, let me treat you this time." Lu Xian insisted he would pay today and that I could treat him next time. After some thought, I acquiesced. I, too, enjoyed gaming, and my previous allowance had often gone towards drinks and internet sessions. At the internet CAF, I logged on to QQ first. It was a platform for leveling up and checking if Lin Ran was online. Today, I had lunch with Su Ting and Li Shuang, and I had collected their QQ numbers. Carefully, I jotted down their contact information to add them. Whose QQ number is that? Lu Xian inquired. It's Su Ting, Li Shuang, and Yang Wei's, I replied. Not bad. You know quite a few beauties, Lu Xian remarked, grinning widely, clearly envious of my connections. As I added the girls' QQ accounts, Lu Xian became even more excited, urging me to check their profiles for attractive photos. All right, I agreed, and together we browsed through a few profiles, discovering an abundance of lovely pictures, as the girls clearly took pride in their appearance. Their album contains numerous selfies, with their eyes wide open, each appearing more expressive than the last. As I perused their photos, both Lu Xian and I felt an irresistible itch of envy. The most captivating images were undoubtedly those of Su Ting and Lin Ran, showcasing a variety of outfits, including delicate camisoles. After thoroughly appreciating each picture, I finally closed their space. I truly envy you for knowing so many beautiful girls, Lu Xian remarked with a smile. Oh, it's nothing special. They're just classmates. And I barely know Li Shuang, whom I met only today, I replied with a chuckle. I actually have quite a few attractive girls in my QQ, including our school's flower, Lu Xian disclosed. Afterward, he showed me the school flower space. As I gazed at her space, I couldn't help but feel envious of Lu Xian. He was quite handsome and doing well for himself. It was only natural for him to have the school flower's QQ. Are you still virgin? Lu Xian pondered before asking. Yes, I admitted, feeling a slight blush at the topic. I've been with the school flower. She's quite flirtatious. I should introduce you to her sometime, Lu Xian said with a mischievous grin. He then seemed to realize something was amiss. Oh right, you're dating Lin Ran. So I won't introduce you. My mind screamed in protest. What do you mean dating? Lin Ran is my cousin. After a bit of playful banter, we settled down to play a game together. We engaged in Dota, and our teamwork proved quite harmonious, leading to many victories. After a few rounds, I decided to check if Lin Ran was online, so I exited the game. My QQ kept flashing. It was Su Ting messaging me. She sent me a little emoticon cursing at me. Why did you run away? I couldn't help but laugh at her words and replied, I didn't mean to. I'll leave you a message right away. Do as you wish, Su Ting responded with a rolling eyes emoji. I hurried to her space, contemplating what to leave her. After some thought, I decided to leave her a small rose. Once I finished, I checked my own space and noticed both Su Ting and Li Shuang had visited, leaving messages saying they wouldn't be my errand girls anymore. Their playful teasing had me in stitches, and I left a smiley for Li Shuang as well. After over 2 hours at the internet CAF, I received a call from my mother, prompting me to head home. Are you leaving? Lu Xian asked reluctantly, as he was a boarding student. Yes, my mom wants me home for dinner. If I don't go back, she might get upset, I explained to Lu Xian. After saying that, I promised him we'd hang out again soon before heading home. Upon my return, my mother scolded me lightly, but I just smiled and said nothing. After dinner, I tidied up a bit and found myself thinking about Lin Ran. I sent her a message asking what she was up to and if she missed me. Lin Ran replied, saying I was shameless. Before I could respond, she mentioned her stomach hurt and that she was feeling unwell at home. Seeing her message, I inquired, what will you do about your stomachache? Do you have any medicine? I can go buy some for you. It's fine. I'll be better after drinking some brown sugar water, Lin Ran replied. Have you had any yet? I asked. I'm too lazy to buy it. I'll just lie here. No one cares about me anyway, she responded. Reading Lin Ran's message tugged at my heartstrings. I quickly changed my clothes and rushed downstairs to buy a box of brown sugar from the convenience store, then took a taxi to her house. When I knocked on the door, Lin Ran was home alone. Here, drink this quickly, I said with a smile as I handed her the brown sugar. Lin Ran looked a bit haggard, her complexion pale. She bit her lip, staring at the brown sugar in my hand, without saying a word. Chapter 29. Lin Ran comes to stay at my house. Sit tight. I'll help you prepare it, I told Lin Ran, noting her silence as I searched for a cup in her house. I was familiar with her home from previous visits for meals. After preparing a cup of brown sugar water, I placed it on the coffee table in the living room. As the cup was quite hot, I pinched my ear when setting it down. While I busied myself, Lin Ran, with her pale face, continued to watch me in silence. Drink up, I urged her. Looking at the brown sugar water on the table, Lin Ran bit her lip and asked, why are you being so nice to me? Internally, I wanted to express my feelings that we shared a bond and I cared for her well-being when she was unwell. However, I could only think it and struggled to articulate such sentimental words. After a moment, I replied, I was just bored and thought I'd drop by. Time passed, and it was already past 9. Lin Ran glanced at the cup on the table, picked it up, and gently blew on it before carefully taking a sip. Aren't your parents home? I inquired. No, my dad is often away, and my mom is on duty tonight, Lynn Rand explained. She then added, my mom suggested I stay at your house since I wasn't feeling well, but I didn't reach out. Oh, I replied, not wanting to say much. With Lynn Rand being home alone, her mother was understandably concerned. She often worked night shifts. Lynn Rand's mother had been urging her to visit my home. Yet Lynn Rand had never taken her up on it. Though timid, she never ventured to my place, nor did she want to spend time with me there. But now that our relationship had evolved, I hoped she would allow me to stay with her. I actually intended to come to your house, but since my stomach hurt, I decided not to, Lynn Rand confided. Why didn't you ask me? I couldn't help but question her. Aren't you busy playing games with Lucien? What would you want with me? Lynn Rand replied, her face pale. As the water gradually cooled, Lynn Rand drank more and more. What if I stay here to keep you company? I suggested after some thought. Forget it. You should go home and study. There are no books at my place. And you wouldn't be able to study here, Lynn Rand replied. Her books were stored at school, while I brought mine home daily. The past couple of days, I had intended to study well, but hadn't accomplished much. Lynn Rand was right. I should return home to focus on my studies. Seeing Lynn Rand's feeble state made me reluctant to leave. I was torn between the desire to study and the wish to keep her company. Furrowing my brows, I felt uncertain about what to do. Lynn Rand noticed my internal struggle and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Here I am, feeling sick, and you still want to take advantage of me? While I did have a small inclination towards that thought, my concern for Lynn Rand prevailed. I explained, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I just want to be here for you and take care of you. What do you need to take care of me for? I'm perfectly fine, Lynn Rand replied playfully. I'm just worried about you, and I don't want to leave you. I finally admitted softly. Lynn Rand scrutinized me with a smile, her gaze fixed on my eyes. I averted my gaze, but she quickly re-established eye contact. Feeling embarrassed under her scrutiny, I blushed and said, stop staring. If you keep looking at me, I might just want to touch you. You dare. Lynn Rand teased with a grin. Carry me on your back. If you do, I'll go to your house. In a moment of whimsy, she proposed. Carry her? I gasped at the thought. The journey from my house to hers was quite long, and simply walking there was tiring enough. Carrying her would surely exhaust me. But considering she had never stayed at my house before, I knew my parents would be thrilled if she did. Determined to make it happen, I gritted my teeth and said, all right, I'll carry you. Are you really going to carry me? Lynn Rand asked, surprised. Absolutely. A promise is a promise. I will carry you, I affirmed. All right then, wait for me to get ready, she said, retreating to her room to change. Before long, Lynn Rand emerged wearing a beautiful blue floral long dress. In that attire, she appeared particularly graceful. All right, let's go. Carry this lady on her journey, she announced as she stood by her door. Now, right at the entrance? I asked, glancing at the staircase leading downstairs, feeling a bit dazed. Of course. Just don't drop me, she cautioned with a smile. If you fall, it's on you to be careful, she added. All right then, I replied. I bent down to allow her to climb onto my back. Lynn Rand was slender, yet surprisingly heavy. My strength was limited, and carrying her proved somewhat challenging. As I stumbled down the stairs, Lynn Rand squealed in alarm. Don't move around too much. You're too heavy, and I'm about to give out, I said, sweating from the effort. You are quite heavy, akin to a pig. Lynn Rand dislikes it when I mention her weight. She playfully pouts and lightly strikes me. When she swats at me, I stumble slightly, causing her to gasp in surprise. Her voice is soft and delicate, stirring something in my heart. As we exit the corridor, I carry Lynn Rand's supple form, my heart bubbling with joy. My arms encircle her slender legs, and unable to contain my excitement, I deliberately brush against her. Don't mess around, she protests. The laughter and playful banter between us resonate in the air beneath her building. As our excitement escalates, Lynn Rand grows mischievous. She playfully breathes into my ear and slips her hand beneath my shirt. I find myself overwhelmed and, setting her down, I embrace her in the darkness, stealing a kiss. Stop it, she says, gently pushing my hand away. Breathlessly, she insists, no need to carry me. Let us take a taxi. Although carrying Lynn Rand is tiring, I willingly do so, yearning for more. With flushed cheeks, she adamantly refuses my offer, taking my hand to hail a cab instead. The taxi ride is swift, and upon arriving home, my parents are overjoyed to see Lynn Rand. They bustle about, asking her to wait in the living room while my father tidies my room and my mother prepares a new quilt for her. Our modest two-bedroom apartment, allocated by my father's workplace, does not allow for Lin Ran and me to share a room. My mother provides me with a small blanket and instructs me to sleep on the sofa, leaving me pondering why she is so protective. Considering Lin Ran and I are merely childhood friends. Sitting on the sofa, I glance helplessly at Lin Ran, who mischievously winks at me. With her fiery temperament, my parents dare not scold her for fear of inciting her annoyance. Once they finish cleaning, they retreat to their room, leaving me to entertain Lin Ran. As the hour grows late, Lin Ran heads to the bathroom to wash her feet in preparation for sleep. Unable to resist the sight of her fair and delicate feet, I long to touch them. It seems she is aware of my fascination, playfully wiggling her toes for my viewing pleasure and offering a teasing glance that conveys disdain. Embarrassed under her gaze, I let out a nervous chuckle. After tidying up, Lin Ran takes it upon herself to tutor me, fearing I may slack off. So she holds up a book for me to memorize. Her intelligence is remarkable, as she retains information with ease after a single glance. While I struggle to remember, she patiently watches and corrects me when I falter. Frustrated by my inability to grasp the material, she exclaims, "How can someone as bright as I am have such a dim-witted childhood friend? If it weren't for our history, I wouldn't bother with you at all." Though her words sting, they warm my heart, akin to a cake gently melting in a microwave. At long last, Lin Ran acknowledges our friendship, and I yearn for the day when she feels no shame in being seen with me at school. The next morning, my mother prepares breakfast for us, serving millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and buns from the market. As we leave, she hands me 20 yuan, instructing me to buy something for Lin Ran. Unbeknownst to me, I have accumulated quite a sum from the money my mother has given me. The journey to school feels mundane, and Lin Ran suddenly inquires, "By how? Are you a pervert who likes girls' feet?" "What? Of course not," I vehemently protest. In this phase of adolescence, I find myself curious about every aspect of girls. I know that having a foot fetish is considered unusual, and I dare not admit it. "Well, you were staring at Su Ting's feet the other day. She noticed you looking," Lin Ran teases. The realization that Su Ting was aware of my gaze fills me with embarrassment, and I wish I could vanish into the ground. Lin Ran, noticing my discomfort, brushes it off, declaring, "If you like it, then you like it. What's the big deal?" My face burns as I hold her hand, and we walk together for a considerable distance before I regain my composure. With the conversation flowing, I can no longer suppress the question that has lingered in my mind for days. "Lin Ran, why were you messaging Wu Di that day?" Chapter 30, Truly Giving Him Face. "Don't ask," Lin Ran replies, displeased at my inquiry regarding her connection with Wu Di. Sensing her irritation, a cloud of unease settles in my heart. The events of that afternoon remain a knot in my mind, and I must seek clarity. If Lin Ran refuses to divulge, pressing her further will only provoke her anger. A thought crosses my mind. Perhaps she still has the messages saved on her phone. If she hasn't, T deleted them. I could discover their conversation. The mere thought leaves me unsettled. What if Lin Ran is a fickle person? Should I continue this relationship or distance myself? My emotions are tangled, leaving me at a loss. I chuckle softly. "Look at you. I was merely curious. Is it really necessary to be upset?" Observing her pout without responding, we continue holding hands until we reach a more populated area, where I reluctantly release her. Upon returning to class, my thoughts of Wu Di only deepen my frustration. How could he pursue Lin Ran while already in a relationship? It's truly despicable. My classmates have learned of my acquaintance with Lu Xian, and their attitudes towards me have improved significantly, some even calling me Brother Hao. My desk mate arrives early, sitting silently beside me, his expression a mix of anger and jealousy upon learning of my connection with Lu Xian. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I have no interest in him. The morning passes smoothly without my desk mate bothering me, allowing me to absorb much of the lesson. Whenever I struggle, I turn to Su Ting for assistance. Being among the top students, she explains concepts seriously and attentively. As I appreciate her kindness, my feelings for her deepen. I occasionally crack light-hearted jokes to elicit a smile from her. Her laughter in response brings me joy. At lunch, Lu Xian invites me to her dormitory, but I decline, explaining that I must return home for a meal to avoid wasting my mother's efforts. After some thought, I suggest, "Why don't you come to my house instead? This way, you won't have to spend money on food." "Sound good." Lu Xian agrees, and we head to my home together. Once home, I set the table for Lu Xian, and we enjoy a delightful meal. Afterward, our conversation flows effortlessly, and our bond strengthens. Later, As we make our way to school, I encounter Su Ting, and the three of us walk together. Throughout the journey, I contemplate how to discreetly check Lin Ran's text messages. Yes, tonight I could visit her home. When Lin Ran takes a shower, I can sneak a peek at her phone. In the afternoon, while in class, Su Ting steps out and brings me an ice cream. Just as I take a few bites, Wang Dong arrives with two larger companions. Pointing at me, he declares, "Punge, this is the brat who got Lu Xian to hit me." The two towering figures resemble seniors. The thought of them confronting me sends a chill down my spine. Even the first-year delinquents dare not provoke the second years, let alone me. "Get out here," one of the seniors calls. His companion glares at me coldly. The attention of my classmates is unsettling as Wang Dong revels in his moment of vindication. Faced with their challenge, I cannot remain seated. Rising, I begin to approach them. Su Ting grabs my arm, frowning as she warns, "Don't go out there." "Huh?" I respond in disbelief. "What if they come in and attack me?" "Just stay here." "Ignore them," she insists, offering me her seat. "Hey you, we called you out. Didn't you hear? If you don't come out, we'll come in and deal with you ourselves." The senior yells, causing my heart to race. The humiliation of being threatened in class weighs heavily on my pride. Stealing a glance at Lin Ran, I see her biting her lip, her gaze fixed on me. I ponder whether I should bravely confront them or remain seated and endure their taunts. "What class are you from?" Su Ting inquires of the two seniors. "What does it matter to you?" Wang Dong retorts, directing his insults at Su Ting. Her face flushes crimson as she endures the verbal onslaught. Su Ting possesses a commendable character. She remains unperturbed as long as others do not provoke her, and her appearance is quite pleasing, earning her the admiration of her classmates. When the second-year students insulted Su Ting, her classmates exhibited expressions of sheer indignation. One boy appeared restless, contemplating a confrontation with the second years. Yet, being a year their junior, we found ourselves voicing our frustrations silently. Had it not been for Su Ting's endeavor to assist me, she would not have faced such insults. At that moment, I felt compelled to speak up. Otherwise, I would be remiss in my masculinity. Gritting my teeth, I rose to my feet. With newfound courage, I addressed the second-year student, asserting, "Mind your language. If you have grievances, direct them at me. What valor is there in insulting a girl?" Upon uttering these words, my classmates regarded me with expressions of admiration. Concurrently, disdainful glances were cast at Wang Dong and the two second years. My words, firm yet reasonable, rendered the second-year student momentarily speechless. Perhaps he did not intend to offend Su Ting. He was simply accustomed to using foul language, seeking to assert his bravado. "You think you're a hero? Come out here." The second year, flustered with embarrassment, signaled Wang Dong to confront me. Wang Dong's intention to challenge me was merely a misguided attempt to prove his own worth, not foreseeing the consequences of offending Su Ting. Caught in a dilemma, Wang Dong hesitated, but ultimately approached to pull me away. "Wang Dong, you truly excel at seeking trouble with second-year students," I remarked. Lin Ran could no longer contain herself and stood up to defend me. Wang Dong's expression soured further at a reprimand. "Stay out of it," he retorted, gripping my arm. I felt a surge of revulsion at his grasp. "Let go. I can walk on my own," I replied. "Are you foolish? If he pulls you, you should confront him. Why not fight back?" Su Ting, infuriated at the prospect of me leaving with Wang Dong, voiced her discontent. I, too, wished to confront Wang Dong, yet I knew I was outmatched. It took considerable effort for me to stand my ground against the two second-year students earlier. If I were adept at fighting, I would not bother with Wang Dong. There would be no need for him to seek others to confront me. He glanced awkwardly at Su Ting, uncertain whether to escalate the situation. "Come out quickly," Wang Dong urged, tugging at me once more. Our classmates held their breaths, observing us. A tense atmosphere enveloped the classroom. The air remained stifling, laden with a sense of impending conflict. Frustrated by his grip, I could not help but swat his hand away, mistaking my action as a challenge. Wang Dong retaliated swiftly, landing a painful blow that also humiliated me. Enraged, I stood and began to grapple with him. Our scuffles were not those of seasoned fighters. We exchanged a few blows before tumbling to the ground. The two second-year students loomed at the doorway, while our classmates refrained from intervening. After a brief struggle, I felt my strength waning. Resolutely, I pulled Wang Dong down with me. The second-year students, emboldened by their seniority, rushed in, delivering a few kicks to me before fleeing. Left feeling wronged and seething with anger, I directed my ire towards Wang Dong, pointing an accusing finger. "Wait for it. I will have Lu Xian deal with you. Go ahead. Who fears you? Wang Dong, fearful of Lu Xian, retorted defiantly, seeking to maintain his fade. Fine, I exclaimed, storming out. As I departed, some classmates urged me to let it go. I paid them no mind. I was determined to reclaim my dignity. If I did not confront Wang Dong now, he would continue to act as if he were superior. Upon reaching Lu Xian's classroom, I found her in a spirited discussion with some girls. Noticing the dust on my clothes, she exclaimed in surprise, "Did you get into a fight again?" Embarrassed, I'll lower my head, confessing yes. I feel unworthy to be friends with you, as I seem to always bring trouble. Who is it? Lu Xian inquired. Initially filled with rage, I now felt somewhat composed. I realized that causing Lu Xian trouble was indeed unbecoming. With my head bowed, I replied, "It's nothing, I wasn't harmed. Stop pretending, we are friends. If something's wrong, you should tell me, and I will certainly help you," Lu Xian said, a hint of irritation in her voice as she pressed for details. Wang Dong enlisted 2 second years to confront me. I hesitated before revealing. Her expression darkened, her handsome face taking on an ashen hue, with her jaw muscles tensing. Clenching her fists, Lu Xian stated, "He truly overstepped his bounds. After class, come out. I need to talk with you." "Let us go confront him," Lu Xian said, her demeanor icy. Seeing her enraged, the students from her class fell silent, their eyes fixed on us. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me under their scrutiny. Contemplating, I proposed to Lu Xian, perhaps we should let this go. If Wang Dong tries to act tough again, we can deal with him then. No way. I've already said he cannot lay a finger on you. If he does, it's a direct affront to me. I will not rest until I've dealt with him, Lu Xian insisted. Ignoring my protests, she seized my hand and led me back to our classroom. After some commotion, we arrived just as class was beginning. Lu Xian was not hindered by the teacher. Envy washed over me at her apparent ease with authority. Upon entering our classroom, the teacher had arrived, but it was not our homeroom teacher, and I still felt trepidation. I feared Lu Xian might impulsively confront Wang Dong in front of the teacher, risking my expulsion. "Teacher, I'm looking for Wang Dong," Lu Xian politely announced, knocking on the door before entering. "Wang Dong?" the teacher inquired, glancing towards the back of the classroom. "Wang Dong is afraid of Lu Xian and has run off," a student chuckled, prompting laughter from the class. Lu Xian and I exchanged surprised glances, and sure enough, Wang Dong's seat was empty. "He fled," Lu Xian remarked with annoyance. I felt a twinge of exasperation. I had thought he was braver than I, but it turned out he was even more cowardly. "I'll seek him out after school," Lu Xian sighed. "All right." I nodded in agreement. "By how? Are you attending class or not? If not, step outside." The teacher finally noticed me at the door and impatiently instructed, "You go ahead. I will catch up with you later." Lu Xian winked at me with a mischievous smile. Sure, I smiled back. As I returned to class, I felt the eyes of my classmates upon me, which made me feel somewhat powerful. One classmate even discreetly tugged at my sleeve, whispering, "How good. I really dislike Wang Dong. You should teach him a lesson tomorrow." "All right," I replied with a smile. The teacher, noticing someone talking to me, became irritable again, prompting me to return to my seat. The class proceeded smoothly, but Wang Dong did not return by the end of the day. When school dismissed, Lu Xian sought me out, and I realized my plan to sneak a look at Lin Rand's messages was foiled. I quietly informed Lin Rand that I was leaving, and she nodded without a word. With my backpack slung over my shoulder, I walked with Lu Xian to the playground. Lu Xian lamented, "If only you lived in the dorms, we could hang out every day." "Haha, just wait until senior year. I'll be staying in the dorms then," I replied cheerfully. Senior year brings a more intense academic environment, and staying on campus will facilitate studying. Lu Xian, realizing I would only be boarding in senior year, felt it was a long wait. We stopped by a small shop at the school gate where Lu Xian bought a cigarette and remarked, "I've heard Wang Dong is a boarder. He is scared of us. He went TB in the dorm tonight. Tomorrow morning, let us wait for him at the school gate. When you see him, just kick him. If he dares to fight back, I will take him down." Hearing Lu Xian suggest that I confront Wang Dong, a wave of trepidation washed over me. Yet under Lu Xian's steadfast gaze, I pondered for a moment before nodding. With him by my side, I felt assured that I would not suffer any harm. It struck me as rather disheartening to rely on someone else. How I wished I were more adept at fighting, so that I might not only defend myself, but also assist Lu Xian. Instead of heading to the internet CAF that evening, we opted for the billiard hall, where we encountered a number of unsavory characters, including Lu Yang. Lu Yang scrutinized me for a while, as if I appeared familiar. Yet he chose not to speak, perhaps having forgotten me. In the billiard hall, Lu Xian was quite the figure, even greeting Lu Yang with a respectful brother Yang. As someone unaccustomed to such environments, I felt embarrassed to address Lu Yang as brother. Since Lu Yang had seemingly forgotten who I was, he did not engage in conversation with me. While playing billiards with Lu Xian, I felt a sense of unease. Reluctant to meet the gaze of the other rough characters for fear they might strike me with a cue. My skills at billiards were lacking, and I played with utmost caution. Lu Xian, however, laughed and chatted with me about the girls at school, all while casually taking his shots. When we had played for a while, Lu Xian pulled out his wallet and mentioned that he would be hard awake in the morning, asking me to call him when I arrived. I agreed and made my way home, feeling quite exhausted and unable to ponder over Lin Ran. After a refreshing shower, I succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. The next morning, I arose early and called Lu Xian upon reaching the school to inform him of my arrival. He groggily replied, saying he would be there shortly. Outside the school, I noticed a vendor selling steamed buns, and since Lu Xian likely had not eaten, I purchased 5 for us to share. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, Lu Xian arrived. Upon seeing the buns, he wasted no time in digging in. As we ate, we observed the students arriving for class. After a few minutes, the number of students increased, including some from the second and third years who glanced our way. I whispered to Lu Xian, suggesting we should move to a more discreet location to confront Wang Dong. Though Lu Xian was unafraid of the upperclassmen, he was cautious of their more aggressive cohorts. He too felt we were being conspicuous and led me to a corner away from prying eyes. After a moment, we spotted Wu Di and his girlfriend. Lu Xian inquired if Wu Di was the one who had always bullied me, offering to confront him. I advised against it, stating that as long as he did not seek me out, I had no intention of engaging him. Our focus was solely on Wang Dong, who persistently disrupted my studies. I explained to Lu Xian that the reason for my reluctance to confront Wu Di was my fear of his girlfriend's older brother, who seemed formidable. Just days prior, Lu Yang had refrained from intervening during a confrontation between Su Ting and Wu Di's girlfriend. Lu Xian, after contemplating, assured me that if Wu Di were to act up again, I could count on him to handle it. As we continued to smoke, several tough-looking boys from various schools watched Lu Xian, who remained undeterred and continued with his habit. His fearlessness both impressed and frightened me, as I worried someone might take offense and approach us with ill intentions. Just as I was lost in thought, Wang Dong appeared, his expression visibly anxious as he scanned the area. Lu Xian, unfamiliar with Wang Dong, maintained his nonchalant demeanor while eyeing attractive girls. Realizing that Lu Xian had yet to recognize Wang Dong, I discreetly nudged him, alerting him to Wang Dong's presence. Lu Xian, still puzzled, asked where Wang Dong was. I pointed him out, and upon noticing us, Wang Dong's face paled. He froze in place, seemingly too terrified to flee. Lu Xian discarded his cigarette and strode purposefully towards Wang Dong, seizing him by the collar and demanding, "You think you're so tough? Picking on my friend? Come with me." "Brother Xian, I'm sorry," Wang Dong pleaded, towering over Lu Xian, who pulled him along, insisting, "You didn't seem to think you were wrong when you were seeking others to fight me." Lu Xian dragged him to a quieter spot beside the school. Upon arriving, Lu Xian turned to me and said, "All right, go ahead." I had indeed been eager to confront Wang Dong, longing to deliver a beating, but upon seeing his pitiful expression, I found my resolve wavering. Alas, the unfortunate often harbor their own faults. Reflecting on how he had previously tormented me, I could not help but grit my teeth and kick him. The imprint of my shoe marked his pants, and he did not dare retaliate. "That's enough," I declared after delivering my kick. Lu Xian appeared surprised. "Is that really all?" he asked. I nodded, and seeing my restraint, Lu Xian, though reluctant, kicked Wang Dong as well, warning him, "Now get lost, and don't act tough next time. If you think you're so great, bring your friends from the second year to face me." "I'm sorry, Brother Xian. I want to act tough again," Wang Dong stammered, retreating a couple of steps. Lu Xian, not wanting to press the matter further, let him go. After confronting Wang Dong, both Lu Xian and I felt a sense of curiosity. It was puzzling that Wang Dong, despite knowing 2 second-year students, had not sought their assistance against Lu Xian. Lu Xian pondered aloud, asking what the names of those second-year students were and what they looked like. "I think one of them is called Brother Peng," I recalled. "The one with a mole on his chin." "Ha! That fool only knows how to bully naive first-year students. I've dealt with him before." Lu Xian laughed heartily. With Lu Xian's words, I realized that Wang Dong had likely divulged our plans to those 2 second-year students, who, fearing Lu Xian, chose not to intervene. As we walked back to class, Wang Dong maintained a meek demeanor, his gaze towards me markedly different from before. It seemed he had genuinely been frightened, likely unable to put on a fade around me any longer. After confronting Wang Dong, I felt a surge of satisfaction and sent a message to Lin Ran, informing her of the incident. Okay, was all Lin Ran replied, a single word that left me perplexed. What could be the reason for her sudden coldness? After class, she summoned me with a message stating she needed to discuss something. I sent her 2 messages inquiring what it was, but she remained unresponsive. As her silence lingered, a sense of unease settled in my heart. Had I not spent enough time with her lately, causing her to feel neglected? My mind raced with thoughts, leading to an unsettling restlessness during the lesson, making it difficult to concentrate. Finally, when the bell rang, I hastily followed Lin Ran as she exited the classroom. We walked together until we reached a secluded corner of the school, where Lin Ran finally halted. Her demeanor had seemed off in recent days, and now, in this private setting, she remained silent, biting her lip, casting me glances filled with unspoken emotions. Observing the melancholy in her gaze, I felt a mix of confusion and concern. What had I done to warrant such treatment? It was baffling, as she had always been so direct with me. Lin Ran, why did you call for me? I asked, breaking the silence. She hesitated, still biting her lip, her expression reflecting uncertainty. Growing anxious, I urged her, please, tell me what's wrong. I haven't shared our relationship with anyone, not even Lu Xian. That's not the issue, Lin Ran replied, her expression shifting as she furrowed her brow. Not the issue? Then is it because I haven't spent enough time with you lately, and you're upset? I probed further. Upon hearing my words, her expression darkened. You know very well what you've been up to these past few days, she retorted, her gaze piercing. Me? I've done nothing out of the ordinary, I stammered, bewildered. I merely defended myself after being attacked yesterday. I couldn't fathom how I had embarrassed her. After some contemplation, I surmised that perhaps she was upset because I hadn't devoted sufficient time to her lately. With no one around, I approached her with a smile and embraced her. Lin Ran was tall and slender, and holding her felt oddly comforting. I playfully caressed her waist and asked, have you missed me? I could come over tonight for you to help me with my studies. Who misses you? Do you want to face it? I don't need your company. Don't come to my house tonight. Lin Ran pushed me away after saying a sentence in English, leaving me bewildered. If I were to date Lin Ran, it would be the sweet period of first love. I felt curious about her and yearned to be with her. Yet I feared her, worried that if I made a mistake, she would ignore me. After being pushed away, I didn't dare to embrace Lin Ran again, afraid she might find me shameless or be annoyed with me. My expression was quite complex as I stared at Lin Ran, unsure of what to do. After a few seconds of her glaring at me, she laughed at my helplessness. With a smile, she said, all right, I was just asking, just be mindful in the future. What are you asking me about? Tell me what I did wrong, I said, looking at Lin Ran with exasperation. Huh, you don't even know where you went wrong? Lin Ran retorted with a cold smile. I truly don't know, I replied earnestly. Huh, you really are quite fickle. Are you so cheap with everyone? Lin Ran questioned again, leaving me utterly confused. How did I get entangled in notions of being fickle and cheap? I might be cheap, but it's only towards her. Feeling helpless, I asked Lin Ran, how am I cheap? I'm only like this with you. Is it really that bad? As I spoke, I grew a bit agitated. Surely, I had been too forward before, and now Lin Ran was bringing up past grievances. The thought made me blush. The more I liked Lin Ran, the more I cared about her impression of me. I had acted quite shamelessly in the past, but back then, I only wanted to retaliate for how she treated me poorly. I never anticipated developing feelings for her. I excitedly told Lin Ran, if you think I'm cheap or disgusting, I won't bother you anymore. I'll forget about that one time you promised me. Don't be angry. I'll keep my distance from you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's face shifted from pale to red. With a flushed face, she bit her lip and glared at me, saying, are you out of your mind? What did I ever say you were disgusting or cheap? Even after you treated me like that, I didn't say anything. Why are you overthinking? Seeing Lin Ran's face flushed, mine turned red as well. Perhaps I had been overly sensitive. You're insane. Lin Ran shot me a glare and stomped her foot in frustration before walking away. Class was about to start, so I followed Lin Ran from a distance as she headed to our classroom. In the morning, Lu Xian came over to play with me, but I wasn't in the mood. Noticing my gloomy demeanor, Lu Xian asked, what's wrong? Are you angry with your girlfriend? I didn't deny Lu Xian's assertion that Lin Ran was my girlfriend. I nodded and replied, yeah, I don't know what went wrong. She is upset with me. Haha, what happened? Tell me about it. Lu Xian said with a smile. I also wanted to vent about my feelings. I didn't mention the specifics of my relationship with Lin Ran. I just talked about how she was inexplicably angry and accused me of being fickle. Lu Xian laughed uncontrollably as I spoke. With a bit of tooth pain, he held his cheek and said, "It's definitely because you were flirting with some girl, and Lin Ran found out. Have you been teasing other girls again? That's nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. I'm quite devoted," I told Lu Xian. Haha, if you haven't done anything wrong, Lin Ran wouldn't be angry with you. Think carefully. There must be something you did that she found out about, Lu Xian advised with a grin. After thinking for a while, I couldn't pinpoint any mistakes on my part. Once Lu Xian finished a cigarette, we parted ways. The entire morning, I couldn't figure out what I had done wrong. Ever since Lu Xian helped me deal with Wang Dong, my status in class had noticeably risen. The classmates who used to mock me had disappeared, and those who looked down on me had diminished. Aside from my poor academic performance, the classmates treated me with some courtesy, especially my desk mate. After realizing how formidable Lu Xian was, he no longer dared to provoke me. Occasionally, when our eyes met, he would hastily avert his gaze. With Lu Xian backing me up, I didn't dare to become arrogant. My classmates call me Brother Hao, but I quickly told them not to call me that. I explained that I wasn't older than them, and they should call me brother. Forget it. I can't accept that title. The boys in class joked with me. The boy sitting next to me was short. He often got into trouble for his poor grades and was moved to the back. He said, "Brother Hao, since you're friends with Lu Xian, no one dares to mess with you now. I think you should be the class leader, and I'll support you." Hearing the short boy suggest I become the leader, I felt a bit elated. However, I quickly declined. With my fighting skills, I could never be the leader. If those tough guys at our school found out I wanted to be the leader, they'd surely beat me up. This situation is quite good. No one bullies me, and I can still mess around with Lin Ran and take advantage of her. Yet, thinking of Lin Ran, I felt a pang of pain in my heart. What did I do wrong for her to be angry with me? At noon, I didn't go home, but had lunch with Lu Xian at the cafeteria. It was my first time in the school cafeteria. I'd always been too timid to come before. Feeling a bit inferior, I avoided crowded places, fearing that I might offend someone and end up getting beaten. Lu Xian was quite bold. He confidently occupied a table and bought me a bottle of soda. The dormitory students outnumbered the day students, and there were many attractive girls in the cafeteria. While we were eating, Lu Xian noticed my poor mood and encouraged me. "Have you and your girlfriend been intimate? If you have, you might as well break up. I'll introduce the school beauty to you. I guarantee you'll win her over in 3 days." There are several school beauties in our school, including Lin Ran, Su Ting, and Li Shuang. But they have always kept a low profile. Only Su Ting has some fame. The beauty Lu Xian mentioned was very well known, with many tough guys rumored to have spent the night with her. Lin Ran, and I could also do that, but every time I thought about being intimate with her, I felt uncomfortable since she was like a neighbor's sister to me. Lu Xian had experience. He told me he had been with 3 girls, 2 from middle school, and the third being our school beauty. The idea of easily being with girls tempted me, but thinking of Lin Ran, I still refused. I like Lin Ran and don't want to betray her. Even if we aren't officially a couple, I don't want to let her down. After all, I still have feelings for her, and I want to be with her. Do you want to go for it? If you do, just say the word, and I'll take you out for dinner tonight, Lu Xian said to me. No, I resolutely rejected Lu Xian, seeing my firm refusal. He called me foolish and then took me to his dormitory to hang out. The people in his dormitory were quite nice. One of them who smoked even offered me a cigarette. Shaking my head, I declined and found an empty bed to take a nap. After school that evening, Lin Ran didn't wait for me nor inquire if I would go to her house. She left right after class. Seeing that she hadn't waited for me, I mustered the courage to call a car and head to her home. I didn't know what I had done wrong. Even in death, I wanted clarity. When I arrived at Lin Ran's house, she was taking a shower and her parents were home. Upon seeing Lin Ran's father, my heart raced. He was quite kind to me and offered me fruit. Sitting in Lin Ran's house, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of her phone. Right? I had checked what Lin Ran had discussed with Wu Di. Feeling anxious, I picked up Lin Ran's phone. Chapter 33. Accompany me and I will tell you as I opened Lin Ran's text messages. My heart raced. Lin Ran's parents were watching television, thinking I was just playing with her phone, so they didn't pay much attention. I felt a bit perverse for wanting to invade her privacy, but I had to look. If I didn't see what she had discussed with Wu Di, I would always have a knot in my heart. I was terrified while looking at Lin Ran's messages, fearing she might suddenly come out of the bathroom. My face turned red as I opened her messages. But to my surprise, there was nothing there. Staring at the empty messages, I was stunned. Lynn Rand had deleted all her texts, including the ones we exchanged today. Finally, seizing the opportunity to glance at Lynn Rand's phone, I was met with disappointment as it contained nothing of consequence. Unwilling to accept this, I delved into her call history, which ignited a furious blaze within me. There were numerous calls between her and Wu Di, indicating a persistent connection over the past few days. The records showed calls made by Wu Di to her, as well as her calls to him, with the former being more frequent. To my dismay, I noted that she had called Wu Di just this afternoon. She had promised me that she would cease communication with him. How could she have made so many calls? As I scrutinized their call records, I felt as though my lungs were about to burst with rage and jealousy. Wu Di, fully aware of the special bond one shared with Lynn Rand, continued to call her, showing blatant disregard for my feelings. Hearing the bathroom door creak open, I hastily set Lynn Rand's phone down. When she emerged, a delightful scent of shower gel followed her, her damp hair cascading around her shoulders as she looked at me in surprise. "By how, what brings you here?" she asked, her expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Though I longed to express my frustration to Lynn Rand, I refrained from doing so in front of my aunt and uncle. After a moment's consideration, I managed a sheepish smile instead. Lynn Rand cast a glance at me, her eyes narrowing, before retreating to her room. Her playful glare sparked a flutter of excitement within me. I chose not to address the matter of her calls with Wu Di, deciding it best to avoid any potential discord. I firmly believed Lynn Rand was not the type to be easily swayed. It must have been Wu Di's persistent advances that led her to engage in conversation with him. With this thought in mind, I stepped into Lynn Rand's room and closed the door behind me. As she turned to face me, her exasperated look asked, "What? Do you realize your mistake?" "Yes, I understand," I replied, though I remained unclear about what exactly I had done wrong. It seemed easier to concede, sparing us both from further conflict. "As long as you acknowledge your error," she said, her tone serious, "be cautious not to flirt with other girls again. If you do, I shall certainly ignore you." Her words left me confused. When had I ever flirted with anyone else? Yet, I found a peculiar delight in her jealousy. "I swear I won't dare again," I assured her with a broad grin. A smile broke across her face, and I found great satisfaction in eliciting her laughter. I cherished her joy. It filled my heart with a sense of accomplishment. As we exchanged sweet words, I noticed a rosy hue spread across her cheeks. Before long, our conversation faltered, and we simply gazed at one another, savoring the sweetness of the moment. The room was quiet, the air conditioned, and the computer screen displayed a mundane wallpaper. We had momentarily forgotten our earlier grievances, and when Lynn Rand admitted to feeling a bit fatigued, she posed a question that made my heart race. "Do you truly like Su Ting? If you do, I could help you two get together, since we can never be." Her suggestion stirred something within me. Su Ting was indeed attractive, petite, my ideal type, particularly her dainty feet, which seemed to invite a gentle grasp. While I had entertained a fleeting interest in Su Ting, my heart still belonged to Lynn Rand. I quickly shook my head, insisting, "I only like you, not Su Ting. I won't be with you. I would refuse Su Ting even if offered for free." Lynn Rand burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. "I was just teasing you. Even if you like Su Ting, she wouldn't be interested in you. You're not her type, so stop dreaming." Her words stung, but I masked my disappointment with a forced smile. "What type does Su Ting prefer?" I inquired. "She likes those who excel academically, are skilled in fighting, and come from wealthy families," Lynn Rand replied with a chuckle. My heart sank at her response. I possessed none of those qualities. Clearly, Su Ting's kindness towards me stemmed solely from Lynn Rand's influence. Without Lynn Rand, I would have had no chance to even converse with Su Ting. Although I felt a twinge of disappointment, my affection for Lynn Rand overshadowed it. Grateful that Lynn Rand was no longer upset with me, I lingered for a while before heading home. As I departed, I noticed her engrossed in QQ. A thought crossed my mind. Her chat records would likely remain intact. If I could access them, I would uncover the nature of her conversations with Wu Di. Their connection surely extended beyond mere phone calls. I suspected they also communicated online. Upon returning home, I was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of a meal wafting through the air, reminiscent of the sweet and sour delight of guabao roe. Elated, I rushed to the kitchen, where I indeed found my mother preparing the dish. The scent was irresistible, and I could feel my mouth watering. Such a delicacy was a rare treat, as my mother only made it during special occasions. Today, however, she had gone above and beyond, preparing several delightful dishes. Curious, I asked Mom, what's the occasion? Did we win a lottery? Lottery? No. Your father got a promotion, she replied with a smile. My heart raced at the thought. A promotion meant a step towards becoming an official. If my father were to become an official, perhaps my allowance would increase as well. Yes, your father has been promoted to deputy captain, my mother continued, her voice filled with pride. I was taken aback. After nearly 20 years of service, my father had finally achieved this rank. The prospect of my father holding an official position filled me with delight, as it would surely mean a little extra money each month. A deputy captain? I mused, realizing that it was a modest title, the lowest rank in the hierarchy. Nevertheless, I remained optimistic. Even a small position came with its perks. Rumor had it that deputy captains earned an additional 300 yuan monthly. During dinner, I listened to my parents discuss my father's promotion. I learned that Lin Ran's mother and Su Ting's father worked in the same unit as my parents, and Lin Ran's father had previously been employed there as well. After receiving a substantial sum, he ventured into business. Lin Ran's mother held a significant position as the scheduling manager. It seemed my father's promotion was somehow connected to Lin Ran's mother, though I was not entirely clear on the details. I inquired about the hierarchy, asking Dad, what comes after deputy captain? After deputy captain comes captain, then deputy section chief, deputy director, and director, he explained. He refrained from elaborating further, as it seemed pointless to discuss positions beyond that. Our unit is large. Climbing the ranks is quite challenging. Being a deputy captain is an accomplishment in itself, and it comes with that extra 300 yuan, my mother added. If only he could become captain, he'd earn over 1,000 more, my father mused, his aspirations reaching higher. As I absorbed his words, a memory flickered in my mind. Wu Di's father was a captain, earning just over 1,000 more than my father. I found this curious, as Wu Di always wore branded clothing. Sharing my thoughts with my parents, they only smiled knowingly, leaving me even more intrigued. I decided to turn to Su Ting for answers, hoping she would be more informed. I called her to discuss Wu Di's situation, and she burst into laughter, finding my confusion amusing. Bai Hao, are you really that naive? You don't even understand this? She teased. What is wrong? I asked, puzzled. I want to go shopping. Come with me, and I'll tell you everything, Su Ting replied with a grin. Chapter 34. The relationship between Lin Ran and Wu Di living close to Su Ting. I quickly changed my clothes and headed downstairs to wait for her. Summer evenings were pleasantly warm, and with dusk falling late, it was the perfect time for shopping. Su Ting appeared promptly, descending the stairs with a bright smile. Wow, you're quick, I remarked, impressed by her speed. It's nothing special, she replied, her cheerful demeanor infectious. My personality was gradually evolving, as I began to engage playfully with the girls around me. Sutting is quite amiable. She smiled and exchanged a few playful remarks with me as we strolled towards a nearby supermarket. Her purchases consisted mainly of daily necessities and snacks, and when she picked up some feminine products, a blush crept onto her cheeks, which I pretended not to notice. The supermarket, expansive and well-lit, spanned 2 floors filled with shelves. As we wandered between the aisles, Sutting shared her thoughts on why Wu Di's family was so affluent. With a team leader managing 2 or 3 dozen people, it was clear that his father must have been up to something lucrative. Pushing the shopping cart for Sutting, she chuckled and remarked on her revelation. It dawned on me how Wu Di indulged in fine clothing and dining, all while dating someone. His father evidently had some under-the-table income. The thought of Wu Di's father being a team leader sparked a mix of envy and admiration within me. I couldn't help but wish my father held a similar position, though I felt conflicted about it. After discussing Wu Di's family, my curiosity shifted to Sutting's household. She resided in a government building, suggesting her father's position was substantial. I pondered and asked, Sutting, what is your father's title? Is he a team leader as well? To my surprise, Sutting replied proudly that her father held a higher rank than Wu Di's father. Observing her pride, I felt a twinge of jealousy. She suggested he might be a section chief or something of that nature. We refrained from delving too deeply into adult matters, recognizing their distance from our own lives. Soon, our conversation turned personal again, and, Sutting inquired, I heard that Lin Ran has been tutoring you recently? I was puzzled. Lin Ran had asked me not to share our situation. So how did Sutting know? I did not conceal the truth and admitted it. Sutting laughed, expressing her surprise that Lin Ran was genuinely helping me. I felt rather speechless, realizing that Sudding had cleverly extracted our secret from me. Worry crept in as I feared Sudding might disclose this to Lin Ran, which would surely upset her. I hesitated before saying, "Sudding, why would you deceive me like this? Please do not mention our affair to her. She might get angry." Regret tinged my words as I sensed our secret was slipping away. "Well, it's a good thing Lin Ran is helping you. Why shouldn't I ask her about it? I also want her to help me," Sudding retorted with a mischievous grin. Her playful cunning was evident, and I found myself pleading, "Please, don't cause trouble. If you bring it up with Lin Ran, she'll be upset." Although I trusted Sudding wouldn't gossip, unease lingered. "Fine, then you can pay for my purchases," Sudding teased, pointing at the overflowing cart. My heart sank at the thought of depleting my savings. I had saved quite a bit lately, and if I paid for her items, I'll be back to square one. "Just kidding. You're so stingy," she laughed. "You come out with me to shop, and I should thank you. After we finish, you can carry the bags for me, or else I'll tell Lin Ran." As I spent more time with Sudding, I realized she had a playful side that sometimes felt a tad mischievous. Upon exiting the supermarket, I carried 2 hefty bags back to her home. The burden was heavy, and I grew weary after a while. I doubted she could manage these alone. Upon reaching her building, Sudding blinked her big eyes and sweetly thanked me, then offered me a drink and a chocolate bar as a reward for my help. A peculiar warmth surged within me. No one had ever gifted me anything before. She had given me a chocolate bar a few days prior, which I still hadn't dared to eat. I declined her offerings and insisted on carrying her items to her doorstep first before accepting. On my way home, I carefully held onto the chocolate and drink, knowing I would likely save them for several days. My outing with Sudding had been delightful, yet later that night, thoughts of Woody and Lin Ran kept me awake. Woody had pursued Lin Ran before entering a relationship with someone else. I recalled their good rapport from the previous semester, and an uncomfortable sensation settled in my chest. My relationship with Lin Ran had been fraught with tension. She had always looked down on me until that incident, which changed everything. I wondered if her feelings toward me would have been different had someone else treated her similarly. Lin Ran appeared reserved, yet there was an undeniable side to her beneath the surface. I dared not dwell on it too much, fearing the discomfort it might bring. As days passed, my unease grew, particularly regarding Lin Ran and Woody's situation. The following morning, my mood was still sour. After a solitary breakfast, I headed to school, and unexpectedly, Sudding called out to me from behind. Her presence inexplicably lifted my spirits. Walking to school together, we attracted envious glances from our classmates, something I could never experience with Lin Ran. Although she was kind to me, deep down, she still resisted acknowledging our relationship. In school, I could never interact openly with her, which made me feel somewhat like a secret admirer. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Sudding playfully nudged me, and I narrowly avoided a nearby telephone pole. I had been so lost in thought about Lin Ran that I nearly collided with it. I chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Oh, nothing. Just testing to see if you keep me alert. Next time, I won't remind you. Let us see if you can dodge it." Sudding scoffed lightly. Noticing her discontent, I offered a sheepish laugh and scratched my head. After a moment, I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you. If you hadn't warned me, I might have really hit it." "Glad to hear that," Sudding replied, her lips curling slightly. Coincidentally, as we walked, we encountered Woody and his 2 rather unsavory companions. Although Sudding had clashed with Woody's girlfriend in the past, there were no hard feelings. They greeted Sudding with playful banter, calling her Sister Ting, but she brushed them off. Seeing Woody filled me with dread. Memories of his aggression haunted me, and I instinctively felt fear. I worried he might suddenly lash out at me, humiliating me in front of Sudding. Fortunately, he merely cast a long, penetrating gaze my way before continuing on with his friends. However, their dismissive snorts hinted at potential hostility. Watching their retreating figures made my body tremble involuntarily. I sensed that a confrontation was inevitable, and the thought of it left me unnerved. Upon returning to class, Lin Ran arrived as well. I stole a glance at her, noticing she appeared unchanged. She caught my eye and quickly averted her gaze, which deepened my suspicion that she was hiding something. A cloud of uncertainty loomed in my mind. If she truly was the kind of person I feared, what would I do? Chapter 35. Do you know who she is? During the lesson, my thoughts spiraled into discomfort, feeling rather pitiful for being unaware of the relationship between the girl I liked and someone else. Simultaneously, I found myself harboring a profound disdain for my own cowardice and my lack of prowess in physical confrontations. Upon returning home at noon, I resolutely performed over 10 push-ups in one breath. My physical fitness was subpar, and I gritted my teeth to endure the standard number of push-ups. The summer heat weighed heavily on my spirit. After splashing my face with cold water in the bathroom for an extended period, my heart gradually found tranquility. I could no longer bear it. If Woody dared to approach Lin Ran again, I vowed to confront him with unyielding resolve. Fueled by this anger, I went to school and, unable to restrain myself, called Lin Ran outside. I did not disclose my intentions to her. Instead, I embraced her and, with fervor, explored beneath her clothing. Lin Ran, perhaps pained by my touch, furrowed her brow and pushed me away, exclaiming, "By how? Are you out of your mind?" I replied, "I've missed you so much." My purpose for calling her out was to vent my frustrations, yet seeing her upset softened my heart, and I felt remorseful. I realized that such actions were inappropriate, and I had inadvertently caused her discomfort. Lin Ran's face flushed as her expression gradually softened. Witnessing her distress stirred sympathy within me. I scolded myself for not being a better person, letting jealousy drive me to unleash my ire upon Lin Ran. I apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. I won't treat you like that again." In truth, she could do the same to me, but she must wait until I was in a better state. My chest felt tight and uncomfortable. Lin Ran, blushing and pouting, remarked, "I feel uneasy." Gazing at her alluring expression, I was overwhelmed with desire. I wished to engage in further intimacy with her, but the time for class approached. That evening, instead of going out with Lucien, I accompanied Lin Ran to her home. With no one at her place, we succumbed to mischief on the sofa. We indulged for quite some time before reluctantly parting. I contemplated asking her for a more intimate favor, but hesitated. After a playful bout that left us both sweating, Lin Ran suggested she shower and asked me to join her afterward. I agreed, telling her to go ahead as I would wait. Seated on the sofa, I couldn't resist the temptation to explore her computer and scrutinize her chat history. After a few minutes of hesitation, I logged into her QQ account, but without her password, I was unable to access it. After a moment's thought, I shut it down. When Lin Ran emerged from her shower, I dared not meet her gaze. She smiled and asked, "What's wrong? You look like you've done something wrong." I smiled back, saying nothing much. As I mentioned, I felt better after showering. Lin Ran pondered and replied, suggesting a deeper engagement. I understood her implication. She wanted to take our relationship to another level. Yet, both of us were burdened by unspoken hesitations. Before I could respond, Lin Ran said, "I checked earlier, and there is no blood. Generally, it takes me 6 to 7 days to recover, so let us wait a couple more days." Her decision brought me relief. Had she insisted, I would have struggled against temptation. It was better this way, sparing us both from potential emotional turmoil. After showering at Lin Ran's house, I found myself unable to resist the allure of her discarded lingerie, which bore a delightful scent unique to her. This only deepened my infatuation. Once we were clean, we engaged in light conversation until Lin Ran suggested, "Tonight, since my family is out, I could come to your place to help you study." Her earnestness moved me, and I nodded in agreement. After a brief tidy-up, we headed to my home. Upon seeing Lin Ran arrive, my parents kindly prepared several dishes for her. Knowing she might not enjoy what my mother typically cooked, the meal consisted of delicacies freshly bought from a restaurant. As we dined, Lin Ran appeared somewhat bashful. She furrowed her brow and told my mother, "Auntie, you don't need to buy special dishes for my next visit. I enjoy whatever you cook." My mother, who adored Lin Ran, responded warmly, "Just tell me what you like, and I'll prepare it for you next time." My mother's affection for Lin Ran made it seem as though Lin Ran were her own child. After our meal, Lin Ran and I retreated to my small room to study. Without air conditioning, the heat made it somewhat uncomfortable. To alleviate our discomfort, my father kindly brought in an electric fan. Observing my parents' attentive care for her, Lin Ran's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions. When Lin Ran taught me, she was particularly serious, more so than any teacher. She transformed into a strict instructor. If I lost focus, she would reprimand me. Any hint of impropriety from me would elicit her immediate displeasure. Witnessing her dedication, I felt compelled to honor her efforts. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was past 11. As we prepared for bed, Lin Ran rested her small foot on my lap, saying, "By how? Once you've improved your studies and ranked among the top 10 in class, I will officially be your girlfriend. What do you think?" The prospect of Lin Ran becoming my girlfriend filled me with elation. I yearned for the opportunity to openly be with her. If it meant achieving a top rank, I was determined to comply. Lin Ran, perceptive as ever, noticed my delight and smiled at me, teasing, "You look like a fool, beaming so much." She added, Getting you into the top 10 might be a bit much. Let us aim for the top 20 first. If you make it there, I'll pretend to acknowledge you as my younger brother, making it easier for us to interact at school. I found her suggestion amusing. I was already like her younger brother, yet she wanted to formalize it. Despite my bemusement, I felt a surge of happiness and nodded eagerly. It's not that I'm intentionally ignoring you at school. I've often spoken about you to my classmates, and if our relationship suddenly changed, they would surely mock me, I explained. Lin Ran looked at me with gentle understanding, and after a moment's thought, she clarified her reasons for maintaining distance at school. I realized she had a point. Given her past grievances against me, it was understandable she would not want to appear too close. Gradually developing our relationship would allow us to be together without attracting undue attention. After she explained herself, a weight lifted from my heart. I had assumed Lin Ran was embarrassed to be seen with me, but it turned out I had misjudged her intentions. Curiously, I asked Lin Ran why she had once found me so bothersome. In a light-hearted mood, I posed what I felt was an unnecessary question. Previously, she had often complained about my family's financial status and accused us of taking advantage of her family. Her animosity had been palpable, marked by unkind words. I knew her disdain stemmed from her perception of my family's shortcomings, yet I couldn't help but inquire further. My question caught her off guard. Her expression shifted as she struggled to find the right words. After a moment of hesitation, a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. She impatiently retorted, "Enough. Let bygones be bygones. Just leave. I want to sleep." Being dismissed by Lin Ran left me bewildered. Moments ago, we had been enjoying our conversation, and now her demeanor had changed. As I lay on the sofa, I reflected on her earlier expressions, feeling a bittersweet mix of emotions. Once I achieved a place among the top 20, I could openly pursue our relationship, free from the constraints of pretending to be strangers. 2 days passed swiftly, during which I dedicated myself to my studies. Su Ting, aware of Lin Ran's pride, refrained from speaking to me at school, opting instead to assist me during breaks. With both of them guiding me, my academic progress surged. On Monday, we had a minor exam, and Lin Ran had devoted her weekend to helping me prepare, highlighting key points. However, when the exam arrived, my mind went blank. I was utterly lost and could hardly recall how the day unfolded. Anxiety gnawed at me as I hoped for a commendable score. After finishing my exams, I felt a significant sense of relief. That evening, I went to play billiards with Lu Xian. While we were enjoying ourselves at the billiard hall, a girl entered accompanied by 3 boys. It appeared that Lu Xian held a grudge against those 3 boys, as she disdainfully lit a cigarette upon their arrival. I paid little attention to the boys, my focus drawn instead to the girl, who was exceptionally beautiful, dressed in a pure white dress that exuded innocence. Lu Xian noticed my covert glances at the girl and smiled, asking, "Do you know who she is?" "Hey, she's the campus belle I told you about." Lu Xian replied with a mischievous grin. "Is she really the campus belle?" I was taken aback as I stole another glance at her. The girl had been smiling sweetly since she entered, radiating a charm that made one hesitant to intrude upon her serenity. Had Lu Xian not informed me, I would have never guessed her true character. "What do you think? Want to get to know her? I can introduce you," Lu Xian teased. "Maybe not." I awkwardly smiled back at Lu Xian. To be honest, I found the girl quite captivating, yet I felt a tinge of embarrassment. I declined Lu Xian's offer, but she seemed unfazed. Lu Xian greeted the girl, who responded with a warm smile and approached us. My heart raced as I admired her graceful figure. Lu Xian had mentioned that this girl, Tian Tian, had been intimate with several well-connected students at our school. For reasons unknown, I felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of being associated with her. "Tian Tian, what brings you to play billiards?" Lu Xian asked with a smile. "Nothing much. Just bored. And you weren't keeping me company," Tian Tian replied, her smile lacking enthusiasm. "Huh. I've been quite busy these past few days," Lu Xian chuckled. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Bai Hao." "Bai Hao." Tian Tian looked at me with curiosity as Lu Xian introduced me. Her bold gaze, paired with her strikingly beautiful large eyes, made me feel somewhat uneasy. Not knowing how to proceed, I uttered a rather awkward greeting. "Hello." "Ah, hello," Tian Tian responded, her laughter hinting at the unintentional clumsiness of my introduction. After we exchanged pleasantries, she mostly engaged in conversation with Lu Xian, seemingly indifferent to my presence. It was understandable. The boys she had been involved with were all quite impressive, and in her eyes, I likely seemed insignificant. After a brief interaction, Tian Tian bid farewell to Lu Xian and left. I noticed the three boys who had entered with her were still watching us intently. Lu Xian seemed unfazed, and I chose not to dwell on it. Lu Xian harbored deep animosity towards those boys, as if there was some unresolved conflict between them. While we played billiards, Lu Xian kept a keen eye on the trio, and they occasionally glanced back at her. Concerned for her safety, I gripped the cue tightly, prepared to defend her if necessary. Perhaps their presence had soured Lu Xian's mood, as she soon decided to settle the bill, and we left the billiard hall together. Once outside, I asked Lu Xian, "Do you have a grudge against those three? If they try to harm you, I can help." Surprised by my offer, Lu Xian chuckled. She knew I wasn't particularly skilled in a fight, so she didn't take my proposal seriously. It's a minor grudge, but it's nothing that would escalate into violence. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. All right, that's good to hear, I sighed in relief. As I headed home that night, it was quite late, so I called for a ride. After tidying up a bit, I settled down to sleep around 11. Before bed, I pushed myself to do 20 push-ups, eager to see if my efforts were yielding any results. After finishing, I anxiously checked my arms, hoping for some definition. I had been doing push-ups daily, yearning for the feeling of strength. While I didn't dare to dream of being a leader, I simply wished to avoid being bullied. I would be satisfied if I could hold my own against my deskmate. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the softness of my arms, I lay down and quickly drifted off to sleep. The next day unfolded like any other, with me heading to school alone in the morning. After completing our morning exercises, I learned that our test results had been released. Lately, Lin Ran had been diligently tutoring me, and as I scanned the rankings, my heart raced. If I could place in the top 20, it would allow me to openly associate with Lin Ran. However, glancing at the leaderboard, I felt a wave of disappointment wash over me. With over 40 students in our class, I had placed 36th. Had I not copied a bit during the test, I doubted I would have even achieved that rank. As I reviewed the scores, I noticed Lin Ran was 2nd and Su Ting was 6th. Looking at their achievements, my dream of breaking into the top 20 felt increasingly distant. During class, Lin Ran sent me a message, congratulating me on my improvement of 3 ranks and encouraging me to keep striving for better results. Her words warmed my heart. Lu Xian was quite the spender. The money his family provided him would vanish within 2 or 3 days. He and T returned home for the weekend and was staying at school. On Friday, he had come back with 200 yuan, and by Tuesday it was all gone. Concerned for his well-being, I invited him over for lunch. We enjoyed our meal, chatting intermittently, while Lu Xian discreetly lit a cigarette by the window. During the second period of the afternoon, Lin Ran asked to speak with me privately. She usually didn't seek me out unless it was important, which filled me with a sense of foreboding. After class, we stepped into a secluded corner, and Lin Ran furrowed her brow, questioning me. "Bai Hao, what have you done to provoke Li Long?" Li Long? My heart sank at her words. I had heard of him, but had never encountered him. As the leader of our first-year class, he was well-connected outside of school. The thought of him made me anxious. I grimaced and replied, "I haven't done anything to him. What's going on?" "You haven't? Then how come I heard from Wu? Someone mentioned that Li Long is going to beat you up?" Lin Ran blurted out. The news sent a chill down my spine. Li Long was formidable, and if he intended to confront me, I had no defenses. The prospect of being beaten up in school terrified me, and I felt humiliated at the thought. Yet, something felt off. When Lin Ran had spoken moments earlier, it seemed she had intended to say Wu Di. Feeling uneasy, I asked Lin Ran, "Who told you Li Long is going to beat me?" "No one in particular, just a friend mentioned it," she responded. As I studied Lin Ran, my unease intensified. It was clear she had meant to say Wu Di, so why did she refer to him as merely a friend? A pang of jealousy gripped me, prompting me to inquire, "Who is this friend of yours?" "Don't worry about who it is. Just know that Li Long is after you." "Why would you provoke him in the first place?" "Su Ting is quite close with Li Long. Perhaps I should ask her to speak on your behalf," Lin Ran suggested. I was certain Wu Di was the one who had informed her of Li Long's intentions. Anger simmered within me as I realized Lin Ran was withholding information. My irritation mixed with jealousy, and I impatiently retorted, "I can handle this myself. I don't need your help. Come on, it's just Lu Xian, you know. If Li Long wants to confront you, even Lu Xian won't be able to protect you." Lin Ran snapped back, her frustration evident as she sensed my dismissive attitude. "Don't worry, I won't involve Lu Xian," I replied tersely before turning away in annoyance. This was the first time I had raised my voice at Lin Ran since we had grown closer. As I returned to the classroom, I felt remorseful for my outburst, realizing I shouldn't have reacted that way. However, The thought of Lin Ran's ambiguous relationship with Wu Di made it hard for me to suppress my anger. Throughout class, I felt regretful. I had done nothing to provoke Li Long, so why was he targeting me? My discomfort grew as it felt like one problem after another. After my quarrel with Lin Ran, she left without waiting for me after school. I gathered my belongings, and she stormed off in frustration. Seeing her angry, I chose to ignore her and walked alone towards the school gate. As I reached the entrance, someone called out to me. Turning around, I was met with a face that filled me with disdain. It was Wu Di, accompanied by two rather unsavory classmates. With a cold smirk, Wu Di addressed me. "Bai Hao, I hear Li Long intends to confront you." The mere mention of Li Long stirred a wave of irritation within me. I wanted to rebuke him, but held my tongue. I coolly inquired, "What do you want?" "Ah, nothing much, just expressing concern for you. Since you're Lin Ran's partner." She asked me to pass on some kind words from Li Long. Wu Di replied with a sneer. His words ignited a fiery anger within me, as if I were about to be consumed by flames. Chapter 37. Lin Ran threatened by Wu Di apologies, but I require no assistance from you. I retorted coldly, clenching my fists as I turned away. Fortunately, the three of them did not pursue me. Had they done so, I would have surely confronted them. As I made my way home, my heart simmered with frustration. Lin Ran had promised to disregard Wu Di, so why was she still communicating with him and seeking his help on my behalf? The notion of the girl I admired seeking assistance from my rival felt humiliating, deeply wounding my pride. Unable to contain my curiosity, I resolved to uncover the nature of Lin Ran's relationship with Wu Di. If I did not clarify matters, I feared I would not find rest that night. After changing my clothes, I took a vehicle to Lin Ran's house, where she was alone. Upon opening the door, Lin Ran appeared surprised to see me, but her expression quickly turned cold as she asked, "Bai Hao, what brings you here?" The television in the living room was on, its volume low. Lin Ran wore a charming tank top that accentuated her figure beautifully. Taking a deep breath to quell my simmering anger, I forced a smile and said, "I'd like to borrow your computer to look up some study materials. Can't you check at an internet CAF? Why come my house?" Lin Ran shot back, glaring at me. "Ah, the internet CAF." I stumbled over my words, searching for an excuse to placate her. "Fine, you always find a way to annoy me. Yet you have the audacity to use my computer. Come in." She relented, her anger dissipating after a brief moment. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her reprimand, I changed into slippers and stepped into her living room. Lin Ran led me to a small room where she powered on her computer before retreating back to the living room to watch television. Staring at the pristine desktop, I found myself lost in thought. Despite our earlier quarrel, Lin Ran was still treating me kindly. It was evident that she still held affection for me, a realization that warmed my heart. Sitting there, I hesitated. Given her kindness, should I still pry into her affairs? After a moment of contemplation, I gritted my teeth and opened QQ. I found no trace of Lin Ran's account, and my attempts to guess her password, trying her home phone number and birthday, proved futile. Staring blankly at the screen, I contemplated how to trick her into revealing her QQ password. I approached Lin Ran, sitting beside her and taking her hand. She shot me a disapproving glance and said, "My mom went out to buy something. She'll be back soon." "Yes, I'll let go when your mother returns," I replied, holding her hand tightly. We both cherished the sensation of holding hands, feeling our hearts draw closer together. My heart raced as I asked Lin Ran, "Do you think this counts as dating?" "Not at all." She feigned annoyance, though her anger only struck me as beautiful, bringing me joy amidst the turmoil. All the discomfort caused by Wu Di faded as I enjoyed my time with Lin Ran. We had shared so much. Surely, we cannot be anything less than a couple. Playfully, I teased her, tickling her and demanding to know if she was indeed my girlfriend. Finally, exasperated by my antics, Lin Ran relented, admitting that she was urging me to stop. As sparks ignited between us, we stole a kiss in her home and playfully explored each other's boundaries, uncertain of when Lin Ran's mother would return. "Lin Ran, what is your QQ password? Would you share it with me?" I asked, my cheeks flushed. "Why do you need my password?" Lin Ran frowned at my request. Though she was hesitant to give it, she felt too shy to refuse. "I lost my QQ account and need your help to recover it." I quickly fabricated a reason that was somewhat flimsy, yet it was the best I could muster. "Oh, fine, I'll tell you the password, but don't look at my chat history," she warned, still frowning. "Rest assured, I wouldn't invade your privacy." I assured her with a smile. "All right then, it's Lin Ran 521. Log in invisibly, understood?" Lin Ran instructed. "Understood," I replied, though a sense of unease lingered in my heart. Logging into her QQ account, I prepared to delve into her contacts. She had over 100 friends, most of whom were classmates, with many labeled. There was also a group of about 10, likely friends from gaming. As I searched for Wu Di, I felt a surge of anxiety. Just as I was about to explore their chat history, Lin Ran returned. Hearing her approach, I quickly closed the chat window and nonchalantly logged back into my QQ account, pretending to search for my own. "Why aren't you invisible?" Lin Ran exclaimed, immediately snatching the mouse to conceal my presence. Her urgency ignited a flicker of anger within me, though I kept my responses minimal, simply stating it was unintentional. If Lin Ran had nothing to hide regarding Wu Di, all would be well. But if there was something more, as I entered my QQ number, I deliberately typed the wrong password, feigning frustration as Lin Ran joined me in searching for my lost account. The process proved rather complicated, and soon, Lin Ran's patience began to wane. Just then, her mother returned, prompting Lin Ran to hurriedly instruct me to continue searching while she stepped outside to speak with her. After waiting for 2 minutes, I sensed that she wouldn't return immediately and reopened the chat history with Wu Di. My heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Lin Ran might have deleted their conversations. As I scrolled through the messages, I found a number of recent exchanges. The warmth of their conversation incited a wave of anger within me. Flipping through older messages, I discovered that Wu Di had initiated the conversation, apologizing for his girlfriend's actions. "I broke up with Su Ting," he informed Lin Ran. "Why are you telling me this?" "I'm busy. Don't bother me," Lin Ran curtly replied. "Lin Ran, please don't be like this. You ignoring me hurts me deeply. I like you, not her. She clings to me, and even after I broke up with her, she refuses to let go." Wu Di lamented. Disgust filled me as I read his words. How could he claim to have broken up with her, yet still be entangled? It reeked of insincerity. Lin Ran's response showcased her impatience. "Your breakup doesn't concern me. We're merely friends. Do you understand?" Seeing Lin Ran's dismissal of Wu Di brought me some comfort, easing the flames of my anger. However, the messages continued, revealing Wu Di's relentless pursuit of Lin Ran. As I scrolled further, I noticed several instances where Lin Ran had not replied to him. The conversation soon turned to me, with Wu Di expressing his disdain. "I don't understand why you like Bai Hao. He's useless, lacks money, and his studies are mediocre." "Excuse me, but Bai Hao is not foolish. His intelligence is perfectly normal. His family's financial situation is not his fault," Lin Ran defended me. "He is currently struggling academically, but that does not imply he will continue to do so in the future. Furthermore, I have already informed you that I am not in a relationship with Bai Hao, so please refrain from making unfounded statements." Lin Ran replied to Wu Di with a lengthy message. Although Lin Ran did not acknowledge me as her partner, I felt a surge of emotion within. Being with Lin Ran fills me with immense pressure. Her family is affluent, and she is exceptionally talented. Out of jealousy, since our relationship began, I have encountered considerable troubles, feeling unworthy and incapable of protecting her. Lin Ran has even mocked me, comparing me to a toad that dares to consume swan meat. While I smiled in response to her teasing, my heart was filled with bitterness. I had always believed Lin Ran truly looked down on me, yet I was taken aback by her defense of me in front of Wu Di. Reflecting on Lin Ran's kindness, my eyes grew misty, and I wiped them, fearful of tears escaping. As I continued to read, I came across Wu Di's threats towards Lin Ran. "Oh, he is not your boyfriend? Then I shall confront him tomorrow." "Wu Di, how dare you?" Lin Ran responded to Wu Di, her tone laced with indignation. He's not your partner, so what's wrong with me confronting him? Like you, I too am weary of the impoverished. If I did not strike a poor person at least once a day, my fists itch for action." Wu Di sentas mirking emoji. Chapter 38. Wu Di's disgrace. Upon reading Wu Di's words to Lin Ran, my teeth gritted in frustration. If Wu Di had spoken such words in my presence, my fists would have surely swung. His father is merely a team leader. What is so remarkable about that? Once my father becomes a team leader, I certainly won't flaunt myself as he does. "Wu Di, could you refrain from such talk?" "Apologies, I am also impoverished." Lin Ran responded coldly to Wu Di. Witnessing her reply warmed my heart, as I realized Lin Ran had changed without me noticing. As I scrolled further, the messages were filled with Wu Di's threats towards Lin Ran, indicating her fear that he might actually harm me. Observing her cordiality towards Wu Di, I felt a pang of jealousy. Despite my envy, I was not angry because I understood Lin Ran's intentions were for my well-being. Further along in the conversation, it appeared Wu Di wished to rekindle their friendship, reminiscent of the past. Out of concern for my safety, Lin Ran acquiesced. It seemed Wu Di had asked Lin Ran to accompany him shopping for clothes, and she had complied. Checking the dates. It coincided with the days I spent with Lu Xian. The sight of Lin Ran actually going out with Wu Di infuriated me, causing my body to tremble with rage. My hands shook as I continued to peruse their messages, desperate to uncover what had transpired between them. There was a 2-day gap in their conversation, during which Lin Ran had ignored Wu Di. A couple of nights ago, Wu Di messaged Lin Ran, stating, "Do not pretend to be offline. If you continue this charade, I will bring people to confront by how tomorrow. Wu Di, I told you I am not interested in a relationship with you. Will you ever cease?" Lin Ran responded, "Huh, inform your father? Go ahead, be my guest. Regardless, once you do, I will immediately take action against Bai Hao." Wu Di replied dismissively. "Wu Di, you truly lack shame. I have misjudged you," Lin Ran retorted. "If it were not for you, would I have become this way? Lin Ran, you know I have feelings for you. Just utter a single word, and I will immediately break up with my current partner," Wu Di declared. Following that, Lin Ran ceased her conversation with him. Yet Wu Di continued, bombarding her with lengthy pleas, assuring her of how well he would treat her if they were together, alongside a plethora of distasteful remarks. The more I read, the more my frustration mounted. I yearned to confront Wu Di. Yesterday, he once again declared to Lin Ran, "Lin Ran, I genuinely like you. Just break up with your boyfriend. He is so pathetic. How could he ever compare to me?" Perhaps noticing Lin Ran's silence, he sent a few video messages. "It is impossible. I'm already with Bai Hao, so give up on this notion." Lin Ran, overwhelmed by Wu Di's incessant messages, finally replied, "So, you're finally admitting that Bai Hao is your boyfriend?" Wu Di, upon facing rejection once more, sounded increasingly agitated. "Yes, we are indeed in a relationship. Having been so for several years." "What of it?" Lin Ran's tone was assertive, clearly not one to be trifled with. "Oh, you truly are something. I thought you were a good person, but it turns out I was deceived," Wu Di remarked coldly. "Deceived? Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? I have told you countless times that I do not like you. It is you who shamelessly clings on." Lin Ran's tone grew harsher. "Yes, I do cling. I am shameless, I am pathetic. You claim I have not deceived you. Let me ask you, if you had no feelings for me, why did you not tell me when I pursued you while you were with someone else? Why did you accept the gifts I gave you?" Wu Di questioned Lin Ran. "What did you give me? A mere piece of glass? How much was it? I will return it to you tomorrow. You're just a big man whining endlessly. When will you be done?" Lin Ran retorted. "I come from a wealthy family. I do not lack money," Wu Di replied. "Lin Ran, you are truly something. Remember that," he added. By this point, my head was spinning with anger. Lin Ran had endured so much in silence, and I had mistakenly believed she still harbored feelings for Wu Di. My heart ached for her, feeling guilty for not being aware of her struggles. The subsequent events were predictable. I had no acquaintance with Li Long, the senior who bore no grudge against me. Li Long's threats to harm me were undoubtedly Wu Di's ploy to intimidate Lin Ran, attempting to lure her away for his own gain. The latter part of the conversation is missing, but it is likely Wu Di messaged Lin Ran again in the afternoon, switching from a hard approach to a soft one, feigning goodwill while claiming he could assist me due to his good rapport with Li Long Bai Hao. "Are you reading my messages?" Lin Ran's cold voice startled me as she appeared behind me. Hearing her voice, I turned to face her. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the computer screen. The door to the small room was shut, and Lin Ran regarded me with a frosty expression. She was angry with me, yet my heart felt warm. I felt compassion for her, knowing she had gone through so much without confiding in me. She likely withheld this information to shield me from worry, not wanting to disrupt my studies. My heart ached as I disregarded her icy demeanor, embracing Lin Ran tightly. She retaliated by hitting me lightly, but soon she reciprocated the embrace. Holding her close, I sensed our hearts drawing nearer. I could feel her heartbeat racing. Unable to resist, I kissed Lin Ran, cherishing her in the most direct manner possible. After a moment, she bit my tongue, causing me to release her in surprise, unsure of the reason behind her action. "See? Now you understand how much I care for you." Lin Ran glared at me, her anger palpable. Embarrassed by her revelation, I furrowed my brow and said, "Thank you." Lin Ran did not respond, maintaining her displeasure towards me. She turned on the room lights, and the brightness stung my eyes. As the light flickered on, Both Lin Ran and I squinted, discomfort evident. Her beautiful double eyelids were particularly pronounced as she squinted. Lin Ran, that Wu Di is utterly despicable. I will confront him tomorrow, I declared through gritted teeth. Wu Di, who dares to pursue someone I care for? I must confront him to prove my worth as a man. Even if I know I may not be able to contend with them, I must stand my ground. Perhaps it is best you refrain. You are not adept at fighting and would not find anyone to assist you. It would be wise to avoid confrontation, Lin Ran advised. Having heard Wu Di's claims from earlier that afternoon, he said he has come to a realization and will no longer trouble you. Regarding Li Long, he also mentioned he could help you. Lin Ran sighed as she spoke. Hearing Lin Ran's words infuriated me, and I mentally berated her for being gullible. Lin Ran is quite intelligent, but tends to trust people too easily. Wu Di is merely a smooth talker. I'm unsure how he managed to deceive her. I angrily told Lin Ran that I did not need his assistance. He was lying to her, and I had done nothing to offend Li Long impossible. Wu Di claims you offended Li Long at the billiard hall, and he has taken a disliking to you, accusing you of being pretentious. Lin Ran bit her lip and said to me. Looking at Lin Ran, I finally understood what was going on. Last night, while I was playing billiards with Lu Xian, 3 ruffians kept staring at us. Their intent seemed to indicate that they bore a grudge against Lu Xian. Among them, there was a tall and robust fellow who kept glancing at me, likely displeased by my association with Lu Xian. Realizing that this individual was Li Long sent a shiver of fear through me. His gaze was quite menacing, and he bore tattoos on his hands. Should he decide to strike me, I would certainly be no match for him. He was the leader of the first-year students and knew quite a few people. If he called for reinforcements to attack me, I would be in dire straits. What happened? Did you offend Li Long? Lin Ran asked, recalling the situation. I responded, I haven't really crossed him. It's just that they saw me hanging out with Lu Xian. Perhaps they have a grudge against her. I forced a smile at Lin Ran, feeling rather awkward. Seriously, all you do is play with Lu Xian. She may have connections, but she also has many enemies at school, having fought with several ruffians. You two hang out together every day, and now look, you've attracted trouble. You should stop associating with Lu Xian to avoid being dragged into her mess, Lin Ran said, glaring at me through her oversized glasses. I merely nodded, refraining from arguing in her presence. In my heart, I thought, Lu Xian is my friend. How could I abandon her out of fear of a confrontation? Are you even listening to me? Lin Ran asked loudly. I heard you. I replied softly. Just then, Lin Ran's QQ notification chimed again, and out of curiosity, I clicked on the flashing icon. Upon reading the chat, both Lin Ran and I felt our faces flush. Chapter 39. Brother Hao. In Old Cow, the conversation Lin Ran was having was with Su Ting, who had sent a shy emoji saying, I watched the movie you mentioned, and it felt a bit strange. Strange. Seeing the messages exchanged between Su Ting and Lin Ran quickly shut the chat box, her face flushed. After closing the chat, Lin Ran playfully hit me and exclaimed, You pervert. What are you looking at? I awkwardly laughed and replied, I wasn't looking at anything. I couldn't believe that Lin Ran and Su Ting were discussing such topics. Regret washed over me. I should have checked their conversation earlier. You didn't see my chat with Su Ting, did you? Lin Ran probed, scrutinizing my eyes. Fa, no. I came to here. Really? What are you trying to pull? Lin Ran asked, glaring at me. If I were trying to deceive you, I wouldn't be human, I replied, avoiding her gaze. Humph. That is more like it, she said, nodding and logging off QQ. As she did, I thought to myself, I've memorized her password. I'll have plenty of opportunities to sneak a peek at her QQ later. Perhaps my expression was a bit too lewd, for Lin Ran kept staring at me, making me uneasy. After spending some time with Lin Ran, I bid her and her aunt farewell and headed home. That evening, I indulged in some reading and did 20 push-ups. I wasn't very skilled in fighting, so I needed to find ways to strengthen myself. That way, I wouldn't fear being hit in the future. The thought of Li Long wanting to confront me left me feeling uneasy. He was the leader of the first-year students. Surely, he wouldn't stoop to my level. Perhaps by tomorrow, he would forget about the incident altogether. After a night's rest during the morning class, I gradually forgot about Li Long's threat. In the second period, I sat outside with Lu Xian, thinking that Li Long wouldn't attack me simply for hanging out with her. I chose not to mention the incident to Lu Xian. The morning passed quickly, and at noon, I invited Lu Xian to my home for lunch. Lu Xian was the type to spend his weekly allowance within just a few days. Seeing him looking rather pitiful from hunger, I lent him 50 yuan and invited him over for dinner that evening. Lu Xian, touched by my gesture, suggested, "Let us not trouble your parents tonight. I can just have instant noodles in my dorm." "Nonsense. My parents will prepare a feast for you," I replied with a smile. After contemplating, Lu Xian eventually agreed. Since I often played with Lu Xian, I frequently mentioned him to my parents. They were quite curious and encouraged me to bring him over whenever I had the chance. Everything seemed normal, but had I not gone to the restroom that afternoon, the day might have passed without incident. While in the restroom, I encountered 3 ruffians smoking in the stalls. My heart raced at the sight of them, and after finishing my business, I hurriedly lowered my head to exit. "Hey, don't leave just yet," one of them, a tall and sturdy figure, called out. It was none other than Li Long, the same individual I had seen at the billiard hall the previous night. His gaze was fierce and unyielding, causing my legs to tremble slightly as I feared he might attack me in the restroom. The thought of being assaulted in such a filthy place was unsettling. "Are you quite close with Lu Xian?" Li Long asked, casually smoking in the stall, the restroom filled with a foul stench. The 2 ruffians beside him snickered mockingly, one even flicking his cigarette but at my feet. I frowned at Li Long, feeling an array of emotions. I harbored no animosity toward him. It was merely that he disapproved of my friendship with Lu Xian. If I claimed not to know Lu Xian and spoke ill of her, he likely wouldn't harm me. "Brother, I'm asking you a question," Li Long said, his tone deep and menacing, reminiscent of a character from a crime drama. My heart raced in fear, and I gritted my teeth, battling internally. It would be wiser to feign ignorance regarding Lu Xian. After some thought, I replied, "Yes, we are friends." Upon saying this, I felt my legs weaken. I had intended to deceive Li Long into believing Lu Xian was not my friend, but I found myself unable to do so. "Very well," Li Long said, licking his lips and retrieving some paper from his pocket. After tending to his business, he stood up and walked over to me. He wasn't in a school uniform, but wore a tight black tank top that showcased his bulging muscles. Li Long placed a hand on my shoulder and said, "Brother, you seem to be quite the show-off, huh?" "Li Long, I'm not trying to show off," I replied. In our school, ruffians often refer to one another as brother. Lu Xian and some classmates had jokingly called me Brother Hao before. I felt embarrassed to let them call me that, and when they did, I couldn't bring myself to correct them or address them as brother. "So, Lu Xian is your friend, is he?" Li Long asked mockingly as he gently patted my shoulder. Under his intense gaze, I felt a sense of danger, particularly from the hand resting on my shoulder. I sensed that if I misspoke, that hand could swiftly strike my face. I vaguely felt the sting of a slap across my face, an unshakable sensation. After hesitating, I gritted my teeth and said, "Yes, Lu Xian is my friend." Before I could finish, I felt that familiar sensation. A few students were urinating in the restroom, and they turned to watch as Li Long struck me. One of them was even from my class. The humiliation of being seen getting hit by Li Long left a bitter taste in my mouth. The reputation Lu Xian had helped me build was shattered with a single slap from Li Long. My face stung painfully, and I covered it, fearing a second blow. If it were Wu Di hitting me, I would have retaliated without hesitation, but facing Li Long, I felt nothing but fear, too intimidated to fight back. Li Long was the leader of the first-year students, and if I retaliated, he could easily harm me further. "I'll ask you one more time. Is Lu Xian your friend?" Li Long inquired, his voice dripping with mockery. Having been slapped for no reason, I felt a deep sense of injustice. My eyes felt heavy with unshed tears, yet I gritted my teeth and replied, "Yes." "So, you think knowing Lu Xian makes you feel tough, huh?" Li Long said, raising his hand again as if to strike me. "Brother Long, wait. Su Ting contacted me yesterday and asked you not to hit by Hao." Beside Li Long, a ruffian with long bangs stood up, adjusting his trousers, and remarked, Li Long cast a stern glance at the ruffian next to him. "Su Ting mentioned you were planning to confront this kid. She came to me yesterday, speaking highly of you, and even suggested treating us to dinner sometime," the ruffian with long bangs said. "Huh, why would Ting seek you out instead of me?" Li Long chuckled, inquiring of the long-haired ruffian. "Huh, it's because I'm more handsome than you," the long-haired ruffian replied with a mischievous grin. "Come on, who is more handsome between us?" "Speak plainly," Li Long asked, still smiling. "Dragon Brother is the most handsome. I was just joking," the long-haired ruffian quickly added, wearing a forced grin, clearly intimidated by Li Long. At that moment, another ruffian finished his business and stood up. He disdainfully glanced at me before admonishing the long-haired ruffian. "You dare compare yourself to Dragon Brother? Are you courting death?" Indeed, Dragon Brother is the most handsome, the long-haired ruffian conceded humbly. As the class was about to begin, fewer students emerged from the restroom. A classmate of mine glanced deeply at me as he departed, but I dared not meet his gaze. The thought of being beaten by ruffians filled me with embarrassment. The mere idea of that classmate returning to class to share the story of my humiliation pained me. When the bell rang, the chaos outside the restroom subsided into quietude. Li Long and the other two ruffians continued their banter, neither urging me to leave nor forbidding it. They remained silent towards me, and I lacked the courage to approach them. The restroom was quite odorous, and I felt I could hardly bear it any longer. Dragon Brother, may I leave now? I asked, my stomach turning at the very mention of Dragon Brother. The insincerity of that title weighed heavily on my conscience. Why the rush? The last ruffian, sporting a buzz cut and exuding a rough demeanor, barked impatiently at me. Having been scolded by the buzz cut, I dared not utter another word. I stood there, listening to them exchange a few more sentences until the long-haired ruffian instructed me. You can go now. Buy 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes and bring them to Class 5. Did you hear me? I had thought that after Li Long slapped, the matter would simply end, but I was taken aback when they demanded I buy them cigarettes. I was aware of the cost of Yushi, a brand that even my father would hesitate to indulge in. Although I had money on me, I was unwilling to squander it on their whims. Recently, I had saved quite a bit with plans to buy a pair of trousers. Lin Ran often remarked my jeans were out of style, and I wished to avoid embarrassing myself in front of her. Hey, are you deaf? Did you not hear me? The buzz-cut ruffian yelled again as I stood frozen in place. After a moment's contemplation, I exited the restroom. As I stepped out, tears nearly welled in my eyes. I turned back and muttered a curse under my breath. I'd rather not buy your damn cigarettes. Returning to the classroom, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over me. I kept my head lowered, avoiding the gazes of my classmates, fearful that the one I had angered would share my misfortune with others, leading to their ridicule. As expected, I soon spotted that classmate standing up. He glanced at me with a smug expression, and my heart sank as I realized he was likely to announce my embarrassment to the entire class. Hey, did you know? Just now, Halpika got into a fight with our senior leader. It was quite the spectacle, he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 40 Wife. Observing the abrupt shift in that classmate's attitude towards me left me speechless. The senior leader truly was formidable. A mere slap from him could make one infamous. You wouldn't believe it. Just moments ago, Hao-Gu was so fierce. No matter how intimidatingly Long was, Hao-Gu stood his ground without a hint of fear. The classmates spoke animatedly, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, while others listened intently. My defiance against Li Long had become a fresh topic of discussion. Lin Ran and Su Ting exchanged astonished looks as they overheard my praise from a class. A couple of girls even cast admiring glances my way. Fortunately, none of my classmates mentioned the slap Li Long had dealt me. Had they done so, I would have felt utterly humiliated. Their exaggerated recounting of the events was filled with embellishments, perhaps owing to my previous interactions with Lu Xian, leaving them with a favorable impression of me. They saw my encounter with Li Long not as a disgrace, but rather as an act of bravery. Li Long, the leader of the first-year students, commanded respect. Not only did first-year students hesitate to cross him, but even many second- and third-year students were wary of him. Indeed, the fact that I could exchange a few words with Li Long was already remarkable in the eyes of my classmates. As my peers spun tales of my supposed valor, my desk mate occasionally stole glances at me, a mixture of admiration and curiosity in his gaze. Feeling a tad embarrassed under their scrutiny, I offered awkward smiles in return. I was not one to hold grudges. I had nearly forgotten the earlier unpleasantness with my desk mate. Noticing his lingering gaze, I smiled awkwardly at him, which made him blush slightly. It is not uncommon for classmates to have minor spats. After a few days, everything usually returns to normal. I bore no deep-seated grudges against my desk mate, and I certainly wouldn't treat him as I would an enemy. I contemplated speaking to him, but ultimately hesitated. After all, I had struck him, and perhaps with time, we could mend our rift. After school, Lin Ran caught my eye and gestured for me to follow her. Just as I was about to join her, Su Ting intercepted me. Concerned for my well-being, Su Ting inquired, I spoke with Li Long on your behalf. Are you all right? Yeah, iem me fine. He just slapped me, I replied with a smile. Honestly, I told him not to touch you, but he disregarded it. I'll call him shortly. Su Ting said, noticing the swelling on my face. Forget it. A slap is just a slap. It's nothing serious, I reassured her. Li Long had indeed shown some restraint, likely due to Su Ting's words on my behalf. Otherwise, I shudder to think how much worse it could have been. As I conversed with Su Ting, an ominous premonition gripped me. The long-haired ruffian had instructed me to buy cigarettes for them. And in the midst of my classmates boasting about my supposed bravery, I had completely forgotten to fulfill that request. Truthfully, I had no intention of buying them cigarettes. I would rather endure a beating than squander my hard-earned money on their vice. Anxiety loomed over me as I contemplated how to navigate tomorrow. Seriously, why are you so spineless? You let them hit you without a fight? Su Ting remarked, noticing my lack of anger. I'm just being reasonable, I replied, attempting to defend myself. There is a difference between being spineless and reasonable. Being reasonable sounds better, she teased. Before I could respond, a melodious call from a girl at the door caught our attention. Simultaneously, Su Ting and I turned to see Lin Ran looking at me with visible impatience. Seeing Lin Ran's displeasure, Su Ting mischievously remarked, "All right then, you go ahead. I won't intrude on your little moment." "Don't say such things," I protested, feigning annoyance while secretly reveling in the thought. "Cut the act. Hurry up and leave." Su Ting laughed, giving me a gentle push that sent delightful shivers down my spine. "By the way, don't go looking for Li Long. It's really unnecessary," I cautioned Su Ting as I walked away, worried she might approach him again. "Sure. Go on. You're such a bother," she chuckled, urging me along. If Su Ting could negotiate with Li Long effectively, perhaps he wouldn't lay a finger on me. However, I was a boy and didn't want a delicate girl to stand up for me. "Are you going to miss Su Ting?" As we stepped out of the classroom, Lin Ran and I walked side by side down the corridor, and she shot me a disapproving glance. "Not at all. I was just discussing something with Su Ting," I quickly clarified. "Huh, I was just teasing you. What happened this afternoon? Did you really get into it with Li Long? Are you all right?" "I should find Su Ting and have her talk to him," Lin Ran said with genuine concern, her gaze fixed on my face. Li Long's slap had indeed left its mark, and I winced as Lin Ran reached out to touch my face. "Does it hurt?" she asked, her long lashes casting shadows over her delicate features. "It's nothing, really," I replied with a smile. As we exited the teaching building, I suddenly realized that we had been walking together in plain sight, an unspoken camaraderie blossoming between us. Lin Ran, oblivious to my distress, continued to gaze at me with genuine concern. Her expression revealed her empathy, and she reproached Li Long, declaring that he was excessively ruthless. She vowed that once he was no longer the top student in the first year, she would certainly find someone to teach him a lesson. "Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone overhear," I warned. The thought of Lin Ran seeking retribution on my behalf terrified me. If Li Long were to catch wind of her intentions, he could easily harm me. What is there to be afraid of? Why should I fear him? Lin Ran retorted indignantly. "If he strikes you, can't you fight back?" She added. Despite my earlier bravado, I felt a twinge of uncertainty as I recalled my own confrontations with Li Long. The moment I voiced my thoughts, Lin Ran's irritation intensified. She shot me a piercing glance and remarked, "Is that all the courage you possess?" I sighed, reluctant to stoop to his level. "If it escalates to a fight, I could be expelled from school," I explained, attempting to justify my reluctance. "Li Long frequently picks fights, yet I haven't seen him expelled," she countered, growing increasingly agitated. "And what about your so-called friend Lu Xian? He has fought without facing any consequences." As she continued to vent her frustrations regarding Lu Xian, I felt a pang of guilt for defending him. "Lu Xian is still your friend. He hasn't offered to help when you needed it. What use is a friend like that?" Lin Ran exclaimed. I attempted to clarify. "He doesn't know. I haven't mentioned anything to him." "Enough," Lin Ran shot back, her eyes narrowing at me. "You were just a pushover." Despite her biting remarks, I felt no anger towards her. I recognized that her concern stemmed from a place of care. Feeling a bit sheepish, I said, "All right, dear, please don't be upset." My heart raced at the affectionate term I used. "You've already been bullied. How can you not?" Lin Ran began to say, only to suddenly realize something. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly inquired, "What did you call me?" "Huh? I didn't say anything, haha." I stumbled over my words. It took a considerable amount of courage to address Lin Ran as dear, and after uttering it, I felt a strange thrill as if she truly had become my wife. Standing at the school gate, I hesitated before taking her hand. Her fingers felt delightfully soft, as if devoid of bones. She squirmed, embarrassed at being seen holding hands with me, and after several attempts, she managed to free her hand from my grasp. "By how? Stop messing around." We're still at school, she protested, her face flushed and averted. Though our brief hand-holding was impulsive, it filled me with exhilaration. Lynn Rand valued her reputation. Being seen together like that could lead to trouble. Nonetheless, I felt a sense of fulfillment from simply having held her hand, even if just for a fleeting moment. Let us walk home together. I'll escort you, I suggested, hoping to steal a few more intimate moments with her along the way. Okay, she replied, knowing full well what I intended. Chapter 41. Seeking revenge on Li Long. After frolicking with Lin Ran in the corridor for a while, I found myself feeling anxious. As I embraced her, we gradually calmed down. Following our escapade, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, the tension within me dissipating. "Oh, you're utterly revolting," Lin Ran exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of distress as she examined her hands. Embarrassed by her reaction, I hurriedly searched for a tissue. "I don't have any." "Do you?" I asked in a panic. "They're in my bag. Please help me get them," she replied, extending her delicate hand towards her belongings. Seeing her wrinkled brow as she closed her eyes, unable to confront the mess on her hands, I found a pack of tissues and offered to clean them for her. She couldn't bear to look at me while I wiped her hands, and once I finished, she shyly smiled at me, her embarrassment palpable. Perhaps it was merely psychological, but she kept insisting her hands felt itchy even after I cleaned them. I accompanied her to the supermarket to buy some wet wipes, and after several thorough cleansings, she finally felt better. This experience felt significant, as it was her tender care that had facilitated it. The sensation was something I had never dared to imagine when tending to myself. After escorting her home, I returned to my own dwelling. As I showered, I replayed the moments we shared in my mind, feeling a rush of happiness. I resolved that when the opportunity arose, I would share a more intimate experience with her. Although we hadn't truly crossed that threshold, I'd already begun to envision her as my wife in my heart, and my affection for her deepened. That evening, while studying, thoughts of Lin Ran sparked a delightful itch within me, prompting me to call her. She had grown increasingly tender towards me, and I noticed how she indulged my playful jests. Though she teased me by calling me silly, I could sense her genuine delight. Before I knew it, we had spent half an hour lost in each other's words, reluctant to end the call. As time slipped away, I teasingly remarked, "I didn't get enough of you this afternoon." "Huh? You still want more?" "It's too late now," Lin Ran replied softly. "No, I meant that we should take our time next time. This afternoon was incredibly enjoyable," I clarified. "All right," she responded shyly. "Okay, dear, I'll hang up now," I said, feeling a rush of happiness as I called her dear once more. "Yes, all right, little fast gun," she playfully retorted before hastily ending the call. I was taken aback by her affectionate nickname for me. Although she often criticized me, calling me useless or cowardly, her playful term left me feeling both embarrassed and elated. Resolute, I vowed that the next time we were together, I would aim to impress her and last much longer than before. Just before I settled down for the night, I received a call from Wu Di, who seemed intoxicated. "By how? You really have guts to provoke Li Long. Just wait till tomorrow. I can't wait to see him beat you to a pulp," he cackled before hanging up. While I was lost in the bliss of my moments with Lin Ran, Wu Di's call dampened my spirits. Anger bubbled within me, mingled with fear. I recalled how Li Long had slapped me before, and now I dreaded the thought of facing him again. Although I was not afraid of the pain, I feared the humiliation, particularly in front of Lin Ran. As insecurity crept in, I began to worry about Lin Ran's safety. They looked down on me and had never taken me seriously. What would stop them from bullying her as well? I couldn't bear the thought of her being mistreated. Determined, I resolved to speak with Lu Xian the following day. Lin Ran had been so kind to me, and I needed to provide her with a sense of security. If Wu Di continued to bother Lin Ran, I would make sure to confront him. The next morning, I arrived early at school to seek out Lu Xian. When I reached her dormitory, I found the others packing their belongings, while Lu Xian remained comfortably tucked under a blanket, sound asleep. The summer morning was pleasantly cool, and she had pulled the covers snugly around her. Lu Xian was the type who woke easily. As soon as I nudged her lightly, she opened her eyes and looked at me. "By how, you're here?" she asked, her voice still heavy with sleep. "Yes," I replied, furrowing my brow, unsure of how to broach the subject of Li Long's impending threat. "Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Once I wake up, we can go eat. I brought back 100 yesterday," Lu Xian murmured, lazily sinking back into her pillow. I sat on her bed, hesitant to disturb her further. In the depths of my heart, I wrestled with conflicting emotions. He is my friend. Is it acceptable for me to seek his assistance? If I continually rely on him, will our friendship deteriorate? His dorm mates are reasonably courteous. One student, after washing his face, sat on the edge of his bed, smoking. He glanced at Lu Xian and kicked Lu Xian's bed, exclaiming, "What the hell, what time is it? Still sleeping?" Lu Xian was startled awake, glaring and cursing, only to break into laughter simultaneously with the other. Lu Xian swiftly climbed out of bed, grabbing shampoo and a toothbrush before rushing out of the dorm. Minutes later, he returned, having washed his hair. The dorm was filled with the damp scent of the floor being mopped, mingling with the fresh aroma of toothpaste. Lu Xian, with his hair still wet, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. I'll treat you to breakfast." On our way to the cafeteria, I remained silent, while Lu Xian greeted two attractive girls, inquiring about my silence. Hesitating, I finally shared the news about Li Long's intent to confront me. After I finished, Lu Xian fell silent. He didn't speak from the moment we entered the cafeteria until we began to eat. His silence stirred discomfort within me. Li Long was a senior, adept at self-preservation. If he confronted Li Long, what could he do? I regretted confiding in Lu Xian. After our meal, Lu Xian remained quiet. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, "Stay in class. If anyone bothers you, don't retaliate. Wait for me. I'll find someone to help you get revenge after school." I initially thought Lu Xian was merely afraid of Li Long, but to my surprise, he genuinely intended to assist me. Seeing the determination in his eyes, I pondered and replied, "No, I'll buy Li Long 2 packs of cigarettes and let it go." Damn, that's not acceptable. He can't get away with that slap. Lu Xian's expression turned fierce, revealing his anger. "From now on, if anyone dares to touch you, you confront them. If anything happens, come to me. I will stand up for you." His words were laced with ferocity, and I could see he was truly enraged. "That's unnecessary. As long as he doesn't hit me, I'll be fine." In truth, I wasn't afraid of being hit. I was merely concerned he would bully me as he had been accustomed to doing with Lin Ran. "Damn, that's his intention," Lu Xian cursed. He continued by how, "If it weren't for me, Li Long wouldn't even dare to touch you. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I won't allow anyone to harm you." I felt a surge of emotion at Lu Xian's unwavering gaze. Summoning my courage, I declared, "All right, as long as I am here, I won't let anyone touch you either." My words sounded somewhat pretentious, as I was not skilled in fighting and had no real standing to protect Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't dismiss me. Instead, he chuckled heartily, not in mockery, but as a response to my earnestness. His eyes glistened with a hint of red as he teased, "You're a fool. You're not involved in anything, so why should I need your protection?" "Damn, even if I'm not heavily involved, I can't just be completely uninvolved," I retorted with a smile. "Ha, indeed. Here's to you becoming the senior leader soon." "How go?" Lu Xian said, grinning mischievously as he mimicked a bow like in the movies. As the third period ended, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Lu Xian mentioned seeking help to confront Li Long. What if Li Long and his gang decided to confront me before school ended? Lost in thought, a stunning girl approached our classroom, calling out by how, "Come out for a moment." The girl was exceptionally beautiful, exuding an air of innocence. Her call elicited surprised glances from my classmates, including Lin Ran, who couldn't help but turn back, her expression tinged with jealousy. Chapter 42. Who are we targeting? The girl calling my name was Tian, someone I had exchanged pleasantries with at the billiards hall a few nights prior. Upon stepping outside, I sensed her cool demeanor as she coldly instructed, "Follow me. I need to talk to you." Understanding her frosty attitude, I recognized that her friends were from a more affluent circle, and I hardly warranted her warm regard. In a secluded area, Tian coldly inquired, "I heard from Lu Xian that he intends to confront Li Long?" Perceiving her disdain, I responded with a calm exterior, "Yes. Lu Xian and I plan to confront Li Long after school." Her response was laced with condescension. "I assume this is all because of you. Someone mentioned that Li Long slapped you yesterday. You should persuade Lu Xian not to fight him. You stand no chance." The icy tone in her voice suggested she viewed herself as a school diva. I was aware of her past. She had connections with numerous boys, and if she needed assistance, many would come to her aid. A stubborn resolve surged within me, and I retorted, "Thank you for your concern, but we will still confront Li Long." Turning on my heel, I walked away. My defiance incited Tian, who angrily grabbed my arm. "By how? I've shown you some respect. How dare you speak to me like that?" I was momentarily taken aback by her ferocity. She looked innocent and pretty, yet her demeanor was unexpectedly fierce. Fear flickered within me, but I remained unyielding, responding with disdain. I have my dignity. I don't need you to grant it. Damn, you've really crossed the line. You dare to retort? Just wait. You want T needly long to handle you. I'll deal with you first. She spat before storming off, her anger palpable. Watching her retreating figure, I felt a surge of discomfort. Being bullied by Li Long and Wu Di was one thing. Now Tian was adding to my woes. Frustration bubbled within me. I resolved to prove myself and not allow them to look down on me. As I returned to class, the bell hadn't rung yet, and I unleashed my frustration on my books, flipping through the pages with agitation. Su Ting approached, raising her head, and I not only saw her, but also caught Lin Ran's concerned gaze from a distance. With disdain, Su Ting asked, "What does that haughty Tian want with you? Does she come to cause trouble?" Her tone hinted at a previous rivalry with Tian, which sparked a sense of camaraderie within me. I had initially thought Tian could be a decent person, but her true nature had become evident. I typically refrain from speaking ill of others, so I replied to Su Ting, "It's nothing. She just advised me against confronting Li Long with Lu Xian." "What? You and Lu Xian are confronting Li Long? Are you both insane?" Su Ting reacted with disbelief, her expression one of shock. "Yes. Yesterday Li Long asked me to buy him cigarettes, but I didn't comply. I refused to let him bully me any longer," I stated calmly. "Wow, you're truly out of your mind. You can't possibly defeat Li Long. If you confront him, he'll definitely send people to deal with you." Su Ting cautioned me, echoing Tian's earlier sentiments. While Tian dismissed our chances against Li Long, I hadn't believed her. Now, with Su Ting echoing the same doubts, anxiety began to creep in. Indeed, Li Long was the senior leader, while Lu Xian and I were nothing in comparison. Lu Xian was formidable in a fight, yet he lacked the numbers Li Long commanded. If a confrontation ensued, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Even if we managed to escape this time, Li Long would continue to trouble us in the future. I had placed too much faith in Lu Xian, forgetting the disparity in strength. I didn't mind enduring the beating myself, but I didn't want Lu Xian to be dragged into it. Contemplating this, I sighed and told Su Ting, "You're right, I want to confront him. Yes, that's for the best. Focus on your studies. Avoid provoking Li Long." Su Ting advised, "Endless fighting is pointless, don't you think?" She added, "Indeed, you're right," I nodded in agreement. I felt ashamed for being beaten by Li Long. Yet neither Su Ting nor Lin Ran looked down on me. Their lack of disdain for my fighting inadequacies made me disregard the thoughts of confrontation. During class, I reflected on the events of the past few days, realizing they seemed interconnected with Wu Di. Wu Di had been targeting Lin Ran, and Li Long found my relationship with Lu Xian displeasing. I was certain Wu Di was aware of my predicament. He had likely been drinking with Li Long the previous night, as his swift knowledge of my situation suggested a close connection. It is unfortunate. Li Long's aggression towards me is partly due to Wu Di's slanderous remarks. The more I ponder over this, the more my anger swells, deepening my disdain for Wu Di. Just wait. If Wu Di continues to harass Lin Ran, I will certainly retaliate. Currently, I am preoccupied with various matters, and I intend to resolve the situation with Li Long before addressing anything else. Lu Xian did not attend class this morning. Instead, she went off campus to meet someone. I messaged Lu Xian to inquire about her situation, but she has yet to respond. She is likely preoccupied at the moment. I texted Lu Xian to refrain from confronting Li Long for now, then I put my phone away. While I do not wish to engage in conflict with Li Long, I must devise a strategy to deter him from attacking me. Although I am reluctant to spend money on cigarettes for Li Long, I gritted my teeth and decided to purchase them. If I wish to continue my studies at this school, I should not provoke Li Long. As school was about to end, I asked the teacher for permission to go to the restroom, claiming stomach pains. The teacher, indifferent, merely waved me off. With that gesture, I felt as if I had been granted a reprieve. I dashed outside to buy 2 packs of cigarettes, contemplating how best to present them to Li Long. They had asked me to procure them yesterday afternoon, and now it felt a tad late. I wondered if Li Long would even accept the cigarettes from me. Seeking Su Ting's assistance was out of the question. I did not want to impose on her. As I hesitated, I noticed a group of girls chattering and laughing as they entered a nearby internet CAF. Among them was a familiar figure, Tian. After some thought, I resolved to ask Tian for help. However, I recalled having upset her earlier that morning, making my approach seem somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, I felt indifferent towards her opinion of me. Her disdain held little weight. After all, she had always looked down on me. What difference would it make if her contempt deepened? With that in mind, I stepped into the CAF. The CAF had a fan, yet remained stiflingly hot. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped me. The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with the mingling scents of smoke, floral perfumes, and an unpleasant odor. As I walked in, several people turned to stare at me, and Tian also glanced up. She regarded me with a disdainful huff. Looking at her, I found myself at a loss for words. Asking her for a favor felt insurmountable. It seemed impossible for a boy to seek assistance from a girl. After a moment of indecision, I turned to leave, deciding it was better to confront Li Long directly. "Hey, you little brat, don't walk away." Tian stood up, her tone icy. Having been scolded, I noticed several rough-looking individuals in the CAF casting predatory glances in my direction, likely waiting for an opportunity to curry favor with Tian. Her influence over them was intimidating. I had mistakenly believed she was merely a girl who could be taken lightly. "Why are you here?" I gritted my teeth and asked her, "What are you doing here? Who are you pretending to be this morning?" Tian's voice was melodic, yet laced with sarcasm. "I'm not pretending. I simply don't need your assistance," I replied, attempting to maintain my composure despite her condescending gaze. I could no longer tolerate the scorn reflected in her eyes. I would rather endure a beating than allow her to view me as weak. "Not pretending, huh?" Tian chuckled, swaying her hips as she approached me, flanked by her entourage. My heart sank. I realized I had offended yet another person, standing a mere step away from me. Tian's cold stare suggested she was poised to strike. Neither of us spoke. The noise in the CAF gradually diminished as onlookers turned their attention to us. "You really don't know who I am, do you? Just because you're hanging around that worthless Su Ting doesn't make you anything special." With that, she swung her hand towards me. After enduring bullying from various individuals, I could no longer suppress my frustration. Wu Di had tormented me, Li Long had harassed me, and now Tian was adding to my misery. I thought about how being struck by a girl would shatter my dignity. In a moment of impulse, I seized Tian's wrist. My strength overpowered her. She winced in pain, glaring at me as she said, "By how, you're really testing my patience, aren't you?" Then she commanded, "Someone deal with him." At her behest, her cohorts began to rise, ready to confront me. I did not recognize them. They were not from our school, and I felt no fear of their retaliation. As they approached, I muttered an insult under my breath, then shoved Tian towards her advancing companions. As I pushed her, my hand brushed against her chest, and I couldn't help but notice her softness. After pushing her away, I bolted for the exit. I was slow to escape. Just as I crossed the threshold of the CAF, one of the thugs grabbed me by the collar, and another kicked me in the back. Captured, I feared I was about to receive another beating. "What do you think you're doing?" A crowd had gathered outside the CAF, and to my surprise, Lu Xian was among them. Upon witnessing my predicament, Lu Xian rushed over, cursing as he kicked the thug holding me. After Lu Xian intervened, the individuals who had been smoking with him quickly joined the fray. There were about 8 of them, all sporting dyed hair, clearly troublemakers. Lu Xian forcefully pulled me away, and I brushed the dust off my pants, glancing back at the scene. Wow, Tian really knows how to rally her supporters, I thought. Lu Xian, furious at the sight of me being targeted by Tian's crew, shouted at her, "Are you looking for trouble?" His voice rang out, startling me. I had never seen Lu Xian so enraged before. Tian stood frozen, unsure of how to respond to Lu Xian's outburst. The onlookers in the CAF were captivated, and as the school day ended, students began to pour out of the school gates. The atmosphere was tense. Tian's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as Lu Xian, undeterred, declared, "Once I'm done with Li Long, I'll settle the score with you." Tian, on the brink of tears, wiped her eyes defiantly and retorted, "Fine, I'll wait for you." Without further ado, Lu Xian took my arm and steered me toward the school entrance. As we walked, he furrowed his brow and asked, "How did you get entangled with Tian again?" The situation was complex, and I knew I couldn't explain it to Lu Xian clearly. I sighed and replied, "It wasn't intentional. Let us discuss it later." "All right, let us deal with Li Long first." "What's this? You texted me, saying you weren't going to confront him anymore?" "I've already gathered people. Why back down now?" Lu Xian's urgency was palpable. "I have a bad feeling about this. I worry that if we confront Li Long, he might retaliate in the future." This cycle of revenge never ends. I confided in him. Let him come if he wants revenge. I'm not afraid. Lucien asserted. Is Li Long really that formidable? I've been wanting to confront him for ages. This is the perfect opportunity to vent my frustrations. The thought of Lucien wanting to elevate me to the status of the top student in our grade startled me. With 12 classes in our year, there were plenty of tough guys around, and I feared that should I assume such a title, I would soon find myself on the receiving end of their wrath. Realizing this, I quickly shook my head in refusal. You can take that title. I'm not interested. The prestige of being the top student is appealing, but I don't believe I'm worthy of it. Neither do I care for it. Let us just deal with Li Long first, Lucien replied. His gaze fixed intently on the school entrance as he noticed some upperclassmen watching us. Unperturbed, Lucien returned their stares with equal intensity. Lucien, perhaps we should reconsider. I've already purchased the cigarettes. Let us just give them to Li Long and call it a day. We can agree to avoid future conflicts, I suggested, pulling out the 2 packs of cigarettes from my pocket. When Lucien saw the cigarettes in my hand, his eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. After a moment, he laughed. What are you doing? Buying cigarettes for dogs? Instead of spending money on cigarettes for them, we might as well enjoy them ourselves, Lucien remarked as he opened a pack, lighting one for himself and distributing the rest to his companions. The ruffians around him were of a similar age to us. As Lucien handed out cigarettes, he introduced me to them, mentioning that they were all from his middle school and shared a close bond. Lucien's friends received the cigarettes graciously, saying, since we're all friends of Lucien, feel free to come to Bali to hang out anytime. If you need anything, just let us know. I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating their friendliness. At that moment, Li Long emerged with a few companions. Only 4, 3 of whom I recognized. 2 were from the billiard hall, and 1 was Wu Di. Unlike his usual proud demeanor, Wu Di seemed subdued in Li Long's presence, acting almost like a well-behaved child. Upon seeing us, the 4 of them paused. Li Long smirked coldly, pointing at me, and said, You little brat, you think you're tough? You refuse to buy me a pack of cigarettes, and still dare to have Lucien confront me? His words sent a chill through my veins, leaving my mind blank. I realized I might have gotten myself into serious trouble. The school gate was bustling with students, some casting curious glances at us, unsure of our intentions. Among the exiting students, I spotted Lin Ran and Su Ting, who approached us, sensing a potential conflict. Lin Ran frowned at me, saying, Didn't T. Su Ting tell you not to provoke Li Long? Why didn't you listen? I forced a smile, thinking that it wasn't a matter of wanting to fight, but rather that I had no choice now. I couldn't imagine what would happen after a confrontation with Li Long. Lucien, you were the one who suggested fighting, right? Su Ting, realizing I was unfamiliar with many people, understood the situation upon seeing the crowd of ruffians we had gathered. Yes, I want to fight. What is the problem? Li Long hit my friend, so I'm justified in seeking retribution, Lucien retorted dismissively, while Li Long sneered in response. Sulking, Su Ting shot Lucien a glare, stating, Li Long is my friend. Just let it go for now. You don't need to plead for him. If you want to fight me, let him come. I want to see if he dares to touch me. Li Long scoffed at Su Ting's attempts at mediation. Why would I bother with you? You guys are just a bunch of boys fighting for fun. If the teachers catch you, you'll be expelled for sure. Su Ting snapped at Li Long and Lucien. After she spoke, Lucien laughed derisively. So what if we get expelled? It's not that big of a deal. Li Long joined in the laughter, both of them seemingly unfazed by the consequences. I stood beside Lucien, managing a hollow smile. Su Ting's words seemed to provoke some thought in Lucien, who then challenged Li Long. Are you brave enough to take this outside? What is the matter? Do you want to escalate things? Li Long asked, turning to a friend named Xiao San. Xiao San had been quite aggressive towards me earlier in the restroom. With a mocking laugh, Xiao San called over a few onlookers. You guys come here. Li Long needs some backup. A group of boys, responding to Xiao San's call, quickly gathered. Among them was a burly boy who asked, What is up, Li Long? Need something? Bring Wang Ping over, Li Long instructed, and soon enough, Wang Ping and his crew joined them. Within minutes, Li Long had amassed a dozen followers, considerably outnumbering our group. I couldn't help but admire Li Long's ability to rally such a crowd. He was indeed the leader of the first-year students when it came to fights. Well, aren't you eager to confront me? Let us go. Then Li Long said with satisfaction, glaring at Lucien. Fine, let's go. Lucien displayed no fear, and his entourage mirrored his disdain. Just then a car pulled up, and Lin Ran tugged at my arm, urging, You need to come with me. My dad's here. I was taken aback, but I couldn't abandon Lucien. Why'd how? Hurry up, Lin Ran insisted, her tone tinged with urgency. Her father exited the car and, noticing the crowd gathering, seemed to comprehend the situation. He turned to me and asked, "Why are you fighting with your classmates?" As Lin Ran's father addressed me, I felt the weight of scrutiny from those around us. My heart raced and cold sweat broke out. Lin Ran and I were in a relationship, albeit unacknowledged. Our ambiguous connection had led others to assume we were dating, while they remained oblivious to the fact that we were neighbors. The thought of them discovering our true relationship sent chills down my spine. "No, we weren't fighting," I stammered, my face flushed and beads of sweat dotting my forehead. I feared that others would uncover our secret, so I refrained from addressing Lin Ran's father as uncle. "Well, if you weren't fighting, then go home. Stay out of trouble at school," he advised sternly. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Lu Xian and Li Long, commanding, "You two disperse. Why are you loitering here after school?" With the authoritative presence of Lin Ran's father, the tension dissipated, and the crowd fell silent about the impending fight. However, curiosity lingered. They were puzzled about my relationship with Lin Ran and why her father treated me so kindly. The most affected was Wu Di, whose expression was a mix of envy and resentment as he observed our interaction. I realized that my relationship with Lin Ran had garnered approval from our families, a rarity in high school where such romances were often frowned upon. "Lu Xian, perhaps we should let this go for today," I suggested nervously, feeling uneasy with Lin Ran's father nearby. Sensing his arrival had tempered Lu Xian's aggression, he nodded in agreement. Li Long shot Lu Xian a cold glance, then ordered his followers to leave. Once everyone had departed, only Lin Ran, Su Ting, and I remained at the school gate. "I'm fine," I assured Su Ting, who was also familiar with Lin Ran's family. Lin Ran's father sighed, "You kids." He seemed to hold back further admonishment, instead inviting us to get into the car for a ride home. I had only ridden in Lin Ran's father's car once before, and it felt both surprising and awkward. As we drove, I stole glances at Lin Ran, who appeared troubled. The presence of Su Ting made the atmosphere even more tense. We all avoided discussing anything that might reveal our true relationship. Lin Ran's father drove briskly, and within 10 minutes, we reached our destination. As we exited the vehicle, Lin Ran's father shot me a peculiar look that sent a shiver down my spine. "You're quite impressive, aren't you? Your families actually approve of your relationship?" Su Ting asked curiously, breaking the silence. During our previous visit to Lin Ran's house, she had already harbored suspicions about our connection, but hadn't realized we were childhood friends. "Well, it's not too bad," I replied with a chuckle, trying to downplay the situation. I offered a wry smile to Su Ting as I spoke. Deep inside, I felt a sense of discomfort. I sensed that it was only a matter of time before our classmates discovered the nature of my relationship with Lin Ran. "Hee, are you two engaged in a childhood betrothal?" Su Ting remarked, her laughter ringing with curiosity. "Lin Ran's parents are quite kind to you, treating you as if you were their own child." I thought to myself, indeed, we are like family. However, my words stumbled as I replied, "Hee, it's all right." Su Ting, with her inquisitive nature, was eager to delve into the details of my relationship with Lin Ran. I longed to return home, yet she insisted on my company for a meal. Reluctant to divulge too much about Lin Ran, fearing exposure, I felt an absurd mix of emotions as she tugged at my arm. "Come on, share the details. How long have you been together? Did it start in elementary school?" The heat of the day lingered as Su Ting pulled me toward a nearby eatery. "Su Ting, please, my parents left food for me at home. I can't go out to eat with you. You should head home too. Let's not waste money." I felt helpless as she dragged me along, increasingly anxious about being with her, fearful she might detect any inconsistencies. Initially, her excitement dimmed as my words sank in. "You're so fortunate. Your parents still cook for you." "No one at my house ever prepares meals for me," she said, lowering her gaze. Feeling guilty for her disappointment, I pondered her situation. "How about you join me at my place for dinner? My parents made extra food that would otherwise go to waste. Eat at your house. Is that all right?" Su Ting hesitated, looking up at me. "Come on, no one will be home," I reassured her, smiling. Upon hearing this, she agreed to accompany me. My home was modest, a stark contrast to the more spacious accommodations she was accustomed to. Once inside, I slipped on my slippers and uncovered the dishes my mother had prepared, simple, home-cooked meals. "The food's a bit cold. Perhaps I should accompany you out to eat," I awkwardly suggested. "No, it looks great. Your mother is so thoughtful. She made all my favorite dishes," Su Ting replied, her smile brightening. Really? You're not worried about it being cold? I asked. Not at all. It's surely better than the low-quality oil served in restaurants, she laughed. Her words eased my earlier tension. As we washed our hands together, I served her rice. Seated at the table, a comfortable silence enveloped us. Su Ting was the second girl I had interacted with outside of Lin Ran, and our lack of familial ties made me feel slightly bashful. It seemed she genuinely enjoyed my mother's cooking, savoring each bite and occasionally offering compliments. As I glanced down, I noticed her delicate feet clad in white socks, playfully twitching. Just then, she abruptly withdrew her foot. Our eyes met, and her cheeks flushed, embarrassed. I quickly averted my gaze, thinking, oh no, she must have noticed me looking at her feet. I felt a pang of guilt, as if my interest was an affliction. The meal concluded awkwardly, and I busied myself with the dishes while Su Ting remained silent, perhaps feeling the weight of the moment. After a pause, she broke the silence. My parents are divorced. My father often has meetings and isn't home. No one looks after me. I had never known much about Su Ting's family life, and her revelation took me aback. I felt a wave of sympathy, recognizing the loneliness that must accompany such circumstances. While washing the dishes, I sought to comfort her. It's all right. If you ever tire of dining out, you're always welcome in my home. Thank you, she replied, swinging her small feet from her chair. Actually, I envy you. You have money to spend and no one to oversee you. How liberating. I said this intentionally, hoping to lift her spirits. You have no idea. There's nothing good about my parents' divorce. Despite my intentions to console her, Su Ting seemed to bristle with anger. She shot me a glare before retreating to the living room sofa, sulking. Seeing her upset, I chastised myself for not being more sensitive. It wasn't my obligation to placate her. She remained in the living room, and I chose to ignore her. By the time I exited the kitchen, I discovered that Su Ting had fallen asleep. Her petite frame was curled up on the sofa, long eyelashes resting softly against her cheeks. I couldn't resist stealing glances at her adorable face. I covered her with a small blanket, all the while trying to discreetly observe her feet. Unable to resist, I pretended to accidentally brush against her foot. My heart raced at the contact. That afternoon, I had called her. However, as we walked to school the next day, Su Ting appeared listless, having not rested well. Our conversation was sparse, and upon entering the school, we encountered Wu Di. He was with his girlfriend, who had once been intimidated by Su Ting, and she nervously pulled Wu Di aside. Wu Di, however, fixed his gaze on me, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny. I refrained from provoking him, even as he silently appraised me. When we passed each other, I turned a glance back. As I did, our eyes met, and he smirked without uttering a word. I, too, scoffed dismissively, no longer intimidated by him as I once had been. Seeing my disdain, Wu Di appeared surprised, but remained silent. Throughout class, I pondered his earlier gaze, suspecting he might be plotting something against Lin Ran and me. Why how? Please don't contact me anymore. Let us return to how things were. Lin Ran sent me a message as the school day drew to a close. Return to how things were. I repeatedly read her message, feeling an icy chill envelop me. Lin Ran's words suggested a desire for us to revert to a state of estrangement. How could this be? Unbeknownst to me, I had developed deep feelings for her, and the notion of feigning ignorance or silence was unbearable. Although we were not officially dating, our bond resembled that of a couple. Was Lin Ran attempting to sever ties with me? As I contemplated her message, a wave of melancholy washed over me. When school ended, Lin Ran swiftly packed her belongings and exited the classroom. I wanted to speak with her, but as she left, I abandoned my things in pursuit. She walked briskly, and I finally caught up with her just outside the school. Lin Ran, what's wrong? Why are you upset with me? I grasped her arm gently. Don't touch me. I don't know you, Lin Ran coldly replied, shaking off my hand. Her rejection stung, leaving me in shock. I stared at her, feeling as though she had transformed into a stranger. Even in the past, she had never treated me this way. Her retreating figure filled me with despair. By the time I dashed outside again, she had already hailed a taxi and was leaving. As the vehicle drove away, I felt an emptiness inside. Just hours before, everything had seemed fine, and now it felt as though she had severed our connection without explanation. Before developing that bond with Lin Ran, my life had been monochromatic, devoid of excitement. Yet, since we had grown closer, my world had burst into vibrant color. Her allure became a beacon of hope, igniting a newfound enthusiasm for life. Although being with Lin Ran has brought me considerable trouble, I still wish to be with her. I simply adore her and long to stay by her side. Standing there in a daze, I felt as though my world had once again become empty. It was akin to experiencing heartbreak. I found myself devoid of motivation, my mind blank, and a sense of discomfort washed over me, almost making me want to cry. There was an overwhelming sense of grievance in my heart. I could not comprehend what I had done to deserve such treatment from her. She had always been so kind to me, even if I had made a mistake. It shouldn't have warranted such a response. I contemplated visiting Lynn Ran at her home, yet hesitated, feeling lost and unsure of what to do. After some reflection, I decided to send her a message. Have you truly decided to abandon me? As I sent that message, I felt my already fragile pride dissipate, but I was indifferent to it. All I desired was to be with Lynn Ran, to remain by her side. In the past, I would walk home with Lynn Ran after school or visit her house to take advantage of her kindness. Now, however, she was suddenly ignoring me, and I felt at a loss as to where to go. Many students had already exited the school gates, with more approaching me. Some passing students glanced my way, but I lowered my head, avoiding their gaze. After some contemplation, I returned to school to seek out Lu Xian. With Lynn Ran no longer speaking to me, Lu Xian was my only source of solace. Upon reaching the entrance of the classroom building, I spotted Lu Xian. She smiled at me as she approached. She cursed lightly, expressing, "Today at noon, Li Long really got lucky. If he dares to provoke us again, we'll give him a good beating." I managed a bitter smile in response. As I smiled, I glanced at my phone. Lynn Ran had not replied to my message. "Shall we go online?" Lu Xian suggested. "That QQ speed is quite interesting. Many girls at our school play it." "All right," I nodded. At this moment, I no longer cared what we did. I just wanted to occupy my mind with something. Once we arrived at the internet CAF, we shared a computer, and Lu Xian introduced me to QQ Speed. The character of the little girl in the game was quite endearing, and while playing, I couldn't help but envision her as Lynn Ran. The game was simple, and after a short while, I had mastered it. While playing with Lu Xian, I frequently checked my phone to see if Lynn Ran had responded. The silence was deafening. She had not replied. Unable to resist, I opened QQ to check Lynn Ran's profile picture. It was dark, leaving me uncertain if she was invisible or simply offline. I sent her a message asking, "Are you there?" After a lengthy wait with no response, Lu Xian noticed my distress. "What's wrong? Are you angry with Lynn Ran?" "I'm fine, not angry," I replied with a smile. "Oh, as long as you're not upset. You know how girls are. Just take her out a few times, and it'll be fine." Lu Xian continued, "Does Lynn Ran play games? If not, let us call her and invite her to the CAF." Lu Xian lit a cigarette as she spoke. Listening to Lu Xian, a light bulb went off in my head. I decided to have Lu Xian call Lynn Ran to gauge her attitude. I provided Lu Xian with Lynn Ran's number, and without hesitation, she dialed it. Within seconds, Lu Xian connected, spoke a few inviting words, and hung up. "Lynn Ran is out singing with her friends. She wants to be joining us," Lu Xian informed me. "Are they boys or girls?" I asked anxiously. "Wait a moment, I'll ask again." Lu Xian redialed and then informed me, "They're all girls, Li Shuang, Yang Wei, Su Ting, and Wang Bing." These four girls were Lynn Ran's close friends, and they belonged to the same social circle. Hearing Lu Xian's detailed account of Lynn Ran's whereabouts eased my mind considerably. Knowing what Lynn Ran was up to made me feel much better. I resumed playing the game with Lu Xian, though my mood remained somewhat gloomy. During the game, I surprisingly asked Lu Xian for a cigarette. Laughing, she lit it for me. As I smoked, I felt a tinge of rebellion. After all, I was not a saint. Time flew by, and before I knew it, I had become engrossed in the game. I pressed the accelerator, aiming for first place, when Lu Xian suddenly stood up, causing my character to crash into a barrier and fall. Following Lu Xian's gaze, I noticed her glaring angrily at a girl. The girl was Tian Tian, and upon being glared at, her face turned pale. "Tian Tian, come here. I need to talk to you." Lu Xian summoned her. Tian Tian, somewhat intimidated, walked over, her face betraying her fear. "What's your problem? Why did you get someone to hit my friend at noon?" Lu Xian asked, visibly irked but not confrontational. Under Lu Xian's intense stare, Tian Tian frowned and replied, "By how was rude to me, so I taught him a lesson." "How was he rude?" Lu Xian countered. "I was just trying to convince by how to tell you not to fight with Li Long. Instead of listening, he treated me poorly." As she spoke, Tian Tian shot me a resentful glance, her expression a mixture of grievance and defiance. Lu Xian studied her for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. This prompted both Tian Tian and me to chuckle as well. Lu Xian playfully ruffled Tian Tian's hair, saying, "You can't just hit my friend because he didn't treat you nicely. How unreasonable can you be?" "Fine, I'll stop hitting your friends," Tian Tian replied, her smile reflecting her sense of injustice. "You've spoiled her. Don't let it happen again," Lu Xian warned, exasperated. At that moment, the CAF was packed, with not a single computer available. Several people were standing, watching others play, and we were unnoticed in the crowd. Realizing Tian Tian wanted to play, but had no computer, I offered, "You can use my computer. I'll just watch." Surprised by my offer, Tian Tian hesitated. Typically, people at Internet CAFs were eager to play, often fighting over machines. She and T expected me to voluntarily relinquish my spot. "Go ahead, really," I encouraged, smiling as I gestured for her to take my seat. Although I enjoyed gaming, I felt it was only right to let her have the chance. Still feeling upset with Lin Ran, I instinctively wanted to care for Tian Tian. Reluctantly, she accepted my offer and sat down. As she settled in the chair, she thanked me. "Thank you, Bai Hao. If you need anything, just let me know." "Huh. Everyone knows Sister Tian Tian around here," Lu Xian chimed in with a grin. "Cut it out. Who asked you?" Tian Tian shot Lu Xian a glare. As I stood there watching them play, I anxiously checked my phone. I'd sent Lin Ran a message, but there was still no reply. It was late, and I wondered how she was faring at the karaoke bar. The girls were all so beautiful. I hoped they wouldn't encounter any trouble. Unable to contain myself, I decided to call Lin Ran. After a few rings, she rejected my call. Chapter 46. A slap from Su Ting, feeling a pang of longing for Lin Ran. I said to Lu Xian and Tian Tian, "You two enjoy yourselves. I think I'll head home." "What? Don't leave. Keep playing." "I'm not going to play anymore," Tian Tian urged, thinking I was bored standing around. That wasn't my intention. I simply wanted to go home. "I'm really heading back," I reassured her. "Don't. We're having fun. Someone will finish soon, and we can all play together," Lu Xian insisted as well. Sighing, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. Even Lu Xian and Tian Tian, despite their innocence, could see my distress. Lu Xian pressed, "What is really bothering you?" I was indeed troubled, and the urge to confide in someone was overwhelming. Glancing at Tian Tian, I hesitated to speak. Noticing my gaze, she grew irritated. "Fine. Don't tell me. I'm leaving, and you can talk after I'm gone." Seeing Tian Tian so upset, I quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. It's okay to share with you." In the Internet CAF, speaking was rather inconvenient, so we walked to an ice cream shop to discuss matters. I did not disclose the nature of my relationship with Lin Ran. Instead, I recounted to Lu Xian and Tian Tian how Lin Ran had suddenly become angry and ignored me. After finishing my tale, I sighed, feeling that Lin Ran would likely not acknowledge me again. "You mean you and Lin Ran were fine, and then she suddenly got mad and stopped talking to you?" Lu Xian inquired. "Yes, everything was all right at noon, but by evening, she wouldn't pay me any attention," I replied. "Uft. It's clear that Lin Ran just wanted to toy with you, and now she's done playing," Tian Tian scoffed. Her words struck a chord within me, as I began to consider their validity. My relationship with Lin Ran had initially revolved around physical attraction, and as our encounters diminished, it was possible that she had indeed lost interest. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Lin Ran is not that kind of person." Lu Xian shot a glare at Tian Tian. "What do you mean by that? Why are you glaring at me?" Tian Tian snapped back, irritated. "I'm not talking about you. I'm referring to Lin Ran." Lu Xian hastily apologized. After a moment of thought, she continued, "Lin Ran's father treats you very well. You two must have been together for quite some time, right?" I pondered Lu Xian's statement, realizing that Lin Ran's father indeed treated me kindly due to our familial connection. I nodded and replied, "I suppose so." "Huh. You've been together for so long. You can't just part ways easily. You must have done something to upset her. Girls can't be spoiled. The more you cling to them, the more irritated they become. Leave her be for a couple of days, and she'll come looking for you," Lu Xian advised with a smile. "Really?" I felt a sense of relief at Lu Xian's suggestion. "Absolutely. Better yet, pretend to have a new girlfriend to make Lin Ran jealous. If she gets jealous, she'll definitely come to you," Lu Xian added cheerfully. I looked at Lu Xian, and Tian Tian nodded in agreement, affirming that Lu Xian's strategy was indeed effective. Given Tian Tian's approval, I felt more inclined to trust Lu Xian's idea. Lin Ran was somewhat possessive. Whenever I spoke a few words with Su Ting, she would sometimes become displeased. If I pretended to be with someone else, Lin Ran would undoubtedly feel anxious. As I contemplated this, I found myself glancing at Tian, who nodded and said, "All right, I'll pretend to be your girlfriend, but you mustn't touch me." "Hey, what do you take me for?" I retorted, slightly annoyed. With such a beautiful girl like Tian, Lin Ran will definitely become jealous. If she asks you about it, just act mysterious and don't say a word. Let her stew in her anxiety, Lu Xian suggested, while playfully ruffling Tian's hair. Tian, being quite generous, did not mind Lu Xian's playful antics. Without further ado, she declared that she would come to my class the next day to provoke Lin Ran. Lu Xian and Tian were both boarders, and after our conversation, I returned home alone. After taking a shower, I found myself increasingly convinced that Lu Xian's plan would work. Although Tian had a dubious reputation, her beauty was undeniable. If she visited my class a couple of times, Lin Ran would surely feel envious. Before going to bed, I felt uneasy about Lin Ran, so I called Su Ting. She seemed to have had a few drinks, and in a tipsy state, she assured me, "Don't worry, I've already sent your precious Lin Ran home." Upon hearing that Lin Ran was home, I felt a sense of relief. However, when I checked my phone, I noticed that Lin Ran had not responded to my messages or called me. The next day proceeded as usual, and during class, Tian indeed came to find me. She had deliberately dressed in stockings and high heels to provoke Lin Ran. As a blossoming young woman in black stockings, Tian was quite irresistible. Her pure appearance took on a different allure in black. She brought a drink and sweetly called out to me, "Xiao Hao, I bought you some water." Being addressed as Xiao Hao made me feel slightly uncomfortable. Tian was a school beauty, and almost everyone in class recognized her. Several boys had fantasized about her, wondering if they could ever win her affection. Seeing Tian being so kind to me elicited both envy and jealousy from the boys. Lin Ran and Su Ting, sitting in front, stared at Tian in disbelief, and it was evident that Lin Ran was becoming increasingly upset. Tian, playfully mean, let out a cold hum towards Lin Ran before beckoning me over. I felt embarrassed to flirt so openly with Tian in front of my classmates. My face flushed as I cautiously approached to accept the drink from her. "Xiao Hao, no one is home for me today. Why don't you come over after school?" Tian said with a deliberate smile as she handed me the drink. "Okay," I stammered, stealing a glance at Lin Ran, who was indeed growing angrier. Her face paled, and she bit her lip with a fierce glare directed at us. Seeing Lin Ran's jealousy filled me with satisfaction, yet I felt a pang of guilt. I thought perhaps I should not treat her this way. However, to be with Lin Ran, I felt compelled to provoke her just a little. At the very least, I wanted to show her that I was not without options. "Hey, you have some dirt on your nose. Let me wipe it for you," Tian said loudly, inching closer to me. As she wiped my nose, her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her breath carried a sweet fragrance that made my face tingle. I found myself nearly overwhelmed by Tian's charm. It was no wonder that the boys at school were infatuated with her. Seeing us so intimate, Lin Ran finally could not contain herself. She exclaimed, "So cheap," in frustration, hurling her pen across the room. Hearing the loud snap, Tian cast a dismissive glance at Lin Ran. Her intention was to provoke Lin Ran into jealousy, not to confront her. Unfazed by Lin Ran's insult, Tian leaned closer to me, uttering a few affectionate words before gracefully departing. As I watched Tian leave, I turned back to steal a glance at Lin Ran. She glared at me with such fury that I felt a chill run down my spine, prompting me to hastily retreat to the back. I had never seen Lin Ran this angry before. It seemed I had truly pushed her to her limits. During class, I couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that I still held a significant place in Lin Ran's heart. However, I was puzzled as to why she had suddenly turned away from me. Throughout the morning, Lin Ran wore a sour expression. After the third period, she and Su Ting left together, and as they exited, Su Ting shot me a resentful look as if I had committed some unforgivable crime. Observing Su Ting's glare, I sensed that things were escalating. "What's the matter? Do you want to fight me?" Tian replied dismissively to Su Ting's challenge. "Huh, you think you're so impressive just because you know a few boys? Last time, you seduced Li Shuang's boyfriend, and now you're trying to lure Lin Ran's boyfriend. Do you think I want to take action against you?" Su Ting retorted, swinging her hand towards Tian. Tian was invited to assist me. How could I allow her to be harmed? Sensing the situation was deteriorating, I hastily freed myself from Lin Ran's grasp and positioned myself in front of Tian Tian. Su Ting delivered a sharp slap across my face. Chapter 47. Quelling the clash between Tian Tian and Su Ting. After being struck by Su Ting, several girls were left momentarily stunned. Reandizink had mistake. Su Ting akardi apologizit. Baihao, what are you doing? Why are you helping Tian Tian? It's not that I'm helping her. Can you all refrain from hitting Tian Tian? I responded while rubbing my sore cheek. Baihao, what is your relationship with Tian Tian? Lin Ran's expression darkened further upon witnessing my defense of Tian Tian. Faced with Lin Ran's ire, I felt quite helpless. I had merely sought Tian Tian's assistance to bolster my own image and provoke a hint of jealousy in Lin Ran. I had not anticipated that Lin Ran would resort to having someone strike Tian Tian. Realizing the matter had escalated, I quickly explained to Lin Ran. Tian Tian is my friend. There is nothing more to it. Please don't be upset. Nothing more to it? If that's the case, why are you being so close with her? Are you on her side? Are you Lin Ran's boyfriend? Li Shuang chimed in, her words coming rapid fire like a machine gun. Blushing from Li Shuang's tirade, I attempted to clarify, no, I am Lin Ran's boyfriend, but Tian Tian and I are merely friends. Huh? Friends who treat each other so well? You must have feelings for her, Li Shuang retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. After that, she added, I must have misjudged you. No decent boy exists nowadays. Her words only deepened my embarrassment. I had no romantic intentions toward Tian Tian. I merely wished to vex Lin Ran. Now, however, the situation had spiraled out of control. Do you still wish to strike me? Fine, just wait until after school. Let's see who prevails. You only know Lu Yang, right? Let's see who comes out on top. Although Tian Tian had not been struck, she felt wronged. Her temperament mirrored that of Su Ting. Both possessed fiery tempers. When in good spirits, they were amiable, but once angered, no one could placate them. No, Tian Tian, please don't seek revenge, I urged, noticing her rising anger. You said it was fine. Why act so intimately? Li Shuang interjected again. The commotion had drawn a crowd. Many classmates lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Even a teacher arrived, reprimanding them. Why are you not heading home after school? Stop this noise and go home. Neither Tian Tian nor Su Ting paid the teacher any heed, exchanging fierce glares. Just you wait, they muttered before Tian Tian stormed off. Following her departure, Li Shuang tugged at Su Ting and Lin Ran, saying, let's go. We won't stoop to their level. Feeling unjustly accused of being a dogman, I simmered with indignation. Had I truly done anything to deserve such treatment? I had been falsely accused by Li Shuang without cause. Lu Xian, noticing the uproar, rushed over to mediate. As Tian Tian left in anger, Lu Xian gestured for me to call her. A group of classmates whispered, how good. I see you have quite a few admirers. Observing the mischievous expressions on my classmates' faces, I thought to myself, admirers? If they truly liked me, why was no one pursuing a relationship with me? Ignoring them, I made my way outside the teaching building, only to encounter Wu Di and his two lecherous friends. Wu Di smirked and gave me a thumbs up, saying, how you truly are something else. Unable to contain my irritation at his mockery, I snapped, what are you so proud of? Who are you cursing at? Wu Di was taken aback by my audacity, his expression shifting dramatically. After venting my frustrations, I felt a tinge of regret. Without Lu Xian by my side, I knew I couldn't hold my own against Wu Di. Before I could utter another word, Wu Di shot back, just you wait, little brat. With that, he and his companions glared at me menacingly. Previously, I'd been an easy target for Wu Di's aggression, but now he merely insulted me without daring to strike. I found this unexpected. Perhaps he was wary of Lu Xian. Returning home for lunch, I lacked the appetite. I contemplated explaining to Lin Ran, you have misunderstood. Tian Tian and I are not what you think. Initially, Lin Ran had been jealous, and had it not been for Su Ting instigating the situation, we would likely have reconciled. Now, our relationship had become even more strained. I was deeply troubled. Why had Su Ting sought to provoke Tian Tian? However, the thought that Lin Ran had defended me by striking Tian Tian brought a flicker of sweetness to my heart. Concerned for Tian Tian's feelings, I requested her phone number from Lu Xian. When I called Tian Tian, she coldly inquired, what do you want? Feeling guilty for the turmoil caused, I apologized, Tian Tian. I am truly sorry. I never expected things would escalate like this. Please accept my apologies on behalf of Lin Ran and Su Ting. You needn't apologize. This is not your fault. I already had a grudge with Su Ting. Even without you, we would have clashed eventually. Don't worry, I can handle them. Just watch how I deal with them tonight, Tian responded angrily. Listening to her words, I felt speechless. Tian had misunderstood my intentions. Lin Ran is my sister, and Su Ting is my good friend. How could I possibly allow Tian to confront them? Even if Tian were to prevail, it would not bode well for them. Realizing this, I quickly reassured her, I believe in your strength. You will surely triumph over Su Ting. Of course, she replied dismissively. They're just a bit wealthy. What's so impressive about that? Right, nothing to boast about. I implore you, please do not engage with them. Consider it my request. Fearing my appeal lacked enough weight, I added, this is also on behalf of Lu Xian. Afterward, I silently apologized to Lu Xian, forgive me, but I had to borrow your name. All right, if I'm in the mood, Tian replied, her patience wearing thin. Thank you, I eagerly expressed as she relented. Enough. If there's nothing else, I have to go. I'm dining with friends, she said impatiently before ending the call. Listening to the dial tone, I felt a pang of disappointment. However, as long as they refrained from fighting, I could endure a little discomfort. After calling Tian, I dialed Su Ting. Su Ting's tone mirrored Tian's. She answered coldly, what do you want? I repeated my plea for her not to engage with Tian, adding, please, I beg you. Why do boys always prefer flirtatious girls? Are they truly so captivating? Lin Ran is wonderful. Why not cherish her instead of seeking attention from others? Su Ting said, Sister Su, you misunderstand. I share no romantic connection with Tian. She is quite decent. Our relationship is purely platonic. I wouldn't deceive you. Enough. I've witnessed your sweet interactions in class. Who are you trying to fool? Lin Ran even praised you last night, calling you honest. Su Ting scoffed. Lin Ran praised me? My heart raced at the thought. Yet, I remained perplexed. If she still liked me, why had she suddenly distanced herself? I realized I was quite concerned about Su Ting's opinion of me, fearing she might think I was unfaithful. After some contemplation, I finally decided to confess the truth. Lin Ran was angry with me yesterday. Fearing she would leave me, I sought to provoke her by associating with Tian to make her jealous. After I revealed my intentions, there was a prolonged silence on Su Ting's end. As her silence stretched on, I felt my heart race, worried about how this might affect my standing in her eyes. Are you for real? She finally burst out laughing. The tricks played by middle school students, are you still indulging in them? How uncouth of you. Su Ting fainidaf me. Faced with Su Ting's teasing, I found myself at a loss for words. I am rather inept when it comes to charming girls. This tactic, I must admit, was taught to me by Lu Xian. I thought it might prove effective, yet I had not anticipated that Tian and Lin Ran harbored animosity towards Su Ting. After much ado, I inadvertently complicated matters further. No wonder Tian appeared hostile towards Lin Ran when she came looking for me. All right, I won't bother you anymore, Tian. Just avoid her from now on. We're all tired of her, Su Ting said, exasperated. I nodded in agreement. Tian is a decent person, innocent in appearance, and has even helped me before. It seems a bit unfair for Sun Ting to dictate whether I can interact with Tian. After exchanging a few more words with Su Ting, we ended the call. The clash among the girls was finally quelled. Upon hanging up, I noticed a message from Lin Ran had come through. Come downstairs, she simply texted. Glancing at the message, I couldn't resist rushing to the window. Indeed, a beautiful girl was standing below. The thought that Lin Ran had come see me filled my heart with both surprise and joy. I hurried downstairs, my face alight with excitement. Unsure of what to say. Must be quite comfortable with Tian, huh? Lin Ran asked with a sardonic smile. Lin Ran, you've misunderstood. I'm not with Tian. I quickly clarified, sensing her irritation. Misunderstood? How could I? You and Tian are practically glued to each other, just shy of kissing. Lin Ran shot back, her gaze icy. No, truly, that's not the case. I wouldn't deceive you, I insisted, growing anxious as she remained unconvinced. The sun was sweltering, casting Lin Ran in a blindingly bright light. She epitomized purity, always immaculate in appearance. As our eyes met, Lin Ran coldly remarked, just moments after saying you wouldn't pay me any mind, you're already flirting with another girl. I must have misjudged you. With that, she turned away. Seeing Lin Ran's anger, I rushed to grasp her arm, desperate to explain. My lack of eloquence made it difficult for me to convey my feelings. And the more I tried to clarify, the angrier she became. Let go of me, you're so annoying, she snapped, causing my heart to sink. Fearful that she might genuinely despise me, I released her arm, staring numbly at her retreating figure. Perhaps this time she would leave and never come back. As Lynn Rand distanced herself, my eyes felt heavy with unshed tears. I truly did not want her to go. She was more than just someone I loved. She was like an older sister to me. In the sweltering noon, the air shimmered in front of me. Lynn Ran's silhouette blurred, and suddenly she turned, calling, "By how? I'm giving you 3 minutes to explain. If you can make it right, I'll forgive you." Hearing her offer filled me with excitement. Wiping my eyes, I realized I was on the verge of tears. I dashed to stand before Lynn Ran, panting from the exertion. My lungs ached. 1 minute, she said flatly. The time was slipping away, and I felt a growing urgency. I stared at her, my mind a chaotic whirl. How was I to explain? Should I address my situation with Tion, or with something else entirely? 2 minutes, Lynn Ran frowned, clearly displeased. I was still a loss for words, panic rising in me. Having grown up in a modest household, I lacked the ability to articulate myself as eloquently as others. It was just my parents and me, with no one to share my thoughts with. To ensure I studied diligently, my parents often confined me to the house, even forbidding me from watching television. They would check if the TV was warm upon returning. 3 minutes. Lynn Ran's frustration was palpable. She believed I didn't care about her. Her eyes glistened with hurt as she gazed at me, and my heart ached in response. Her eyes were reddening. She was resolute in her decision to ignore me. Watching her turn away, I felt utterly lost, regretting my inability to express myself. I had no chance left. I lamented my clumsiness, wishing I could articulate my feelings as easily as I did with Su Ting and Tion. Lynn Ran was truly leaving, and her lonely silhouette was heart-wrenching. Gritting my teeth, I called out, "Lynn Ran, if you ignore me, who will help me with my studies? Who will guide me to university? Even if I excel academically, what does it matter without you?" After speaking, I felt an intense pang of sorrow. I genuinely did not want her to leave. Without her, my life felt devoid of meaning. Upon hearing my words, Lynn Ran paused. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were on the verge of tears. Seeing her cry sent me into a spiral of despair. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. No matter how I tried to wipe them away, they persisted. I realized I had genuinely fallen for her. Lynn Ran stood before me while I lingered behind, both of us silently shedding tears. Suddenly, she turned, her eyes red as she shouted, "By how? Let us end this. You're like a brother to me. My father would never approve. We can never be together." Her words sent my tears flowing even more freely. Unbeknownst to us, we had already fallen in love. Initially, it was merely a curiosity about the opposite sex, but gradually, we became dependent on one another. We had touched each other as hearts, yet the deeper our reliance grew, the more we feared. We understood the impossibility of our situation, that a separation was inevitable. Yet, we cautiously avoided discussing it, striving to convince ourselves that she wasn't my neighbor and I wasn't her childhood companion. I finally grasped why Lynn Ran had suddenly become distant. When her father came to pick her up yesterday, we both recognized how precarious our situation was. No matter how well we concealed our feelings, eventually, the truth would surface. A fire cannot be contained by paper. Our unique relationship would eventually be exposed. When that day came, we would face disdain, scorn, and reproach from those around us. We were too young to withstand such scrutiny. Lynn Ran, do you think we could truly part ways now? We've already begun this journey. There's no turning back. Tears streaming down my face, I felt a deep sense of injustice. If her family weren't so wealthy, and if she weren't my neighbor, how much easier would it be? After I spoke, Lynn Ran's eyes grew even redder. She silently wept, aware that we were indeed past the point of no return. Even if we separated, our classmates would still remember that we once shared something special. By how? Let's end this truly. You know, so many wonderful girls now. Choose one of them to be with instead. It's impossible for us, Lynn Ran cried, her sorrow evident. No, I only want you, I declared resolutely, tears streaming down my face as I looked at her. At my words, Lynn Ran could no longer contain herself. She threw her arms around me, burying her head in my chest and weeping. She was merely a few months older than I, yet at this moment, she appeared so vulnerable. We both understood that we were playing with fire, yet we could not stop. Our love would only deepen. Clutching Lynn Ran's soft form, my heart ached. Standing there, I was oblivious to whether anyone was watching us. I simply didn't care anymore. What did it matter if others knew? I love Lin Ran, and I would always cherish her. No one could tear us apart. When exhaustion from crying set in, I held Lin Ran as we walked home. Her arms tightly wrapped around my shoulders, unwilling to let go. Embracing Lin Ran as we returned home, I gently released her. After the commotion, we both felt significantly more at ease. I softly comforted Lin Ran, saying, "My dear, please don't cry. We will never be apart." She replied, her eyes swollen from tears, as she pouted and looked down at me. "Wash your face. Truly, stop crying, be good." I fondly tousled her long hair, playfully disheveling it. Lin Ran looked up at me with a hint of grievance. "Don't mess with my hair. It's annoying, isn't it?" Observing her bashful demeanor, I spoke through my tears. "I want you to dislike me, to detest me for eternity." With that, I embraced Lin Ran and we shared a kiss. While kissing, she closed her eyes and allowed me to tease her. Once the playful antics subsided, Lin Ran finally gasped for breath and released me, our eyes both puffy from crying. We went to the bathroom to wash our faces. During the wash, she playfully pushed me as we vied for the faucet, and I chuckled as I splashed water on her face. Our playful banter was sweet, and after we dried our faces with my towel, we felt closer than family, sweeter than lovers. We exchanged smiles, yet a twinge of discomfort lingered in my heart. Let's take it one step at a time. Perhaps in the future, we truly can be together. However, if we continue down this path, the road ahead will undoubtedly be arduous. I am unafraid. As long as I can be with her, I fear nothing. After washing our faces, Lin Ran and I settled in the living room. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "By how? I should introduce you to Su Ting." The thought of Su Ting's noble and proud demeanor caused me to frown. Chapter 49. Accompanying several girls shopping. Su Ting is a wonderful girl, beautiful and cheerful, hailing from a family of officials. Being with such a remarkable girl would surely stir feelings within me. Nevertheless, I shook my head and replied, "No, I only wish to be with you." Upon hearing this, a blush spread across Lin Ran's face. With a playful smile, she teased, "You want to be with someone, but they might not want to be with you." "If I want to be with you, I won't be with Su Ting," I retorted with a grin. We gazed at one another in silence as I took Lin Ran's hand. She felt a bit shy under my gaze and sighed. "I truly don't know what you see in me. What do I like about her? Even I am uncertain. I simply wish to be together with her every day and treat her well." In the afternoon, we walked to school hand in hand, gradually shedding thoughts of our unique relationship. Approaching the school, Lin Ran released my hand. After a moment's thought, she said, "I can't let you off so easily. You must improve your studies if you want to truly be with me." Reflecting on my pitiful academic performance, I nodded in resignation. My heart yearned for a day when I could openly be with Lin Ran, holding her hand as we strolled through the playground, dining together. I understood that she was doing this for my benefit, and I was willing to study hard for her sake. Reconciled with Lin Ran, thoughts of her made my heart sweet during class. My mood lifted. I felt as though even the breeze entering the classroom was refreshing. Sitting in the last row, I found peace gazing at Lin Ran's silhouette. Time flew swiftly. I played with Lucien for a while, and before long, the afternoon had passed. Su Ting and Tian Tian were quite considerate, avoiding conflict, though Li Shuang seemed displeased. When I accompanied the girls out in the evening, Li Shuang remained sullen. I had picked up on some tension during their midday quarrel, which seemed to stem from Tian Tian having taken Li Shuang's boyfriend. Li Shuang was also quite beautiful, albeit a bit fierce, often appearing rather intimidating. I thought to myself, Li Shuang's boyfriend must be a fool for not cherishing such an amazing girl. Tian Tian was still single. It was likely that Li Shuang's boyfriend had already been dumped. A week had passed in the blink of an eye, and tomorrow would be the weekend. The girls chattered excitedly, and I followed behind. After a while, they mentioned plans to go shopping the next day, and Su Ting turned to invite me along, saying they needed someone to carry their bags. Upon returning home, I counted my money, assessing how much I had saved for a shopping trip. I needed to have some funds in my pocket, otherwise I would feel embarrassed to join them. Recently, I had lost quite a bit of money to Li Long and his friends, but I still had enough left, which for me was a fortune. After dinner that evening, Lin Ran visited my home. My parents were present, and Lin Ran appeared somewhat shy upon her arrival. My parents warmly welcomed her. After spending some time in the living room, Lin Ran suggested we retreat to my small study for her to help me with my studies. As soon as we closed the door, I couldn't resist embracing her and sharing a tender moment. Not wanting to take things too far, I attempted to slip my hand under her clothing, but Lin Ran gently pushed me away, insisting I focus on my studies. During our study session, Lin Ran praised my progress, encouraging me to strive even harder. I heeded her words, diligently engaging with my studies as she taught me. Developing a love for learning became a habit, and as I cultivated this good habit, my fondness for studying grew. I harbored a goal in my heart, hoping that one day my academic performance would match Lin Ran's, and ideally, we could attend university together. In that environment, no one would know of our relationship, allowing us to indulge in romance daily. We studied late into the night, and I invited Lin Ran to stay over. While she washed her feet, I couldn't help but sneak into the bathroom. Upon seeing her delicate, fair feet, I swallowed hard and asked, "Lin Ran, may I wash your feet?" "Don't be silly. If my aunt and uncle catch us, we're doomed," Lin Ran replied, casting me a shy glare. "No, they're all asleep. Let me wash them for you. You are my wife, and I must take care of you." I felt somewhat pitiful, pleading with her. "Well, go ahead, you weirdo," she murmured softly, shooting me another glare. Seeing her consent, I felt delighted. She sat on a small stool with both feet submerged in the basin as I crouched down, attentively washing her feet. They were already quite clean, but my intention was to enjoy the gentle touch of her delicate feet. After a while, Lin Ran's face turned slightly red, and mine did too. "That's enough. Just a little is fine," she said, pulling back her feet to wash them herself. Concerned about making too much noise and waking my parents, Lin Ran tidied up and returned to her little room to sleep. Lying on the sofa, I felt quite aroused and had a strong urge to relieve myself. Resisting the temptation, I contemplated finding an opportunity for Lin Ran to help me. Fearing that the girls might suspect our relationship, I accompanied Lin Ran home early the next morning to change clothes. Lin Ran had been raised in affluence, and her pocket money was ever flowing. Without needing to ask her aunt for money, she carried her wallet and walked downstairs with me. We had arranged to meet at the commercial plaza, a bustling area filled with boutiques and snack vendors. By the time Lin Ran and I arrived, Li Shuang and Su Ting were already there. I inquired if Yang Wei and the others would join us, and Su Ting replied they would not, as they were attending extra classes to improve their grades. "Well then, let us go for a stroll," Lin Ran suggested, and I began accompanying them on their shopping expedition. The girls, accustomed to a life of luxury, made me feel like a mere servant, carrying their purchases as they led me around. As we approached a fruit stand, Li Shuang exclaimed, "This watermelon looks great. I want to buy one." Hearing Li Shuang's intention to buy a watermelon, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. We had already purchased numerous items. A large watermelon would be quite heavy. "Li Shuang, please don't bully Bai Hao. He is already quite pitiful," Lin Ran chimed in, unable to contain herself. "Oh, you're already taking his side, and you're not even married yet. You're truly prioritizing romance over friendship," Li Shuang retorted harshly. "Stop it. We're not in a relationship," Lin Ran explained, looking down. "Let go. If you're not in a relationship, why bring him up all the time?" Su Ting teased Lin Ran with a smile. As we passed a sports store, Su Ting expressed her desire to purchase a set of badminton rackets. While accompanying them inside, I spotted a pair of nunchakus and felt a spark of interest. They looked quite impressive, made of iron. When separated, the nunchakus became two sticks, but when twisted together, they formed a single iron rod. The moment I laid eyes on those nunchakus, I was captivated. Surely, they would be formidable in a fight. After some contemplation, I decided to purchase the pair of nunchaku. As I made the purchase, the three girls cast peculiar glances my way, causing my face to flush with embarrassment. In their eyes, they must have deemed me rather juvenile. I was aware that buying such an item might seem somewhat undignified, yet I proceeded because it genuinely brought me joy. At noon, Lin Ran treated us to lunch, having discreetly paid in advance to spare me the embarrassment of contributing. The girls ate modestly, each having a bowl of potato noodles and a couple of slices of roasted potatoes, which made for a surprisingly sumptuous meal. The potato noodles were delightful, and I nearly polished off my bowl completely. Noticing my appetite was lacking, Su Ting generously shared her portion with me. While she ate from a smaller bowl, her larger bowl remained untouched. I felt a tinge of bashfulness at the thought of indirectly kissing her. In the afternoon, we meandered through a large shopping mall. While there, the three girls playfully led me towards the lingerie section. My petite frame allowed me to shamelessly accompany Lin Ran, yet with Su Ting and Li Shuang present, I felt hesitant to be too forward. Observing their laughter from a distance as they browsed lingered in my mind. and I caught a glimpse of a beautiful pair of panties that nearly made my heart leap from my chest. Once they had their fun, they finally guided me seriously through the mall. Feeling a bit fatigued, we found a place to sit, where Lynn Ran urged me to try on some pants she wished to buy for me. The branded water blue jeans appeared pristine. Despite her insistence, I hesitated to try them on, knowing they cost over 300 yuan and I lacked sufficient funds. Just try them on quickly. I'll buy them for you. Lynn Ran urged impatiently. The notion of her purchasing them for me made me even more reluctant, and I shook my head vigorously. White Hao Su Ting and Li Shuang are here. I don't want to embarrass myself, I protested. You're my boyfriend. What is wrong with me buying you a pair of pants? When you have money in the future, you can buy me something too, Lynn Ran replied softly, taking me aside. Her words compelled me to reluctantly try on the pants she had chosen. Seeing me look good in them, she promptly paid without hesitation. Though the pants were nice, I felt an unsettling discomfort at spending Lynn Ran's money. On Sunday evening, Tian called me unexpectedly. I was surprised to receive her call and inquired about the reason for her call. Bai Hao, what on earth have you done to provoke Wu Di? Why does he keep speaking ill of you to Li Long? She asked curiously. As Tian was close to Li Long, her inquiry made me uneasy. I realized that this must be connected to an incident a few days prior when I had scolded Wu Di at school. He must have held a grudge and was intentionally maligning me before Li Long, hoping to incite him against me. Anger bubbled within me, and I recounted the entire saga to Tian. She responded with irritation. Talking behind someone else's back is hardly manly of Wu Di. Wu Di told Li Long that you were bad-mouthing him, and Li Long was considering bringing someone to confront you. I intervened to explain, she added. Li Long was the top dog in our first year, and I dared not cross him. The previous near altercation with Lu Xian had left me rattled. Had it escalated, Li Long would have surely brought his crew to confront us. Though we hadn't fought him, a lingering tension remained. I fell silent on the call, and after a moment, Tian reassured me. Don't be afraid. Li Long is on good terms with me and Su Ting. He won't easily confront you. Just warn Lu Xian to be cautious. Li Long has mentioned wanting to confront him eventually. Upon hearing Lu Xian was in danger, I readily agreed to inform him. After hanging up, I mentally scolded Wu Di and his family. I called Lu Xian to advise him to be careful, but he seemed unconcerned. Please, even if he doesn't confront me, I'll be the one to confront him. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he replied confidently. Feeling perturbed by Wu Di's antics, I lacked the motivation to study that night. After a tiring few days, I went to bed early. The next morning, I waited downstairs for Lynn Ran, cherishing the daily joy of walking to and from school together. Holding her hand freely as we strolled was a simple pleasure. And in secluded spots, I could steal kisses and savor moments of intimacy. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the air in the classroom became stifling. During the morning lessons, I felt drowsy. To avoid missing out on the lecture, I forced myself to stay alert. Lynn Ran's silhouette in front of me blurred, and just as I felt myself drifting off, I noticed her looking down, seemingly texting. A pang of discomfort shot through me at the thought of who might be messaging her. With her friends being diligent students, I wondered who could be sending her messages during class. Surely it wasn't Wu Di. After contemplating for a while, I couldn't resist texting Lynn Ran, asking who it was. No one. Focus on class and don't cause trouble, she replied, her tone slightly displeased. Her irritation sparked a flicker of anger within me. I often felt jealousy when Lynn Ran interacted with other boys, and the thought of her possibly texting Wu Di intensified my feelings. My resentment toward him grew, and I fantasized about using the nunchaku on him. After class, I pulled Lynn Ran aside to a quieter area, determined to see her phone. Upon hearing my intention, she staunchly refused to show it to me. I trusted Lynn Ran, but I didn't trust Wu Di. If he could malign me to Li Long, he could do the same to her. Frustrated, I insisted, show me your phone, or I'll confront Wu Di. Forget it. You can't take him on. Don't go picking a fight, Lynn Ran replied, furrowing her brow. I can't take him on? Her words stung my pride, and I felt a wave of anger surge within me as I was reminded of my supposed inferiority in her eyes. Who says I can't? Just let me see your phone. If Wu Di is bothering you, I'll make him pay. I retorted. Fine, take it. Go confront him if you wish, she replied, her frustration evident as she handed me her phone. As I glanced at the messages on her phone, my anger boiled over. The first message read, Lynn Ran. Li Long said he wants to confront Bai Hao. I told Li Long not to, and he hasn't confronted him. What about you? Aren't you going to show me some appreciation? This was from Wu Di. Seeing Wu Di's messages ignited my fury. The audacity of him. The second message read, "Don't worry, as long as you're happy, I'll do whatever you ask." After reading those messages, my blood boiled. I had repeatedly chosen not to confront Wu Di, yet he continued to harass my girlfriend. I felt like a raging inferno, my emotions boiling over. If it weren't for Wu Di, my relationship with Lin Ran would not be riddled with misunderstandings and anger. I knew I had to confront him, otherwise, my relationship with Lin Ran would be untenable. With resolve, I returned Lin Ran's phone and declared, "Damn it, I'm going to confront that lowlife now." "Are you out of your mind? You're no match for him. He hasn't wronged you. He defended you till he long," Lin Ran protested, pulling me back. Though her grip eased my anger somewhat, I remained furious, convinced that Wu Di deserved a beating. Defended me? He didn't inform Li Long not to confront me. That's the least he could do, I retorted, relaying everything Tian Tian had mentioned. I added, "Wu Di is my rival. Do you really think someone like him would help me?" Lin Ran fell silent, but her doubt about Tian Tian's reliability lingered. "What exactly is your relationship with Tian Tian? Why would she help you?" she asked, her tone tinged with jealousy. I confided in Lin Ran about my phone conversation with Tian Tian, questioning whether it was wise to do so. "What is the nature of your relationship with her?" I inquired. Lin Ran, with a serious demeanor and piercing gaze, pressed me. "What were you up to when I ignored you that day?" I reassured her. We did nothing more than be ordinary friends. She's a friend of Lu Xian, and I got to know her through Lu Xian. Sensing Lin Ran's frustration, I attempted to clarify. "Come on, do you really think Tian Tian would genuinely help you? She thrives on watching others fight. How many boys at our school have been incited to brawl because of her? You cannot trust her." Lin Ran scoffed at my naivety. She continued, "Tian Tian only associates with boys who are well-connected. Whoever is popular, she clings to. She is utterly despicable. Just ask Su Ting or Li Shuang what kind of person she is." I was somewhat aware of Tian Tian's reputation. She was the belle of our school, and many a boy had clashed over her. Rumor had it that she instigated those fights. Reflecting on Lin Ran's words left me feeling unsettled. However, when it came to Tian Tian and Wu Di, I prefer to place my trust in Tian Tian rather than Wu Di. "Let us head back for now. Don't act rashly. Wu Di merely mentioned you to me. He didn't divulge anything else. If he does, I shall inform you," Lin Ran advised. After some contemplation, I decided to temper my impulsiveness. "How about you refrain from deleting your messages in the future? Share them with me daily. What do you think?" I proposed. "Seriously? Are you not a man? You are behaving as stingily as a girl," Lin Ran retorted, playfully shoving me. I chuckled. "Well, it's because I like you." After some thought, I explained to Lin Ran, "All right, please don't be upset. I won't delete any messages from Wu Di anymore." "Will that suffice?" Lin Ran smiled and asked, "Fine, just look at this." I only replied with a few words to him. "He is truly irking me. I engage with him merely to protect you from potential harm." Hearing Lin Ran's words made me feel a pang of humiliation. It felt shameful as a man to require protection from a girl. Deep down, I believe that a gentleman should shield a lady, not the other way around. It was also my fault for lacking connections. I knew too few people. I resolved to make acquaintances with some tough individuals in the future, so no one would dare bully me again. After discussing these matters with Lin Ran, we returned to class. Throughout the lesson, my mind wandered back to the conversation between Tian Tian and Wu Di. I was certain Tian Tian would not deceive me. The deceiver was undoubtedly Wu Di, who had a history of such despicable behavior. The thought of it left me feeling frustrated. During the break, I sought out Lu Xian to discuss Wu Di. "Let us teach him a lesson. Are you in?" I asked Lu Xian. "Are you brave enough?" Lu Xian replied with a mischievous grin. "Absolutely." I gritted my teeth in response. "All right, let us go now," Lu Xian declared, retrieving a stick from the classroom. He handed it to me, while he himself stood barehanded. Holding the stick, the prospect of confronting Wu Di filled me with trepidation. Nonetheless, I resolved to accompany Lu Xian to Wu Di's class. Wu Di was of a slightly higher caliber than Lu Xian, who was more of a troublemaker. If Lu Xian intended to confront Wu Di, the latter would likely not dare to retaliate. Upon arriving at Wu Di's classroom, we found him absent. I shot a glance at the two unsavory boys lingering nearby. A surge of anger welled within me. "You two step outside," Lu Xian called out with a nonchalant grin, leaning against the doorframe. The two boys turned pale at the sight of Lu Xian. "Hey, do you have a knife?" Lu Xian asked, still grinning as he observed the two boys. They nervously reported, "Wu Di is out with his girlfriend." Lu Xian, not wasting any time, instructed them, Tell Wu Di not to leave after school. I need to speak with him. Of course, we'll relay the message. One of them replied eagerly, clearly fearful of Lu Xian and eager to appease him. Seeing those two boys ignited a fire within me. They had once bullied me alongside Wu Di and even harbored malicious intentions toward Lin Ran. Anger bubbled under the surface, and I felt the urge to kick them. Yet, their incessant grinning made it difficult to act. The more unattractive of the two seemed to catch on to my frustrations, casting a disdainful glance my way while Lu Xian was distracted. His look only intensified my irritation, and though I desired to retaliate, I hesitated to appear imposing in front of Lu Xian. If not for Lu Xian's backing, I wouldn't have mustered the courage to confront them in the first place. Good job, keep it up. Lu Xian chuckled, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it. Students who smoked at school were often viewed as tough, and Wu Di's classmates regarded Lu Xian with increased trepidation upon seeing him with a cigarette. The two unsavory boys mirrored that fear, chuckling nervously. You've been pretending to be tough in front of my friend. I initially intended to give you both a beating, but since you behaved well, I'll settle for a slap each and a kick. Don't flaunt it in front of my friend again, Lu Xian said with a wicked grin. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, the two boys turned ashen. They were acutely aware of their previous misdeeds toward me and were terrified that Lu Xian would follow through on his threat. Before they could react, Lu Xian swiftly slapped one across the face. He was quick. After the slap, he glared and cursed, delivering a hard kick to the other boy, causing him to stumble back. In an instant, one boy had been slapped, while the other had been kicked by Lu Xian. The slapped boy covered his face, not daring to make a sound, tears welling in his eyes. The kicked boy looked dismayed but still advanced, seemingly willing to endure more punishment. Watching this unfold, I felt a twinge of discomfort. They had bullied me, yet now they were crying after receiving their comeuppance. Lu Xian, accustomed to violence, felt no remorse after striking them. He coldly remarked, "By how? Didn't they enjoy acting tough before you? You can watch. If they dare hit back, I'll finish them." Wu Di's classmates were taken aback by Lu Xian's sudden aggression. Now that Lu Xian was urging me to strike, I found myself in the spotlight, perhaps fearing my retaliation. One of the unsavory boys glanced up at me, an expression of indignation in his eyes. His look reignited my anger. How foolish I had been to feel pity for them moments ago. Initially reluctant to retaliate, my anger got the better of me, and I kicked one of them with sufficient force to make him stagger. My second kick, however, went awry, grazing his leg instead, nearly causing me to lose my balance. Thankfully, Lu Xian steadied me. I was aware that my kicks didn't inflict much pain, but seeing the dust on their pants provided me with a sense of satisfaction. Tell Wu Di not to leave after school. I will look for him, Lu Xian said coldly, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Understood, Xuanye, il replied. After being kicked by Lu Xian, they dared not utter a word. Having just fought, I felt a strange surge of adrenaline coursing through me, my heart racing with an inexplicable excitement. My body trembled slightly, and I struggled to suppress it. As we left Wu Di's classroom, Lu Xian glared at me fiercely, admonishing, "You are too soft-hearted. You shouldn't give that scoundrel any face. If you let him off this time, he will bully you again next time." Lu Xian's words instilled a tinge of fear within me, and my teeth chattered as I spoke in response. What should I do? Should I go back and hit them again? Lu Xian stowed her cigarette in her pocket, saying, "No need. Just give Wu Di a good beating after school. This time, let us make it count so they don't dare to provoke you again." Damn it, I can't stand Li Long. Wu Di doesn't even know his own surname. I was unsure of the enmity between Lu Xian and Li Long, but the prospect of confronting Wu Di after school thrilled me. I returned to my class after handing the stick back to Lu Xian. News of our confrontation with the two lewd boys from Wu Di's class spread quickly, and during our next lesson, classmates buzzed about Lu Xian and me targeting Class 7. There were few delinquents in our school, and the notorious ones were always the same loudmouths. Wu Di's father is the captain, and he often flaunted his status at school, making Wu Di a prominent figure in the first year. After Lu Xian and I had dealt with his minions and announced our intention to confront Wu Di, my classmates looked at me with newfound respect. Even my desk mate regarded me with a different, more respectful gaze. Despite the admiration, I reminded myself not to become arrogant. I was aware that my reputation stemmed from Lu Xian's influence. Without her, I was nothing. I only hung out with Lu Xian because I considered him a friend, especially after he borrowed money and promised to pay me back. I truly did not want Lu Xian to fight on my behalf. I believe friends were for support, not exploitation. My classmates call me Hao Gu, referring to me as the big brother of the first year, which frightened me. I quickly urged them not to spread such rumors. There were several capable students in the first year, and I did not want them seeking me out. I had promised Lin Ran that I would not trouble Wu Di, but upon hearing about my fight, Lin Ran frowned, clearly displeased. However, seeing that I was unharmed, she chose not to comment. Su Ting, on the other hand, was thrilled. She praised me enthusiastically, claiming I had grown braver and even dared to fight in another class. When she patted my head, I felt no aversion. Being touched by a beauty was quite pleasant. We intended to confront Wu Di after school, but before we could, he arrived with 2 lewd boys by his side and summoned 2 more. With the teacher absent and the bell about to ring, Wu Di stood at the door, visibly angry, demanding that I step outside. Seeing Wu Di gather so many to confront me made me tremble uncontrollably. They dared not enter the classroom before the bell rang. Seated at the back, I searched for something to defend myself with, regretting not bringing the nunchaku I had bought the day before. If only I had it, I could have at least frightened them, if not beaten them soundly. Hey, you think you're tough? Come out if you dare, Wu Di shouted menacingly, while the 2 boys I had kicked earlier smirked at me. The other 2 looked equally fierce. I was afraid of facing 1 against 3, let alone 1 against 5. With Lin Ran and Su Ting in the classroom, I did not want to be beaten. How go? I have a knife. Do you need it? My desk mate Wang Dong asked after a moment of contemplation. Hearing that he had a knife startled me. I looked at him in disbelief as he chuckled, just for self-defense. All right, lend it to me, I replied. Feeling humiliated as Wu Di and his crew taunted me, I realized I couldn't be so cowardly. I needed to regain some dignity by intimidating them. Here, Wang Dong handed me a folding knife, the kind that some delinquents would flaunt, twirling it stylishly in their hands. Grasping the weighty knife made my heart race. Taking a deep breath, I stood up. Upon seeing the knife in my hand, Wu Di and the 4 boys he had brought turned pale. My classmates were terrified, with 2 well-meaning boys attempting to pull me back, urging me not to provoke trouble. Driven by pride, I pushed against their restraint, unwilling to be yanked back. I understood the consequences of stabbing someone. Expulsion was certain, and imprisonment was a possibility. Yet, I could not withstand their persistent taunts, which humiliated me in front of my classmates. If I did not confront them, I feared I could never face Lin Ran again. I liked Lin Ran. I wanted to provide her with a sense of security, not let her see me as someone who was perpetually bullied. Damn it, you think you can threaten me with a knife? Wu Di, visibly shaken, glared at me. What will you do, stab me? Go ahead, shout at me again. Holding the knife made me feel more resolute. Although I did not truly intend to stab Wu Di, I shouted at him with ferocity. Remarkably, the sight of the knife rendered Wu Di speechless. As more classmates gathered to persuade me against acting rashly, Su Ting stepped forward, saying, all right, put the knife away. Don't stoop to their level. In the meantime, Lin Ran, unable to remain still, did not advise me, but instead appealed to Wu Di, accompanied by several classmates. She urged him, Wu Di, just go. Don't cause trouble in our class. Wu Di's expression darkened as he listened to Lin Ran. He bitterly retorted, this little brat was the one who started it. If he hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have to retaliate. Seeing Wu Di explain himself to Lin Ran reignited my anger. How dare he involve her? He was the one harassing her daily while pretending to be a hero in front of her. Unable to contain myself, I felt the urge to charge at him. Su Ting, now visibly irritated, shoved me, insisting, can you behave yourself? Having always cared for me, I decided to heed her advice. I placed the knife on the table and glared at Wu Di. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, equally furious, painted at Wu Di, demanding, Wu Di, stop making a scene and show some respect. Fine, I will show you respect. Wu Di thought he was impressing everyone by bringing his crew to my class to confront me, even if he did not manage to lay a hand on me. He had gained enough face. At that moment, Lu Xian arrived. Seeing Wu Di threaten me, her expression darkened, and she glared fiercely at him. Dare you lay a hand on my friend? Lu Xian warned. Wu Di, intimidated by Lu Xian, fell silent, his gaze fixated on her, his thoughts unknown. What? Not satisfied? Lu Xian asked coldly, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to take action. Wu Di remained mute under a glare. Suddenly, Lu Xian kicked him, leaving a mark on his pants. With a menacing tone, she asked, so do you yield? Wu Di's face turned pale after being kicked by Lu Xian. As he dusted off his pants, he He cast a glance at Lin Ran, perhaps seeking her support. He wanted to fight Lu Xian, but he knew he stood no chance. With a forced smile, Wu Di replied, "How could I not yield to someone as formidable as you, Xinge?" With that, he turned and left, his entourage hastily following, fearing Lu Xian might retaliate. Once Wu Di had departed, Lu Xian scoffed, then entered the classroom and asked, "Bai Hao, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, still seething with anger and trembling slightly. Lu Xian noticed a knife on the table and could not help but chuckle. She picked it up and playfully asked, "Is this your weapon?" "This does not belong to me. It was borrowed from Wang Dong." I mentioned this to Lu Xian, chuckling that such items should be less frequently brought to school. If one must confront someone, it ought to be with a worthy opponent, not with a mere knife. Lu Xian laughed, played with the knife for a moment, and then returned it to Wang Dong. With Lu Xian's arrival, the classmates in the class visibly relaxed, and the classroom returned to its usual state as everyone began to pack up their belongings in preparation for heading home. Unbeknownst to me, I noticed that my classmates were increasingly kind to me. In the past, when Wu Di would come to bully me, they would merely watch with indifference. However, things had changed. Now, there were those who intervened to prevent me from getting into trouble, and others who assisted in keeping Wu Di at bay. In their eyes, I seem to have attained a certain standing. I am well aware of my own shortcomings. Their kindness is not born of fear, but rather out of respect for Su Ting, Lin Ran, and Lu Xian. Their willingness to help me stems not from admiration, but from a gradual acceptance of me as part of the class. One well-meaning classmate inquired if I was all right, and I quickly smiled and thanked him. As we left, it was Lu Xian, along with Lin Ran and Su Ting, who walked together with me. Su Ting scolded us, saying, "Why did you two provoke Wu Di? If he is not bothering you, just leave him be. He's south been getting close to Li Long lately, and if you're not careful, you might end up at odds with him too." "Damn, if Li Long has the ability, let him come and try to fight me," Lu Xian scoffed, provoking Su Ting further. Su Ting, fuming at Lu Xian's retort, shot her an angry glare and said, "I know about your issues with Li Long, but could you not drag Bai Hao into your feud? If you want to fight, do it outside of school and avoid causing trouble here." "Why not? What is the problem with that?" Lu Xian defiantly asked Su Ting. Su Ting's irritation grew as she faced Lu Xian's defiance, glaring at her for several moments. After a few choice words, she said, "You become quite the unruly one. No one is going to manage you anymore." Seeing Su Ting so worked up made me want to laugh, as I recalled how she had once said the same to me when I had stubbornly irritated her. This phrase had almost become her catchphrase when she was with us. Knowing that Su Ting had our best interests at heart, I quickly tried to soothe her, urging her not to be angry. Lin Ran also shot Lu Xian a disapproving look, joining me in comforting Su Ting. Realizing that she had upset Su Ting, Lu Xian shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I'm heading back to the dormitory. I want to see you off." "All right, just call if you need anything," I said, hoping to prevent Lu Xian from aggravating Su Ting further. After Lu Xian departed, Su Ting remained upset. Lin Ran and I continued to console her until she finally calmed down a bit. Concerned for Su Ting, Lin Ran insisted on escorting her home. Since Su Ting and I were heading in the same direction, I chose not to spend more time alone with Lin Ran that evening. On our way home, Su Ting couldn't help but say to me, "Bai Hao, if Lu Xian ever challenges you to a fight, avoid hanging out with her too much, understood?" I remained silent, truthfully desiring to become as formidable as Lu Xian, wanting to protect Lin Ran with my own strength. Although Lu Xian had kicked Wu Di, I understood that Wu Di remained defiant. I believed that once I grew stronger, Wu Di would no longer dare to target Lin Ran. Seeing my silence, Su Ting frowned and said, "Li Long is the top dog in the first year. You can't possibly take him on. Do you think Lu Xian doesn't want to fight Li Long? If she could have defeated him, she would have done so long ago, rather than waiting for you." She pressed me. "I ask you, will you listen to me or not?" After some contemplation, I still didn't agree to Su Ting's request. Instead, I inquired, "What exactly is the feud between Lu Xian and Li Long?" "Li Long is the top dog in the first year, and he feels Lu Xian is putting on airs and looks down on her. In the past, Li Long wanted to confront Lu Xian, but she had an older brother who was quite influential, so Li Long didn't dare to touch her." Su Ting replied with a light chuckle. Listening to Su Ting, I felt a sense of helplessness. In the world of troublemakers, I still had much to learn. Now that you fought Wu Di, he'll definitely seek a way to regain his pride. Be cautious when you go to school tomorrow. It's likely that Wu Di will enlist Li Long to confront you. If it comes to that, come to school with me, as long as I'm around. Li Long won't dare to touch you, Su Ting advised earnestly. As a grown man, I felt embarrassed at the thought of needing a girl as protection. Thus, I quickly smiled and declined her offer. When I dropped Su Ting off at her home, she reiterated her warning, urging me to be careful the following day. Not wanting to embarrass myself in front of Su Ting, I feigned indifference and replied, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just because you say you're fine doesn't mean you are. If Wu Di really does enlist Li Long to confront you, just mention my name. He can't make things too difficult for you," Su Ting said with a furrowed brow before heading inside her home. Her parting words filled me with dread. We had fought Wu Di, and the thought of him seeking revenge through Li Long was unsettling. Wu Di had connections, including an older brother in the second year, and he knew quite a few people. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. After a restless night, when I set off for school the next day, I deliberately placed a pair of nunchaku in my backpack. Halfway there, feeling insecure, I concealed the nunchaku beneath my clothing. If Wu Di were to send Li Long and his crew after me, I could at least defend myself with the nunchaku, just as Su Ting had warned. Upon nearing the school gate, I indeed spotted Wu Di and Li Long, along with a group of their friends, standing there. As I approached, Li Long waved at me with a smile, determined to stand my ground against them. I felt my legs weaken at the sight of their numbers. "Hey, you were quite the hotshot yesterday, huh? Looking for people to fight my little brother?" Li Long sneered, a cruel smile playing on his lips. My heart raced, and before I could utter a word, Li Long slapped me hard across the face. No sooner had he finished than Wu Di rushed in and kicked me. With a loud clang, the nunchaku fell from my concealed grip onto the ground. Gazing down at the nunchaku, I felt a wave of disappointment wash over me. I had spent a considerable amount of money on them, yet here I was, too frightened to use them. I felt I had betrayed the very nunchaku that now lay on the ground. "Look, he even brought a weapon." One of Wu Di's sleazy companions laughed, his voice grating on my nerves. "Just two of you? I'm not afraid of a couple of losers." Li Long mocked, eyeing the nunchaku on the ground. Wu Di, seeing the nunchaku, joined in the laughter. Their derisive jeers echoed around me, their contempt palpable. I stood silently before them, filled with self-loathing for my cowardice. Despite having contemplated standing up to them, I was paralyzed by fear at the sight of them. As more students arrived, their curious gazes fell upon me, wondering why I was being bullied. Li Long and his entourage numbered around 7 or 8, and one of Wu Di's sleazy friends picked up the nunchaku, twisting it open with a clang. The chain inside clattered to the ground. With a smug grin, the sleazy guy exclaimed, "Haha, this thing is quite fancy. Let me see it." Li Long took the nunchaku from him, twirling it in his hands. My heart sank. Once it was in his possession, I knew it would be nearly impossible to retrieve. I felt increasingly worthless, unable to even protect my own nunchaku. Just then a teacher arrived, and Li Long glanced at them, saying, "This time, I'll let you off easy. Next time, don't think you're tough just because Lu Xian is covering for you. If you provoke me, I'll take her down with you." With that, Li Long, Wu Di, and the two sleazy guys shot me one last disdainful glance before striding off toward the classroom. As they departed, I clenched my fists. Despite having been beaten, my body remained still. The humiliation at the school gate had ignited an intense hatred within me towards Li Long and Wu Di. The dark thoughts within me stirred restlessly. I had grown weary of living in fear of their attacks. I vowed to reclaim that nunchaku and repay Li Long's slap with interest. "Bai Hao, are you okay?" A girl approached me, concern etched on her face. I glanced over to see it was Tian Tian. I managed to smile and said, "I'm fine. As long as you're okay, just don't provoke them again. You can't take them on," Tian Tian advised me. I nodded in agreement, yet my mind was elsewhere. This morning, I had witnessed several classmates being beaten, and during the first class, whispers circulated about my nunchaku being stolen. I remained silent, for I felt no shame in having been assaulted. I had already resolved to take revenge. Even if I were unable to defeat them, I was determined to reclaim my nunchaku and return the slap that Li Long had dealt me. As I listened to my classmates whisper about my predicament, I allowed a faint smile to escape my lips without uttering a word. My desk mate looked at me with curiosity, and I responded with a smile in return. In my heart, I harbored my own thoughts. I did not confide in Lu Xian about the beating. Even when he inquired, I remained tight-lipped. Lu Xian is my friend, and I did not wish for him to intervene in every matter. I wanted to handle my own affairs. Feeling embarrassed from this morning's incident, I did not seek out Lin Ran at noon when school let out. As I exited the school gates, I felt a girl obstructing my path. Before me stood a pair of clean, lovely shoes. I looked up to find Lynn Ran standing there, vibrant and lively. Did you get beaten? She asked softly. Yes, I replied. Upon seeing Lynn Ran, the emotions I had been suppressing surged forth, a sense of grievance overwhelming me. I felt particularly wronged. As I gazed at the girl I relied upon, I admonished myself not to cry. Where did they hit you? Does it hurt? Lynn Ran asked with concern in her eyes. Nowhere, it doesn't hurt. I forced a smile, though my heart was laden with bitterness. Well then, let's go home together. The school gate was crowded with students, and in front of them, Lynn Ran took my hand. The moment her cool hand touched mine, I couldn't help but tremble. Being led by her, my heart ached once more. I'm sorry for always embarrassing you, I said, gazing down at her. Li Long is the leader of the first-year students, and Wu Di comes from a wealthy family. It's only natural that you can't defeat them. There's no shame in that. Lynn Ran reassured me confidently. She showed no concern for the onlookers. I brought my nunchaku this morning, intending to confront them, but I grew fearful. I confessed after a moment of contemplation. Stop talking. When faced with a crowd, who wouldn't feel afraid? Lynn Ran continued to hold my hand as we walked home. Suddenly, Lynn Ran halted under the sunlight, scrutinizing my face intently. Her large, beautiful eyes held an inexplicable clarity. As she examined me closely, Lynn Ran reached out to touch my face. I saw you get beaten this morning. How does it feel now? Still painful? Her gentle touch stirred a mix of emotions within me. I fought back tears, managing to say with blurred vision, it doesn't hurt. Oh. Lynn Ran continued to gaze at me. Rising on her toes, she placed a soft kiss where I had been struck. After the kiss, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Does it hurt now? She asked. My eyes grew increasingly moist. Yet I smiled and replied, it doesn't hurt anymore. Unable to contain myself, I enveloped Lynn Ran in a tight embrace. Holding her, all my grievances seemed to dissipate. The street bustled with traffic under the scorching sun. Clutching the lovely girl in my arms, I silently expressed my gratitude. Lynn Ran remained silent in my embrace, content to be held. After a prolonged hug, she pushed me away, pouting playfully as she gazed at me. As I looked at her, Lynn Ran suddenly laughed. How did I end up liking such a fool? As she affectionately teased me, my eyes finally overflowed with tears. Lynn Ran chuckled, wiping my tears away. Oh dear, are you crying? Is it shameful for a big boy to cry? Come, let your sister help you wipe those tears. Sister? It was the first time Lynn Ran had acknowledged being my sister. Hearing her say sister made my tears flow even more. All right, stop crying. It's truly embarrassing. Stop crying, and I'll treat you to a meal, Lynn Ran said gently, helping me wipe my tears, yet they seemed endless. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I turned my head away, not allowing her to wipe my tears any longer. Lynn Ran laughed. Silly, stop pretending. If anyone bullies you in the future, your sister will protect you. After saying this, she stood on her toes to kiss my eyes once more. If Lynn Ran were to hit or scold me, I might not shed a tear. Yet the more kindness she showed me, the more wronged I felt. Looking at Lynn Ran through my tears, my emotions became uncontrollable, and I cried out, Sister. Yes, my dear brother, Lynn Ran replied, pulling out a tissue from her bag to wipe my eyes as she led me to the nearby KFC. Upon entering, a refreshing breeze greeted us. Holding my hand, Lynn Ran whispered, there are many beautiful girls inside. Stop crying, or you might not find a girlfriend in the future. You're my girlfriend, I grumbled, suppressing my tears. Who said I would marry you in the future? Go wash your face, Lynn Ran said playfully, pushing me toward the restroom while she went to order. After washing my face, I felt considerably better. When I emerged from the restroom, Lynn Ran was already sitting there, beaming, sipping on a cold cola. She shifted the topic, and we found ourselves exchanging sweet nothings as we chatted. After finishing our meal, fatigue set in, and Lynn Ran leaned quietly against my shoulder to rest. Wrapping my arm around her shoulders, I vowed to protect Lynn Ran at all costs. During the afternoon class, as the second period ended, I spotted Li Long playing with my nunchaku. Watching his back, I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him hard and reclaim my weapon. At present, I was no match for Li Long, but I silently vowed to my nunchaku, brother, wait for me. I will retrieve you. Suddenly, I heard a mocking laugh that I couldn't ignore. Turning around, I found two lewd boys chuckling at me. Hey, by how nice nunchaku. How much did you pay for it? One of them sneered. Nearby was the water room. I glanced back and forth between it and the two boys. They were neither taller nor stronger than I, and I believed I could take them in a fight. Come with me, and I'll tell you, I said with a smile, gesturing toward the water room. Huh, you think you can fight us? The two boys were not foolish. They understood my intent. One of them suddenly shouted, "Diga." Upon hearing him call for Diga, I continued to smile at them. Wow, you've grown a backbone. Calling for Diga and yet not afraid, the lewd boy laughed. Aren't you curious where I bought my nunchaku? Come on, I said, stepping into the water room. They hesitated for a moment, but followed me inside. As the door closed behind us, a wave of hatred surged within me. Damn it, if I can't defeat Li Long, I certainly won't lose to you two punks. I turned on the faucet and observed them quietly. You wanted to fight us, didn't you? Come on, the lewd boy taunted. Grabbing a handful of water, I splashed it into their eyes while simultaneously kicking one of them in the stomach. It wasn't that I couldn't defeat them. Rather, I feared their numbers. With just two of them, why should I be afraid? During class, I had already devised a plan. If a fight broke out, I could throw some sand in their eyes or sprinkle chalk dust. Lacking sand or chalk dust, water would suffice. As I doused them with water, I seized the opportunity to strike, and they were taken by surprise. The floor of the water room was slippery, and after kicking one of them, I barely managed to steady myself by gripping the shoulder of the other. Both boys were blinded, and the one I was holding onto attempted to retaliate by pushing me. His hair was short enough that I could grab it easily. I thought that pulling hair could be quite effective, so I grasped his hair tightly and yanked it. The moment I seized his hair, he grimaced in pain, his head thrashing about in response to my grip. Feeling a rush of excitement, my heart raced with exhilaration. As I held onto his hair, I considered slamming him into the sink, but I hesitated, not wanting to harm him too severely. Distracted, the boy I had kicked retaliated in anger, aiming a kick at me. Inside the water room, a chaotic brawl erupted among the three of us. In the beginning, I had the upper hand. We exchanged a few blows, and fortunately, I did not suffer greatly. The scuffle was rather chaotic, and I received a couple of hits to the head and a kick to my side. However, they were not in a much better condition, as I left my footprints on their bodies. The lecherous man I had grabbed by the hair kept clutching his head and glaring at me, clearly in pain for my grip. How dare you hit me? He shouted in anger. The other two, their faces alternating between red and pale, dared not advance again after their defeat. One of them shot me a fierce look and threatened, "Just wait. I'll fetch Diga and Long Good to deal with you." To which I retorted, "Is Wu Di your father?" My ire flared at the mention of Wu Di. These two sycophants always sought others to back them up. Without Wu Di, I could have easily vanquished them. "How dare you insult Diga? Just you wait." The other lewd fellow spat before storming out. Although I had not rendered them completely defeated, they were clearly intimidated. As they exited the water room, many classmates glanced inside. They bore multiple footprints on their bodies, while I had only one. The two lecherous men appeared rather disheveled, making it evident that I had emerged victorious from this encounter. The gossip spread swiftly among my classmates, and before long, my solitary triumph over Wu Di's lackeys became the talk of the school. The incident from a morning had been forgotten amidst my newfound notoriety. I often clashed with Li Long and Wu Di, and now my peers regarded me as an equal to them. Su Ting approached me with a playful smile, affectionately saying, "Well done, Bai Hao. You took on two and came out on top. You're quite impressive." My desk mate Wang Dong felt honored to sit beside me, having forgotten our previous grievances, and began boasting about me. As if he is so impressive. Who knows how he won? Su Ting teased, rolling her eyes. Today, Su Ting wore a lovely long dress instead of her uniform, leaning on my desk with a subtle fragrance wafting from her. I felt a blush creep onto my cheeks as a result of her compliment. The earlier scuffle had involved a bit of cunning on my part. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gained the upper hand. With a sheepish grin, I didn't offer an explanation. "See, I knew you had a trick up your sleeve by Daxia. Care to share how you triumphed?" Su Ting jested, playfully lifting a book as if to interview me. "Stop it. You're making me blush," I replied, heat rising in my cheeks. Lin Rand, too, looked at me with curiosity, and I felt a warm sensation in my heart. At least this time, I hadn't embarrassed her. Our playful banter drew the attention of many classmates, and in a moment of shyness, I confessed. I merely splashed some water in their eyes and kicked them while they were distracted, plus I pulled one's hair a bit. My admission elicited laughter from Su Ting and the rest of the class. A shorter boy at my desk shouted, "How good, you're incredible. That move you pulled was straight out of Wei Xiaobao as playbook." The room erupted with voices praising my cleverness. I found their compliments somewhat exasperating. When they disliked me, Everything I did irritated them. Now that I had their approval, they lauded me even after I'd taken a beating. Using a bit of trickery, they compared me to Wei Xiaobao. Given Wei Xiaobao's lecherous reputation in novels, I couldn't tell if they were praising or mocking me. The classroom buzzed with camaraderie, and we were having a delightful time. Lin Ran returned from somewhere outside, bringing me a chill drink. Here, this is for you. Just a little reward. Be careful in the future, and don't always get into fights, she said. Her delicate demeanor brought me immense comfort, though she reprimanded me. I could tell she was pleased that I had one. Seeing her joyful expression, I promised myself to be even more formidable next time. I couldn't let her down. Lin Ran's kindness was met with playful teasing from our classmates. Embarrassed, she shot an annoyed glance at those who were egging her on. What are you all shouting about? He my little brother, she declared, and upon hearing her acknowledge me so openly, a wave of emotion washed over me. Lin Ran had finally admitted I was her brother. How good. First sister, then brother, and a wife afterward, the short boy whispered mischievously. I shot him a glare, annoyed, thinking, wife? Lin Ran is my real sister. Gradually, Lin Ran seemed more willing to publicly acknowledge our relationship, and I found myself eagerly anticipating when we could be together as a true couple. After my altercation with the two lecherous men, I was puzzled as to why they hadn't sought revenge through Wu Di. As the afternoon wore on, a sense of unease crept in. Why in they retaliated? Wang Dong, always attuned to the social dynamics of our school, quietly informed me, how go? You might be in trouble. What's the matter? I asked, my heart racing. Wu Di broke up with his girlfriend, he replied. I was taken aback by this revelation. Wu Di had long harbored feelings for Lin Ran, often claiming that if she were with him, he would end his other relationship. Now that they had parted ways, what did this mean? Anxiety gnawed at me. I was neither as wealthy nor as influential as Wu Di. If he pursued Lin Ran with determination, would she be swayed? Sensing my distress, Wang Dong hastily added, Wu Di was dumped. His girlfriend cheated on him and is now with the second-in-command beside Li Long. I knew the second-in-command he referred to. It was that long-haired troublemaker. In our first year, Li Long, along with his cohorts, was a formidable presence. While there were other troublemakers like Lu Xian, they all kept to their own circles unless absolutely necessary. Those who thrived within the school often had protection from their older siblings or acquaintances outside. After some contemplation, I surmised that Wu Di's girlfriend might have found the second-in-command more appealing, compounded by Wu Di's notorious infidelity. I didn't hold a grudge against the second-in-command, as he hadn't been particularly harsh on me. I thought Wu Di was getting his just deserts. However, my worry lingered. With Wu Di free to pursue Lin Ran, could he win her over with gifts and flowers? Consumed by these thoughts, I held Lin Ran's hand as we exited the school. Once outside, I asked, can I borrow your phone for a moment? What's this? Afraid I might stray? She teased, refusing. No, I just want to check something, I replied, feeling a surge of possessiveness. I needed to keep an eye on Lin Ran and deny Wu Di any opportunity. Fine, take a look, she said, handing me her phone with a smile. I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I accepted it, but my concern over Wu Di's potential harassment compelled me to peruse Lin Ran's messages. I was relieved to find that aside from a joke from Li Shuang, her messages appeared completely ordinary. As the evening approached, I found myself at Lin Ran's home, feeling a profound sense of happiness. We exchanged shy glances, both of us silent for a moment. Finally, Lin Ran broke the silence, asking, shall I get you some fruit? I wasn't particularly craving it, but I nodded. As she stepped out to fetch it, she discreetly tossed away some paper. When she returned with the fruit, I playfully embraced her, and we engaged in light-hearted banter. After a while, we began to enjoy the fruit together while sharing sweet words. The night grew late as I left Lin Ran's house, a wave of happiness washing over me. In her company, the world felt carefree. We indulged in those delightful escapades, and I believed no one could be happier than I. Yet, the thought of our relationship stirred an uncomfortable feeling within me. I could play at being carefree, but when it came to genuine emotions, I found myself resistant. Strangely, when I expressed my desire to engage in such activities with Lin Ran, she showed no hesitation. My mind became entangled in these thoughts, and I resolved to view her simply as my neighbor sister. As I neared home, an unexpected reluctance to return settled in. Passing by an internet CAF, I succumbed to the temptation of playing for a while. The last time I had played QQ Speed with Lu Xian had been quite entertaining, and I wished to revisit that experience while completing my task for the game. The CAF was sparsely populated, and I logged into QQ to tackle my task. While I was adept at using items in the game, I faltered when it came to demonstrating true skill. After some time, my QQ notification chimed. It was Su Ting inquiring if I was playing Speed and asking to join me. We belonged to the same gaming region, and Su Ting was affluent, often purchasing exquisite outfits for her character. Playing alongside her made me feel somewhat inferior. Upon entering the room, other characters flocked around Su Ting, showering her with affection. In a playful act of mischief, I maneuvered my character to disrupt their advances. Su Ting chuckled at my antics, teasingly asking if I was feeling jealous and offering to buy me an outfit. When the others heard her offer, they clamored for her attention, pleading for her to support them instead. Unable to contain my annoyance, I retorted, urging them to leave me be. In the vast realm of the internet, we were strangers to one another. Their retaliatory jeers only intensified the awkwardness of the situation. Su Ting, unable to suppress her laughter, promptly kicked them out of the room. "Are you trying to kill me with laughter?" she asked, giggling. I sat before the computer, momentarily at a loss for words, captivated by the charm of her character. "Let us play." Su Ting encouraged, her smile infectious. After a while, she expressed her desire to play a more advanced game. Noticing I had not yet achieved the level of Moon, she questioned my progress. I sighed, explaining that the task was too challenging for me. "Give me your account, and I'll help you," she offered, playfully mocking my inability. Delighted by her willingness to assist, I shared my login details with her and awaited her guidance. While waiting, I noticed Lin Ran had also come online, and we began chatting. When she inquired about my activities, I hesitated, fearing her jealousy, and merely mentioned I was gaming at the CAF. Su Ting remained silent, but sent me a mischievous emoji. As we spoke, Su Ting informed me she was ready to assist. The thought of becoming a Moon character thrilled me, and I quickly logged back into the game. Upon entering, I discovered my character adorned with a new outfit, clearly a gift from Su Ting. My heart raced with surprise and joy, for such a lavish item was beyond my own means. Standing in the room with Su Ting, I chided her for wasting money on me. "You enjoy playing with me. What's the harm in gifting you a little something?" She replied with a smile. Just then, a girl in a lovely outfit entered the room, and an ominous feeling washed over me. I suspected she might be Lin Ran. A quick glance at her QQ number confirmed my fears. She was indeed in the same room. Panic surged through me, prompting me to exit the game hastily. No sooner had I logged out than Su Ting called me, asking why I hadn't joined in with Lin Ran. "I ran out of time at the CAF," I stammered. "We should all play together with Lin Ran. We can win," she insisted, her disappointment palpable. I felt guilty, knowing that the outfit was a gift from Su Ting, and I couldn't face them together. As I walked home, anxiety gnawed at me, fearing Lin Ran's jealousy over my gaming with Su Ting. Upon returning home, Lin Ran called, and I felt a wave of relief in her tone. She didn't seem upset. In her playful manner, she asked why I had run off. I had to leave," I replied, feeling a bead of sweat trickling down my forehead. "You spent a lot on that game, didn't you?" Lin Ran teased. Initially, I considered lying, claiming the outfit was my own purchase, but ultimately decided honesty was the best policy. After some hesitation, I confessed, "Lin Ran, I apologize. The outfit was a gift from Su Ting. I didn't intend for her to buy it. Well, it's done now. What is the big deal? If you're playing with her, she should reward you." Lin Ran laughed, easing my worries. Realizing I had overthought her reaction, I relaxed as we chatted more comfortably. As our conversation flowed, I recounted Wu Di's breakup, and Lin Ran giggled, dismissing it with, "So what? Let be." Her indifference reassured me. Our bond felt secure, and no one could come between us. The following morning at school, I unexpectedly encountered Su Ting. She called out to me, teasingly questioning my demeanor from the previous night. "Where are you running from? Making me look like your secret lover?" My face flushed with embarrassment. I felt exposed by her playful accusation. We shared breakfast, and on our way to class, we spotted Wu Di with a group that included his ex, who was now with Xiao Er. Su Ting scoffed, criticizing the choices people made in partners. Observing their camaraderie, I felt a pang of sympathy for Wu Di. It must be disheartening to see his ex with someone else. As we watched them, their gazes turned toward us, and Su Ting reassured me, "Don't worry, I got your back." I felt braver than before, having confronted those two inappropriate boys previously. "Why aren't you talking to me?" Li Long inquired with a grin directed at Su Ting, while Xiao Er and Xiao San joined in. Su Ting, ever confident, approached them, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. "What is up? Have you eaten yet?" she inquired, playfully demanding a meal invitation. Li Long smirked, but his eyes held a hint of disdain as he glanced at me. Come with me, and I'll treat you, he said, his tone teasing. Only if you feed me. Su Ting replied with a playful grin, provoking laughter from group. Observing their banter ignited a flicker of anger within me. I felt the sting of their mockery. Yet, I knew Li Long was a senior, and I dared not confront him. This is my younger brother, Su Ting declared, pulling my arm toward Li Long. His scrutinizing gaze unsettled me, a chill crawling down my spine as I caught his piercing look. I am Wu Di, and as Wu Di looks at me, he raises his head high and asks, Hee, what are you looking at? Is it not permissible to gaze upon you? My resentment towards Wu Di has accumulated profoundly, having fought with his two underlings yesterday. My courage has grown bolder. Chapter 56. Lucian's shock upon hearing my seemingly provocative words. Wu Di's expression darkened instantly. He licked his lips, raised his chin, and glared at me, saying, Who are you speaking to? Faced with such a confrontation from Wu Di in front of Li Long, a flicker of fear surged within me. In the presence of the senior from the first year, I dared not act overly arrogant, for if I did, Li Long might very well slap me in front of Su Ting. I'm speaking to you. Despite my trepidation, I gritted my teeth and maintained my gaze on Wu Di. After I spoke, Li Long narrowed his eyes, and Wu Di's face grew even more grim. Wu Di's former girlfriend, Wang Han, was tugging at Xiao Er's arm, watching me with keen interest, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. As I exchanged words with Wu Di, Su Ting looked at me in astonishment. There was a hint of delight in her gaze, for she had not expected me to display such audacity. Fearing Li Long's reaction, Su Ting smiled at him and took my arm, leading me away. Having already referred to me as her brother in front of them, Li Long merely observed me without taking action. As we entered the classroom, Su Ting smiled and said, Well done. You are becoming quite formidable. You dare to argue with Wu Di in front of Li Long. The anger that had simmered within me for too long found an outlet, and I managed a wry smile at the petite Su Ting, replying, I suppose it's okay. I just recognize you as my brother, so they won't easily lay a hand on you from now on. If Wu Di tries to act tough again, just come to me, and I'll help you deal with it, Su Ting said with a smile, her eyes reflecting admiration for me. By how? I don't usually take younger brothers under my wing. Recognizing you as my brother is a favor to Lin Ran. Now, call me sister and let me hear it, she added, her expression suddenly brightening with joy. Su Ting, who was quite adorable, prompted me to think for a moment before smilingly replying, All right, sister. The moment I spoke. However, Su Ting frowned, exclaiming, What kind of disrespect is that? Who are you calling sister? Hurry, call me sister. With that, she pinched the flesh of my arm with her delicate, translucent fingernails. The pinch stung, causing me to grimace in pain. I wriggled free from her grasp and laughed. I'll just call you sister. You are my sister. You dare to take advantage of me. Su Ting glared at me angrily, immediately pursuing me to strike. Engaging in playful banter with Su Ting, I laughed and ran, evading her attempts to hit me. Su Ting, being shorter, could not match my speed. I found it amusing to watch her chase after me, her expression filled with anger. Being with her brought me a sense of security akin to that which I felt with Lin Ran. In the midst of our playful antics, I sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning suddenly, I collided with a person. He was tall and sturdy, resembling an iron pillar. The impact made me dizzy, and I fell to the ground. Seeing me toppled, Su Ting hurried over to help me. Recognizing that I had caused the collision, I lifted my head to apologize. Just as I uttered a single sorry, a strong hand pulled me up. In a stern voice, the person inquired, Are you all right, friend? Upon realizing who it was, I nearly froze in fear. The individual I had bumped into was Gang Zi, a basketball star at our school, towering over me at over 6 feet. Even the seniors did not dare to provoke him. Now feeling even more intimidated, I repeatedly apologized to Gang Zi. It's fine. It was not intentional. He replied with a smile, then asked if I was hurt and if I needed to go to the hospital. Embarrassed by his concern, I quickly reassured him, No. It was my fault for running into you. It has nothing to do with you. Just be more careful next time, Gang Zi said kindly. This time you bumped into me. If it had been another student, it could have resulted in injuries for both of you. With a friendly smile, he walked away, leaving me in awe of his towering figure. Su Ting stood there, lost in thought, as she marveled, he is so tall. If only I had a boyfriend like that. For some inexplicable reason, jealousy stirred within me. I pouted and retorted, Good luck with that. If you find a boyfriend that tall, You'll have to stand on a stool to kiss him. As soon as I finished speaking, I sensed trouble brewing. Glancing åt dessutom. I saw her blushing and glaring at me, shouting, "By how? Have you gotten too familiar with me?" With that, she lunged at me, playfully swiping at me. Having had a delightful morning with Su Ting, I was pleasantly surprised when Lu Xian approached me after class. She had heard about yesterday's events, and, having spent the night cozying up to Lin Ran, Henti contacted Lu Xian. The moment she found me, Lu Xian began to praise me. "Brother Hao, you're pretty impressive, huh? I heard you took on 2 guys yesterday?" She inquired with a smile. "Not really. I just ambushed them a bit." I replied with a chuckle. "Haha, whether it was an ambush or not, winning is a skill. So what about Wu Di? Are you still planning to deal with him?" Lu Xian asked with a grin. Having just argued with Wu Di that morning, I certainly wanted to confront him. However, since Su Ting had spoken highly of me in front of Li Long, it would be wise to avoid escalating the situation for now. I thought to myself that it would be better to wait until Wu Di was preoccupied with Lin Ran before I confronted him. Currently, Wu Di seemed rather pitiful. Having lost his girlfriend and now trailing behind his sycophants daily, I didn't wish to bully someone down on their luck. After some contemplation, I told Lu Xian, "Forget it. I'll wait for an opportunity to act." "Ha, that works too. If he dares to act tough again, just let me know, and I'll take care of him," Lu Xian replied with a smile. After a moment of thought, she continued at noon, "Accompany me back to my place to grab some money. I'll take you to see the beauties of my family's shop." "Your family has beauties?" I asked, surprised by Lu Xian's statement. I couldn't help but wonder, given her rascal-like demeanor, if her family owned a foot massage parlor. On my way back to class, I spotted Wu Di exiting my classroom. My heart sank upon seeing him. He noticed me as well, but merely shot me a glance, choosing not to speak as he walked past. I suspected he was seeking Lin Ran, and with him ignoring me, I couldn't pursue him for a confrontation. Hastily entering the classroom, I noticed a small gift box on Lin Ran's deskmate's table. "Lin Ran, why are you giving me things you don't want?" Her deskmate, Ching Ching, frowned. Ching Ching, who was quite demure and dedicated solely to her studies, was Lin Ran's deskmate. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, "Just throw it away." "Fine. If you want to throw it away, go ahead," Ching Ching said, preparing to discard the gift box. When I saw the gift box in Ching Ching's hands, I took it and asked Lin Ran, "Is this from Wu Di?" Upon noticing me, Lin Ran furrowed her brows, affirming yes. Holding on to Wu Di's gift box ignited a fiery anger within me. I contemplated using it to confront Wu Di, but Lin Ran and Ching Ching quickly intervened, restraining me. "Enough. I didn't even acknowledge Wu Di. Why are you getting so worked up? Focus on your studies and stop causing trouble. If the teacher finds out you've been fighting, you'll be punished," Lin Ran admonished, her brow furrowed. Yet, despite having Wu Di's gift box in hand, I struggled to quell my frustration. Ching Ching chimed in, "By how? Keep an eye on your Lin Ran. When you're not around, Wu Di comes looking for her." It's infuriating. Hearing that Wu Di had been visiting while I was absent only heightened my anger. I demanded of Ching Ching, "When did he come by?" "Yesterday and today," Ching Ching replied, rolling her eyes. Learning Wu Di had been around recently made my blood boil. Lin Ran grasped my arm, saying, "Let it go." I didn't pay him any attention. "What are you so angry about?" Though Lin Ran attempted to calm me down, I remained agitated. After a while of her persuasion, I finally allowed myself to be led back to my seat. During class, I couldn't shake off my annoyance. Wu Di had previously sent me a message, and I had his number saved on my phone. I decided to text him, "Mind your own business and stop bothering my girlfriend." As soon as I sent the message, Wu Di replied shortly after, "Who are you talking to? Looking for a fight, are we? I must express my disdain for you. You are indeed deserving of a beating. Do not test my patience, for if you dare to harass Lin Ran again, I shall ensure your demise." I responded to Wu Di's message, feigning fear. "Oh, I am so frightened. Please strike me," Wu Di jokingly remarked. His insults made me feel somewhat better. After school, Lu Xian requested my company to retrieve some money. I chose not to engage with Wu Di on that matter. We hailed a taxi and ventured to the commercial street. Upon arriving at the entrance of a cosmetic store, Lu Xian paid and informed me, "This is my family's shop." As we entered Lu Xian's store, a delightful fragrance enveloped us. The establishment was spacious, with numerous glass counters manned by beautiful young women, all proficient in makeup application. The girls, dressed in vibrant attire, greeted Lu Xian with laughter, teasing him about depleting his allowance once more. "Hey, have you found someone you fancy? If you have, I can introduce you," Lucian jested. Having never encountered so many lovely girls before, I was momentarily awestruck. Their beauty was beyond my reach, and I quickly shook my head, insisting I had no preferences. Lucien's mother, youthful and attractive, greeted him with a stern expression, declaring, "No money." Lucien, with a pleading tone, responded, "Mother, please give me some money. I might starve." His mother retorted, "If I give you money, you will squander it on cigarettes or waste it with friends. You shall go hungry. It serves you right for spending so recklessly." Seeing his mother so unyielding, Lucien pondered before saying, "Mom, I beg you for some money." I borrowed the taxi fare from classmate. He then introduced me. "This is my friend, Bai Hao. I still owe him 50. Lucien's mother, upon hearing of his debt to me, scrutinized me and asked, "Does Lucien owe you money?" Chapter 57. I have caused trouble. Under the weight of Lucien's mother's intense gaze, I felt a twinge of fear. Lucien was signaling me frantically, and after a moment's deliberation, I took a deep breath and said, "Annie, Lucien does not owe me any money." I smiled apologetically at Lucien, feeling guilty about deceiving his family. Lucien's expression was one of sheer panic as he awaited his mother's reaction. Her face darkened, and she shot him a fierce glare. Lucien stood silently, mouth agape. After a brief moment, Lucien's mother managed a faint smile, saying, "Well, at least you haven't been led astray by bad company. Here, take 200. Spend it wisely." With that, she retrieved 200 yuan from the counter and handed it to Lucien, who, overjoyed, embraced his mother and kissed her. Witnessing their affectionate exchange made me somewhat uncomfortable. I could not imagine being so close with my own mother. During lunch, Lucien treated me to Indian naan, costing him over 60 yuan. I felt a pang of sympathy for Lucien's spending habits and suggested, "Perhaps we shouldn't indulge in such expensive meals next time." Lucien cheerfully replied, "It's nothing. You are my good friend." After our meal, Lucien purchased a pack of premium cigarettes. Observing his extravagant spending made me wonder how long he could sustain such habits. We spent the entire afternoon together, and everything seemed fine as we returned to school. However, in the afternoon, Wu Di made a round in our classroom and, upon spotting me, simply walked away. Seeing him attempt to bother Lin Ran again ignited a deep-seated anger within me. The threats I had issued to Wu Di earlier seemed to fall on deaf ears. He did not regard me with any seriousness. I silently vowed that if I witnessed him harassing Lin Ran again, I would not hesitate to confront him. That evening, with Lin Ran's family absent, I held her hand as we made our way to her home. As soon as we arrived, we became entangled in a passionate embrace. I relished the intimacy we shared, and soon our clothes were discarded. Afterward, Lin Ran mentioned needing to shower. Unable to resist, I joined her, playfully saying, "Wife, I wish to wash with you. Get out. If my mother returns unexpectedly, we will be in trouble," Lin Ran exclaimed, pushing me out of the bathroom in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Gazing at her alluring figure, I found myself stirred again. The thought of showering together felt indulgent, and as I dressed in Lin Ran's small room, I contemplated when we might share such a moment again. While idly perusing Lin Ran's phone, I was incensed to discover a string of messages from Wu Di, replete with vulgarities. He had sent Lin Ran a lewd proposition, declaring his affection and suggesting she abandon me, claiming I could not protect her. Lin Ran's response was forthright. She asserted that her worth was not dependent on anyone's ability to shield her. Wu Di continued to belittle me, suggesting that without my presence, Lin Ran would be pursued by others who desired her. The thought of another vying for Lin Ran's affection filled me with rage. Lin Ran's retort was equally dismissive, asserting that she had no interest in anyone but me. Wu Di, undeterred, pressed on with his intrusive queries, questioning Lin Ran's purity. With each message, my anger swelled. It was utterly disgraceful for Wu Di to pose such questions to her. Lin Ran, opting not to respond, was further tormented by Wu Di's relentless messaging, which undoubtedly weighed heavily on her. I resolved that I could no longer remain passive. I had to take a stand. Clenching my teeth in fury, he messaged Wu Di, inquiring about his whereabouts. His reply came swiftly, revealing that he was at home. "Come to the commercial center. I need to speak with you," I insisted. His response indicated he assumed I was speaking on Lin Ran's behalf. I could no longer tolerate Wu Di's harassment. I needed to confront him. "All right, I will be there shortly," he replied. After sending my message, I ignored a subsequent call from Wu Di, opting to shut my phone off instead. As Lin Ran continued her shower, I informed her that I would step out for a moment. "Where are you going?" She inquired from the bathroom. "To buy something." I teased. "Get lost." She retorted, understanding my jest. As I descended the stairs, I noticed a half brick on the ground. After some contemplation, I picked it up, thinking it might serve a purpose. Nearby, I spotted a small pile of sand, likely for garden repairs, and decided to pocket some. It was a short 5-minute walk to the commercial center from Lin Rand's home. Upon arrival, I concealed myself in the shadows, waiting for Wu Di. Moments later, he appeared, dressed in clean, stylish attire, his hair slicked back with gel. His smug demeanor filled me with disgust as he scanned the area, clearly searching for Lin Rand. I muttered a curse under my breath. "Fool, go home and find your mother." After uttering those words, I approached Wu Di, wielding a half brick in my hand. He was glancing around when he sensed someone nearing him and instinctively turned to look at me. The moment our eyes met, a flicker of shock crossed Wu Di's face. But it was short-lived, quickly morphing into disdain and contempt. He grasped the situation, yet he showed no fear of me. There was no need for him to fear me. I raised the half brick and struck it against his head. My hesitation to strike him before stemmed from concerns about retaliation, but now, with Lin Rand subjected to his increasingly aggressive harassment, I could no longer hold back. Damn him, if I don't teach him a lesson, I might as well not bear the surname Bai. The half brick connected with Wu Di's head, instantly staining it red. He yelped in pain, clutching his head and cursing. "Damn you." After his outburst, he lunged at me, kicking with his feet. The entrance to the commercial plaza was bustling with people, and as we began to fight, a circle formed around us. Fueled by rage, I swung the brick again toward his head. In the process, he managed to kick me twice and land 2 punches. The brick flew from my grip, and we both staggered back a couple of steps. Wu Di's forehead was bleeding, crimson trickling down his fingers and running down his face, rendering him quite a frightful sight. I had slightly underestimated Wu Di. Even with my surprise attack, we were evenly matched. "How dare you hit me? I swear I'll find someone to kill you tomorrow," Wu Di shouted, charging at me once more. "I'll make sure to finish you off today," I retorted, seizing a handful of sand from my pocket and flinging it into his eyes. He immediately shielded his eyes and let out a howl. Lu Xian once told me that in a brawl, no means are off limits. Whoever can win is the formidable one. Watching Wu Di writhe in agony, I steeled my resolve and delivered a kick to his stomach. He stumbled back a few steps, and I noticed a stone step behind him. With a firm shove, he fell onto the stone step. Having toppled him, I considered a victory. Yet, recalling his past bullying and the numerous harassing messages he had sent Lin Rand, my rage surged anew. While he sat on the stone step, I relentlessly kicked at his head. I kicked harder than intended, almost losing my balance myself. "Kid, run. Someone's coming for you," a voice shouted from the crowd of onlookers. Alarmed, I turned to see several adults in blue-black uniforms rushing towards me. Terrified they were here to apprehend me, I wasted no time in fleeing. Being slender, I weaved through the crowd and sprinted all the way back to Lin Rand's house. I knocked on her door. "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" Lin Rand, fresh out of the shower and smelling delightful, noticed the footprints on my clothes and the smudge of blood, furrowing her brow in concern. "Lin Rand, I've landed in trouble." I thought of the blood on Wu Di's head, fear gripping my heart. I hadn't felt afraid during the fight, but now the terror set in. I was terrified of the police catching me. Chapter 58. "Wu Di found my home. What's the matter?" Lin Rand asked, her face pale as she observed my panic. "I just fought Wu Di at the commercial plaza, and I made him bleed." My words came out in a jumble, my anxiety palpable. "And when I hit him, several police officers showed up. Do you think I can end up in jail for this?" It was the first time I had drawn blood in a fight, and dread consumed me, especially the fear of having harmed Wu Di severely. In Lin Rand's presence, I felt vulnerable, almost childlike in my dependence on her. After hearing my plight, Lin Rand gradually calmed down. "How did it happen? Tell me," she urged, brow furrowed. "All right." Taking a deep breath, I sipped from the milk she had only half finished. My body shook like a leaf after the altercation. Sitting on the sofa, I recounted how I had ambushed Wu Di with a brick, blinded him with sand, and kicked his head. "You snooped through my messages," Lin Rand interjected, her concern not for my fight with Wu Di, but for my invasion of her privacy. Embarrassed, I nodded, my face turning crimson. Lin Rand shot me a glare, grabbing her phone to check if I had only looked at her messages or sent one to Wu Di as well. A hint of anger flickered in her eyes, but then she chuckled, poking me playfully with her delicate finger. "You are incorrigible, always peeking at others' texts." You know there are secrets between me and Su Ting in there. Promise me you won't snoop again." I felt embarrassed by her words, sheepishly nodding. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." As our conversation shifted, my fear of the incident with Wu Di began to dissipate. Noticing my trembling, Lin Ran reassured me with a smile. "So what if you hit him with a brick? It's just a little blood. There's nothing to fear. Liu Yang once slashed someone with a knife, and he wasn't scared at all." Liu Yang was a good friend of Su Ting's, and I admired him greatly. Surprised by Lin Ran's mention of Liu Yang, I asked, "Is that true? Liu Yang, is that ruthless?" "Absolutely. Liu Yang is incredible. He chased 5 guys all by himself with a knife." "You're nowhere near his level," Lin Ran laughed. After saying this, she comforted me further. "Don't worry, I'll protect you. With my parents around, who would dare to harm you?" Her words filled my heart with warmth, a sensation quite different from the affection we shared. It was the warmth of familial love. In Lin Ran, I finally felt the essence of kinship. After sitting for a while longer, my trembling subsided. Lin Ran pondered for a moment before saying, "Now that you've hit Wu Di, he might come to your house. I'll accompany you home to see who dares to bully you." "Okay," I nodded, feeling reassured by her willingness to come with me. When Lin Ran changed her clothes, I couldn't help but hug her, wanting to be close. She shot me an incredulous look and pushed me away. "You're filthy, like a little monkey. Don't hug me, you'll dirty my clothes." Just as I was about to respond, Lin Ran laughed and embraced me again, teasing, "Just kidding. Come here, let me give you a kiss." With that, she pecked my cheek. We made our way downstairs and took a taxi home. Upon arriving, my parents were at home and noticed I looked a bit dirty. Their curiosity piqued. Lin Ran was with me, and after a moment's thought, my parents refrained from asking questions. My mother inquired if we had eaten, and Lin Ran and I shook our heads. "Well then, wait here. I'll make something delicious for you," my mother said. As she cooked, Lin Ran and I exchanged glances. I dare not mention my fight with Wu Di to my parents, secretly hoping the matter would blow over. After all, I had never told them when Wu Di had previously attacked me. Just as we finished our meal, a knock echoed through the house. Instantly, anxiety gripped me. Lin Ran frowned and subtly shook her head, signaling me not to panic. I didn't dare open the door, my mother did. As she opened it, 4 individuals stepped inside. With the wooden floors in our home, everyone was expected to change into slippers, yet these 4 entered without doing so. Just as Lin Ran had warned, Wu Di had indeed found my home. Along with him were 2 women and a man. Wu Di glaring at me with a bandaged head. Upon seeing Lin Ran, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" my mother inquired, confused by their sudden arrival. "We need to ask your son about his good deeds, about how he assaulted my child," a middle-aged woman shouted, tugging at Wu Di. Upon seeing them, my father also stepped out. It seemed he recognized Wu Di's father. Upon seeing him, my father quickly nodded and said, "Captain Wu, what brings you here? Is this your child?" "Yes," Captain Wu replied, curtly, tilting his head away from my father's gaze. Seeing Captain Wu, my father hurried to fetch him a cigarette. "No need for that." Captain Wu waved his hand dismissively, still looking away. "Ah, this must be your wife. And who is this?" My father observed the adults entering the room, among whom was a woman of considerable age, her eyes adorned with crow's feet. She exuded a distinct fragrance, filling the room with a remarkable scent upon her arrival. Another woman appeared younger, perhaps around 25 or 26, possessing an attractive visage. Yet her expression was somewhat fierce. "I am Wu Di's aunt," she declared with a scowl. "Ah, hello, hello." My father responded with a smile and a nod. After their exchange, my father began to grasp the situation, lighting a cigarette as he inquired, "What is going on here?" "Well, your son got into a fight with mine," Wu Di's mother retorted, casting a disdainful glance at me. Her gaze made me uncomfortable, reminiscent of the way Wu Di typically looked at me. Hearing her words and glancing at Wu Di's head, which was wrapped in bandages, my father's expression turned icy. "White House, come here," he barked. I had never witnessed my father so stern. His reprimand terrified me. As I walked from the dining room to the living room, I did so with my arms clasped, head bowed, hands pressed tightly against my trousers. Upon reaching the living room, my father delivered a sharp kick to my backside. The pain was notable, but fear overshadowed it. I recalled a past incident when my father had struck me with a slipper for misbehaving, leaving me in tears, only to later treat me to lamb skewers. That memory lingered vividly in my mind. With my head lowered, I dared not provoke my father, fearing the imminent tempest of his wrath. Wu Di laughed derisively at my plight, and Wu Di's mother, smirked with disdain. My mother frowned in silence, while Woody's father continued to gaze at the clock hanging on our wall. Lin Ran had come to my house to shield me from my father's anger, and upon witnessing my punishment, she quickly stepped forward to stand behind me. "Uncle, please don't hit by Hao," she implored softly. My father, initially inclined to continue his reprimand, fell silent upon seeing Lin Ran's protective stance. The atmosphere was oppressive, heavy with an air of discontent. "Hey, Bai Hao, why are you so thoughtless? Look at what you've done to your classmate. Are you all right? Your aunt will take you to see a doctor and buy you something nice to eat." My mother finally broke the silence, reaching for Wu Di's arm. However, as soon as her hand brushed against Wu Di, she shrugged it off and resumed staring at the clock. Seeing Wu Di's indifference, my mother, now irate, struck my shoulder. "This child, why are you fighting with your classmates?" After that single slap, she felt unsatisfied and struck me again. Observing this, Lin Ran rushed to shield me once more. "Lin Ran, don't protect Bai Hao," my father admonished me, then bellowed, "Go stand in the corner, and don't be an eyesore here." The intensity of my father's voice sent shivers down my spine, but what unsettled me more was Lin Ran's pale complexion. My own face mirrored her pallor as I shuffled to the corner, arms crossed. Stealing a glance at Wu Di, it seemed T comprehended my father's words. Regret washed over me, wishing I hadn't brought Lin Ran along. She had come to support me, momentarily forgetting the potential consequences. Standing there, I could only hope Wu Di and his family would leave soon. Once they departed, my relationship with Lin Ran would be safeguarded. In truth, I didn't bring Wu Di here to have you punish him. I merely wanted to address the issue of your son hitting others. We are colleagues, and such matters affecting our children could harm our relationship. I don't need any compensation for medical expenses. We just want you to ensure your son doesn't hit anyone in the future." Wu Di's father finally spoke. "Indeed, if my child were to harm someone else's child like this, I would certainly reprimand him," he continued. "However, we are not the same. Your household should not discipline children in the same manner as ours." Wu Di's mother added with a cold smile, "Please, if your child requires medical treatment, I will cover the costs." My mother spoke kindly to Wu Di's parents. "It's fine, as long as you're aware of the situation." Satisfied with my punishment, Wu Di's mother offered a few more sarcastic remarks before they finally departed, leaving muddy footprints across the living room floor. After closing the door, my father questioned me. "Did you hit Wu Di's child?" I managed a forced grin, my emotions tumultuous. "Did you come out unscathed?" he pressed. "No." I was uncertain of my father's intent. "You didn't feel pain from that kick, did you?" he inquired again. Both my parents echoed their concern. My mother, gazing at me with compassion, explained, "Son, it's not that I am heartless. When they come to us, we must put on a show. Otherwise, they might inform your teachers at school, and you would be punished." Afterward, my mother consoled me further. It was then that I understood. My parents were merely maintaining appearances. They comforted me and reassured Lin Ran, apologizing for frightening her. Lin Ran remained silent, her face pale, preoccupied with her own thoughts. Observing her troubled expression, I too felt a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 59. Evening at Su Ting's house, both of us burdened with unspoken concerns. I entered the bathroom while Lin Ran soaked her feet. With the door slightly ajar, I reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Wu Di didn't hear anything. Even if he does, it's all right. We can deny it." Lin Ran was alone at home that evening, having stayed over since our relationship had grown closer. It allowed her to assist me with my studies while extending our time together. As she gently splashed warm water on her feet, her furrowed brow suggested her distress. Seeing her in silence pained me. As a boy, I could somewhat withstand it, but she was different. Lin Ran valued her reputation, and if our secret were to leak, it could jeopardize her education. As she finished washing her feet, I handed her my towel, attempting to lighten the mood. "Shall I dry your feet?" I teased. "Stop it," Lin Ran replied with a faint smile, lacking the spirit for jest. Noticing her discontent, I remained in my room with her after she finished. Neither of us had the heart to study. We sat quietly for a moment until Lin Ran finally spoke. "It's fine, even if they find out. What can they do? We haven't done anything wrong." Her words brought me some relief. As long as she remained unafraid, I had little to fear. "It's getting late. Let us get some sleep and see how things unfold tomorrow." Lin Ran's face still appeared pale. "Okay," I agreed, yet I didn't leave. "You should go out. I'm going to sleep," she urged, frowning. Seeing her unhappiness made it hard for me to leave. I playfully insisted, "Lin Ran, I want to sleep beside you." "Don't be silly. If your parents find out, It will be disastrous for us, she warned, biting her lip. Let them find out. I intend to marry you, I declared, pulling her into an embrace. As I held her, she sighed softly, staring blankly at the notebook on the desk. Actually, I want to tell you. Yes. What is it? I probed, unsure of her intent. Nothing, she replied with a smile, meeting my gaze. In response, I playfully tickled her. After a moment of laughter, we both momentarily forgot our troubles. I pressed a gentle kiss on Lin Ran's forehead, then announced my intention to return to the living room to sleep. Wait, Lin Ran called out. What is it? I asked. Aren't you going to study? The exam is next week. You need to focus, she admonished earnestly. Of course. I hastily complied, rushing to my books. As I studied, I sensed Lin Ran's gaze upon me. She motivated my efforts. With her by my side, I felt particularly driven to excel. Having learned my lesson late, I found myself doing push-ups in front of Lin Ran just before bedtime. The more I persisted, the greater the number of push-ups I could accomplish. In one breath, I managed to do 26, grinning as I showed her the muscles on my arms. However, my arms were devoid of muscle, merely a soft mass. Lin Ran playfully pinched my arm and scoffed. Is that chicken muscle? Taken aback for a moment, I gradually grasped her jest. I retorted, that is certainly not chicken muscle. If I do a push-up, you can sit on me and see if I can move you. Really? You think you can do it with me on top? Lin Ran looked at me in disbelief. Of course. Come on, I exclaimed, lying flat on the floor. As I lay there, I feigned ignorance to amuse her. Lin Ran, being clever, quickly caught on to my intentions. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a swift kick, she playfully told me to get lost. With a joyful somersault, I scampered out of the small room, leaving Lin Ran to slam the door behind me. Before sleeping, I reassured myself that our secret should remain unknown to Wu Di. Everyone presumed we were childhood friends. How could they think of us in that manner? Su Ting lived nearby, and we dared not let anyone know we were living together. The next morning, I woke up early, and Lin Ran and I held hands as we ventured outside for breakfast. The gloom from the previous night gradually faded from our memories. In our hearts, we grew increasingly cautious the closer we became, the more we feared others discovering our true relationship. The day passed without incident, but in the afternoon, I spotted Wu Di still bandaged from the encounter. He saw me, but chose not to speak, merely snorting coldly as he walked past. After all, I had struck him yesterday. He should now refrain from bothering Lin Ran. Near the end of school, I encountered Li Long and his crew, Xiao Er, Xiao San, and Wang Han. Upon seeing me, Li Long remarked coldly, Kid, you've gotten bolder. Even beating Wu Di, I held a grudge against Li Long. He had stolen my nunchaku and slapped me twice. I had kept this enmity close to my heart. Although I dared not provoke Li Long openly, I managed to smile and replied, not too shabby. It's still best to have Dragon Brother in high school. Good to know. You're Su Ting's little brother now. I won't lay a hand on you anymore. Just be careful at school. Don't act too tough. Li Long warned me coldly. Understood, I mumbled, lowering my gaze. As Li Long's group walked past, Xiao San shot me a lingering glance. Remembering that Xiao San also had feelings for Lin Ran, I clenched my fists. I had resorted to despicable tactics to defeat Wu Di yesterday. My current strength was still inadequate. Upon returning home, the first thing I did was push-ups. Unable to perform many in one go, I broke them into sets. I had to grow stronger quickly to gain the ability to protect those I cherished, ensuring no one dared to set their sights on Lin Ran. While doing push-ups, my father stood beside me, offering guidance. He seemed pleased to see me exercising, demonstrating a perfect set of 10 push-ups before me. After finishing, he remarked, I can't do that anymore. Back when I was in the army, I could do over 100 in one go. I felt a wave of envy upon hearing my father's past prowess. I touched the hardened muscles on his arm, astonished by their firmness. As we chatted, my phone rang. It was Su Ting, expressing her low spirits and requesting my company. After hanging up, I hesitated, glancing at the time. It was quite late, and I wondered if it was wise to go out now. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to change my clothes and hurried out to find Su Ting. When I arrived outside her building, I found her squatting there, looking disheartened. She wore a long dress with a pink sports jacket draped over it. I considered patting her thin shoulder to offer comfort, but refrained. Our relationship had not progressed to such familiarity. What is wrong? I inquired. There is no one at home, and I'm scared, Su Ting said, lifting her head to reveal her sweet, vulnerable face. Seeing her in such distress, I sighed. Her parents were divorced. She lived with her father, who was often away for meetings. It was only natural for her to feel frightened alone. Did you watch a horror movie? I asked, attempting to lighten the mood. No, the light in my house is broken. I was showering when it suddenly went out, and it nearly scared me to death, she replied, looking pitifully at me. Can you take me to Lin Ran's house? I'm afraid to take a bus alone at night. Su Ting expressed her feelings candidly. After pondering, I queried, how did the light break? It just went out while I was showering, she explained, pointing at her darkened window. I can help you fix it. I know how, I declared, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having always relied on her. To impress Su Ting and earn her admiration, I resolved to portray myself as a capable man. You can fix it? Su Ting asked in disbelief. Of course. I'm quite skilled at repairing lights, I boasted. Although the truth was I had no such skills, I just wanted to give it a try. If I succeeded, I would earn her respect. As we set off together, I first checked the circuit breaker. My own lights often went out unexpectedly, and my mother would always say it was due to a trip breaker. Upon opening the circuit box at Su Ting's entrance, I fiddled with the switches randomly. When Su Ting opened the door, to my surprise, all the lights were on. Seeing that I had inadvertently restored her lights, Su Ting excitedly called out to me, her enthusiasm evident as she playfully grabbed my arm. Feeling a swell of pride for having helped her, I thought she would certainly admire me now. By how, you're truly impressive. It's worth it for me to treat you well, she said, offering me a pair of slippers and inviting me into her home. It was my first visit to Su Ting's house, and I was struck by its spacious, bright living room and the immaculate tiled floors. The large television was particularly eye-catching, exuding a sense of luxury. Most astonishing of all was the piano in her dining area. You can play the piano too? I asked in surprise. Of course. What can I do? Su Ting replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she added, come over tomorrow at noon, and I'll give you a demonstration. Having just emerged from shower, Su Ting directed me to the table laden with snacks while she went to tidy up. Although her home was clean and bright, it was not without its clutter. Beside me lay a pair of her small white socks. Observing them, I felt a twinge of embarrassment and shifted away. All done tidying? Su Ting exclaimed as she emerged from the bathroom, her face still rosy. Upon seeing the socks by my side, she quickly snatched them up and hid them behind her back, her expression awkward. I'm sorry. I forgot to clean up when I ran out earlier, she apologized shyly. Haha, no witties. I found her rather amusing. It's quite late, you. Su Ting stammered, her heart racing. I wondered if she might be hinting at wanting me to stay the night. She was undeniably attractive, and spending the night with her would certainly be interesting. Yet, I was already involved with Lin Ran, and I couldn't allow myself to stray. After a long internal struggle, I finally managed to refuse Su Ting, saying, I can't stay at your house. What are you thinking? I was asking for not going home this late, she clarified. As I stepped out of Su Ting's house, I couldn't resist glancing back one last time. I hadn't yet had my fill of her company, and yet here I was being sent away. She truly knew how to swiftly dispose of a burden. The night passed in silence, and the next day, as I arrived at school, Xiao San sought me out. In front of the entire class, he called me out of the classroom. Xiao San was known as a pretentious troublemaker in our grade, and I was uncertain of his intentions. Chapter 60. Li Long's scheme walking alongside Xiao San. I decided I didn't wish to follow him any further. Though I was particularly popular, I refused to be someone anyone could bully. He stood firm. Gazing at him, Xiao San, what do you want? Hey, you grown some guts, huh? With Su Ting backing you, you're getting bold. He sneered, adjusting his short, neat hair. Huh, Xiao San, I haven't grown guts. Just tell me what you want. We might miss class soon. I cast a fleeting glance at the third party, a wave of disdain washing over me. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, yet I could not shake the unsettling sensation that emanated from them, an indescribable repulsion. What on earth are you doing in class? I thought to myself as the third party tossed their hair nonchalantly. Yes, I struggle academically, so I must study harder, they replied. I looked at them, maintaining a composed demeanor, striving to be polite, fearful of provoking a confrontation. Enough of this banter. Let us get to the point. Dragon wishes to elevate you to the position of class leader. From now on, you shall be the leader of your class, the third party inquired. My heart raced with shock at the unexpected proposition. To be considered the leader? How fortunate they were to have a protective elder sister. Brother Hao, don't forget to look out for me in the future, okay? They chuckled, observing my stunned expression. I had anticipated the third party's visit to be a confrontation or an inquiry regarding Lin Ran. But never had I imagined that Li Long intended to promote me to a leadership role. The sudden elevation left me feeling utterly at a loss. With my limited abilities, I felt unworthy of such a title. Without Lu Xian, Su Ting, and Lin Ran by my side, I could hardly fathom how many times I would have been beaten. I wandered back to the classroom in a daze, perplexed by the intentions of Li Long and the third party. As I returned to my seat, I noticed Lin Ran and Su Ting casting concerned glances in my direction. Wang Dong quietly asked, "Brother, how what did the third party want with you?" "The third party mentioned that Li Long wants me to be the class leader," I replied, sitting there with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The prospect of being a leader was something I had never dared to dream of. "Wow, that's incredible. Brother Hao, you're the class leader now," Wang Dong exclaimed with excitement, slamming his hands on the desk as if he had claimed the title himself. The shorter boy at the next table inquired about Wang Dong's enthusiasm, and he eagerly shared the news of my newfound status. "This is too much," the shorter boy shouted, jumping up in excitement. The commotion drew curious glances from my classmates, who soon began to congratulate me. Several boys rushed over, saying, "Brother Hao, you're too awesome for becoming the leader so quickly. If anyone bothers me, you must protect me." Not only the boys, but the girls in the class also regarded me with bashful admiration. Their gazes were a mix of fear and joy, as if they were looking at a great hero. Su Ting, upon hearing of Li Long's intentions, smiled lightly and remarked, "Li Long certainly knows how to play his cards well." However, I felt no joy from the adulation of my classmates. My brows furrowed as I pondered whether Li Long's gesture was a blessing or a curse. With this new title, I anticipated an increase in challenges. Li Long was not helping me. He was setting me up for trouble. Throughout the class, my thoughts remained occupied by the implications of being the leader. While it might seem prestigious, especially being associated with Lin Ran, I was acutely aware of my own limitations. Outside of Lu Xian, I had no acquaintances at school, and I could not rely on her for every little issue. Given Li Long's previous treatment of me, I would never seek their help if trouble arose. The afternoon passed swiftly, and Lin Ran and I took a stroll, pretending to be siblings in front of her friends. Yet, Lin Ran still did not acknowledge me as her partner in front of them. Nevertheless, we could now openly enjoy each other's company at school, which made the experience far more enjoyable than before. In a secluded corner, I stole a couple of kisses from Lin Ran, and when my hand wandered, she shyly glanced at me. As I attempted to reach beneath her skirt, she stopped me, wary of being seen. "Why does Li Long want to make you the leader?" Lin Ran asked curiously. I had no clear answer, but I sensed it could not be anything good. With a bitter smile, I told her, "Who knows what Li Long is thinking? If he asks me for help in a fight, I certainly won't assist him." "Well, you become smarter," Lin Ran teased, playfully pulling my hand. "That's all thanks to you," I responded sweetly, gazing at her. "Huh, their essay saying, like teacher, like student. Come on, call me master." She laughed, teasingly. "All right, my beloved master," I chuckled, planting a quick kiss on her lips. After our playful banter, we made our way back to class. On our way, Lin Ran earnestly warned me, "Li Long is not a good person. If he approaches you with ill intentions, do not assist him. Rest assured, I'm already tired of him." I replied with a wry smile. After school, Wang Dong and the shorter boy trailed behind me, eager to bask in my newfound status. I wanted to walk home with Lin Ran, but their presence was uncomfortable. I asked them, "What are you following me for?" "Well, Brother Hao, you're our class leader now. As her desk mate, I must protect you," the shorter boy boasted. Wang Dong chuckled, slightly blushing at the absurdity of it all. While having two underlings was somewhat impressive, I found no enjoyment in their company. I was content with Lin Ran, Lu Xian, and Su Ting. I had no desire to engage with them further. I quickly urged them, "Stop messing around. Let us head home. I'm not the leader. I need to go back with Lin Ran." "Hey, you silly fool. Don't interrupt Brother Hao and Sister Hao's world." Wang Dong playfully tapped the shorter boy on the head. "What is wrong with that?" The shorter boy retorted, unafraid of Wang Dong's imposing stature. Wang Dong, using his strength, playfully shoved him aside. The shorter boy shot him a glare, but said nothing further. Noticing Lin Ran waiting for me at the door, I ignored them and hurried over to her. "Take care, Brother Hao. Take care, Sister Hao," Wang Dong called out loudly, even outshining the shorter boy in his farewell. Lin Ran, feeling embarrassed by Wang Dong's shout, stomped her foot in irritation and walked away. I quickly chased after her. Once in the hallway, I cheerfully grasped Lin Ran's arm. She shot me a teasing glare and said, "What's this? Have you had your fill of being a leader?" "You are my true leader," I replied, having read several romance novels since being with her, my words flowing effortlessly. "You silly thing," she pouted, allowing me to lead her as we exited the school. In public, We had to be cautious. Upon encountering a teacher, we quickly released our hold on each other. Once the teacher had passed, I affectionately took hold of Lin Ran's arm again. As we stepped outside, I spotted Li Long and his group. He smiled at me and waved, gesturing for me to approach. The third party stared at Lin Ran with a mischievous grin. Not only him, but Wu Di too, was eyeing her curiously. I was unsettled by their gaze on Lin Ran and furrowed my brow, saying, "Lin Ran, you should head home first. I'll come visit you tonight." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Facing Li Long, the third party jested, "Brother Hao, your girlfriend is quite the catch. When will you introduce her to us for some fun?" His words made me uncomfortable, and I forced a smile, replying, "No need for that." Eager to leave their company, I turned to Li Long and asked, "Dragon, what do you need from me?" "Well, nothing much. Now that you are the leader, I thought it would be nice to hang out together. You know, it would give you some respect among the first-year students," Li Long replied casually. I have heard that Li Long intends to take me out for some entertainment, yet I feel a profound reluctance within. However, I dare not offend him. I attempt to decline, saying, "Brother Long, I have matters to attend to today. Let us postpone it for another time." What a nuisance. Does he truly expect me to rush home? When would be a suitable day? Let us go. Stop hesitating. Li Long's displeasure at my refusal is palpable. His irritation only enhances my own discomfort, as his profane remarks ring in my ears. Chapter 61. I am aware of your situation with Lin Ran. Do not attempt to deceive me. As I gaze at Li Long, I contemplate saying more, but the impatient third party nudges me, exclaiming, "Enough with the hesitation. Brother Long is extending this invitation to you as a favor, and you still put on airs?" Feeling quite vexed by the push from the third party, I find myself at a loss for words, ultimately surrendering to their insistence to join them. Upon exiting the school gate, the third party gleefully inquires, "By how? Brother Long regards you highly. Will you not treat him to a drink?" Upon hearing this, Wu Di snickers derisively. Observing their expressions, I discern their intent to manipulate me for my money. After a moment's contemplation, I reply, "I did not bring much cash today. Let us save it for another time." Is that truly the case? I pat my pocket. The third party, undeterred, brazenly asks to check my pocket. His touch incites a wave of distaste within me, and I evade his hand, frowning as I assert, "Third brother, when I say I have no money, I mean it. Do you think I would deceive you?" "What do you mean? Are you trying to show off?" The third party stares at me, incredulous. "I'm not showing off. I genuinely have no cash," I respond. "Very well. As long as your intentions are sincere, we can discuss this again tomorrow." Xiao Er, who has a good rapport with Su Ting, treats me fairly. I feel a surge of gratitude towards him for interceding on my behalf, thus harboring a growing fondness for Xiao Er. Though Li Long is regarded as a leader, he does not possess much wealth. Unlike Lu Xian or Su Ting, who come from well-off families, his attire suggests he hails from a background similar to mine, ordinary working-class roots. As we meander outside the school, Xiao Er flirts playfully with Wang Han. Wu Di, unperturbed by their closeness, joins in the jest, remarking on the sweetness of their relationship and the prospect of marriage. Unable to endure their insincerity any longer, I fabricate an excuse to withdraw from their company. Before departing, Xiao Er reminds me, "By how? Do not forget to bring money for tomorrow's meal." I mutter a curse under my breath before heading directly to Lin Ran's residence. Upon my arrival, Lin Ran expresses concern for my well-being, inquiring if I am all right. I assure her that I am fine. After sharing a tender moment in her small room, I find myself reluctant to leave. "Why not stay over tonight? We could enjoy each other's company a bit longer," Lin Ran suggests, clearly reluctant to part ways. I nod in agreement, realizing that staying at her place poses no issue. A quick call to my mother would suffice. When I inform my mother of my intention to spend the night at Lin Ran's, she exhibits displeasure, expressing her reluctance for me to stay there. After some negotiation, she eventually concedes, advising me not to cause any trouble at Lin Ran's home. With my aunt present that evening, she sets up a bed for me in the study, while Lin Ran and I retreat to her room. After a while, Lin Ran whimsically proposes, "I have some films on my computer. Would you care to watch one?" My eyes light up at the suggestion, for the prospect of watching such a film with her promises to be exhilarating. As we immerse ourselves in the film, a palpable tension builds. Our hands and feet grow restless, exploring each other's bodies. Lin Ran is soon overwhelmed by my advances as I pull back the covers and pin her beneath me. After quite some time, I find myself yearning for more. I request Lin Ran to assist me, and with a coy bite of her lip, she obliges. As we engage in this intimate act, Lin Ran's cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Holding her close, I notice her pleading gaze. It is evident that she harbors a strong desire. Feeling my own urges intensifying, I cautiously inquire, is it acceptable if I do not use protection? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran nods slightly, whispering her consent. We remove our garments, and I cannot help but notice her embarrassment. I ask if I may tease her further, to which she responds with a soft affirmation, her movements quickening. Eventually, the sensations overwhelm me, and I succumb to the moment. Afterward, Lin Ran, with a charming pout, wipes her hands with a tissue. Embarrassed, I hold her close, and we take a moment to collect ourselves, our hearts calming. Lin Ran remarks, continuously engaging in this manner is not a sustainable approach. Next time, perhaps you should come prepared. Let us truly indulge in this experience. Her suggestion fills me with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. While I long for a deeper connection, the reality of her being mine gives me pause. Gritting my teeth, I finally respond very well. If she is unafraid to explore this side of our relationship, then I too shall embrace it. Just then, my phone rings. It's Su Ting. I cast a furtive glance at Lin Ran, who senses my unease. She nudges my hand away to check my phone. Seeing my reluctance to answer, she smirks. If Su Ting is calling, why not just pick up? What is there to fear? Wary of Lin Ran's potential jealousy, I hesitate to answer. However, it would be impolite to ignore her call. Upon answering, Su Ting queries what I am up to. I feel a twinge of embarrassment, unsure how to explain that I am with Lin Ran. Instead, I fabricate a story about studying at home. Oh, I bought a cake, but I cannot finish it alone. Why not come over to my place? Su Ting invites with a smile. She treats me well, considering me her younger brother and always thinking of me when she has something nice to share. After helping her fix the lights at her house, her kindness has only deepened. All right, I reluctantly agree, unable to refuse her invitation. After hanging up, Lin Ran raises an eyebrow, questioning what Su Ting wanted. I attempt to downplay the conversation, stating she simply asked what I was doing. She asked you to play a game, didn't she? You said you'd join her. Lin Ran accuses, her expression turning sour. No, I will tell her I'm not playing anymore, I assure her. Realizing my commitment to staying with Lin Ran makes a visit to Su Ting's home impossible. Are you hiding something from me regarding Su Ting? Why did you not mention I was with you when you spoke to her? Lin Ran probes, a hint of jealousy tinging her tone. Feeling awkward under her scrutiny, I explain, you mentioned not wanting others to know about us. I feared that revealing it to Su Ting would upset you. Who said I did not want to know? I simply wanted to focus on your studies, Lin Ran retorts. Next time Su Ting inquires about your whereabouts, do not hesitate to say you are with me. Her jealousy brings me an unexpected joy. It is clear how much she cares for me. Smiling, I assure her, all right from now on. I will proudly state that you are my girlfriend. Who is your girlfriend? How shameless. Lin Ran feigns disgust, delicately wiping her soft cheeks. I intend to marry you, I declare, planting another kiss on her lips, eliciting a playful reaction. As we share laughter and playful exchanges, I find myself smiling. However, upon exiting Lin Ran's room, the sight of my aunt fills me with trepidation, a gnawing sense of guilt washing over me. Unbeknownst to her, my aunt greets me warmly with a gentle smile. Returning to the study, I call Su Ting. When she answers, she asks, are you here? Why did you not come upstairs? I have not arrived. I have some matters to attend to this evening. I reply apologetically. Fine, if you do not come, I shall save the cake for the dog. Su Ting snaps before hanging up angrily. From what Lin Ran has told me, Su Ting values academic excellence and success. I find myself questioning whether her fondness for me is genuine or merely a fleeting amusement. The following day, I accompanied Lin Ran to school. Shortly after arriving in the classroom, Xiao San sought me out again. My classmates regarded me with admiration, seemingly impressed by my association with such a notorious figure. I sighed inwardly, regretting my entanglement with someone like Xiao San. When he beckoned me to step outside, he cast a glance at Lin Ran, greeting her with a grin. Hello, sister-in-law. Lin Ran, proud and disdainful of those from less fortunate backgrounds, looked down on Xiao San for his shabby attire, despite his apparent success in life. When Xiao San approached her, she turned away, clearly dismissive of him. Watching their interaction filled me with distaste. Impatiently, I confronted Xiao San. What do you want? In front of Lin Ran, he jovially draped his arm around my shoulders and said, tomorrow is Saturday. Bring some money to treat us to karaoke. And don't forget to bring Lin Ran along so I can get to know her. His words ignited a torrent of curses in my mind. How dare he ask me to pay for their entertainment and bring Lin Ran along? Frowning, I replied, Xiao San, let it be. I have plans tomorrow. Neither Lin Ran nor I can make it. Upon hearing my refusal, Xiao San's demeanor darkened instantly. With a cold glare, he retorted, What's this? It's fine to play with your cousin at home, but you can't let your brother have some fun? Don't pretend with me. I know all about your little affair with Lin Ran. His words struck me like a thunderclap, igniting a fiery discomfort within. My connection with Lin Ran had been exposed. It was undoubtedly Wu Di who had spilled the beans. After 2 consecutive encounters, he had already deduced our relationship. How fortunate you are to have a good cousin. He sneered, Not only can you spend money, but you can also enjoy her company daily. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you don't bring Lin Ran tomorrow, I will reveal your affair. Xiao San's twisted smile filled me with rage. I could hardly contain my fury as I glared at him, wishing to strike him down. He scoffed, You think you can take me on? Don't overestimate yourself. You're no match for me. You handle your own affairs. My body trembled with anger. My lips twitched in frustration. Lin Ran and I had done nothing wrong. Why was he treating me this way? We merely wished to have some fun with your Lin Ran. Don't worry. Once we've had our fill, we'll return her to you. He laughed, casting a glance at Lin Ran before swaggering away. Though I contemplated chasing after him to deliver a beating, I suppressed my anger. I feared provoking him, knowing he could easily reveal our relationship to others. If our classmates discovered Lin Ran and I were together, how could she face school again? Guilt gnawed at me. I regretted my impulsive behavior. Had I not threatened Lin Ran in such a lewd manner? Perhaps we wouldn't have found ourselves in this predicament. Returning to class, my heart felt heavy. As I approached Lin Ran, she grasped my hand with concern. With wide eyes, she inquired, What did Xiao San want with you? Nothing much. Just trying to catch up with me, I replied, forcing a smile to conceal my troubled emotions. Lin Ran chuckled at my response, and Ching Ching beside us giggled as well. They could see through my bravado, but their laughter brought me a semblance of comfort. I resolved to keep this incident hidden from Lin Ran, determined that she would remain oblivious to my distress. For her sake, I would endure any hardship. During class, when Wang Dong and the short fellow called to me, I ignored them. They appeared somewhat disheartened by my silence. Watching their glum expressions stirred something within me. Do you genuinely consider me your leader? I asked. Of course. You're the boss of our class. We follow your lead. Wang Dong and the short fellow chimed in eagerly. If I were to get into a fight, would you help me? I probed further. They hesitated, and their uncertainty disheartened me. I sighed inwardly, realizing the precariousness of my situation. If I were to confront Xiao San, aside from Lu Xian, no one would come to my aid. In this school, I felt utterly alone in my struggles. Just as my spirits sank, the short fellow spoke up, furrowing his brow. He said earnestly, How go? I'm not good at fighting. If you want my help, you'll have to teach me how to fight. His admission, though lacking bravado, touched me deeply. It was heartening to know he was willing to learn for my sake. Seeing his determination inspired Wang Dong to chime in as well. Damn it, I can fight. How go? Check out my fists. I've been practicing on walls at home. They're as hard as rocks now. I had witnessed the power behind Wang Dong's punches before. They could leave one seeing stars. His eagerness to support me lifted my spirits. If they truly stood by me, I could enlist Lu Xian's help, and together we could confront Xiao San. However, the thought of openly confronting Xiao San filled me with apprehension. If I severed ties with him, there was no telling what he might reveal about Lin Ran and me. I couldn't bear the thought of her being hurt. I resolved to navigate the situation carefully to see what Xiao San truly desired. If he sought money, I could part with my savings. It was a small price to protect Lin Ran. Over the past few days, my mother had increased my allowance in hopes of fostering my relationship with Lin Ran. My daily allowance had doubled, and she often sent me on errands, allowing me to keep any leftover change. I had saved a few hundred, but the thought of giving it to Xiao San made me reluctant. Nonetheless, I felt I had no choice. Earlier that day, Lin Ran had returned from an outing with Su Ting and thoughtfully brought me a bottle of water. In the past, she would have sent Su Ting to deliver it, but now we pretended to be siblings, and her inhibitions seemed to have faded. With Wang Dong absent, Lin Ran quietly sat beside me for a while. Warmth enveloped me, and I discreetly grasped her hand, hoping to hold on to this moment forever. Later, Lu Xian sought me out, visibly displeased. What is going on? I heard you've been hanging out with Li Long? Not at all. I can't stand him, I replied. He tried to involve me in his activities yesterday, but I deliberately distanced myself. In the shade behind the teaching building, I absent-mindedly drew circles in the dirt with a twig. Lucien, smoking, remarked, "That bastardly Long is clearly trying to sow discord between us. He dreams of winning over my brother." As he exhaled a ring of smoke, I watched it dissipate into the air, a faint smile gracing my lips. "What is on your mind?" Lucien asked, noticing my distraction. "Nothing," I replied with a smile. I couldn't divulge the threat posed by Xiao San unless absolutely necessary. Revealing this would expose my relationship with Lin Ran. I feared Lu Xian's judgment. Even if he continued to consider me a friend, his temper would surely lead him to confront Xiao San on my behalf. I had too much at stake to risk offending Xiao San now. "Speak your mind. If you keep hiding things from me, I won't consider you a friend anymore," Lu Xian warned, extinguishing his cigarette in the sandy ground. "Hee. What could I possibly have going on? We are friends. If anything arises, I will certainly reach out to you," I said to Lu Xian. Afterward, I contemplated and asked him for a cigarette. Lu Xian, noticing my desire to smoke, handed me one with a curious smile. Leaning against the cold wall, I felt a sense of comfort wash over me after finishing the cigarette. However, as the smoke filled my lungs, a wave of nausea crept in. I thought to myself, "Let be. I will delay as long as possible. If I cannot hold on, I will confront the other woman and ensure that it ends disastrously for her. Otherwise, I might resort to stabbing him directly, eliminating him entirely, and shielding the secret between Lin Ran and me from prying eyes." But wait. The secret between Lin Ran and me was divulged by Wu Di. If Wu Di shared our secret with her, would he not also disclose it to others? The chilling thought of our secret potentially reaching more ears sent shivers down my spine, and I grew increasingly fearful. Throughout the day, my face wore a frown, and when I encountered Wu Di in the afternoon, he greeted me with a mischievous grin. Leaning in, he smirked and said, "I never expected you and Lin Ran had so many stories. Damn it. Had it not been for my parents' inquiries, I might have been completely fooled by you too." Watching Wu Di, I felt my blood run cold. If given a mirror, my expression would undoubtedly be unflattering. I finally grasped how Wu Di had learned of it. His father worked at the same place as mine and Lin Ran's mother. Wu Di might be oblivious to the matters at Lin Ran's home, but his father certainly was not. Glancing at the bandage on Wu Di's head, regret washed over me once again. If only I had not struck him, he would not have discovered our affair so swiftly. Hee, if I cannot have Lin Ran, I shall ensure you do not have it easy either. Rest assured, Brother San has promised me that once he is finished with Lin Ran, he will lend me. I will treat her tenderly. I assure you I will not withdraw once I enter." Before me, Wu Di uttered such vile words. The more my expression darkened, the more delighted he appeared. After sharing a laugh, Wu Di added, "If you do not bring Lin Ran tomorrow, I will call her myself." "Ha! Then you will see how I handle Lin Ran. Damn it, how dare you pretend to be my friend?" With that, Wu Di spat on the ground and swaggered away. Watching his retreating figure, I clenched my teeth, filled with a desire to kill him. That evening, Su Ting invited me to her home, but I declined, claiming I had matters to attend to. I remained in my room, pondering how to navigate the next day when someone knocked at my door. Opening it, I was taken aback to see Su Ting's furious expression. "If you don't eat the cake soon, it will melt," she exclaimed, shoving a small box into my hands before turning to leave. Holding the cake Su Ting had given me, my emotions were a tumult of confusion. Just the day before, she had called to tell me she had leftover cake and invited me over. However, the cake she presented me was still sealed, clearly freshly purchased and untouched. Sitting in the kitchen, I stared blankly at the cream cake, unable to take a single bite. Memories of our previous conversations flooded my mind. I recall Su Ting lamenting, "It's so annoying. My birthday is next month, and no one will celebrate with me." I had envied her, remarking, "You're lucky to have a birthday. I've never had one. What is so great about a birthday? It's just about eating a piece of cake," she retorted unhappily. "You've had cake before?" "I've never celebrated my birthday or tasted cream cake," I told her. "Puffed, a silly birthday cake. We just mess around with it. And you actually eat it?" Su Ting scoffed. After her remarks, I fell silent. Perhaps it was due to my family's circumstances. I had genuinely never celebrated a birthday or tasted cake. Noticing my silence, Su Ting fell quiet as well. Hearing my mother cough brought me back to reality. My mother, upon seeing the cake Su Ting had gifted me, inquired, "Did that Su Ting give this to you?" "Yes," I nodded. "By how? Come here. I need to ask you something, my mother said, furrowing her brow. She called me into my room and retrieved a black plastic bag from the bedside table. Her expression darkened as she asked, "Why on earth did you buy this?" Upon seeing the black plastic bag in my mother's hand, my face turned pale. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, rendering me speechless. Chapter 63. Carrying my own burdens? You do not consider me a brother, do you? Why did you buy this? My mother's tone was sharp, her expression serious as I remained silent. The contents of that black plastic bag were intended for my rendezvous with Lin Ran. I had previously taken one out for us, but had not used it, resulting in waste. Trembling under my mother's gaze, I still said nothing, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame wash over me. "By how? Take this and throw it away. I want to tell your father about this. If I did, he might kill you. You're still young. It's not appropriate for you to date, understand?" My mother, noticing my troubled expression, assumed I had realized my mistake. Without further reprimanding me, her demeanor softened. "All right, I will throw it away," I replied, feeling humiliated as I accepted the black plastic bag from her. Seeing me take it, my mother sighed and said, "Su Ting is a good girl. I've met her at Lin Ran's house. If you like her, treat her well. You two are still too young. Try to avoid dating for now. When you go to university, I want to interfere." My mother's tone suggested she believed that item was for my encounter with Su Ting. I sighed in relief inwardly, grateful she remained unaware of my connection with Lin Ran. The fear instilled by the other woman had left me feeling like a frightened bird. If my mother were to learn of my affair with Lin Ran, I would be too ashamed to face her. I hurried outside to dispose of the black plastic bag and its contents, my heart heavy with despair. Truly, misfortune seems to strike when it rains. Not only had Wu Di and the other woman discovered my affair with Lin Ran, but now my mother had also uncovered my purchases. Upon returning home, I dared not meet my mother's gaze. She did not bring it up again. I lay in my small room, reflecting on the events of the past few days as if engulfed in a dream. Days passed in a haze, and I felt like a worthless existence, struggling to endure life. Tomorrow loomed large. What would I do if I went to the karaoke bar to meet Li Long and the others and Lin Ran did not show up? Wu Di had threatened to involve Lin Ran if she didn't come. If they ended up with her, I truly did not wish to live anymore. I spent the entire night tossing and turning, restless until dawn. When morning arrived, I found no desire to sleep. After washing my face and gazing in the mirror, I noticed my eyes were terribly puffy. The agreed-upon time with those despicable individuals at the karaoke bar was 2 in the afternoon, which felt like an eternity away. With each passing second, the anticipation grew unbearable. In my small room, I paced nervously, overwhelmed by anxiety. The thought of confronting those scoundrels at the karaoke bar made my legs weak. In my fear, I could not resist calling Lucien. He sounded as if he had just woken up, his voice lazy as he asked, "Brother Hao, what is up?" "Oh, nothing. Just wanted to see what you were up to." I hesitated, but decided not to mention our predicament. "If you have something to say, just say it. What is the matter? Are you short of money for a hotel room with Lin Ran? If you are, I can lend you some." I could hear the sound of a lighter on Lucien's end, as though he was lighting a cigarette. My irritation only increased at his teasing. I exchanged a few casual words with Lucien before hanging up. At lunch, I remained sullen, and my father curiously asked, "What is wrong? You look so glum." "Nothing," I replied with a bitter smile, continuing to eat. Finally, as the clock approached 2 o'clock, I braved the scorching sun to head to the karaoke bar. I took all my savings with me, planning to treat them to songs, and if I had any money left, I would give it to Li Long and the others, asking them to keep our affair under wraps and not to make things difficult for Lin Ran. Before reaching the karaoke bar, my phone rang. It was the other woman calling. "Where the hell are you? Are you coming or not?" she asked, her tone sarcastic. "If you dare not to come, do not blame me for being impolite. Once you arrive, you shall be swiftly welcomed." I informed my accomplice, who impatiently replied, "All right, hurry up," before abruptly ending the call. After placing the phone down, a wave of fear washed over me. My hand, gripping the phone, was slick with sweat from anxiety. 2 minutes later, I caught sight of Li Long and his crew loitering at the entrance of the karaoke hall. As I approached, Li Long smirked, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I have arrived, but Lin Ran is absent." The absence of Lin Ran cast a dismal pall over my accomplice's expression, and Wu Di mirrored his discontent. In front of everyone, my accomplice delivered a forceful kick to me, exclaiming, "You were supposed to bring Lin Ran. Why didn't you?" I grimaced at the imprint left on my pants. Lin Ran has other commitments today. My frustration was palpable. Damn it, I suspected that little brat wouldn't be Lin Ran. I did call Lin Ran, didn't I? Wu Di scoffed, relishing the moment as he turned to my accomplice. Heh, this kid is worth nurturing. Upon hearing that Wu Di had indeed contacted Lin Ran, my heart sank. The tumult of emotions within me was overwhelming. Wu Di had truly threatened her. Did you bring the money? Li Long asked indifferently, observing my dismay. The thought of Lin Ran being coerced by Wu Di, only to arrive and be taken advantage of, felt like a hammer striking my heart, leaving me speechless. Noticing my silence, Xiao Air coldly rifled through my pockets, absconding with several hundred yuan, money I had painstakingly saved. A bundle of coins ranging from 5 to 10 yuan. Seeing my plight, Wang Han could not suppress her laughter. Look at you, so impoverished after mingling with someone like Lin Ran for so long. Her mockery incited laughter among the boys. The air shimmered under the sweltering sun, and every face I beheld appeared grotesque. My accomplice chuckled. This fool, if I were with Lin Ran, I could surely acquire a fortune. Anyone would do. Lin Ran is simply desperate. As soon as she arrives, you all can leave, and once I've had my fun with her, we will have money to spend. He continued. Haha, you're quite shameless, Sengu, Wang Han teased. Following this, Xiao Air and Wu Di joined in the laughter. Let us head inside, Li Long declared, taking the money from Xiao Air, feeling the heat outside. They strode ahead while I trailed behind, lost in thought, grappling with the impending arrival of Lin Ran. What should I do if Xiao San intended to pursue her? Li Long ordered a private room, and as soon as we entered, Wu Di gleefully remarked to Xiao San, remember our agreement, I'll share Lin Ran's secret, and once you're done with her, I'd like my turn. Fine, once I'm finished. You can have your turn, Xiao San replied impatiently. Li Long observed them with a smirk, engrossed in selecting songs, casually popping open a beer. In the dimly lit room, he sang while drinking, and Xiao Air and Wang Han shared kisses before our eyes, while Xiao San and Wu Di fixated their gazes intently at the door. Wang Han excused herself to the restroom, and suddenly, a beautiful girl entered, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Dressed in an elegant white gown, her complexion mirrored the pallor of her attire. Upon seeing me, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and mine mirrored hers. Lin Ran had arrived, coerced by Wu Di. Xiao San wasted no time, rushing over to seize her arm. Ran, you're here? Come, have a drink. Witnessing Xiao San's grimy hand clutching Lin Ran's delicate, cream-like arm made my stomach churn. My body trembled violently as I struggled to find my voice. Li Long shot me a glance. Behave yourself. Lin Ran is quite beautiful. It's only right for my brother to have some fun with her. If you dare cause trouble, I will not hesitate to deal with you. Threatened by Li Long, I shot him an angry glare, but he paid no heed, continuing to drink and sing. What do you want? Lin Ran spat, attempting to shake off Xiao San's filthy grip, but her strength was no match for his. Realizing Lin Ran's fury, Xiao San's demeanor shifted. Of course I invited you here to have some fun. You enjoyed yourself with Bai Hao, and we want to experience that too. How about it, Lin Ran? How shameless. Lin Ran's face drained of color upon hearing Xiao San's words, her body quivering with rage as she slapped him with her free hand. You dare hit me? Xiao San cackled, seizing Lin Ran and pulling her into his embrace. She cast a desperate glance in my direction, her beautiful eyes welling with tears. Seeing her cry made my own tears flow freely. Lin Ran, I can't believe you would stoop to this. You desire it so badly. Both Sangu and I will help Bai Hao fulfill your wishes, Wu Di chuckled. Approaching her, get lost. Lin Ran shouted through her tears, her heartbreak palpable. Enough of this charade. Once you're comfortable, you'll comply. Tell me, will you let's have our way? If not, we'll expose your secrets to your classmates and parents, bringing you disgrace. Xiao San, unfazed by Lin Ran's anguish, released her, but continued to press. Decide wisely. Don't make the mistake of claiming I forced you afterward. Lin Ran, you must consider this. If you refuse, we will make your affair with Bai Hao public. Not only that, but we will also ensure he faces the consequences daily. Being with us will preserve your dignity. Unlike being with that useless Bai Hao, Wu Di added, attempting to wipe her tears. Lin Ran angrily shoved his hand away, and Wu Di chuckled awkwardly. Under the intense stares of Xiao San and Wu Di, Li Long mockingly silenced the music. Lin Ran appeared utterly helpless against their advances, her gaze pleading with me as my tears flowed even more profusely. Don't look at Bai Hao. He is worthless. Now, Will you let us have our way? Xiao San urged with a sinister grin. After contemplating, he pulled out his phone. Who should I inform first? Perhaps your homeroom teacher? He feigned a call, and overwhelmed by their relentless pressure, Lin Ran finally broke. Fine, I'll agree. Her surrender ignited laughter among Xiao San and Wu Di. Xiao San embraced Lin Ran, who wept without resistance. I can't take this anymore. You all need to leave. Xiao San's hands roamed over her back as he clung to her. By how? Let us go. Li Long sneered at me, his gaze menacing. I feared that if I resisted, he might strike me as he had done before. Watching Lin Ran endure Xiao San's vile touch filled me with despair. Wu Di, unable to contain himself, stealthily caressed her hair. Could I truly remain passive while the girl I cherished suffered such indignities? Yet if I fought back, what could I achieve? They would beat me, and our secrets would still be exposed. The fear of their wrath, particularly Li Long's heavy hand, consumed me. Clenching my fists, my demeanor shifted dramatically. I curse you, I shouted, launching a powerful punch at Li Long's face. Taken by surprise, he staggered back. I could no longer bear the sight of Lin Ran being tormented. Even if it cost me my life, I would defend her dignity. Grabbing a beer bottle from the table, I swung it forcefully at Xiao San's head, a scream escaping him as blood flowed from his wound. As I confronted the third party, I did not forget to swing the remaining half of the beer bottle. I pushed Wu Di aside with determination, resolutely shielding Lin Ran behind me. My voice erupted in a frenzied roar. Come on, who dares to lay a finger on Lin Ran? I will end you. Behind me, Lin Ran's helpless sobs pierced the air. Li Long rubbed his face and remarked, You little brat, you really think you can stand against me? Do you dare to strike? The third party, nursing his head, stood up, bloodied and furious. You dare to hit me? I will ruin you and expose your affair to the entire school. My sudden outburst even startled Wu Di. Upon seeing Li Long's calm demeanor, lost his fear. With a sneer, he retorted, You dare to resist? I'll take you down first. At that moment, a slender figure appeared at the door of the private room, a youth casually holding a cigarette, wearing a sardonic smile. He addressed me, Brother, this is rather inconsiderate. You handle your own problems? You clearly do not regard me as a brother. As I began to pen this book, many friends expressed concern regarding whether it would incur a fee. I wish to address this directly. Yes, this novel will be a paid work. I understand this may displease some, but please allow me to explain. I am but an individual. I require sustenance and must earn a living. Only after I have eaten can I muster the strength to write and update. Without food, I would face starvation. Reflecting on my experience writing this book, I will discuss the frequency of updates and plot developments later. It has been nearly 20 days since I embarked on this journey, during which I have had no source of income. I cherish writing novels, treating each one as my child, nurturing and caring for it. I perceive this youthful narrative as a girl, playful and often exasperating, causing frustration and leading to much scolding for me. Yet, I love her dearly. She is a creation of my efforts, and you have witnessed her growth day by day. She is both my daughter and yours. I wish for you to love her just as I do. Though mischievous, she occasionally brings joy, does she not? This particular book has consumed the most of my heart and soul. Each day, I have dedicated myself to it, revising repeatedly, fearful of compromising its quality. I even took leave from my job to focus solely on this endeavor. At home, after completing each chapter, I meticulously review it. If I am dissatisfied, I delete and rewrite it. A chapter that could be completed in 2 hours may take me 4. The chapters you read each morning are the result of my late-night struggles against fatigue. Recently, I fell ill, and many of you may be aware of my plight. Those days of illness were among the most challenging of my life. I pour my heart into this novel, and upon completing each chapter, I feel utterly drained. The most severe instance occurred 2 days ago when I was so unwell I could barely sit at my computer. My partner, concerned for my health, insisted on taking me for a checkup. I told her it was unnecessary. Traveling to the city would take 2 hours, and waiting to see a doctor could take even longer, jeopardizing my update schedule for 5 o'clock. In a moment of desperation, I confided in my partner about a good friend who writes well. If anything were to happen to me, she could ask him for 1,000 yuan to continue this story, as he alone could convey the essence I aim for. I apologize for becoming emotional as I write this, recalling my girlfriend's tears, which stirs my heart. I long to complete this novel, to do it justice. I reassure myself, you are made of iron. You can endure. Fortunately, I have persevered. During this time, I am grateful for my friends' concern. Without your encouragement and support, I may not have been able to continue. Due to my daily writing, I have not had much time to connect with all of you, and for that, I feel I have failed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am quite easygoing. When I can be quite unrestrained. Those who read my work should be able to discern this. I do not concern myself with genre. What matters is that the story is engaging and resonates with you. Tomorrow, the novel will be formally launched and, consequently, will require payment. At last, I'll earn some income. I hope my friends will consider supporting me by subscribing to the paid chapters, providing me the motivation to continue writing. I am 25 this year, with only a longtime girlfriend, lacking any property or vehicles. To claim writing is merely a hobby with no desire for profit would be disingenuous. Without income, my parents would not permit me to write, and I might risk losing my computer. I aspire to write this novel well, to earn a little to show my family, so they may support my writing endeavors. Thus, I kindly ask for your support. Entrust your first subscription to me. I promise to uphold my responsibilities. For those who have subscribed before, I will treat you with care and kindness. I almost forgot to mention, tomorrow, I will unleash an explosion of creativity, writing 8 chapters in one day. My illness has subsided, and with income in hand, it would be remiss not to deliver such a bounty. Should I gain many subscribers, I shall continue to add more content. When I unleash my writing tomorrow, I will also contribute some of my own funds to offer generous rewards within the chapters. As for the plot's direction, I will leave you with a tantalizing hint, promising that the unfolding events will prove thrilling. What will become of Lin Ran and Bai Hao's relationship? How will their journey evolve? All will be gradually revealed. I find myself eagerly anticipating the first chapter's release. From tomorrow onward, I am yours. I humbly ask for your kindness towards me. For those uncertain about how to subscribe to the paid chapters, allow me to guide you through the process. 1. First, log into your account. If you do not have a Hine account, you can use your QQ, Baidu, or Sina Weibo account for a quick login. No registration required. 2. Next, for the payment, click on the recharge button on the site to access the payment interface, where you can choose from options such as Alipay, online banking, prepaid cards, mobile payments, and more. International friends can use PayPal for their transactions. Once the payment is complete, you can proceed to subscribe. I recommend opting for automatic subscriptions to avoid the hassle of subscribing chapter by chapter. Once a chapter is subscribed to, rereading it incurs no additional cost. Chapter 64, Brother. Let us shoulder this together. The youth standing at the door was none other than Lu Xian. The moment I saw him, the tears I had just managed to suppress flowed again. I felt deeply moved, grateful for such a wonderful friend who always assists me without seeking anything in return. Before I could speak, Lu Xian waved his hand, signaling me to hold my tongue. Lin Ran behind me continued to cry, and I quickly embraced her, gently wiping her tears. Having been threatened and taken advantage of, the sheltered Lin Ran was unaccustomed to such indignities. Clinging to me, her sobs grew more intense. I glared fiercely at Li Long and his companions, consumed by a desire to eliminate them all. Lu Xian, do you think you're so formidable? Even if you're here, what can you do? Can you single-handedly take on the 3 of us? Li Long remarked, turning back to glance at the restroom. He was mistaken. There were indeed 4 capable of fighting, though the 4th was still reveling in the restroom. Lu Xian, unfazed, regarded Li Long with disdain. Exhaling a cold snort, he beckoned to Wu Di, saying, "You little brat, who were you claiming you would hit?" Wu Di, intimidated by Lu Xian, trembled in fear, even with Li Long by his side. Like me, he was no match for true delinquents. Shakily glancing at Lu Xian, he dared not speak. "Come here," Lu Xian commanded coolly. Wu Di's expression was grim, and his body trembled involuntarily. "Damn you, what gives you the right to come here?" Lu Xian's face darkened as he suddenly yelled, "Ah! Brother Xian, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I didn't know you could come. That's why I said that. Brother Xian, I truly regret it." Some people stutter when scared, while others speak rapidly. Wu Di, filled with dread, spoke almost in one breath. "Who are you shouting at?" Shaoxing glared fiercely at Lu Xian, covering his head. While Wu Di feared Lu Xian, Shaoxan was unafraid. Li Long looked at us coldly, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. There were 3 of them, and another in the restroom. He felt confident about their numbers. Relying on their numbers, Shaoxan picked up a beer bottle and charged at Lu Xian. In the private room, no one paid me any mind. "Damn it. My brother's head has been split open, and you're still acting tough." Lu Xian sneered, his gaze suddenly sharp. Just as the beer bottle in Shaoxan's hand was about to strike Lu Xian, Lucien unexpectedly spat the cigarette, but into Xiao San's face. Startled by the burn, Xiao San's hand faltered. Before he could even cry out in pain, Lucien seized Xiao San's hair and slammed his head against the doorframe. Just once, and blood oozed from Xiao San's forehead. I had heard Lucien was formidable in a fight, but I never realized he was this strong. At school, hardly anyone dared to retaliate against him. Watching Xiao San fall so easily to Lucien, I felt a mix of envy and admiration for Lucien. Lin Ran, cradled in my arms, was also captivated by Lucien's agile movements. Wiping her tears away, Lin Ran stared at Lucien with wide, astonished eyes. Seeing Xiao San suffer, Li Long began to lose his composure. Yet, he still refrained from intervening, only glancing at the ashtray on the coffee table. Damn it with those skills. You dare to call yourself the senior of the first year? After knocking Xiao San down, Lucien kicked him hard once more. Xiao San, clutching his bleeding forehead in pain, stumbled back and fell to the ground. Li Long continued to smoke, casting a deep gaze at Lucien. Lucien had never regarded Li Long as a threat. He waved at Wu Di and said, "Did you not understand when I called you over? Brother Xian, I understand now." Witnessing Xiao San being taken down in one move, Wu Di grew even more terrified of Lucien. Trembling uncontrollably, he hurried towards Lucien. "You really are asking for it." With a loud slap, Lucien struck Wu Di sharply across the face. Wu Di, still bandaged, felt the sting of Lucien's slap, holding back tears of grievance. The room fell silent, with faint footsteps echoing in the corridor. Closing the door, Lucien coldly addressed Li Long. "Li Long, you may be tough at school, but outside, you're not the boss." Chapter 65. Lin Ran's reputation in a rush towards Li Long. I received several blows to the head, yet I still managed to land a punch on him. My strength was minimal, and Li Long merely tilted his head for my hit. Quickly, Li Long retaliated with a heavy punch that left me seeing stars. Compared to Li Long, I was far outmatched. As Lucien charged back in, Li Long had already pushed me aside, and the three of them quickly surrounded Lucien, attacking him. Seeing Lucien in trouble, I rushed back in. Xiao Air kicked me away, growling, "Get lost. I'll deal with you after finishing Lucien." The kick to my stomach was painful, and I doubled over, clutching my abdomen. Even if I tried, I couldn't hold my own against them. Compared to Li Long and his gang, I had no fighting capability. Realizing we couldn't overcome them, Lin Ran said, "By how Lucien, hold on. I'm calling for help. Damn it, get some people here, keep an eye on her, don't let her escape." Li Long signaled to Xiao San. "All right." Xiao San agreed and rushed to grab Lin Ran. Lin Ran could be quite headstrong when we weren't on good terms. She often bullied me. Held by Xiao San, Lin Ran yelled in anger, flailing her arms to hit him. Watching Xiao San seize Lin Ran, I was overwhelmed with anger. I charged over to pull Xiao San away, but he was stronger and retaliated with a punch. Still aching from Xiao Air's kick, Xiao San's blow made my nose sting. Without Xiao San, Li Long and Xiao Air would have struggled against Lucien. With 2 against 1, they fought Lucien evenly. Seeing they couldn't best Lucien, Li Long grew anxious. He intentionally moved closer to the private room door to engage Lucien, preventing Lin Ran from escaping. Simultaneously, he called for Xiao San and Wu Di to assist him. They blocked the entrance, trapping Lin Ran and me inside. Xiao San rejoined the fray with Li Long, while Wu Di leaned against the sofa, too scared to move. I wanted to help Lucien, but I couldn't land a single hit against them. The moment I tried, I would be easily pushed aside or kicked away. Frustrated at my inability to assist Lucien, I watched as he was overwhelmed by the 3 formidable first-year students. Lin Ran, realizing we were trapped in the private room, anxiously took out her phone. Seeing her about to call for help, Xiao Air shouted, "Wife, stop her. Don't let her make that call." "Fine." Wang Han, braver than Wu Di, quickly agreed and moved to grab Lin Ran's arm. "Get off me, UBH." Lin Ran cursed as she slapped Wang Han across the face. Wang Han paused in shock, but her anger flared quickly. Lin Ran was fierce, and Wang Han was no pushover either. Cursing back, Wang Han swung her arms wildly at Lin Ran. Lin Ran, slightly taller and a skilled fighter, retaliated after taking a couple of hits from Wang Han. She swung her phone at Wang Han and kicked her below the belt. The 4 boys fought at the door while the 2 girls clashed in the private room, creating utter chaos. With a loud rip, Lin Ran tore Wang Han's shirt. Wang Han's clothing was ruined, revealing a pair of ample white bras. Lin Ran cursed, calling her a slut, and yanked at Wang Han's bra. I hesitated to intervene in the girls' fight since Lin Ran was holding her own, so I focused on how to assist Lu Xian. Glancing at the tissue paper on the table and the lighter used by Xiao Er and the others, an idea struck me. Regardless of the method, as long as it leads to victory, it's a good strategy. The room was filled with shattered bottles and ashtrays. Unable to find anything better, I picked up the tissue and ignited it with a lighter. The tissue, filled with napkins, ignited instantly. Ignoring the heat, I cursed, then dashed behind Li Long and pulled Xiao San's collar, shoving the flaming tissue into the back of his shirt. As I did so, a large fire erupted on Xiao San's back. Xiao San screamed, rolling on the ground in agony. Gritting my teeth, I rubbed my burned fingers, relieved to have taken one down, thus easing Lu Xian's burden. You little brat, how dare you? After witnessing Xiao San catch fire, Li Long couldn't help but turn around and curse. Before he could finish, he received a punch from Lu Xian, staggering back a step. Chapter 66. It's not about hitting her, it's about hitting them. Cradled by Lin Ran, I felt an icy chill run through my veins. Though we had defeated Li Long and his crew, we couldn't silence them. They could say whatever they wanted, as their mouths belonged to them, unless I killed them. But could I really do that? What would happen to Lin Ran if I did? Gazing into the cold eyes of Li Long and his companions, I couldn't help but pick up a shard of glass from the floor. No, perhaps I should just go through with it. For Lin Ran, I could risk everything. Sensing my intent, both Lu Xian and Lin Ran calmed down, blocking my way, urging me by how don't do anything foolish. The private room fell silent as several adults turned on the lights, looking at us with puzzled expressions. They do not comprehend why we strive so fiercely, why we endure such relentless struggles. By how, do you truly possess such audacity? You dare to sever my neck? Li Long, seated coldly on the ground, gazed at me with an expression devoid of fear. He was unafraid of death and did not believe I would dare to act against him. Go ahead. Do you think I would hesitate? I retorted, struggling fiercely against the hold of Lin Ran, who clung tightly to me, while Lu Xian pressed down with force. In my fury, I hurled the shard of glass in my hand at him. With a sharp crack, it struck Li Long's shoulder and fell to the ground. Li Long stared blankly at the glass shards, then raised his gaze, his eyes deep and menacing as he declared, By how, you are truly doomed. Just wait. When you return to school, you will all pay. Shut your mouth. Lu Xian yelled, delivering a swift kick to Li Long. He hastily raised his arm to shield himself but still fell to the ground. In retaliation, Lu Xian seized a shard of glass and pressed it firmly against Li Long's neck. Shut up if you wish to live. Do you understand? Huh. Kill me if you dare, Li Long retorted, defiantly extending his neck towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian's handsome face twisted further in rage. Gripping the glass tightly, blood flowed from his palm, mingling with the crimson seeping from Li Long's neck. Fear flickered across Li Long's face, turning it pale, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. The onlookers in the private room seemed intrigued by our predicament, observing us with a mix of curiosity and amusement. One adult chuckled and shook his head, commenting on the youth of today. Another, with a grunt, fixated his gaze on Wang Han's exposed upper body. The shard of glass continued to hover perilously close to Li Long's neck, while blood from both Lu Xian and Li Long flowed increasingly. Sensing the tense atmosphere, my heart raced with desperation. Even if it came to murder, I could not allow Lu Xian to bear the burden of my actions. If anyone were to commit such a deed, it must be I who wielded the hand. With another vigorous struggle, the onlookers, witnessing our apparent madness, wore expressions of grave concern. In Lin Ran's embrace, my thrashing grew more frantic until she could no longer hold me. Accidentally sitting down, she gasped in pain and, summoning all her strength, cried out, By how, I beg you, please do not do anything reckless. What will I do if something happens to you? I can leave this school, go home, and have my parents relocate. I will never stay in this city again. Her heart-wrenching sobs pierced my very soul, and seeing her distressed, my heart felt as though it might shatter. Lin Ran excelled academically. How could I possibly let her forsake her education? If she truly moved away, what would become of me? Clinging to her, I felt a wave of pain wash over me. Enough, will you stop? In the private room, Lu Xian remained fixated on Li Long, who was now visibly terrified but still clenched his teeth defiantly, insisting, I will speak. I will make them all see the true face of those two shameless individuals. Then perhaps you should perish. Lu Xian's face contorted with rage, muscles twitching violently. I had never witnessed him so furious. His fearsome demeanor sent tremors through me. Wait, I called out, concerned that Lu Xian might act impulsively. As his brother, I could not allow him to do something foolish. Gently stroking Lin Ran's silky hair, I whispered, "Let go. I have a plan. I will not do anything reckless." Huh? Lin Ran's eyes widened with surprise at my assertion. Her tear-streaked face beamed with an indescribable joy. Chapter 67. I can compensate for the loss, but only half. What were you taking pictures of? The ruffian, startled, asked as he released Wang Han's leg. Swallowing hard, I replied, "Brother Gui, take pictures of them." I gestured towards Li Long and his companions. Realizing my intent, Brother Gui cursed, "Are you sick? You want me to strip them?" Not a chance. Upon hearing my intention to photograph them in such a manner, Li Long and his companions were incensed. Though they ruled the school, they dared not offend those from the underworld. Glancing nervously at Brother Gui, they finally exhaled in relief when they realized he would not strip them. As Li Long relaxed, he shot me a venomous glare, spitting in disdain. Lu Xian had already subdued Xiao Air, and upon learning of my plan, Lu Xian declared, "Let me do it." "Brother Gui, why are you hesitating? Aren't you on the side of justice?" Wei Gu, casually smoking, asked with a faint smile. "Come on, I find it repulsive to look at my own kind." Brother Gui chuckled awkwardly in response. "Stop joking. You seemed quite pleased when bullying that young girl earlier. Go help this little brother," Wei Gu urged. Lu Xian, initially poised to take action, paused when Wei Gu asked Brother Gui for assistance. "Seriously, stop messing around. I made up my mind. I don't care whether it's the side of justice or evil. I'm just here for the spectacle," Brother Gui replied sheepishly. "Are you here just to watch? Haven't you heard that I need help?" Wei Gu, clearly the leader, barked a command, and Brother Gui quickly agreed. Addressing Li Long and the others, Brother Gui scolded them. "You little brats are quite bold to cause a commotion in our establishment. Stand up and remove your pants." Hearing Brother Gui's demands, Li Long and his companions turned pale with fear. They endured the pain coursing through their bodies, rising to their feet but remaining frozen, unwilling to comply. Wang Han, too frightened, stood up and covered her upper body, sobbing. "Strip! Can't you understand?" Brother Gui yelled. Brother Gui, Li Long, terrified, gazed up at him. With a dismissive snort, Brother Gui approached Li Long and, raising his hand, delivered a harsh slap across Li Long's face. The adult's strength was formidable. The impact left Li Long's mouth bleeding. Witnessing Li Long receive such a blow from someone of the underworld filled me with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. "Are you going to strip or not? Did you not hear me?" Brother Gui glared at Li Long. Lu Xian, trembling, took out a cigarette, lighting it with a grin. After a moment, Lu Xian even offered cigarettes to Wei Gu and his companions. "I have my own. I don't need yours," Wei Gu replied coolly, as did the two adults beside him. Seeing their refusal, Lu Xian remained silent, watching as Brother Gui continued to intimidate Li Long and his cohorts. Those who thrived in school became meek lambs in the bar. One by one, Li Long's group received slaps, heads bowed, faces covered, not daring to utter a word. The most timid among them, Wu Di, burst into tears when Brother Gui prepared to strike again. "Brother Gui, please don't hit me. I'll strip, he cried. Wu Di, wearing oversized basketball shorts emblazoned with the Rockets logo, sobbed as he removed his bottoms, revealing his darkened undergarments, prompting Lin Ran to quickly look away. "Ah, at least you're sensible," Brother Gui chuckled, patting Wu Di's bandaged head before turning his attention to Li Long and the others. The second to strip was Xiao San, who, after receiving several slaps, reluctantly removed his pants. Xiao Ia, humiliated, followed zuit. Li Long, the most resilient, endured numerous slaps before his pants were finally removed by Brother Gui. As they were stripped, Li Long did not dare to resist, tears brimming in his eyes as he bit down on his lip, staring at the door. "Take the pictures," Brother Gui urged, suppressing his revulsion as he gestured toward me. "All right," I responded gratefully, taking out my phone to capture full-body images of Li Long and his companions. As they hung their heads in shame, Brother Gui barked, "Raise your heads." Chapter 68. Please let me take a look. As I focused on Li Long and the others, Lin Ran shot me an annoyed glance and remarked, "Why do you care about them? Let us depart." As Lin Ran tugged at my arm, Wei Gu chuckled and remarked, "This little girl is quite amusing." Stepping out of the karaoke hall with Lin Ran and Lu Xian, we were immediately met by the blinding sunlight, which left me feeling dizzy and disoriented. My body swayed slightly, prompting Lu Xian to support me and inquire with concern, "Are you all right?" I'm fine, I replied, shaking my head, though doing so made me feel somewhat nauseous, likely due to Wu Di's earlier antics with the microphone. We sought refuge beneath a tree's shade and settled on the grass, breathing in the fresh air, which gave me a sense of having survived a calamity. This incident, at long last, seemed to be temporarily subdued. I had taken photos of Li Long and his friends with Wang Han. They would undoubtedly think twice before speaking out of turn. As I sat there, I glanced at Lin Ran, who appeared to be crying like a little kitten, and the disheveled Lu Xian. Suddenly, we erupted into laughter. Our spirits lifted. With her eyes reddened, Lin Ran playfully chided me. You're grinning despite having your head nearly bashed in, and your white dress has turned into a floral mess. I retorted with a smile, sweetly grasping her hand. Lin Ran, pouting as I held her hand, complained, You coward. If I hadn't called Lu Xian, we would have been bullied to death. Not a chance. Even if it cost me my life, I would never let you suffer, I declared resolutely. The moment Lin Ran was bullied, I had already sworn to protect her. Even in death, I would become a vengeful spirit, haunting them for retribution. Lin Ran is my life. I shall never permit anyone to harm her. Haha, I apologize for stealing your thunder. If I hadn't gone, you would have managed to protect Lin Ran just fine, Lu Xian teased. Forget it. If you hadn't come, I would have surely been beaten to a pulp. I expressed my gratitude to Lu Xian. Thank you, Lu Xian. When I have the opportunity, I shall treat you to a meal, and perhaps we can sing. At the mention of singing, Lin Ran appeared a bit apprehensive. Haha, let's skip the singing. When I'm broke, just treat me to a McDonald's meal. Lu Xian laughed at Lin Ran's expense. Of course, whatever you wish, my sister will treat you, Lin Ran replied with a grin, taking advantage of Lu Xian. Seeing Lin Ran affectionately address Lu Xian as sister, Lu Xian merely smiled in response. Wu Di seemed indifferent to the special bond between Lin Ran and me. He did not inquire further. Lin Ran cautiously examined my wounds. In this brawl, I had sustained the most severe injuries, while Lu Xian had only minor abrasions. My condition was worse. Wu Di had struck me, causing blood to flow, which had now clotted. Lin Ran insisted on taking us to the hospital, but both Lu Xian and I waved her off. Lu Xian remarked, These minor injuries are nothing. I once endured far worse at the martial arts school. After saying this, Lu Xian seemed to realize she had misspoken. Being a person concerned with appearances, she laughed it off and did not mention it again. Observing the carefree Lu Xian, I pondered how difficult life must have been for him during his time at the martial arts school. I refrained from probing into his past, allowing him to keep those memories to himself. Lin Ran had sustained minimal injuries. She had only a scratch on her face from the altercation with Wang Han, which was swollen but not broken. I gently tended to Lin Ran's wound, and as she sat on the grass, she suddenly furrowed her brow. By how? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you accompany me home? She said. I hesitated, reluctant to leave Lu Xian behind. Lu Xian, understanding my dilemma, encouraged us. You two go ahead. My hair is a mess, and I need to tidy up at home. I'll come over tomorrow to hang out. All right. I'll treat you to a meal once school starts, Lin Ran assured Lu Xian as she hurriedly pulled me along. Once we hailed a cab, Lin Ran remained silent, her brow furrowed. When I inquired about her distress, she remained tight-lipped. After a moment, Lin Ran suddenly seemed to realize something was amiss. Let's not go home just yet. If we do, my mother will undoubtedly ask questions. Instead, let's head to Su Ting's house. She's rarely home, and we can clean up there. With that, Lin Ran instructed the driver to change course. Chapter 69. Are you and Lin Ran truly in a relationship? After Lin Ran finished speaking, I cautiously glanced at her back. Indeed, there was a cut that had bled, explaining her discomfort. My heart ached at the sight of her injury. Having found some supplies, I carefully cleaned her wound and dashed out to fetch a Band-Aid from Su Ting, whose home had a first aid kit stocked with antiseptic and gauze. As I collected the supplies, Su Ting looked at me with a curious expression. I offered her an apologetic smile before retreating to the bathroom to tend to Lin Ran's injury. As I assisted Lin Ran, I couldn't help but feel drawn to her delicate form. Once I had finished, I affectionately kissed her on the back. How gross. You're such a nuisance. Lin Ran laughed, scolding me as she slipped into Su Ting's clothes. Once dressed, Lin Ran suggested, You should clean yourself up too. You're covered in blood. Go wash your hair. And after that, I'll bandage you. All right, I replied, feeling a warmth in my heart. Having gone through this ordeal, our bond felt stronger than ever. After the fight, my body ached terribly. While washing my hair, I felt a sting at the sight of my injury. Emerging from the bathroom, I found Lin Ran and Su Ting seated on the couch, beckoning me over. Lin Ran asked me to squat down so she could bandage my head. Lin Ran was inexperienced, so Su Ting assisted her. Both girls, equally inexperienced, began to playfully tease as they tended to my wounds, their delicate fingers grazing my scalp, causing me to chuckle. Once they finished, I was taken aback by my reflection. They had wrapped my head like a mummy. After removing the bandages, I noticed the bleeding had subsided. After applying some antiseptic powder, I admire my reflection with a smirk. Due to the fight, my clothes were filthy, prompting Su Ting to find her father's oversized shorts and a white tank top for me to wear. Su Ting's father was an official, and for some reason, I felt intimidated by his status. "No way. I can't wear your father's clothes. It's too extravagant," I protested. "That old man is always away on business and never pays attention to me. What's wrong with lending you one of his shirts? If he doesn't return soon, I'll just give you his entire wardrobe," Su Ting scoffed. I insisted, "I can't wear an adult's clothes. It's just not right." In front of Su Ting, Lin Ran couldn't resist teasing me, making me feel awkward. "Su Ting, is anyone home?" Lin Ran asked after a moment's thought. "Yes, indeed," Su Ting replied with a smile. However, her demeanor quickly shifted to one of melancholy as she sighed. "My father left for Shanghai yesterday and will be gone for a week. If he doesn't return, I might as well move into the school dormitory. What's so great about living at school? You can't even get a good night's sleep there. You should stay home," Lin Ran said cheerfully. "Ah, but it's better than being alone at home," Su Ting replied gloomily. "Haha, to make things interesting, I'll send by how to keep you company at your house," Lin Ran suggested with a grin. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Staying at Su Ting's house was no joking matter. I could manage at Lin Ran's, but Su Ting's was a different story. Glancing at the petite Su Ting made my heart race. "Su Ting, by how is bruised and battered. He can't stay at my place or go home. Could he stay at yours for a couple of days? I would really appreciate it," Lin Ran said, her playful demeanor giving way to seriousness as she sighed. Seeing her earnest expression, I realized Lin Ran was not joking. She's right. When I get home in this state, my mother will undoubtedly know I've been in a fight. Given the severity of my injuries, I fear she might impulsively rush to the school. If she creates a scene there, I can only imagine what chaos might ensue between Lin Ran and me. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ting suggested, "It's fine if Bahao stays at my house, but if you bring your boyfriend over, I worry you might get jealous." Su Ting chuckled as she teased Lin Ran. Upon hearing her words, a wave of anxiety washed over me. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my forehead. Forcing a smile, I replied, "No way. How could we possibly be dating? You're just being silly." I added dismissively, "You might fool others, but not me." Lin Ran's gaze clearly reflected his affection for her. And Su Ting, when looking at him, had that cheeky expression. Clearly, there was something between them. Su Ting mischievously remarked that she was quite curious about our relationship. "Stop it. I see the way you look at me, and it's just as mischievous, isn't it? Besides, I sense you might have a crush on me too." Fearing I might say something wrong, I deliberately shifted the conversation, joking with Su Ting. Her cheeks flushed a charming shade of red as she retorted, "Get lost. Who would like you?" I teased, "Oh really? Look at you blushing." Strangely, I found an immense pleasure in witnessing Su Ting's bashfulness. Her rosy cheeks only spurred me on further. "You're so shameless. I definitely don't like you. You're just a big pervert, always stealing glances at girls' feet." Su Ting, clearly incensed, retaliated by bringing up my secret habit. I had indeed stolen glances at her petite and adorable feet several times, believing she was oblivious. To my surprise, she was fully aware. Embarrassed by her comments, I fell silent. While I had become more talkative than before, I still couldn't match Su Ting's wit. She relentlessly teased me about my foot fetish, claiming I had a foot obsession. Hearing her say that sent a chill down my spine. An attraction to feet was indeed a peculiar fixation. Even if I did have such a preference, I couldn't possibly admit it. In a fit of annoyance, I exclaimed, "If you keep talking like that, I might just fall for you." "You wouldn't dare," Su Ting retorted, unafraid, defiantly puffing out her chest. Frustrated, I thought, how could such a charming girl also be so infuriating? Despite her adorable appearance, her antics were exasperating. I gritted my teeth and pretended to be fierce, saying, "If you keep it up, I might really fall for you." "You think you've grown bold? Go ahead, show me." Su Ting laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The chilly atmosphere of the room was shattered by our laughter. As the playful banter continued, Su Ting suddenly lifted her delicate foot and rested it on my thigh. Seizing the opportunity, I grabbed her small foot and began to tickle her. I had never embraced her before, but holding her foot felt immensely satisfying. It was soft and delicate, almost as if it were made of water. Su Ting, initially believing I wouldn't dare to act, was taken aback as I truly began to tickle her. Balancing on one foot, she playfully protested, "By how, let go of me. I can't maintain my balance." This was a rare chance to tease her, so there was no way I would let go. As I continued my playful torment, Su Ting let out a yelp and nearly toppled over. Her home had tiled floors, and I feared she might hurt herself. Rushing to catch her, I reached out to steady her, but as I did, I slipped, and we both fell to the ground. In that moment, I managed to brace her head with my hand. With a thud, I landed heavily on top of her. "Su Ting, are you all right?" I asked urgently, concerned for her well-being. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice suddenly quiet. The atmosphere in the room grew charged, and my heart raced in a way I had never experienced before. Unintentionally, I felt a stirring beneath me. As my body pressed against hers, Su Ting sensed the change. Embarrassed and indignant, she shut her eyes, unable to meet my gaze. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she squeezed her eyes shut. I was entranced by her half-open, luscious lips, and an impulsive urge to kiss her surged within me. Alone together in the room, it was easy to succumb to such impulses. My mind was torn. What should I do? Although I had feelings for Lin Ran, she was ultimately my sister, and any relationship with her was impossible. This girl beneath me was different. We had no ties, and being with her could evoke feelings akin to those I had for Lin Ran. Moreover, she was a girl of privilege, and if we were to become a couple, I might benefit greatly from it. Chapter 71. If you don't marry, I won to either ugh. Who would want to be your second choice? Su Ting snapped at me, frowning at the pouring rain. Trapped beneath the rain shelter, our faces mirrored concern. Our clothes were soaked through, and we were reluctant to brave the downpour again. I reassured myself, summer rain is nothing. It'll stop in a few minutes. After saying this, Su Ting and I stood under the shelter, waiting. Time trickled by, and Su Ting shivered, pulling out her phone to check the time. After a glance, she hit me playfully and said, "By how, when we go out together, it's best if you don't speak at all. It's been half an hour and the rain hasn't stopped yet." I grinned sheepishly, unsure of how to respond. My gaze inadvertently drifted to her shirt, which clung to her form, revealing a hint of black beneath. Annoyed, she smacked me again. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a girl before?" Just then, a boy with an umbrella approached us. He was handsome, and seeing him walk towards us stirred a pang of jealousy within me. Su Ting smiled, saying, "Just watch. That boy will definitely lend this lady his umbrella." The boy kept smiling at Su Ting, clearly interested in her. As I watched their flirtation, jealousy bubbled within me. I declared, "You're not allowed to borrow his umbrella." "Huh. If he offers, what can you do about it?" Su Ting shot me a look. "I'll be your umbrella. Just follow me." With that, I swiftly removed my white tank top and held it over her head to shield her from the rain. "By how, are you crazy?" Su Ting exclaimed in shock. "Doesn't matter. You're coming with me." I grasped her hand, using my shirt to shield her from the downpour. We dashed quickly, narrowly avoiding the boy as we sprinted past him. The rain was relentless, and after running for a short distance, we finally found a taxi. By the time we reached Su Ting's home, we were both panting heavily. Despite my efforts to shield her, Su Ting was still drenched. Irritated, she sneezed and scolded me. "By how, are you out of your mind? Why are you jealous? I know that boy. He is just a friend from my sophomore year. What is wrong with borrowing his umbrella? Look at me, I'm soaked." As she chided me, I remained silent, stealing glances at her. Her clothes clung to her frame, and I felt an overwhelming sense of temptation. Su Ting noticed my gaze and shot me a warning look. "What are you looking at? You've already soaked me, and you still dare to stare?" With that, she stormed off to the bathroom, still fuming. Enraged, she took off her white socks, contemplating throwing them at me. However, realizing the absurdity of her actions, she huffed and took the socks with her. With a bang, she slammed the door shut, and the sound of the water heater echoed through the apartment. Standing in the living room, I couldn't help but shiver. After waiting for a good while, Su Ting emerged wrapped in a towel, her hair damp and fragrant from her shower. With a huff, she glanced at me, saying, "Go take your shower already. I'll find you some dry clothes." Upon entering the bathroom, I was greeted by a delightful fragrance that wafted through the air. Su Ting's damp clothes, which she had hastily discarded, lay quietly in the basin. "Everything ovaish." Observing her attire, I turned on the shower and began my bath. A gentle knock on the door interrupted my solitude as Su Ting informed me that she had left my clothes at the door for me to collect once I was done. I acknowledged her with a simple as I indulged in the warmth of the water. Once I had finished, I donned the clothes belonging to Su Ting's father and stepped into the living room, feeling a sense of discomfort from being bare underneath. Su Ting was curled up on the couch, appearing to be asleep. The sight of this girl, resembling a small kitten, softened my heart. It struck me as rather pitiable, wealthy yet alone. If faced with the choice between my parents and money, I would undoubtedly choose my parents. I had tasted the emptiness of wealth alone during my time at Su Ting's residence the previous evening. The dirty laundry from our earlier scuffle remained unwashed, stained with remnants of blood. If I delayed cleaning it any longer, I feared it might become irretrievable. The jeans I wore were a cherished gift from Lin Ran, and I held great value in the items she had given me. While washing my own clothes, I cast a glance at Su Ting's garments. It felt somewhat unjust to wash only my items. Hesitating, I picked up one of Su Ting's smaller articles of clothing. Beneath it lay her intimate wear, and as I held it, a wave of unease washed over me. Gritting my teeth, I closed my eyes and washed her clothes, completing the task. Once everything was tidied, I gazed at the peacefully sleeping Su Ting and draped a light blanket over her. Chapter 72. Even if it is public. I want to be with you. Every day the wait was excruciating. Sitting before the computer, I aimlessly perused Su Ting's desktop. With Su Ting asleep, I found myself feeling rather lonely. My heart was heavy, longing for someone to converse with. As I browsed, I stumbled upon a folder amusingly titled Nothing Inside. Driven by curiosity, I was about to delve into it when my phone chimed, signaling a message. My heart raced, suspecting it was from Lin Ran. With trepidation, I opened the message, and indeed, it was from Lin Ran. She confessed her struggle to suppress her feelings for me, stating that she could not help but like me. Don't overthink it. Get some rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Kisses. Reading her words, I could not contain my joy and clench my fists in delight. I whispered to myself, overwhelmed with happiness. I realized Lin Ran had finally made up her mind about us, despite the barriers she feared could hinder our path together. Unable to focus on the folder titled Nothing Inside, I excitedly played QQ Speed, careful not to disturb Su Ting as I closed the door behind me. I played until exhaustion set in, at which point I turned off the computer and succumbed to sleep. In my dreams, I strolled hand in hand with Lin Ran along the shore, listening to the sound of the waves. She gazed at me with a gentle smile, caressing my face with her delicate touch, leaving a tingling sensation in its wake. Upon waking, I was greeted by a furious expression. Daylight had broken, and Su Ting glared down at me. Her long hair brushed against my face, tickling me with its fragrance, a subtle blend of shampoo. I lay in bed, bewildered by her anger. Who told you to wash my clothes? How shameless can you be? Su Ting erupted, her voice piercing my ears like a sharp needle. I recalled washing not only her garments, but also her intimate items. Gazing at her with a grin, I had anticipated she might be upset, though not to this extent. Having washed my own clothes, it seemed only natural to assist her as well. While I felt a twinge of embarrassment washing her underwear and socks, I could not simply wash only the outer garments. I swallowed hard and closed my eyes, bracing for the impending storm. You're insufferable, Su Ting huffed, smacking me before storming off and slamming the door, causing the plush toy hanging on the doorknob to sway. Rubbing my sore chest, I sighed in relief. The door swung open again, and Su Ting glared at me. You really know how to pick your spots. You came to sleep in my room. I couldn't sleep in your father's room. Where else would I go? Time to eat. She barked before slamming the door once more. Su Ting's household was well stocked with bread, jam, and milk, and we casually ate at the dining table without venturing out. As we dined, I noticed Su Ting's cheeks were flushed. She raised an eyebrow. Hey, about the blanket you covered me with last night? I nodded vigorously. You're quite thoughtful. Since you were so kind, I'll forgive you for washing my clothes, she remarked, pouting. I could hardly restrain my urge to curse. You forgive me for washing your clothes? Nevertheless, I understood. I should not have meddled with the girl's belongings. I resolved to avoid such thankless tasks in the future. By the way, are my clothes clean? Did you wash them with clean water? Su Ting asked shyly, raising an eyebrow. Of course. I washed them 4 or 5 times. I assured her. Well, that's acceptable, she replied, her face still red as she continued to eat. After our meal, I kept Su Ting company while she watched television. She munched on a bag of chips. Her slender legs curled beneath her as she absorbed the show. Dressed in fresh light blue jeans and a pink tee, she rolled up her pant legs, revealing her charming little feet and fair ankles. I sat on the couch, marveling at how she could eat without gaining weight. My phone rang. It was my mother calling. Lynn Rand had deceived my mother, claiming I was staying at her house. And it was Lynn Rand who had been making the calls. Having not seen me for a day and a night, my mother was quite concerned. "You, child, how long are you planning to stay at Rand's? You should come home soon and not be a burden," she said, somewhat displeased. Chapter 73. Go away. Just disappear from my sight after a secretive play session with Lynn Rand. We both found ourselves blushing and breathless. As I withdrew my hand from beneath Lynn Rand's skirt, she playfully tugged at my hand. Seeing that she was not finished, a surge of joy filled me. I grinned and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want more?" "And no," Lynn Rand stammered, her cheeks burning as she avoided my gaze. I too felt a strong desire, contemplating whether to truly engage with Lynn Rand. Our playful antics felt insufficient, and I had already resolved to marry her in the future. Regardless of whether we were to share that first moment, I would take full responsibility. Yet, I still felt a barrier within my heart. Embracing Lynn Rand, I suggested visiting her home that evening. Understanding my intentions, she followed, her head bowed in silence. Lynn Rand did not want to feel threatened, so she had confided in not only Su Ting, but also Li Shuang, Yang Wei, and several of her close friends about our relationship. Once our relationship was made public, I felt a wave of anxiety, fearing speculation from others. Fortunately, no one remarked upon it. Rather, they seemed to have an epiphany about our bond. People expressed envy, remarking on how fortunate I was to have a beautiful sister who treated me well, our relationship resembling that of a couple. My desk mate Wang Dong and a shorter boy at the next table were also aware of our connection. Wang Dong, who had previously been jealous of me and sought to find faults, appeared rather sheepish. "Sorry, White Hao, I had no idea about you two." I chuckled, though. "You still want to pursue my sister?" "Not at all. I just think Lynn Rand is beautiful. I don't think I deserve her," he replied, blushing. "It's all good." I reassured him. "Weio, are you and Su Ting dating? You two seem so close. I saw you both walking to school together this morning." Wang Dong inquired with a sly grin. "Don't be ridiculous. We're just friends," I quickly clarified. I was certain that if rumors about Su Ting and me circulated, Lynn Rand would undoubtedly feel jealous. Even though they were good friends, Lynn Rand still had her own reservations. One day passed quite pleasantly. My classmates at school were increasingly kind to me. They remarked that even as the top student in the first year of high school, I remained humble, and they all supported me wholeheartedly. Surrounded by their encouragement, I felt a twinge of bashfulness. Being recognized as the top student was indeed an honor. Yet I genuinely felt unworthy of such a title. Once Li Long and his friends returned, who knows what tricks they might have in store for me. Fortunately, I faced no troubles and my studies progressed smoothly. In the afternoon, I took a minor exam, feeling that my performance was mediocre, not particularly great, yet an improvement compared to before. At least I felt more confident, no longer as humble as I once was. After submitting my paper, I stepped out of the classroom to unwind. Other classes were also taking exams, and the hallways and playground outside buzzed with students discussing the questions they had just faced, comparing answers. Many boys gathered in groups, planning gaming sessions for the evening. As I walked through, I was often greeted with playful banter, being called Brother Hao. I felt unworthy of such a title and laughed, urging them not to tease me. While I was engaged in conversation, a gentle tap landed on my shoulder. I turned to find a girl smiling at me, her eyes crescent-shaped and beautiful. The girl was Tian Tian, and I found her appearance quite captivating, particularly her innate charm. Today, she wore an audacious outfit. She was not in school uniform and wore a skirt paired with black stockings. As I gazed at her shapely legs enveloped in the black fabric, I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It was rare to see girls dress so boldly at school, and her attire left me utterly astonished. "Hey, where are your eyes wandering?" Tian Tian teased, playfully clearing her throat. Realizing I had been caught staring, I quickly averted my gaze, embarrassed, and smiled at her. Unfazed by my scrutiny, Tian Tian laughed and pulled me into a shaded area, asking, "I heard Lynn Rand is your sister. Is that true?" I was surprised our connection had spread so quickly, but given Lynn Rand's status as a school beauty, it was no wonder. It was a relief, as it might deter Li Long and his friends from threatening me. I nodded and confirmed, "Yes, Lynn Rand is my sister." "Haha, Lynn Rand is quite cheeky, isn't she?" afraid of boys pursuing her. She has you pretend to be her boyfriend, Tion joked. Don't say that about Lin Ran. I quickly retorted, wanting to defend her. I was just kidding. Look at you getting all flustered. She laughed, tugging at my arm. Chapter 74. Lin Ran's secrets with others. I exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Ting before heading to Lin Ran's house. Once inside her room, we began to playfully tease each other. During our playful antics, Lin Ran helped me with something, and I reciprocated, ensuring her comfort. Afterward, I asked her, "When I touched you, did you feel anything?" Lin Ran shyly responded. As we lay on the bed, gazing at each other, Lin Ran suddenly recalled something. "Do you still have Wang Han's photo?" She inquired. "Of course. It's my leverage against them, to prevent them from putting on airs in front of me," I replied. "Send me Wang Han's photo, and delete your copy," Lin Ran mischievously suggested. I had secretly enjoyed looking at Wang Han's figure a few times over the past couple of days. When Lin Ran asked me to delete it, I hesitated, but ultimately sent the photo to her, deleting my own copy afterward. Before deleting, I took a couple of lingering glances at the photo. "Stop staring, or I'll have to gouge your eyes out," Lin Ran teased, jealousy evident in her tone. Just joking," I chuckled awkwardly before deleting the photo. After some more playful interactions with Lin Ran, it was time for me to go home. After 2 days away, I could only imagine how worried my mother must be. Upon returning home, I was met with a scolding from her. Keeping my head down, I dared not speak. I knew I had indeed overstepped my bounds. With a few minor bruises on my face that my mother failed to notice, I washed up, did some push-ups, and lay in bed, enveloped by loneliness. I longed for Lin Ran's company, or to play around with Su Ting at her house. Surely, Su Ting must be feeling lonely at home too. Unable to resist, I called Su Ting, but she seemed upset with me, responding tersely before hanging up. Putting down the phone, I felt a wave of disappointment. I already had Lin Ran. It was impossible to be with Su Ting every day. If we were to date, I felt there was potential with Su Ting, but I did not want to hurt Lin Ran. The night passed in silence, and the next day at school, Lu Xian sought me out. When he approached, I was reviewing my exam scores, which had improved compared to the last one, moving up 2 places. If I continued like this, my studies would only get better. "Hey, Li Long and his gang are back at school. You should be careful," Lu Xian warned, tapping on my desk. The thought of Li Long made me fear for my safety. Last time, I had defeated them by sheer luck. If they decided to retaliate, I would be defenseless. I reassured Lu Xian, "Don't worry, I'll be cautious." Lu Xian glanced at my companions, Wang Dong and a short guy, saying, "You've got 2 little brothers with you. Don't let Li Long and the others bully you." "No worries, everything's fine," I replied, though my heart raced with anxiety. As predicted, during the second class's physical exercise, Li Long and his crew indeed came looking for me. Li Long had a bandage on his face, while the other guy sported a head wrapped in gauze. The long-haired guy had shaved his head, and his eyebrows and eyelashes had been singed off, giving him a rather frightening appearance. "Bai Hao, you think you're clever? You started talking before we could," the long-haired guy sneered. "What do you think?" I felt a surge of resentment towards them. Though I feared them, I kept my composure outwardly. "Bai Hao, hand over your phone," Li Long demanded, glaring at me. Feeling uneasy under his threat, I knew retaining Li Long's photo was futile. It wasn't he worth fighting over. In front of Li Long, I pulled out my phone and deleted their photos one by one. As I erased their images, Li Long's expression gradually softened. "What about my wife's photo?" one of them asked. "I deleted Wang Han's photo long ago. Don't worry. I want to use your photos against you. I'm not like some despicable people," I replied, casting a pointed glance at the long-haired guy, feeling a deep-seated dislike. "Who are you talking about?" He snapped back. "Talking about you. What is the problem?" I retorted, my frustration boiling over. Having endured enough bullying, I refused to be intimidated any longer, even as fear gnawed at me during our exchange. Chapter 75. If it doesn't work out, let me help you. The KTV was a lively place. Ever since my last visit, I had developed a sense of dread regarding such venues. They seemed like hotbeds for trouble. When I heard that Tion wanted to share someone else's secret with me, jealousy surged within me. After a moment's hesitation, I slipped on my shoes and rushed downstairs. I flagged down a cab and headed straight to the KTV where Tion was. The atmosphere inside was buzzing, with numerous private rooms and a main hall where a singer performed. As I searched for Tion, I spotted her waving at me. She had clearly consumed quite a bit of alcohol, her face flushed. Approaching her, I was hit by the strong scent of liquor. A few adults nearby cast dubious glances in my direction. Tian Tian was dressed provocatively in a tiny tank top and a super short skirt, her legs clad in sheer white stockings, exuding a sexy allure. Her figure was neither too large nor too small, and I could see the bare, pale skin above her neckline. No sooner had I settled beside her than she threw her arm around me, grinning widely. "You really do have a soft spot for your sister." The moment I mentioned her, you came running. Realizing I'd been tricked, I felt a wave of confusion. I thought to myself, Lin Ran had never dated anyone. How could she possibly have secrets with others? The atmosphere was lively, and Tian Tian snuggled closer to me, asking, "Bai Hao, have you thought about it? Would you like to date me?" "Stop joking around. There's no possibility for us." I gently pushed Tian Tian, yet she clung to me like an octopus. In the process, my hand inadvertently brushed against her soft chest, and I quickly withdrew it. "Haha, taking advantage of me? Are you? If you want to take advantage of me, just say so. If we were in a relationship, I wouldn't mind at all." Tian Tian was so intoxicated that her eyes could barely stay open. To be honest, I did have thoughts of taking advantage of her. Not to mention engaging in a more intimate act. Even a mere touch would suffice. Aside from Lin Ran, I had never touched another girl. However, I felt guilty towards Lin Ran. She had treated me so well, and I did not wish to hurt her feelings or take advantage of Tian Tian while she was drunk. It seemed clear that Tian Tian had something troubling her. Given her furrowed brow, I said earnestly, "Tian Tian, you've had too much to drink." "I'm drunk. Can I just have some fun?" She replied, "Bai Hao, stop pretending. Are you going to have fun or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Just one call. And there are plenty of people who want to have fun with me." After saying this, she really picked up her phone. At a nearby table, several young men were eyeing us eagerly, undoubtedly hoping to take a beautiful stranger home from such a place. Tian Tian was dressed provocatively, and I did not want to stir up trouble in such an environment, so I pulled her away. "Don't pull me," she protested, twisting away from my grasp. "What are you doing? If you want to make a scene, take it outside." I felt a surge of irritation, thinking it was rather unbecoming of her. Such a lovely girl should cherish herself, and I found it quite regrettable. "Friend, what is your relationship with this girl?" One of the young men approached with a mischievous grin. Fearing they might confront me, I replied, She is my sister, my real sister." "What?" The young man's expression changed upon hearing my words. "Haha, who is his sister? Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't know him," Tian Tian said playfully to the young man. Upon hearing this, they all laughed. The young man who had spoken to me seemed displeased and coldly said, "Friend, it doesn't look good for you to take someone out like this when she doesn't even know you. There were 4 of them, all older than me. If it came to a fight, I knew I wouldn't stand a chance. In such a place, I was wary of making any rash moves, uncertain of their backgrounds. If they were involved in any unsavory business, I certainly did not want to offend them. I thought for a moment and shot Tian Tian a glare, whispering in her ear, "Tell them I'm your boyfriend, and I promise you I'll treat you well." "Okay." Tian Tian giggled at my suggestion, then playfully kissed my cheek, saying, "You all stop messing around. This is my boyfriend, we're just having some fun." Just moments ago, she claimed I was her brother, and now I was her boyfriend? The leader of the group seemed to find us a bit tiresome. "What is it to you?" Tian Tian teased, sticking out her tongue as she pulled me along. As we walked, she clung tightly to my arm, her ample chest pressing closely against me. Chapter 76, My Boyfriend Is. "Tian Tian, stop crying. I'll find a way to help you." I patted her shoulder, unable to suppress my urge to comfort her. As the night deepened, the streets became quieter, with only the occasional vehicle passing by. I continued to reassure her, "Don't cry. I'm not blaming you. Even if you tricked me, I've benefited as well. You took advantage of me, and I've given you so much money, so it's worth it." I spoke slowly as she trembled and sobbed. Despite her tears, she listened to my words. Once I finished, she stopped shaking and looked at me with a sorrowful expression. "Bai Hao, what do you mean? I didn't intend to deceive you. I was merely..." "What?" I gazed at her in astonishment. "I believe you can be a responsible man. If you truly care for me, I would wholeheartedly follow you." After saying this, her red eyes welled up with tears again. Seeing her in this state made me smile. She was infuriating, yet somewhat endearing. She was still just a young girl, clearly immature. However, she was quite clever. If I were to fall for her tricks, it would indeed be shameful. I pondered why she would choose to deceive me instead of so many others. Perhaps I was simply too easy to manipulate. The wind grew colder, and I could see that Tian Tian was feeling chilly as well. I sighed and told her, "All right, If we're going to be in a relationship, we don't need to go that far. I'll treat you well. Just stop crying. Let me take you home. No, I don't want to go home. I had a fight with my mom, and I don't want to see her. Tian quickly shook her head at the mention of returning home. What? If you're not going home, where will you go? To an internet CAF all night? The only place I could think of where one could stay out all night without returning home was an internet CAF. Cheap and perfect for gaming. No, staying up all night is too tiring. You should stay with me outside, Tian insisted. Her request sent my heart racing. Glancing at her provocative attire, I couldn't help but entertain some thoughts. I was considering taking her to wherever she planned to stay the night and then heading home myself. After some deliberation, I accompanied her to a small inn. On the way, she nestled closely against me to ward off the cold. The inn was quite inexpensive, with modest hygiene standards. Just a small room containing a large bed and a television. After paying, I accompanied Tian into the room. Once the door was closed, I sat with her for a while as she removed her shoes and watched television, looking quite pitiful. Her feet, wrapped in black stockings, were rather enticing. And fearing I might make a mistake, I told her, "You can sleep here. I should head home." "Don't. Stay with me, please. I feel awful and don't want to be alone," Tian pleaded. Seeing her pitiful expression, I reconsidered and sat back down. "I can stay with you, but we can't spend the night together. We don't have that kind of relationship. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to be here together. Just pretend I'm your girlfriend. You're so nice that even if you wanted to do something inappropriate, I wouldn't refuse you," Tian said half-jokingly. After saying this, she implored me again by how, "Please stay with me. Look at how pitiful I am. It's really boring to be alone. Earlier, there was a tattooed guy who kept staring at me. If you weren't here, I wouldn't dare stay." Earlier, we had indeed noticed a tattooed man who looked rather intimidating. Concerned for Tian's safety, I thought it over and agreed, though I kept my shoes on, sitting properly on the bed. As we sat together, Tian's drunkenness began to subside. I helped her wash her face, and her cheeks turned slightly rosy. The scent of alcohol still lingered on her, yet it was quite pleasant. In the room, I found myself at a loss for words as I observed her alluring figure. Noticing my furtive glances, Tian intentionally stretched her long legs. In front of me, she slowly removed her socks, teasingly extending her feet towards me. Realizing she was deliberately trying to provoke me, I quickly turned my gaze to the television. Tian noticed my discomfort and burst into laughter. "Are you still a novice?" "By how?" she asked with a giggle, playfully rubbing her foot against my leg. Chapter 77. He is young when you are my girlfriend is. I gritted my teeth as I stared at Tian, my mind filled with thoughts of Lin Ran's graceful figure. "Who is your girlfriend?" Tian furrowed her brow, her eyes glimmering with complexity. She was aware of my relationship with Lin Ran. "My girlfriend is Su Ting." After some contemplation, I struggled to utter Su Ting's name. "Haha, Su Ting, huh? I had a feeling you two were together. What about her? Is she better than me? Just because she has a well-off father? What's so impressive about that?" Tian scoffed. "Forget it. Let us sleep." My heart ached at the thought of Lin Ran. The relationship between Lin Ran and me has always been shrouded in secrecy. Even if Tian were to discover it, I would still need to conceal our bond. After I bit my tongue in pain, Tian lost interest in teasing me. She lay on the bed, facing away from me, while I turned my back to her. Lost in thought, in the dead of night, unable to resist, Tian turned back and embraced me tightly. Perhaps it is true that the unattainable is the most desirable. Tian genuinely wishes for me to become her partner. I remained wide awake, troubled, and earnestly implored her, "Please, I beg you, stop this." Tian turned away, visibly irritated. It was not until the latter part of the night that I finally managed to doze off. When morning arrived, I found that Tian was already awake. She had washed her face, revealing her exquisite and pure beauty. Looking at her, I smiled and said, "You look best like this." After being repeatedly rejected by me, Tian offered an awkward smile. We both had limited funds, but not enough to make a difference. After checking out the hotel with Tian, I accompanied her to eat, then went to the hospital to inquire about the cost of an abortion. Standing in the corridor, permeated with the scent of disinfectant, Tian appeared somewhat frightened. Gripping my arm tightly, we walked into the doctor's office, attracting the gaze of many. Upon hearing of Tian's pregnancy, the doctor shot me a disdainful glance. It pained him to perform such a procedure on such a beautiful girl. After explaining the potential risks of the abortion, he asked if we had made a decision. Tian bit her lip and confirmed that she had. Our primary concern remained the cost, as we both lacked funds. The finest and most expensive options differed significantly in price, and after some deliberation, I clenched my teeth and chose a moderately priced option. Tian was still young. I couldn't let her suffer harm. The first step was the ultrasound, during which Tian burst into tears upon seeing the reality of her pregnancy, crying inconsolably. Watching her weep weighed heavily on my heart. The doctor urged us to proceed with the surgery as soon as possible, explaining that the longer we waited, the greater the risk to Tian's health. Exiting the hospital, Tian pondered for a moment before saying, "By how? I can't do this. I'll buy medicine and terminate the pregnancy myself. It's just too expensive. If not, I'll opt for a cheaper option." The cost of the ultrasound had drained all our money. I had spent everything on her. I had been frugal, saving up for days spent with Lin Ran, but now all my savings had gone to someone unrelated to me. I felt no regret. Instead, I saw Tian as a helpless girl, and as a man, I felt it was my duty to assist her. Though timid and cowardly, I believed that when a man must shoulder responsibility, he should do so, even if it meant being a mere passerby or gaining nothing in return. I said to Tian, "Don't worry. I'll take you home first, and then I'll figure something out to help you tomorrow." Tian bit her lip, remaining silent. As I escorted her home, she said meaningfully, "Thank you, by how. You're truly a good person." I forced a smile and replied, "There's no need to thank me. You're my friend." Watching her ascend the stairs, I felt a pang of difficulty in my heart. I had no money, and asking my mother for such a large sum would be futile. The only option left was to deceive someone, but I could never lie to my mother. The thought of borrowing money crossed my mind. I had never borrowed from anyone in my life. The mere idea of asking for a loan felt daunting. Lin Ran, Su Ting, and Lu Xian all came from affluent families, but given that Lin Ran and Su Ting were girls, I felt uncomfortable asking them. I considered Lu Xian, who spent money so quickly that I doubted she could lend anything substantial. With half a month until final exams and the holiday, I thought I could work during the break to repay Lu Xian. When I called Lu Xian, I fumbled through the conversation, gritting my teeth, too embarrassed to ask for money. Hanging up the phone, I sighed. Borrowing money truly was a challenge. Chapter 78. The threat of Yang Wenyuan gazing at the fair-skinned boy. I felt a surge of revulsion. I had encountered him several times before. He had an attractive appearance, his face adorned with heavy makeup, exuding the air of a pampered youth. Beside him stood my closest friend, Su Ting, who had lent me money to help Tian. Seeing me with Tian, Su Ting's expression soured, while Yang Wenyuan's face mirrored the same displeasure. The four of us wore grim expressions, and the air between us felt stagnant. None of us spoke a word. "By how? You use my money to help her? You're quite something." Su Ting was the first to break the silence. Misunderstanding my intentions, she assumed I had succumbed to Tian's allure and had crossed a line with her. Ignoring Su Ting's misjudgment, I scrutinized the scoundrel standing beside her. Su Ting's growing closeness to Yang Wenyuan made it imperative that I prevent their relationship from developing further. Ting, let us go. We shouldn't dine here any longer," Yang Wenyuan said, his face pale as he spoke to Su Ting, his body trembling involuntarily. I've lost my appetite as well. "Let us go," I remarked, rising from my seat. Su Ting shot me a lingering glance before taking Yang Wenyuan's arm and heading outside. Watching Su Ting grasp Yang Wenyuan's arm ignited a surge of jealousy within me. I stood and called out, "Where are you going?" Hearing my call, Su Ting turned around, a cold smirk on her lips as she replied, "Since when do you care? Just take care of your little lover." Little lover, I glanced at the pale-faced Tian beside me. Suppressing my anger, I rushed over to confront Su Ting and Yang Wenyuan. Estudiet Yang Wenyuan seriously, and he averted his gaze, unable to meet my eyes. "Su Ting, you cannot be with this person. His character is questionable," I asserted directly to her, in front of Yang Wenyuan. "You little brat," don't Yang Wenyuan, startled by my words, glared at me fiercely. His chilling gaze sent shivers down my spine. Yang Wenyuan was a sophomore, and here I was, a mere freshman, speaking to him in such a manner. It felt rather audacious. He must know quite a few people in his grade. If I offended him, I could find myself in trouble at school. Nevertheless, mastering my creek, he reiterated, "Su Ting, you cannot be with him. I can be with whoever I want. What concern is it of yours? Suting skov, shooting me dismissible. After saying that, she took Yang Wenyuan's arm and proceeded to leave. I reached for Su Ting's arm, attempting to separate them. Just as my fingers brushed her arm, darkness enveloped my vision. I had been struck by Yang Wenyuan. His punch didn't hurt much, but the sheer indignation of being attacked for no reason left me frustrated. I contemplated retaliating, but Su Ting, furious, shoved me away. By how? Are you out of your mind? You're with Tian Tian. What business do you have with me? She shouted angrily. Her outburst drew the attention of many in the restaurant, while Tian Tian sat there, gripping a broken chopstick, her eyes reddening with frustration. Upon hearing Su Ting's words, I found myself at a loss for words. Indeed, what was my relationship with Su Ting? She was not my girlfriend, merely a friend. What right did I have to interfere? Yet, I could not simply stand by and watch her fall prey to Yang Wenyuan's malevolence. Yang Wenyuan had already caused Tian Tian considerable suffering. I could not allow him to harm Su Ting further. Rubbing the spot where Yang Wenyuan had hit me, I realized he lunged at me again, intent on striking me once more. With Su Ting present, Yang Wenyuan believed it would bolster his reputation to beat me. He acted like a madman, impossible to restrain. It was only when Su Ting intervened that he was held back, yet he continued to charge at me, his chest puffed up in arrogance. He seemed quite pleased with himself, taunting me. You think you can intimidate me? That's enough. Yang Wenyuan, stop this nonsense. Su Ting shouted, clearly. Even with a reprimand, Yang Wenyuan persisted. Taking advantage of Su Ting's distraction, he threw another punch at me. Having yet to retaliate for the previous blow, I couldn't allow him to hit me again. We were of similar build. I should be able to hold my own. In the chaos, I kicked him. Yang Wenyuan, who do you think you're intimidating? Tian Tian stood up, coldly questioning him. Chapter 79, I had already discerned how to play him. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, I felt a flutter in my heart. It was Li Long calling, and his voice stirred an uncomfortable sensation within me. Huh, by how? You even dare to offend young Master Yang? Li Long's cold laughter echoed in my ear. Young Master Yang? I found it peculiar how Li Long referred to Yang Yuan. Haha, the son of the section chief. If not young Master Yang, then what? Li Long inquired with a smirk. The revelation that Yang Yuan was the section chief's son sent a shiver down my spine. Yang Yuan was fair-skinned and impeccably dressed, sporting brand-name attire that hinted at his privileged background. I had never imagined that his connections ran so deep. In our small city, a section chief held considerable power, and the thought of having crossed the son of such an influential figure left me feeling uneasy. Would my actions have repercussions for my father? Are you scared now? Li Long taunted, observing my silence. Haha, I am not afraid, I retorted, mustering courage, unwilling for Li Long to perceive my trepidation. You got guts to offend young Master Yang. I admire that, as I've never liked Yang Yuan either. That scoundrel, relying on his father's position, has played with several girls at school. Damn, he even dared to pursue my Su Ting. Li Long suddenly courset Yang Yuan. His icy tone left me perplexed. I had accepted Yang Yuan's money. After all, why not take it? You dare to offend young Master Yang. I respect you for that. I told him that I've already dealt with you. When you speak to young Master Yang, be cautious. Do not let anything slip. If you do, it will spell trouble for both of us, understood? Li Long warned. After hearing Li Long's words, I gradually pieced together the situation. It was evident that Li Long harbored feelings for Su Ting. Previously, when he had attempted to strike me, Su Ting had intervened, and Li Long had shown her respect. Learning that Li Long also despised Yang Yuan sparked a sense of camaraderie within me. My knowledge of school affairs was limited, and I was unfamiliar with many influential figures. But Li Long, as the leader of the first year, was well-versed and knew Yang Yuan better than I did. Contemplating this, I asked Li Long more about Yang Yuan, and he obliged. Yang Yuan was well-liked at school, maintaining good relations with the older students. In this instance, he had not intended to enlist their help. He merely sought to have Li Long teach me a lesson to silence my loose tongue. After hanging up, my disdain for Yang Yuan intensified. How detestable he was. He could afford to hire someone to beat me, but refused to support Tian Tian in her time of need. He treated her like a plaything, devoid of any respect. My heart ached for Tian Tian, having fallen victim to such a scoundrel. When I arrived at Lin Ran's house, my mood was rather somber. Lin Ran was absorbed in computer games while I sat on the bed in silence. A significant amount of time had passed since my conversation with Li Long, yet my heart continued to race. I had kept the events of the past few days hidden from Lin Ran. noticing my silence. She suspected something was amiss, but chose not to pry, engrossed in her movie. Observing Lynn Rand's slender figure stirred something within me. Regardless of my troubles, her presence brought warmth to my heart. I gently took her hand and focused on the screen, which displayed a comedic film that offered some amusement. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Lynn Rand inquired, her expression revealing her concern. "It's fine. Seeing you brightens my mood," I replied with a smile, unable to resist the urge to share a tender moment with her. As I leaned closer, Lynn Rand affectionately caressed my face. "If you have something on your mind, feel free to share. Did someone scold you at home?" she asked playfully. "No, I just encountered a real jerk," I confessed. "Oh, who?" Lynn Rand asked, intrigued. After some contemplation, I divulged the situation regarding Yang Yuan and Tian Tian, though I refrained from using their real names. I simply mentioned knowing a girl who was pregnant, whose wealthy boyfriend refused to help her with an abortion while cavorting with other girls. "You really care too much about others. This situation has nothing to do with you. So why get upset? That guy is indeed despicable. If I were you, I'd kick him a couple of times," Lin Ran responded with a laugh. Chapter 80 Long Go. "Are you still interested in making money?" I inquired, grinning as I texted Li Long. He had previously called me, and his number remained in my call log. "How to earn?" Li Long replied curtly, his tone somewhat frosty, indicating he was reluctant to engage with me. "Just follow my lead, and I assure you, you'll profit." I texted back, relishing the warmth of the sunlight as I sat comfortably. Yang Yuan was unwilling to provide Tian Tian with financial support. Yet he readily hired someone to assault me. If he was wealthy, I would take the opportunity to drain his resources. "Come find me after school," Li Long replied blandly. Reading his message, I couldn't help but smile broadly. My desk mate, Wang Dong, observed my grin and appeared confused. After school, I made my way to Li Long's classroom. Upon my arrival, Xiao Er and Xiao San greeted me with hostility. Li Long waved them off, assuring them it was fine, and then led me out of the classroom. We walked in silence until we reached a secluded area, where Li Long sneered, "By how, you have some nerve speaking to me so casually. Tell me, how do you plan to make money?" Looking at Li Long, I shared my thoughts with a smile. After I finished speaking, he chuckled, putting an arm around my shoulder. "Damn, you really are something else." "Haha, it's just average," I replied with a grin. After our laughter subsided, we exchanged glances, sensing something was off, and simultaneously took a step back. Li Long offered me a cigarette, and I accepted, lighting it with his flame. In his presence, I refused to appear like a subordinate to be bullied. "By how, I never expected you to be this clever. Why not join me? I'll treat you like my brother and position you as the second most important figure in the first year. With me, you'll never face bullying again," Li Long proposed coolly. The second most important figure in the first year? The allure of Li Long's offer was tempting, yet I shook my head. Lu Xian shared a strained relationship with Li Long, and I did not wish to hurt her feelings for the sake of title. In a few years, once the seniors graduate, we will reign supreme at school. When new girls arrive, you can choose freely. If we run low on funds, we can always find ways to make some, Li Long asserted earnestly. "No, I simply want what rightfully belongs to me," I replied, a faint smile on my lips. Upon hearing my response, Li Long frowned. I sensed his displeasure, but remained resolute in protecting Lu Xian's feelings. Before parting, I informed Li Long, "Tonight, I will devise a plan to provoke Yang Yuan and make him reach out to you again. All right, if you succeed, I will ensure you receive your share of the earnings," Li Long replied nonchalantly, discarding his cigarette, but after separating from Li Long, I made my way home alone. On the way back, Lin Ran called to inquire about my whereabouts. I told her I had plans for the evening and wouldn't be seeing her. Understanding that I had something on my mind, Lin Ran chose not to press further. At home, I pondered deeply about how to ensnare Yang Yuan and compel him to seek Li Long's assistance in dealing with me. If he did so, it was certain that he would compensate Li Long. However, the amount would likely be insufficient. I was after substantial funds, a sum that would truly inflict financial harm upon Yang Yuan. With this thought in mind, I sent Yang Yuan a message stating, "Brother Yuan, could you please refrain from harassing my girlfriend? To be honest, Su Ting and I have been secretly together for quite some time. She feels embarrassed about our relationship, which is why we haven't gone public." After sending the message, I waited quietly for Yang Yuan's response. Shortly thereafter, his call came through. Glancing at the screen, I allowed a faint smile to escape before hanging up. I chose not to answer, wishing to provoke him further. I wanted to infuriate him to the point of seeking vengeance against me. Just as I hung up the phone, Yang Yuan called again, comfortably reclining on my bed. I listened to the delightful ringtone before once more disconnecting. After several such repetitions, I finally answered Yang Yuan's call. As soon as the connection was made, I cautiously said, "Brother Yuan, I was at Su Ting's and couldn't take the call. What's the matter?" Chapter 81. If I must die, so be it. By how? What on earth do you intend to do? Just as I caught sight of Su Ting, she confronted me, her anger palpable. My parents were at home, and upon seeing Su Ting arguing with me, they curiously approached. Upon noticing my parents, Su Ting's flushed face transformed into a gentle spring breeze. She appeared somewhat embarrassed, smiling as she greeted them. "Ah, Su Ting has come. Please come in and sit." My mother recognized Su Ting. "No, auntie. I'm just looking for Bai Hao regarding a matter," Su Ting replied with a smile. "Oh, come in then," my mother urged. No, Su Ting said awkwardly to my mother. I pulled her along as we descended the stairs. As we walked down, Su Ting kicked me in irritation, exclaiming, "You wretched Bai Hao, why didn't you tell me your parents were home? I feel terribly embarrassed now." "Huh? Who told you to get so worked up?" I chuckled in response. "You still have the audacity to laugh. I must ask you, why did you tell Yang Yuan that we were dating? It ruined my reputation." Su Ting challenged, her small chest puffed out in indignation. Seeing her fury, I pondered how best to explain the situation to her. It was rather complicated, and I was unsure where to start. Under her intense gaze, I sighed. "Honestly, you wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Forget it. Bai Hao, are you unwell? When have I ever doubted what you say? If something is wrong, just tell me." Su Ting retorted, her face flushed. "Well, if I tell you, would you actually believe me?" I inquired, studying her expression. "Just speak. Stop dawdling." Su Ting was growing impatient. After a moment's contemplation, I looked earnestly at Su Ting and confessed, "Actually, it was Yang Yuan who got Tian pregnant. It wasn't me." I observed her face closely for any signs of reaction. As my words sank in, a complex array of emotions washed over Su Ting's face, followed by a hint of joy. Yet, her brow soon furrowed again as she pressed for clarification. "What happened? Tell me more." Seeing her willingness to believe me, I recounted the entire story. Throughout my explanation, I spoke largely the truth, beginning with how Tian became pregnant by Yang Yuan and how she had deceived me into being her boyfriend to shift the blame onto me. I even mentioned how I had pitted Tian and wanted to help her, which led me to inadvertently mislead Su Ting into believing I was involved. As I spoke, Su Ting's expressions shifted, her eyes flickering as she absorbed the information. Once I finished, she let out a sigh and playfully kicked me again. "I knew you didn't have the guts to do that." Seeing her smile, I couldn't help but laugh as well. She still chose to believe in me. Her trust warmed my heart, and I grinned with a hint of pride, asking her, "So, do I count as a man now?" "Huh, what a sissy." Su Ting rolled her eyes dismissively. After playfully rebuffing me, Su Ting smirked and asked, "Are you foolish? You say such nonsensical things. Claiming you got Tian pregnant is one thing, but saying I'm your girlfriend? Who do you think I am?" An air of subtle intimacy hung between us. Gazing at Su Ting's sweet smile, my heart raced unexpectedly. It was a feeling reminiscent of being with Lin Ran. As I met Su Ting's sparkling eyes, I felt my cheeks flush. "I was just trying to provoke Yang Yuan," I confessed, blushing. "He likes me, so what? What does that have to do with you?" Su Ting replied with a teasing smile. "Of course it does. I'm worried you might be deceived by Yang Yuan. That scoundrel plays with girls' hearts and then denies it. And now he wants to harm you. Su Ting, stay away from him. He might try something underhanded," I exclaimed, comparing Yang Yuan to a villain from a movie, one who would have poisoned unsuspecting maidens in ancient times. With Su Ting, I found an endless stream of conversation. In my muddled state, I rambled on without care. Chapter 82. This development with Su Ting is unacceptable. On my way to find Lu Xian at school, I attempted to call her several times, but there was no answer. I then tried reaching Su Ting and Lin Ran. Su Ting didn't pick up, while Lin Ran had already gone home. Frustrated, I quickened my pace, cursing under my breath. If Lu Xian truly intended to help me avenge myself, I wouldn't want her to fight an unjust battle on my behalf. As I approached the school entrance, I noticed a crowd gathered. Lu Xian stood tall, confrontingly long, wielding a stool leg, her face marred by injuries and her hair disheveled. Li Long, on the other hand, was not faring much better, with a bloodied face. He was surrounded by a dozen or so people, while Lu Xian stood alone. Su Ting was in the midst of them, anxiously trying to mediate. Upon seeing me arrive, Su Ting visibly relaxed. The expressions on Li Long and Lu Xian's faces varied. Li Long shot me a menacing glare, while Lu Xian's face lit up with joy. Bai Hao, are you all right? I heard Li Long severely injured you, Lu Xian exclaimed, her eyes darting between me and Li Long, who looked furious. How dare you call that an attack? Su Ting, step aside. I will teach Lu Xian a lesson, Li Long declared, prompting his entourage to advance toward us. Stop. Bai Hao is fine. What are you all fighting for? Su Ting interjected, glaring at Li Long. If you didn't harm Bai Hao, why not explain yourself? She challenged, her voice filled with indignation. Li Long's expression darkened further at her words. As I listened to Su Ting, my heart raced, echoing the thought, we are finished. The crowd at the school gate had swelled, all eyes fixated on me. Their stares made my heart tighten. Deliberately feigning pain, I pleaded, Brother Long, I was wrong. Please, don't harm Lu Xian. That knife wound you inflicted yesterday still aches. With that, I pretended to pull Lu Xian away. Upon hearing of my injury, Lu Xian grew even angrier, brandishing the stool leg, determined to charge forward. I felt exasperated and pinched Lu Xian hard. He winced in pain, glaring at me, but as I frowned at him, he seemed to comprehend my unspoken message. He pointed a furious finger at Li Long, declaring, just wait. I will avenge my brother. Huh, you needn't worry about vengeance. I will deal with you today. Li Long retorted, his temper flaring. How dare you sneak attack me? You must be tired of living. Li Long shouted, leading his group toward us. Having suffered unprovoked humiliation at Lu Xian's hands, Li Long was not about to let it slide. Seeing him advance toward Lu Xian, I urgently interjected, Brother Long, let's not escalate this. I gestured frantically, hoping to de-escalate the situation. Li Long paused, contemplating my plea. He coolly warned Lu Xian, this matter isn't over, Lu Xian. Bring your crew outside the school tomorrow. Let us see if you dare to confront us. Huh, what is there to fear? Right outside the school. Let us see how it goes. Lu Xian responded defiantly. With that, Li Long and his crew turned to leave, their departure marked by the fearful dispersal of the onlookers, who had been met with Li Long's fierce glare. Lu Xian tugged at my arm, asking, Bai Hao, what is going on? Seeing Lu Xian's slightly swollen face and the marks on his body, I felt a surge of emotion. I had never experienced such gratitude before. Looking at Lu Xian, I felt deeply thankful for his unwavering support. I realized that if I did not treat him well, I would truly feel remorseful. After pondering for a moment, I realized my throat was sore, rendering me unable to speak. What on earth is happening? What tricks are you playing with Li Long? Observing our earlier demeanor, Su Ting began to sense something amiss. I glanced at them and led them to a secluded area. Furrowing my brow, I recounted the scheme I devised with Li Long to swindle Yang Yuan. Once I finished, I deliberately met Su Ting's gaze. Given her close relationship with Yang Yuan's family, I was uncertain if my betrayal would anger her. After my revelation, Lu Xian exaggeratedly berated me, then gave me a thumbs up, his expression reflecting admiration for my audacity. To my relief, Su Ting was not angry. Instead, she laughed, saying, Bai Hao, you truly lack morals. You've practically doomed Yang Yuan this time. All the New Year's money he saved has been swindled away by you. Chapter 83. Lu Xian gets beaten when Lin Ran pushed me away. I broke into a cold sweat. Lin Ran's mother emerged from the building with a smile, inquiring about her situation. Lin Ran and I exchanged awkward smiles, saying nothing. Being with her felt like being in a romantic relationship. We laughed and chatted as we walked to school, a sense of reassurance enveloping me. Unable to suppress a sigh, I turned to Lin Ran and said, it would be wonderful if we could truly marry in the future. Rest assured, we definitely can, Lin Ran replied, looking at me with unwavering determination. I was unsure why she was so certain, yet I believed in her. As long as she had faith in our future together, we would indeed be able to realize it. Our true relationship had become public, and she had been closely helping me with my studies in class. Unbeknownst to Su Ting, she smiled as she assisted Lin Ran in teaching me. Watching Su Ting's earnest demeanor, I couldn't help but steel my heart. I merely smiled and refrained from engaging with her. Whenever she spoke to me, I would stammer a vague response. What's wrong with you today? You seem like a fool, Su Ting remarked, noticing my deliberate avoidance of her, her displeasure evident. Feeling embarrassed by her comment, I chose to remain silent. She had not confessed any feelings for me, leaving me with no grounds to reject her. I intentionally distanced myself, minimizing our conversation. Last night, Li Long had a fight with Lu Xian, and they had arranged to settle it at noon. Fearing that they might actually come to blows, I spent the class sending messages urging them to refrain from fighting. After much persuasion, they reluctantly agreed not to clash, but instructed me to warn the other not to act so arrogantly. As our conversation wrapped up, Li Long sent me another message saying, "Yang Yuan has started to suspect us. You'd better handle it." Reading his message sent a chill down my spine. So soon, Yang Yuan was beginning to doubt us. The truth of my uninjured state was not something I could easily conceal. If he wanted to confront me, so be it. After all, I'd already secured the money. I took a moment to visit Tian, who was recovering but still appeared weak. I brought her some snacks, and upon seeing the treats on the table, her eyes reddened once more. After school, I did not return home with Lin Ran and Su Ting. Instead, I arranged to go to an internet CAF with Lu Xian. As we approached the school gates, I spotted a large group of people staring at us with malicious intent. Yang Yuan was flanked by 2 second-year students, along with Li Long and Xiao Er and Xiao San. Their presence filled me with dread. Despite Yang Yuan's contemptible nature, he was still a second-year student, and his family was affluent and influential. I could not afford to cross him. "By how? I heard you got stabbed by Li Long. You've healed quickly. Haven't you?" Yang Yuan said mockingly. "Not quite healed yet. I came to school to avoid falling behind in my studies," I replied, feigning humility. "Please, don't hit me. I promise I won't provoke you again." I attempted to sound timid, though my fear was not as exaggerated as I portrayed. "Really? Let us see your injuries. Lift your shirt and show me," Yang Yuan said, his gaze scrutinizing my clothing, disbelief evident in his eyes. "Come on. It's a bit embarrassing to strip at the school gate. What if a girl sees?" I responded, trying to feign distress as Yang Yuan continued to act tough. "Who cares if a girl sees? Just take it off," Yang Yuan yelled, mistaking my fear for genuine trepidation. Li Long leaned against the wall, watching with a cold smirk, keen to see how I would handle the situation. As the leader of the first-year students, even if Yang Yuan discovered our collusion, he would not dare to confront Li Long. Thus, Li Long merely observed, showing no signs of concern. Casting a glare at Yang Yuan, I cursed him silently. I was torn, contemplating how to deceive Yang Yuan when Lu Xian suddenly picked up a half-brick and hurled it at him, shouting, "Screw you." We were all taken aback by Lu Xian's sudden aggression. None of us had anticipated that she would act so boldly. The half-brick struck Yang Yuan's pristine clothing, and Lu Xian immediately charged forward, agilely kicking Yang Yuan in the thigh, causing him to tumble over. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is?" Yang Yuan, surprised by Lu Xian's attack, lay on the ground, angrily brushing off the dust from his hands. Chapter 84. I wonder if he dares to retaliate. The front row of Lu Xian's class was in disarray, with a dozen second-year boys surrounding her, kicking her mercilessly. A group of second-year boys blocked the entrance, and Yang Yuan stood beside a short, slender boy, grinning maliciously. Upon seeing this inconspicuous boy, a wave of fear washed over me. His hair was long, and he had an earring in his ear. He watched Lu Xian being beaten with an unsettling calmness. He was the leader of the second years. "Suge, this is the kid who scammed me," Yang Yuan said with a sly grin, snapping his fingers at me. "Is this by how?" Wang Shuo asked coldly. "Yes, it is," Yang Yuan affirmed. "Never seen him before," Wang Shuo scoffed, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. Lu Xian's class was chaotic, and she shouted fiercely as she fought against the group of boys. Just as she let out a cry, 2 more boys kicked her down forcefully. The second-year students were considerably larger and stronger than us first-year students. Lu Xian struggled against them, and the odds were stacked against her. Seeing Lu Xian being beaten, I could no longer contain my fear. Gritting my teeth, I rushed forward and wrapped my arms around her, shielding her with my body. The moment I protected her, my back was met with relentless kicks, the sound resonating like a drum, and the pain threatened to make me vomit. Lu Xian's face was dirty, covered in dust. She struggled fiercely in my embrace, shouting for me to let go. "Lu Xian," I sensed an immense force fighting against me, and I realized I could no longer hold on. With so many of them, we stood no chance. My intention was merely to shield her from a few blows until the teachers arrived. "Next class, we'll teach you a lesson. Little brat. Don't think you can act tough just because you know people outside of school," Wang Shuo said coldly, smoking a cigarette as he observed us. He, too, feared the teachers would arrive, and after waving his hand, he led his group away. Once they left, Lu Xian's class was left in shambles. I had taken quite a beating, but the pain was still bearable. I felt weak, as if my body was falling apart, leaving me in an indescribable discomfort. I had long lost track of my nunchaku, and Lu Xian broke free from my embrace, forcefully snapping him up in half. Many of Lu Xian's classmates cowered in silence, not daring to speak as they saw Lu Xian preparing to confront them. "Xiangu, just let it go. You can't win against them," they urged, hastily pulling her back. "Get lost." Lu Xian waved her hand dismissively, showing no regard for anyone's feelings. This young master, who had only known a life of luxury selling cosmetics, had never endured such humiliation. Fueled by fury, she clutched the mop, determined to seek retribution against Wang Shuo. "Lu Xian, calm down. Don't confront them. You can't take them on," I implored, growing anxious as I saw her intent on fighting back. I grasped her arm firmly. "Bai Hao, let go. I can handle this myself," Lu Xian retorted, her anger palpable. She possessed considerable strength, and I struggled to restrain her. As I observed his disheveled appearance, I contemplated and remarked to Lu Xian, "All right, if you intend to confront him, I shall accompany you. We are brothers, and if we are to endure punishment, we shall do so together." Lu Xian, however, dismissed my words and cursed in frustration. After venting her anger, she forcefully shook off my hand and stormed out, brandishing a stick. Almost all the students in our school were attending classes in the teaching building, with the second-year classes clustered on the second and third floors. Lu Xian maintained a sullen silence as she ascended the stairs, and I chose to remain quiet, simply accompanying her in silence. Just before we reached the second floor, the class bell rang. I coolly remarked beside her, "The classes have begun. If you go into another class to confront someone, the teachers will surely expel you. Regardless, I will support you, and if you're expelled, we shall both face the consequences." Upon hearing my words, Lu Xian shot me a fierce glare, her eyes striking terror into me, causing beads of cold sweat to form on my brow. "What do you intend to do, Bai Hao?" she inquired coldly. "If you are in trouble, how could I possibly not assist you?" I replied, Your fighting skills are lacking. I have no need for your help," Lu Xian scoffed, curling her lips at me. After hearing her words, I felt a surge of anger. It seemed she looked down upon me. Yet, I viewed her disdain as inconsequential, for I knew my fighting skills were indeed feeble. Looking at Lu Xian, I stated, "Regardless, even if I am not adept at fighting, I must assist you. You are in this predicament because of my conflict with Yang Yuan. If I do not help you, it would be a disservice to our friendship." Chapter 85. An abundance of new possessions. Fei Fei. That Wang Shuo is Peng Fei's lackey. Isn't it inappropriate for you to confront him like this? A boy beside Lu Xian's sister spoke with a frown. "Oh, this is my brother-in-law," Lu Xian noted, recalling something and introducing him to me. I nodded in acknowledgement. The boy glanced at me and returned the nod. Fei Fei, however, ignored me and angrily retorted, "What Peng Fei's lackey? Does that mean my brother should be bullied without consequence?" "Sigh, it's mainly because Hua Jie has been taken in. Things will improve once he's released," the boy sighed. "Hua Jie still has 2 months left, right?" Upon hearing this, Fei Fei could not help but frown. "Yes, Brother Jie has 2 months remaining," Lu Xian added, raising her eyebrows. As I listened to their conversation, I found myself perplexed by their exchanges. They were all part of a rough crowd, and I was not well versed in their affairs. However, I could infer that the Hua Jie they spoke of was likely a formidable individual. Observing Lu Xian's brother-in-law's wary demeanor, I surmised that only Hua Jie could contend with the so-called Peng Fei. Regardless, I was determined to assist my junior in avenging his grievance. "Lu Xian, have you made up your mind? If you wish to retaliate, I will take you to confront Wang Shuo right now," Fei Fei said. Her brows furrowed as she looked at Lu Xian. Though Fei Fei wore glasses, her eyes were striking, particularly with the bold black frames that lent her an air of authority. "Sister, I must avenge this wrong," Lu Xian declared angrily. "Fei Fei, perhaps we should simply discuss this with Peng Fei, asking him to tell Wang Shuo not to trouble Lu Xian, and we can revisit this once Hua Jie is out," the boy advised Fei Fei. There is no need for Lu Xian to get involved. I can handle Wang Shuo myself. If he dares to retaliate, you can step in. If he seeks revenge, I will allow him to come find me," Fei Fei retorted indignantly. "Fei Fei," the boy attempted to reason with her. "Enough, you need not concern yourself," Fei Fei asserted, pulling Lu Xian's arm and leading him back into the school. As Fei Fei tugged at Lu Xian's arm, he wiped his mouth in irritation. It was evident that Lu Xian was eager for revenge. Following behind them, I felt an unsettling sensation. I was apprehensive that after Fei Fei confronted Wang Shuo, something unfortunate might transpire. I kept my thoughts to myself, wary of interjecting with two formidable figures like Fei Fei and her partner present. If her partner could not dissuade her, my words would surely be futile. I could only remain cautious, ensuring Lu Xian did not encounter any mishaps. As we entered the teaching building, classes were still in session, making it inappropriate for Fei Fei to confront Wang Shuo in his classroom. We lingered on the side staircase of the building, where Lu Xian offered a cigarette to both her brother-in-law and me. Having taken a puff, I felt nauseous and quickly waved my hand, declining the offer. They smoked in silence, while Fei Fei's partner held her hand throughout. Watching their intimacy stirred a longing within me for Lin Ran. If only we could share such closeness. Finally, the class ended, and Lu Xian led Fei Fei upstairs to seek out Wang Shuo. Her partner followed suit, with me trailing behind. As we approached the second-year floor, I felt a wave of fear wash over me. Surrounded by unfamiliar second-year students, I worried that one of them might suddenly confront me. Especially with Lu Xian and Fei Fei's bold demeanor, we attracted considerable attention. Upon reaching Wang Shuo's classroom, we found him crouched in the back, secretly smoking. Upon spotting him, Lu Xian beckoned, "Wang Shuo, come out." Soon, we would ascend to the second year, and by then, those in the third year would have graduated, leaving Wang Shuo as the de facto leader of our school. Wang Shuo regarded Lu Xian with a disdainful smile, scoffing, "What? Haven't you been beaten enough? Have you come seeking more punishment?" He then cast a lingering glance in my direction. His gaze sent shivers down my spine. I did not dare to offend him, especially knowing he was on the verge of becoming the school's leader. Wang Shuo, becoming the top dog in the second year has certainly gone to your head, hasn't it? Fei Fei seemed to recognize Wang Shuo, pushing past a second-year student to enter his classroom. As Lu Xian waved to Wang Shuo, several boys in his class stood up, and upon seeing Fei Fei enter, Wang Shuo's expression shifted. "Fei Fei, what brings you here?" he asked with a smile. With a stern face, Fei Fei approached Wang Shuo and slapped him, coolly stating, "Why shouldn't I come?" Chapter 86. A burden on the family upon seeing the new clothes. I was taken aback. It was not a festive season. Why had my family purchased new clothes for me? Stealing a glance at the garments, I felt a rush of excitement. At that moment, my parents finally emerged from the small room. Their faces bore a somber expression, and they appeared somewhat despondent. Noticing my joy, my father asked, "Do you like computers?" I nodded in response. Afterward, I regretted my answer. Although my father had become the deputy captain, such items must have cost the family quite a bit. A pang of sympathy for my parents welled up within me, feeling distressed over their expenditure. "As long as you like it. If you do, I'll set it up for you shortly. Try on these clothes," my father urged with a forced smile. Having always admired Lin Ran's branded attire, I had never imagined I could wear designer clothes myself. If I donned these garments, would I not be akin to her? In school, Lin Ran would no longer feel ashamed of me. Yet, as I tried on the clothes, I sensed a change in my parents' demeanor. Their spirits seemed low. Not only them, but Lin Ran's expression also turned pale upon seeing me in the new outfit. They forced smiles as they looked at me, and I felt increasingly uncomfortable. What was troubling them? I pondered, questioning, should I not wear these clothes? Would you prefer I take them off? No, wear them. They look good on you. These clothes were bought for you, my father reassured me. My mother glanced at me before retreating to the room. "Bye Hao. You stay with Ran for a while. I need to discuss something with your mother," my father said with a smile before returning to the small room. Once they left, silence enveloped the space. I gazed around at the disarray, cautiously tidying up the items. While I was organizing, Lin Ran suddenly grasped my arm and asked, "By how? If one day you were to transfer schools, would you still remember me?" Stealing a quick kiss from Lin Ran, I smiled and assured her I would remember you for a lifetime. "Yes, I would miss you too," Lin Ran replied quietly, gazing at me. I won't transfer schools. I think you're overthinking it. Why would I transfer when everything is fine?" Halfway through tidying up, my parents emerged from the small room. My mother's complexion remained pale as she smiled and told us she would prepare a delicious meal for us that evening. Holding a large box, my father went inside to assist me with the computer setup. Although not particularly skilled in assembling computers, my father called Lin Ran for help. The three of us busied ourselves, and while we worked, I inquired about my father's decision to buy a computer, but he remained silent. During dinner, my mother seemed preoccupied with her thoughts. It was as if she had made a difficult decision. After a moment of contemplation, she finally retrieved some beverages from the box for us to enjoy. Noticing my mother's poor demeanor, Lin Ran seemed inclined to say something, but held back, fearing it would disturb us. After finishing our meal and tidying up, my parents retreated to their room. Lin Ran and I exchanged glances, and suddenly, Lin Ran shot me a stern look and declared, "Get to studying. If we don't perform well on the exams, we might revert to our previous relationship." Hearing that Lin Ran intended for us to return to our former dynamic terrified me. I quickly responded, "All right, I will study diligently." Following Lin Ran's methods, I focused primarily on revisiting and memorizing key concepts. As for the sciences, I absorbed as much understanding as I could. Lin Ran was intelligent and excelled in her studies, and utilizing her techniques allowed me to progress swiftly. After completing my studies, I did not forget to spend some time with Lin Ran. While Lin Ran soaked her feet, I playfully insisted on washing them for her. She blushed and cautioned me to keep my voice down, fearing my parents would overhear. Nevertheless, she obediently allowed me to fuss over her small feet. Before bedtime, Lin Ran and I lingered in the small room for a while. She held me tightly, reluctant to let me go. I felt a stir in my heart and said, "Then I truly want to leave? It's no trouble to stay with you at your house. You should go out quickly. If your parents find out about our antics, you'll be in big trouble." Lin Ran laughed as she pushed me out. With the computer finally set up but lacking internet access, my father mentioned he would help me install a network cable the next day so I could play some games. Hearing this, my mother expressed her discontent, saying, "All you do is play games and neglect your studies." I chimed in, "It's important to balance work and rest." Chapter 87. Wang Shuo takes aim at Lu Xian. How dare you? In my anger, I couldn't help but yell at Yang Yuan. "Huh, what is there to be afraid of? Go home and ask your father if you are even qualified to challenge me," Yang Yuan retorted, then hung up. Staring at the dial tone, I felt a wave of panic. My parents worked hard to support my education, and now that things were finally looking up for us, I certainly did not want Yang Yuan to jeopardize my father's position as deputy captain. Throughout class, my mind was in disarray. When the bell rang, I called Lin Ran outside and asked, "Lin Ran, do you think the section leader has the authority to take down the deputy captain?" Of course. The section leader can not only deal with the deputy captain, but can also take down the captain if necessary. Just look at Wu Di. He acts so high and mighty, yet every time he sees Yang Yuan, he obediently calls him Brother Yuan. Lin Ran replied earnestly. Hearing Lin Ran's words filled me with trepidation. Before I could respond, Lin Ran asked, "What is wrong? Is Yang Yuan threatening you with his father's connections?" Not wanting to appear foolish in front of her, I forced a smile and said, "No, how could Yang Yuan possibly intimidate me with his father?" Seeing that I was fine, Lin Ran chuckled and said, "It's for the best. When you're all right, it's best not to provoke Yang Yuan. His father is quite influential at work. Even my mother wouldn't dare cross him." Indeed, I nodded, contemplating. Lin Ran sensed something was amiss. "What's going on? You seem different lately. Did you have a falling out with Yang Yuan? Is it because he likes Su Ting and you're jealous?" As she spoke, Lin Ran's expression was tinged with jealousy. "No, how could I possibly be jealous of Su Ting? I just find Yang Yuan quite repulsive," I explained. "True, Yang Yuan is indeed repulsive, but as long as he doesn't bother you, it's best to avoid him. The holidays are approaching. Focusing on your studies is what matters. Once we're in college, we'll be far from these people." Lin Ran smiled sweetly at me. "All right." Encouraged by her words, I embraced Lin Ran at the waist. "Stop it." She shot me a warning glance. Realizing where we were, I quickly released her soft form, as several classmates were nearby. During class, feeling bored, Lin Ran and I exchanged flirty texts. I borrowed a book from a classmate sitting in front of me to craft my messages. Each clever line elicited laughter from Lin Ran, whose shoulders shook with mirth. Seeing her joyful expression filled my heart with warmth. However, thoughts of Yang Yuan plotting against my father clouded my mind, leaving me somewhat uneasy. "All right, let us focus on the lesson now and stop the distractions." Lin Ran texted back. "Okay," I replied and ceased my teasing of Lin Ran. Yet, as I kept my head down, engrossed in sending messages, the teacher cast several disapproving glances my way. "By how? Please explain this problem. If you can't, you'll have to stand outside." The teacher's stern gaze made me feel intimidated. When called upon, my face flushed with embarrassment. If I couldn't answer, it would be utterly humiliating. Lin Ran and Su Ting turned to look at me, their concerned expressions causing my heart to race. In my distraction, I had completely missed the lesson. I glanced at Wang Dong and the short guy for help, but they both awkwardly returned to their own tasks. By how? Do you understand or not? If you don't, step outside. The teacher glared at me with disdain, as if wishing to strangle me. Feeling the pressure, my anxiety mounted and my face grew hotter. I thought to myself, if I were truly expelled, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Several attractive girls in class were watching me, and my face burned as if it were on fire. Just go outside. You don't know anything and only disrupt the class, the teacher said coldly. Frustrated, I felt the teacher was being unfair. Several students in front were playing with their phones, yet he chose to single me out. I felt a surge of indignation and wanted to confront him, questioning his bias. Chapter 88. Anger at Yang Yuan at Su Ting's house. As Yang Yuan stared at Lin Ran, I felt a wave of revulsion wash over me. I grabbed Lin Ran's hand and said, "Let us go, don't stoop to their level." As I pulled her away, two thugs next to Wang Shuo stealthily punched me. Anger surged within me, but I only dared to be furious without retaliating. If I were to fight them here, I would undoubtedly receive a beating. I reminded myself to endure and not act impulsively. In this situation, I was no match for them, but one day, I would teach them a lesson. Wang Shuo tried to provoke us further, but since we were at school, they dared not go too far. As we left, Su Ting accompanied us. Along the way, Lin Ran angrily cursed Wang Shuo, calling him despicable. She then asked by how, "Did you feel pain when those two boys hit you?" "It was all right, not painful," I replied with a smile. I hadn't dared to fight back when the boys hit me, yet Lin Ran had witnessed it all. Wang Shuo is truly despicable, relying on his future status as the school bully to bully others. He will surely meet a bad end, Lin Ran declared vehemently. Indeed, Wang Shuo will definitely face consequences. I agreed with a smile. After dropping Lin Ran off at her house, I accompanied Su Ting on the way back. During our walk, Su Ting reassured me by how, "Don't be afraid of Wang Shuo. As long as I'm here, he won't dare touch you." Lu Yang has dealt with Wang Shuo before, and he is scared of him. Lu Yang was around our age. Last time Su Ting spoke with him, he chatted with Wu Di's boyfriend for quite a while. From the looks of it, Lu Yang had likely been a second-year student before getting expelled for fighting. Thinking about Lu Yang's expulsion sent a chill down my spine. When we were leaving, Wang Shuo had threatened to have Lu Xian expelled. Could it be that Lu Yang was also a victim of Wang Shuo's schemes? This thought compelled me to voice my concerns. I inquired with Su Ting whether Lu Yang was expelled by Wang Shuo. Indeed, Lu Yang was expelled after a fight with Wang Shuo. Initially, Lu Yang was the leader of the second year, but after he assaulted Wang Shuo, he was expelled, leading to Wang Shuo assuming that position. Su Ting informed me of this. I asked Su Ting how Lu Yang was expelled. They had a scuffle, and Wang Shuo did not dare to retaliate. As a result, Lu Yang knocked out one of Wang Shuo's teeth. Once the teacher learned of this, Lu Yang was expelled. In fact, Lu Yang shouldn't have been expelled. It was only after he had a quarrel with the teacher that his expulsion occurred. As Su Ting spoke, I sensed a tinge of regret in her voice. Had Lu Yang remained in school, Wang Shuo and his cohort would surely not have been so audacious. Reflecting on Lu Yang, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for him. I perceived him to be as loyal as Lu Xian. "Don't worry by how. If Wang Shuo dares to strike you, I'll call Lu Yang to deal with him," Su Ting chuckled. "Haha, that's unnecessary," I replied with a smile. I felt uneasy about a girl protecting me. I'd rather endure a beating than allow Su Ting to intervene. While we conversed, I sensed someone watching us. A sleek car opened its door. A young man stepped out, followed by a young woman. It appeared there were others in the vehicle, though they did not exit. Their gazes bore an intense heat, causing me considerable trepidation. Feeling their scrutiny, Su Ting also found it peculiar. "Su Ting, could that be Yang Yuan's parents?" I whispered, my heart racing with fear. Yang Yuan mentioned wanting to confront my father, which left me anxious for my father's safety. "No, I've seen Yang Yuan's father, and he is quite thin," Su Ting replied. I wondered who else could be observing me so attentively. Overwhelmed by fear, I grasped Su Ting's hand and hurried away. Noticing their fine attire made me ponder whether I had inadvertently offended some influential individuals, especially considering the luxurious car they drove, which I dared not gaze at for long. "Mom, Dad, let's go. I'm hungry and want to eat," a girl impatiently remarked as she pushed the door open. She was strikingly beautiful, albeit a bit dark-skinned, and her demeanor radiated pride and elegance. Her gaze towards me was tinged with disdain, which only heightened my sense of having offended someone important. I quickened my pace, clutching Su Ting's hand tightly. As we distanced ourselves, I found a strange comfort in holding her hand. It was soft and delicate, reminiscent of water. I felt reluctant to let go. Chapter 89. You will understand in the afternoon, damn. You dare to insult me? Just wait. Despite being in my presence with Su Ting, Yang Yuan, no matter how thick-skinned, felt too embarrassed to argue. After hurling an insult my way, he ended the call, likely seething with anger. When I called Su Ting, she burst into laughter at my earlier feigned ferocity, playfully nudging me with her foot and saying, "By how, not bad. You can be fierce too." Unable to withstand Su Ting's persistent teasing, I feigned annoyance and pushed her cool foot away. "Stop using your feet on me. Is that sanitary?" "Oh, so you think my feet are dirty?" Su Ting retorted angrily, rubbing her foot against me and even reaching for my face. Watching her sweet expressions, I seized her foot. It felt cool in my grasp, and as we locked eyes, my heart raced. The room gradually fell silent as Su Ting and I blushed, gazing at each other. Shyly, she urged, "Let go of me." Afterward, she withdrew her foot and hugged her knees, avoiding my gaze. Having played around with Su Ting lifted my spirits considerably. She suggested I step out while she changed into something more suitable for our outing. I felt it was pointless to not seek her company. Since we lived nearby, we could stroll and then head home together. Along the way, Su Ting quietly walked beside me, and neither of us spoke. Had it not been for Lin Ran, I believe we could have been together already. Yet, without Lin Ran, we would not have met. As I walked, a sense of fate's trickery enveloped me. I ardently thought of Lin Ran, convinced that remaining devoted was indeed the right choice. After a while, I escorted Su Ting back to her home. She appeared lonely, silently watching me, seemingly reluctant for me to leave. "Shall you go?" I asked, noticing her reluctance. "Yes, you may leave," she replied softly. After walking quite a distance, I felt as though Su Ting was still watching me from behind. Suddenly, my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a message from Su Ting, asking if we were going to school together the next day, and stating that she would treat me to a meal. "Sure, thank you, little sister," I replied, feeling warmth in my heart. By the time I returned home, the rain had ceased. I downloaded several games I liked on my newly purchased computer. Seeing any game made me eager to try it. I also installed QQ and couldn't wait to chat with Lin Ran as soon as I spotted her online. "Why are you playing games?" "Go study." Lin Ran sent me a message with a knife emoji. "Okay, my dear wife," I responded with a smile. "Begin go study," I added. Lin Ran replied with a shy emoji, and her cute expressions made me long to visit her and spend quality time together. I found myself infatuated with Lin Ran, wishing I could have two wives to alleviate my worries. Sighing, I realized I should refrain from daydreaming. I resolved to keep my distance from Su Ting and hoped she would find someone wonderful. As I prepared to log off, my avatar flickered with activity. In the past, I would log into QQ at internet cafes invisibly, never expecting anyone to reach out to me. Now, with an expanded social circle, I felt pleasantly surprised by the attention. Among classmates, those with good relationships often exchange contact numbers and QQ accounts, and I had nearly all of my close friends on QQ. The person messaging me was Tion Tion. To avoid Lin Ran seeing me online, I quickly switched to invisible mode. "By how, what are you doing?" Tion Tion cautiously asked. "Just browsing the internet at home," I replied, engaging in trivial conversation. I had a fondness for her, but nothing more. I helped her because I considered her a friend. "Oh, I have 200 yuan on me. I can repay you tomorrow," Tion Tion mentioned. "No need. You need it for yourself. Keep it for your own expenses," I insisted, recalling my part-time job during the holidays, which allowed me to repay Su Ting while still having some left over. "Su Ting? You borrowed money from Su Ting?" Tion Tion exclaimed, surprised. I had forgotten about her previous feud with Su Ting and inadvertently let it slip. Chapter 90. Lucien is framed upon hearing Wu Di mention that I would understand the situation in the afternoon. A shiver ran down my spine. Su Ting remarked that Wu Di always fawned over Yang Yuan, suggesting he was quite close to him. Their scheme to expel Lucien was likely divulged by Yang Yuan, who was overconfident. It was possible that Wu Di was also complicit in their plot. I fixed my gaze on Wu Di, choosing not to engage with him. In the afternoon, I continuously followed Lucien. As soon as class ended, I sought her out, even if Lucien did not leave her classroom. I remained there to keep her company. The summer heat was stifling, and sitting in class was uncomfortable. Noticing my anxious demeanor, Lucien smiled at me and asked, "Bai Hao, why you keep staring at me? Are you afraid Wang Shuo will hit me?" "Don't worry, he wouldn't dare." She added, "If he tries, I'll take care of him." With that, Lucien pulled out a folding knife from her pocket. I was taken aback by the sight of it and quickly cautioned her. Lu Xian, don't cause trouble. If you stab someone, you'll end up at the police station. It's fine. Worst case, I'll just pay for any damages. As long as I don't kill him, it's all good, Lu Xian replied with a grin. But you shouldn't act recklessly. What if you injure someone and get expelled? I warned her, suddenly reminded of Lu Yang's expulsion after his altercation with Wang Shua. Upon recalling Wu Di's words about their plan to expel Lu Xian that afternoon, a wave of anxiety washed over me. I resolved to keep a close watch on Lu Xian, come what may. If they want to expel me, so be it. I might as well quit school, Lu Xian remarked with a carefree smile. Yet, witnessing her nonchalance stirred a sense of discomfort within me. I felt an urge to scold her, saying, "Are you truly indifferent to being expelled? Can you really bear to leave?" Lu Xian simply grinned, remaining silent. After a moment's contemplation, she teased, "I'm just kidding. I still want to secure my graduation certificate. Stop joking around. You need to study hard and join me in university." All right, Lu Xian replied, looking a bit sheepish. "It's too hot. Let's go out for ice cream. I'll treat you," she suggested cheerfully. Her words resonated with me, as I too felt the heat. There's this delicious ice cream flavor called Green Mood that I was craving, and I couldn't help but salivate at the thought. "Let us go. It's on me," I exclaimed. "Great." Lu Xian pulled me outside. Once we were out, I didn't sense anything amiss. Wu Di had said that Yang Yuan and Wang Shua were plotting to expel Lu Xian, but they seemed rather inactive. I thought to myself that perhaps they were merely boasting. After purchasing 2 ice creams, Lu Xian and I savored them on our way back. As we returned, the class bell rang, and we hurriedly finished our ice creams before parting ways to our respective classrooms. However, the cold treat gave me a headache as I rushed through it. During class, I heard commotion in the corridor, and an ominous premonition gripped me. Unable to contain my concern, I asked the teacher for a bathroom break, claiming a stomach ache to investigate the disturbance. "Why is it only you who has a stomach ache? Hold it in," the teacher replied sternly. Hearing the chaotic noises from the hallway, I could no longer restrain myself. I stood up, disregarding the teacher, and strode towards the door. As I reached the entrance, the teacher tried to grab me. Infuriated by her lack of understanding, I shook her off and exited the classroom. The female teacher, in her high heels, pursued me as I dashed towards Lu Xian's class. "Enough. I told you those things are not mine. Will you quit it?" Lu Xian shouted at the director, who had confronted her at the classroom door. "If they're not yours, then why are they in your desk?" The director retorted, tossing a black plastic bag onto the ground. Upon reaching Lu Xian and the director, I glanced at the contents of the bag and felt a chill run down my spine. Inside were several notorious books and some illustrated magazines. The realization dawned on me. Their plan was far more insidious than I had anticipated. "I told you those items do not belong to me. Will you stop?" Lu Xian, her face pale with anger, yelled at the director. Chapter 91, Revenge. Just as I stepped out of the director's office, I spotted a group of second-year students loitering at the door. One of them, a lewd boy, smirked at me. "By how? So Lu Xian got expelled, huh?" It was Yang Yuan speaking, and my heart burned with indignation at their treachery. I suppressed my anger and replied, "Sorry, Lu Xian hasn't been expelled. She just went home to reflect. She'll be back for the exams." Yang Yuan, enraged by the news, cursed and glared at me. Damn it, that brat really got lucky. The director's office was on the 3rd floor, which was mostly occupied by second-year students. I dared not engage Yang Yuan in an argument on his turf, so I averted my gaze. As I descended the stairs, several second-year students discreetly kicked me and landed a few blows. My anger boiled within me. I longed to retaliate against these bullies. If I didn't devise a plan to deal with them, they would relentlessly harass us in the future. I was determined to help Lu Xian avenge this grievance. Upon returning home, Lu Xian was sent to reflect on her actions, much to the delight of Li Long and his gang. Li Long, the leader of the first-year students, was not to be trifled with. As I descended the stairs, I noticed Li Long and his crew swaggering on the 1st floor. Upon seeing me, Li Long grinned. "By how? I hear Lu Xian got expelled. Why don't you join me? I'll protect you." Lu Xian hasn't been expelled. She just went home to reflect, I informed Li Long. His expression shifted to disappointment upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he scoffed and walked away with his entourage. On my way back to class, Wu Di, flanked by 2 lewd boys, obstructed my path. Wu Di coldly inquired, "So, Lu Xian was expelled, right?" Hearing Wu Di repeat the question, I could no longer contain my frustration. Lu Xian had done nothing to provoke them. It was merely her own business. Yet these people were reveling in her misfortune. I glared at Wu Di, my muscles tense with rage. What? Lu Xian got expelled, and you're still pretending? Wu Di taunted, a malicious grin on his face. Get lost. I finally snapped, kicking towards Wu Di's thigh. He stumbled back in surprise. Wu Di expected me to fight back. He assumed I was the type to endure without retaliating. Stunned, he stared at me, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Bai Hao, you dare hit me? You're asking for trouble, Wu Di exclaimed, flanked by his two companions, who seemed eager to join the fray. Bai Hao, Lu Xian got expelled, and you're still acting tough? One of the lewd boys stepped forward, eager to confront me. At that moment, I realized I'd given them too much face. After months of rigorous training, I had indeed grown stronger. Recent fights had bolstered my confidence. I no longer viewed Wu Di and his gang as threats. With a swift motion, I seized a lewd boy by the neck and forcefully slammed him against the wall. Don't provoke me, I warned, my grip tightening as I nearly choked him. Seeing me take the initiative caught them off guard. Wu Di and another lewd boy charged at me, and soon we were embroiled in a chaotic brawl. Outnumbered, I found myself struggling against their combined strength. Despite the odds, I fought back instinctively, fueled by a surge of emotion. During the fight, a wave of tears threatened to spill, yet I reminded myself to stay strong. I could not rely on anyone else. I needed to grow stronger and protect those around me. Without Lu Xian, I could not afford to be looked down upon. I wouldn't wait idly for her return to rescue me. If we were friends, I had to be just as formidable. I would never stand at her shadow. As students gathered in the corridor to witness the altercation, I stumbled as someone kicked me, but I quickly regained my footing. Feeling humiliated, I fought back with renewed fury until a girl stepped in, pulling me behind her for protection. Wu Di, are you all insane? Why are you hitting people? Lin Ran questioned, shielding me from Wu Di's aggression. Chapter 92. Lin Ran wants to break up with me, fearing repercussions at home. Wu Di didn't hit me too hard, but the iron rod was heavy and the impact stung. A single strike left a red mark on Wu Di's forehead. The other two lewd boys, witnessing the altercation, converged on me. I was afraid of them. I took a punch and a kick, retaliating with another strike to one of their heads. The remaining lewd boy attempted to block my blows, but after several exchanges, they began to fear my resolve. Though I endured their hits, my heart was ablaze with fury. With bloodshot eyes, I fought with all my might. As they stared at me, fear began to seep into their gazes. At long last, they could endure no more. Wu Di was the first to turn and flee, with Wu Di leading the way. The other two unscrupulous men followed suit. After a few paces, I hurled the iron rod in my hand, striking one of them in the back. The scoundrel fled even faster. Having vented my frustration on Wu Di and his companions, I finally felt a sense of relief wash over me. I thought to myself, let them feign bravado. Every time I see them from now on, I shall strike again. Retrieving the iron rod, I slung it over my shoulder and joyfully made my way home. At that moment, I had never felt so triumphant. The rod was sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, likely purchased by some thug, only to be confiscated by the teacher. If I were to tell Lu Xian about my encounter with Wu Di, she would surely be delighted for me. My spirits buoyed, I couldn't help but hum a tune, a popular song by my favorite artist, Jolin Tsai. As I approached home, I brushed off the dust from my clothes. Upon reaching the ground floor, I suddenly spotted Lin Ran. Her face was cold, her expression rather unpleasant. Bai Hao, where have you been? She inquired. I just had a run-in with Wu Di and his gang, I replied with a smile. Having dealt with them, I felt my dignity restored. Looking at Lin Ran, I felt no hint of inferiority. That evening after school, I didn't wait for Lin Ran. She must have been upset. Come to my house. Why not stay over tonight? I suggested, attempting to cheer her up. We had spent so little time together lately, and it would be nice for us to enjoy a sweet evening together. No, I won't go to your house. I have to ask you something, Lin Ran replied coldly, seemingly unconcerned about my earlier confrontation. What is it? I asked, surprised. What is going on between you and Tian Tian? I heard you two are dating, Lin Ran said, her eyes filled with jealousy. What? Who said that? How could I possibly be dating Tian Tian? I asked in astonishment, observing Lin Ran's frosty demeanor. I couldn't help but wonder if that scoundrel Yang Yuan had been bad-mouthing me behind my back. Bai Hao, if you like Tian Tian, just tell me, and I'll let you be with her. But this two-timing nonsense is unacceptable, Lin Ran exclaimed, suddenly raising her voice. Her eyes were red as she spoke. Seeing her so angry, I realized something was amiss. I explained, Dear, I promise you there's nothing between me and Tion Tion. If I were to lie to you, I'd be a monster. Leave me alone. You're always saying you're not human. But how many times have you said that? Lin Ran retorted, her eyes glistening with tears. She raised her lovely, tear-streaked face and said, "Let's break up. You're leaving soon anyway." Leaving? Where am I supposed to go? I haven't done anything wrong. I want to break up with you. Panic surged within me as I rushed to embrace Lin Ran, but she pushed me away forcefully. After shoving me, she glared fiercely. "By how I misjudged you." With that, she turned and ran off. Witnessing Lin Ran's anger, I felt increasingly uneasy. Fear gripped my heart. I dreaded that she might truly be upset with me. I dashed after her, refusing to let her go. As I held on to her, she averted her gaze, refusing to look at me. I noticed her eyes were on the verge of tears, and I furrowed my brow, pleading, "What's wrong? Please tell me. What's wrong? Why don't you ask your precious Tion Tion?" Lin Ran shot back, shaking off my grip and shouting, "Let go." Realizing she was genuinely angry, I stood there, stunned, unable to pull her any closer. It seemed she was crying as she turned away, and the sight of her tears pierced my heart with anguish. Chapter 93. Wishing you happiness after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Lin Ran still hadn't replied to my messages, while Tion Tion remained downstairs, waiting for me. My heart heavy, I realized I couldn't bear to be apart from Lin Ran, not even for a moment. Remembering Tion Tion's recent ordeal, I sighed and made my way downstairs to see her. She had done nothing wrong. She was merely concerned for me. The thought of her standing there for so long tugged at my heartstrings. After her painful experience, Tion had changed significantly. She no longer adorned herself with makeup or sought attention from boys at school, becoming less of a center of attention. Her complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color, as if she were recovering from a serious illness. As I descended the stairs, I found Tion frowning, shaking her tired legs. Upon seeing me, she rushed over with concern. "By how? Please don't be angry. I'm only looking out for you." I glanced at Tion with a heavy heart and replied, "You need to talk to Lin Ran." "Talk to Lin Ran? No way." Tion rejected my suggestion outright, seeing my stubbornness. Having spent time with several girls lately, living with Tion, hanging out with Su Ting, I couldn't deny my attraction to their beauty. Thoughts of being with them even crossed my mind. Yet, it was only when I faced the prospect of losing Lin Ran that I realized she was the one who truly mattered to me. I couldn't bear to be apart from her, no matter what. "By how? Don't be foolish. You and Lin Ran are not meant to be. If you want to date someone, I can keep you company," Tion offered. "What is it that you like about Lin Ran? Am I not as beautiful as she is?" She questioned, her brows furrowing in concern. Her delicate brows resembled Lin Ran's, and this resemblance stirred a painful longing within me. I replied, "Lin Ran treats me well. She is the best person for me, and you can't compare." Upon hearing my words, I noticed a shift in Tion's expression. She looked at me with a furrowed brow, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Nevertheless, she didn't give up, insisting, "I can treat you just as well as Lin Ran does, truly." "Let it go," I replied softly. "By the way, how's your stomach? Is it feeling better? Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore," Tion said, her expression softening as she sensed my concern. "As long as it's better. You don't need to repay me. I just need your help in explaining things to Lin Ran. Please, I don't need anything else, just that." I earnestly begged Tion. Upon seeing my pleading look, Tion's eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions. It seemed she was contemplating whether or not to assist me. Sensing her wavering, I quickly reassured her, "I'm begging you. Please help me." "No, I can't help you," she replied firmly, taking a hesitant step back. Frustrated by Tion's refusal to explain, I exclaimed, "Tion, will you help me or not?" "No, I want tea. I can't let you make mistakes." With that, she turned and ran off without looking back. Observing her stubbornness only fueled my anxiety and anger. I picked up my phone and called Lin Ran again, only to find it still powered off. I tried calling her home phone, but Lin Ran's mother informed me that she was not at home. Growing more anxious, I decided to call Su Ting, Lin Ran's close friend, hoping that Lin Ran might be at her place. However, I discovered that Su Ting's phone was also off. With a sense of urgency, I dashed towards Su Ting's house, which was nearby. Upon knocking on the door, Su Ting opened it, surprised to see me. "By how? What brings you here?" she asked. "Is Lin Ran at your house?" I inquired. "No, she isn't here," Su Ting replied, her tone lacking the warmth it once held. As she spoke, Su Ting maintained a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, she said quietly, "My dad is home. If you have something to discuss, let us talk outside." "It's nothing," I replied with a forced smile and stepped out of her house. On the way home, I felt an overwhelming emptiness. With no news from Lin Ran, I felt like a lost soul, unsure of where to go. Chapter 94. I haven't lost my mind seeing Lu Yong with Lin Ran shatter my heart in that moment. From a distance, observing their laughter and merriment, I was engulfed by a profound sense of despondency. Indeed, Lu Yong and Lin Ran were a match made in heaven. Lu Yong was thriving, handsome, and anyone who exchanged a few words with him felt a sense of pride in knowing him. Lin Ran, hailing from a wealthy family, was beautiful and academically accomplished. She and Lu Yong truly belonged together. My connection with Lin Ran was destined to yield no fruit. So why should I persist in my futile pursuit of her? Lu Yong, with his success, could safeguard Lin Ran, and with him around, I needn't worry about others coveting her attention. As I watched them walk away side by side, my heart grew colder and my body felt a chill. The street was bustling with traffic, yet I allowed everyone to pass me by. I felt utterly drained, as if all my strength had dissipated. Leaning quietly against the wall, I contemplated making a trip to the supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes. For my inaugural smoke, I deemed it fitting to select a premium brand. The cigarettes I purchased were rather expensive, priced at 5 yuan, encased in a blue box with a matching blue filter. Squatting on the sidewalk, I felt the eyes of passers-by upon me, and I perceived myself as a small-time delinquent. Those who struggled academically were often too apprehensive to smoke, as it seemed ostentatious and could lead to confrontation. Many petty delinquents smoked, primarily to appear tough. A cigarette could intimidate during a brawl. I found a strange sense of honor in being perceived as a small-time thug. Unbeknownst to me, I began to harbor an aspiration to embrace that lifestyle. If I transformed into a delinquent, I would no longer be bullied at school. Moreover, I could shield the one I cherished from the advances of others. Yet, within me simmered a lingering resentment. I loathed Lu Yong for seizing Lin Ran from me. I felt an urge to confront him. But the image of Lin Ran's radiant smile directed at Lu Yong only deepened my sorrow. With some money in my pocket, I sought a modest eatery, ordering a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork and a dish of stir-fried meat. Both were among my favorites, and I also ordered a bowl of rice and 2 bottles of beer. As I devoured the meat and drank the beer, tears streamed down my cheeks and mingled with my sorrow. Amidst my tears, I questioned myself. Why was Lin Ran so heartless? Why did she not trust me? Why, oh why, had she suddenly grown cold and chosen to be with someone else? Our union seemed impossible now, yet she had promised to be with me forever. The vows of the past had now turned to mere folly. "You won't marry, and I won't wed," a phrase that once moved me deeply, had now evaporated into nothingness. Just yesterday, she had declared on QQ that she no longer wished to date. Yet today, she was with Lu Yong. Lin Ran, it was evident, had no desire to be with me. If she wished to be with me, why did she not believe in me? If she still cared, why did she refuse to hear my explanation? As I pondered, I found my thoughts straying. If she no longer held affection for me, why had she cried when we parted? Furthermore, why did she often express her fear that I would leave? Why would I leave? After much contemplation, I redirected my frustrations towards Tian Tian. If it weren't for her unsolicited concern for me, how could my relationship with Lin Ran have devolved to this state? Tomorrow was the weekend, and I longed to spend the night at Lin Ran's home, studying together. During our leisure, we could lie on her soft bed and chat. The thought of our impending time together filled me with urgency, a yearning to be with her that intensified with each passing moment. As the sky darkened outside, my anxiety mounted. Drowsily, I took a swig of beer and lit a cigarette. Unaccustomed to smoking, I was soon choking, tears flowing more freely. I reached for my phone, intended to call Lin Ran, but hesitated. The fear of hearing her laughter with Lu Yong paralyzed me. Instead, I dialed Tian Tian, pleading with her to help explain my feelings to Lin Ran, for I truly missed her. My voice, tinged with desperation, reflected my vulnerability. Perhaps Tian Tian sensed my tears, for after a moment of contemplation, she softly inquired, "Where are you?" "At the commercial center," I replied, and my sobs intensified. For Lin Ran, I had shed all semblance of pride. If only she would treat me as she once did, I would willingly forsake everything. On the other end, Tian Tian abruptly hung up. Sitting in my chair, a wave of nausea washed over me. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those around me, I felt utterly humiliated. Indeed, I had long since lost any sense of dignity. Without Lin Ran, what use was my pride?